Hey, everyone. If you enjoy my audiobooks, you can also support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. Check out the link in the description to join.
After the meeting was over, I headed to the lobby to check Kim Hye-young-jun. A rollaway bed was set up in the corner of the spacious lobby. It was originally set up to treat emergency patients who couldn't be moved to the hospital rooms in time. Mood Swinger was sitting next to him. As I approached Kim Hye-young-jun, Mood Swinger stood up and made a sad face. No, LD. Don't worry. There's nothing wrong with your master. I chuckled and patted Mood Swinger on the back. The moment I glanced at Kim Hye-young-jun, his fingers twitched. Ugh. He frowned and began to come back to his senses. You okay now? I asked. Where? What do you mean, where? You're at the shelter, of course. Kim Hye-young-jun propped his upper body up and looked around. After a moment, he gently massaged his temples with his right hand as if he was having a headache. Don't push yourself. Everything's been taken care of. What about the black creature and the guys from the family? We took care of all of them. Did you kill them, Ajasi? Mood Swinger and Ji-yeon had a hard time. Kim Hye-young-jun looked at Mood Swinger next to him, then slapped him on the arm while chuckling. Arnold. Mood Swinger hugged Kim Hye-young-jun, shedding tears. After Mood Swinger had become a stage 3 mutant, his emotions had changed even more drastically, and it seemed like he had gotten smarter. He was a lot better at understanding situations than before. It seemed like his nervousness had gone away as soon as he realized that Kim Hye-young-jun was safe. Kim Hye-young-jun coughed and spoke to Mood Swinger. Let go, Mood Swinger. It hurts. Arno, limited. Kim Hye-young-jun stroked Mood Swinger's hair and smiled heartily. After that, he hopped off the bed and started stretching. Ajasi, what did you do with the black creature's brain? I told him in detail what had happened along Gangbyeon Bukaro. Kim Hye-young-jun listened to everything I had to say while he gently rubbed his chin. After I was done, he tilted his head. Why do you think Ji-yeon ate the officer's brain? He asked. I think she did it to protect us. So you're saying she killed the officer and ate his brain? Probably. Then why didn't she eat the black creature's brain? I hadn't even considered this part. After giving it some thought, I realized that Kim Hye-young-jun was right. I wondered why she'd eaten the officer's brain but not the black creature's brain. As I pondered over it, Kim Hye-young-jun sucked on his lower lip, then spoke up. Perhaps she knew. Knew what? That she'd die if she ate a black creature's brain. How would Ji-yeon know that? Well, it's not really the case where the proof of the pudding is in the eating, you know? I think they just know. I listened to Kim Hye-young-jun and nodded slowly. Even Mood Swinger hadn't eaten the black creature's brain, despite his appetite. I wondered if stage 3 mutants knew that they shouldn't eat brains from beings with black eyes. Perhaps it was instinctive. I made a little theory of my own. Perhaps they knew that they could get stronger after eating the brain of a being with blue eyes or any weaker being than that, but considered beings with black eyes as almighty creatures and just left them alone. I wondered if he'd given up on the black creature's brain, knowing that he couldn't handle its power at novel bin at. Stage 3 mutants were superior to Stage 1 mutants in every aspect physically, intellectually, and in terms of their senses. It was more than possible that they would know such things. Then I also shouldn't eat the brains of a being with black eyes. After I organized my thoughts on this matter, I asked Kim Hye-young-jun a question. What's the situation at Gimpo Airport? Did you manage to check out everything? There were 2 zombies with red eyes guarding Gimpo Airport. And you took care of them. I killed them both. I got caught while rescuing the survivors there. That's why I was being chased by the members of the family. What about the conditions of the plane and the runway? I only managed a cursory look, but there seemed to be a lot of airplanes that we could use, and the runway didn't seem to be in a poor condition. I placed my head in my hands and began to think. We killed 4 Dong leaders in Gangbyeon Bukaro, 2 Dong leaders at Gimpo Airport, and a blue-eyed officer also lost his life. Which meant all that was left of the family's forces was the boss and a bunch of weaklings. I told Kim Hye-young-jun about the topics that had come up during the meeting. After he listened to my briefing, Kim Hye-young-jun stashed his hands in his pockets and chuckled. The tables have turned. No, he said. We have to put an end to it. When are we going to attack? How many underlings do you have left? Kim Hye-young-jun looked away and counted the number of underlings he had left. It was a simple task, since we could tell where and how many underlings we had left in our heads. Kim Hye-young-jun smacked his lips as if he had come up with the answer. I have 650 in total. How about your mutants? Mood Swinger and 4 Stage 1 mutants. How many underlings can you have in total? I ate the 2 Dong leaders at Gimpo Airport. Did you give me 2 brains at Gangbyeon Bukaro? Yeah. Then okay. I can control 2,250 underlings in total. Kim Hye-young-jun scratched his head as he answered, and his expression grew troubled. Geez, how am I going to get back to my maximum? He said with a grimace. I think it's going to take a couple of days. That'll be too late. The boss has probably figured out what's going on by now. Then what do you want to do? We have to kill the boss before he gets away. Kim Hye-young-jun tilted his head and looked at me in puzzlement. He didn't seem to understand what I was saying, so I continued to explain my thoughts. It'll be difficult to board with a lot of underlings. It's probably better and probably the right thing to take care of the gang members first before going to Gimpo Airport. Well, we don't have an idea of how large their forces are. I think my mutants will be enough to take on the ordinary forces. And Gangnam will probably have 2 stage 3 mutants. We'll just leave Jian and Moodswinger to take care of them. And we take care of the boss. Yeah, even if the surviving Dong leaders try to sneak up on us, we'll be more than prepared if Hansol takes care of the defense. Kim Hyeongjun looked surprised for a moment, then nodded. I peered into the darkness that shrouded Gwangjangdong and continued to speak. We need to take care of the boss before he gets away. Then, when should we attack? Let's head straight to Sogong Bridge after the sun rises. We'll let the leaders know. Okay, there was nothing good about dragging this out. We had to make hay while the sun shone. The boss was a capable strategist, so the more time we gave him, the more dangerous it would be for us, since we couldn't predict what sort of plan he might throw at us. We had to take care of him before he came up with a detailed, concrete plan. The sun would rise in 2 hours' time. And in just 2 hours, the long fight with my archenemy that I'd been putting off for 6 months was about to reach its conclusion. I couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. *****. So what, they're all dead? Yes, sir. The Dong leader who had come back from his patrol was on his knees, trembling. The boss furrowed his brow and placed his head in his hands. He seemed extremely angry. He sighed and looked up at the ceiling. How many of us are left now? Besides me and the Dong leader of Songsan-dong? No one, sir. And the mutants? There are 15 stage 1 mutants and 2 stage 3 mutants. The boss grimaced and sighed a couple of times in a row. He threw the wine glass he was holding against the wall with all his might, smearing dark red blood all over the wall. The Dong leader's face paled, and he began to tremble. The boss slicked his bangs back. 5 stage 1 mutants, 2 stage 3 mutants. Those belong to me. Yes, sir. So then, are you and the Dong leader of Songsan-dong each controlling half of the remaining stage 1 mutants? Yes, sir. The boss gritted his teeth and gazed out at the world beyond the observatory. Fucking bastards, he muttered in a low voice. I should have taken care of them on my own. The boss clenched his fists, and his blue eyes flashed. The tables had turned completely. Giving up Gangbuk and moving to Gangnam had been their mistake. The boss realized that, instead of trusting the black creatures, they should have attacked Gangnam after restoring stability in Gangbuk. A saying swam unbidden into his mind that the strength of a nation came from the integrity of the homeland. The boss' dream of conquering the world with Seoul as the stepping stone was thwarted by a small fire that had spread within his own home. The boss cursed in anger, then spoke to the Dong leader. You, and the Dong leader of Songsan-dong. How many underlings have you recovered? Well, the thing is. Stutter one more time, and I'll kill you. The Dong leader's eyes flew wide open, and he swallowed. He wet his parched lips before continuing. I need to acquire 400 more, and the leader of Songsan-dong needs 300 more. Why are you missing so many? Have you been goofing around? No sir. The second officer and the other Dong leaders had priority. We were waiting for our turn. Other Dong leaders? The Dong leaders in charge of the red areas. Yes. We were assigned priority in accordance with our strength. We had no authority. The boss frowned and gently massaged his temples. The Dong leader looked down quietly, still trembling in fear. The boss took a deep breath before speaking again. Replenish your underlings by tomorrow. When you're done, we're heading to Daejeon. Pardon, sir? I'm not sure if I can get that many in a single day. Well then, you can die instead. No sir. I'll make sure to replenish all of them. If you don't, you'll die by my hand. I'll give you 1 day. Yes sir. The boss stared into the pitch-black darkness beyond the observatory, lost in thought. I just have to stop being greedy. I don't have to take on all the risks and struggle so hard. I just need to go back to the drawing board. If Seoul didn't work out, they could just move to Daejeon and start there. The boss decided to acknowledge the existence of the Survivor Rally organization. He also acknowledged that the Survivor Rally organization had the upper hand, and he made the decision to go back to the drawing board and focus on recruiting more forces. Grr. GAA? At a research center 70 kilometers north of Vladivostok, Russia, zombies were beginning to gather. The commander who had been defending the institute hurriedly kicked open the door of the institute. We must move now. Everyone out, he yelled. The researchers quickly gathered up their research and followed the commander's order. But one researcher, a bald man in his 30s, couldn't take his eyes off his microscope. Tommy, who had his eyes on him, shouted, Elisha, come out now. We don't have time. Hooray, hooray, I've finally found the antibody. Get out now. Tommy, do you see these beautiful colors? This damn virus is finished. Elisha smiled happily as he peered at the antibody. Tommy frowned and ran to Elisha, then grabbed his collar. Wake up you idiot. This place is finished as well. Antibodies? We have to get the antibodies. We don't have time for that. Fucking come. I'm not leaving without the antibodies. Elisha grinned as he hurriedly collected the antibodies. To him, the antibodies in front of him were more important than his life. Bang, grr. The door to the research center was sent flying, and zombies poured in. Bang, bang, bang. The Russian troops started firing at the zombies. Tommy and Elisha crouched down and headed for the back door. As soon as they went outside, the piercing wind blew across their necks and wrapped around their bodies. Vladivostok, home to one of the ice-free ports in Russia, was covered in white snow, thanks to the snowy conditions that had come once in 20 years. For quite a while, it had been enveloped in a whiteout. Grr, Despite the conditions, Tommy and Elisha tried with all their might to open their eyes and advanced into the blizzard, the zombies howling sending chills down their spines. The zombies were climbing over the fence and surging toward the laboratory like an enormous tidal wave. There were too many zombies to even count. The horde of zombies looked like a horizontal black line that crossed through the world of white. Run. In the distance, they saw an An-26, a Russian military transport aircraft. The commander was inside, shouting at them. The two of them ran toward the aircraft with all their might. Kya, AHH. Red blood splattered onto the pure white snow as another researcher running toward the aircraft was bitten by zombies. The soldiers were firing their guns, but it made no difference. There were just too many, and even a machine gun wouldn't have been helpful. Tommy and Elisha continued to run, leaving their dying colleagues behind. They closed their eyes and sprinted through the never-ending hell of white snow and red blood toward the aircraft. They managed to board the aircraft by the skin of their teeth, and the commander, veins popping out of his neck, shouted at the top of his lungs. Take off! Take off! The only surviving researchers were Tommy and Elisha. All the other researchers that had left the building before them had been overwhelmed by the zombies. The two of them owed their survival to the fact that they had escaped through the back door instead. After pulling themselves together, the commander looked at the two and spoke up. Both of you, take off your clothes. Yes, yes. Take off your clothes so that I can check if you've been bitten. Without the slightest hesitation, Tommy and Elisha took off everything except for their underwear. After checking their bodies, the commander let out a sigh of relief and sat down. There were only about 10 people on board the aircraft, including Tommy and Elisha. Out of the 400 people at the research lab, only 10 had made it out alive. Elisha adjusted his glasses, then asked the commander a question. Where are we going now? To a place of possibility. Where's that? Korea. When the commander mentioned Korea, Elisha's eyes widened, and he looked over at Tommy. Tommy, isn't Korea your motherland? Yeah. Oh, thank you, Lord. We won't have to worry about communication. Elisha laughed cheerfully, and even clapped with joy. Tommy, on the other hand, was panting heavily. He looked at the commander. The research institute in Korea is in Daegu, located in the southeast. Can we get there? I'm asking if there's enough fuel. We're short on fuel. The cabin fell silent. Elisha tilted his head and posed a question to the survivors. Am I short on vocabulary or what? When did possibility start to mean death? He was openly mocking the commander. As dawn broke, I gathered the leaders in the meeting room for an emergency meeting. The leaders' eyes were sunken, as most of them had been awoken from catnaps. They did their best to cover their mouths when they yawned. To begin, I brought up the thoughts that I'd had the night before. I'm sorry for calling you all urgently in the early morning. I'm aware that everyone must be tired. It's all right. Please share what you have on your mind, Lee Jong-UK replied in a calm voice. Since the leader had stepped up and said that it was okay, all the other leaders straightened their backs and tried their best to school their emotions. I looked around at them, then began to speak. Then, I'll get right to the point. Ha Young-jun and I are thinking of going over to Gangnam right after this meeting to attack the family. Sorry? Right now. Lee Jong-UK's eyes went wide, and he gave me a look of surprise. The other leaders offered similar reactions. He knew that this fight was coming to an end, but he seemed to be taken aback when I'd mentioned how soon it would be. I looked over at Kim Hye-young-jun, who was seated next to me, then spoke again. I talked to Hye-young-jun all night. Mr. Kim Hye-young-jun. Yes. Please tell the leaders about the conversation we had. Kim Hye-young-jun let out a breath and began to speak. We're assuming that the boss has also killed a black creature. And we also think that, in the process of dealing with the black creature, many of the officers and Dong leaders probably lost their lives. Given the forces they have right now, they stand no chance against us. So you're saying you're going to attack right now? Before they make another move, repeated Lee Jong-UK. Kim Hye-young-jun nodded. Exactly. The boss is a cunning guy, full of tricks up his sleeve. He would surely be revising his strategy and coming up with new ways to get at us. But we don't know what they are. Exactly, and that's why I wanted to ask you folks a favor. The leaders all swallowed stared at Kim Hye-young-jun. He took a deep breath. Let's all go to Gangnam together. Pardon. Lee Jong-UK looked back and forth between Kim Hye-young-jun and me, his eyes full of surprise. The other leaders started protesting. How will we move all of our survivors? Are you saying we should split the survivors into groups? Like advance parties and secondary parties? How long do the secondary parties have to wait? I calmed the leaders down and addressed Beijongman, who was sitting in the corner. Mr. Beijongman, what is the maximum number of people that can board the cruise ships? If we fill all 3 ships, I think we can fit everyone somehow. Is there enough fuel? Where are you trying to get to? Bang Wei Dong. Beijongman leaned back in his chair and quietly crossed his arms. While Beijongman was organizing his thoughts, Lee Jong-UK asked me a question. Mr. Lee Hyun-deok, is there a reason why you want all of us to go together? If we attack Gangnam, they won't last long. The leader might throw the Dong leaders at the shelter as a diversion to secure an escape route. A diversion. When Hye-young-jun and I enter Gangnam, the remaining Dong leaders might attack Gwangjang-dong. That would make it harder for Hye-young-jun and I to focus. And it'll be difficult for Du Han-sol to handle them all by himself. Lee Jong-UK's expression grew complicated, and he touched his lips. Beijongman spoke up. I think it'll be doable. Bangaway-dong is the neighborhood north of Gimpo Airport, right? Yes. There's a park at the southern end of Bangaway Bridge, so we can disembark there. And you're saying that everyone can move at the same time. About that? I don't think I'd be able to tell until everyone boards. There are over 400 survivors here. Let's have Du Han-Sol's underlings carry the remaining survivors that can't get on board. We have to move as one, no matter what. Du Han-Sol, sitting in the corner, raised his right hand. So you're saying that I take on a defensive role, while you and Mr. Kim Hyong-jun focus on offense? Yes. The guys that belong to the family would probably become more confused once they see cruise ships on Han River. The boss probably hasn't considered that we would attack first. If we confuse him enough, we might be able to avoid any bloodshed. Du Han-Sol nodded slowly and made a satisfied expression. I then looked over at Lee Zhongyuke. The decision is in your hands, Mr. Lee Zhongyuke. The survivors will probably protest against the idea of relocating out of the blue. They just started getting used to life here. Everything is difficult the first time, but it's a lot easier the second time. Please consider this carefully and let us know. Lee Zhongyuke pressed his hands against his temples and fell into deep thought. All eyes were focused on Lee Zhongyuke. I knew it was a hard decision to make. What I wanted from Lee Zhongyuke was for him to believe in me. Lee Zhongyuke used to rescue survivors with me back in the day. He probably knew deep down that what I was proposing was the most appropriate plan, given the current situation. Lee Zhongyuke remained silent for a while, thinking long and hard about the best course of action. After a while, he sighed and broke the silence. Mr. Kwok Dong-won. Yes, sir. Tell the facility management team to pack the equipment they need and organize the completed solar panels. Tell them to throw away any unnecessary things and bring only the essentials. Got it. Let's get going. Kwok Dong-won got up from his seat and headed straight for the basement. Lee Zhongyuke then looked over at Park Ji-cheol. Mr. Park Ji-cheol, please assemble the guards at the riverfront and pack all the remaining supplies, bullets, and firearms. As you wish. Mr. Principal, could you take Ms. Hansen Hui with you and take care of the children first? Please tell Zhonghyuk and Dehai to gather the food, clothing, and shelter management teams. All right. Mr. Kim Byung-jin, along with Ms. Jie Bin, please gather the medical staff and pack up all the medical supplies. Ask Mr. Kim Suk-won and the newcomers for help. It'll be easier that way. Got it. Lee Zhongyuke gave all of them the appropriate orders. The leaders got up one by one. Wang Diakrok, who had been reading the room, spoke up. What should I do? He asked Lee Zhongyuke. Mr. Wang Diakrok, please inform each floor leader to get ready to move. We need everyone at the riverfront within 10 minutes. Got it. And, sir, please pack some food and seed varieties. All right. Lee Zhongyuke had taken just a few moments to sort the situation out. He looked at me at novel bin at. This operation. You're sure about this, right? I'm sure. You can't let one thing go wrong. One mistake will bring us all down. Don't worry. Lee Zhongyuke nodded vigorously and left the meeting room with Wang Jihai. I got up and went outside the hotel. After a moment, Du Han-Sol followed me. Mr. Lee Hyun-deok. What is it? The Dong leaders have to cross Sogong Bridge to get here. If you and Mr. Kim Hyong-jun are going across Sogong Bridge, doesn't that make it virtually impossible for them to enter Gwangjang-dong? Their men died on Sogong Bridge. I'm not sure if the boss will use Sogong Bridge again. Then how do you think they'll enter Gwangjang-dong? The boss is probably aware of what happened at Gangbai and Bukaro. They might be already preparing a plan to attack us from a different direction. Du Han-Sol listened to my reasoning, then nodded slowly and gently rubbed his chin. I scratched my head, then continued. They might have already sent the Dong leaders to Hanam City and entered Guri City either through Gwali Bridge or Paldang Bridge. The Dong leaders don't feel fatigue, so they can move around all night. But didn't you say that all the Han River bridges were down? That's only with regards to Seoul. I'm not aware of the conditions in Hanam City or Guri City. Then, considering every possible scenario, it's best to move together. Exactly. Then, I'll do as you say. Du Han-Sol nodded and gathered his underlings. I straightened out my clothes and headed toward where my mutants were. I had lost 5 stage 1 mutants, so I reorganized my underlings again. Each squad had 10 zombies except for 4th squad, which had 9. I didn't include Ji-Eun in any squad. Instead, Ji-Eun only had one order: prevent anyone from getting to the survivors. I knew Ji-Eun wouldn't follow my orders if I asked her to attack. Since she was a mutant that specialized in defense, I gave her orders that she would probably follow. Soon, hundreds of survivors began to pour out from the hotel en masse. They started muttering amongst themselves with eyes full of fear. Shortly, some of the survivors ran up to me, full of questions. What happened? Are the zombies coming again? Is it the black creature? Is it the gang members? I took a breath, then raised my voice toward the survivors. Everyone. When I called for their attention, all the survivors that were mumbling fell silent and looked at me. I raised my right arm high and clenched my fist as I spoke. From this moment, we'll begin moving to Gimpo Airport. The mumbling restarted. A woman who seemed to be in her mid to late 50s stepped out from the crowd. Gimpo Airport? Are we finally going ahead with the plan that you talked about the other day? She was one of the floor leaders. She was the gossip monger that had been gossiping away with the other floor leaders deep into the night. I knew that the floor leaders had the most knowledge about the grievances that the survivors were facing and that I had to take advantage of that. I knew I'd be able to calm the agitated survivors down if I won over the hearts of the floor leaders. And besides, since she knew about the Gimpo airport plan, it would work to my advantage to get the plan rolling more quickly. I nodded in response to her question. That's right, we're moving now. I heard that Mr. Kim Hyeong-jun will be back after scouting. Is it safe now? Yes, this is our chance. Oh but everything just happened out of the blue. Everyone is still groggy after waking up. The floor leader in her mid to late 50s adjusted her glasses as she spoke. I put my hand on her shoulder. Floor leader, what's your name? Zhang Mihai. Zhang Mihai answered while glancing at my thick hand resting on her shoulder. I looked straight into her eyes and spoke in a low voice. Zhang Mihai, listen to me carefully. From now on, I'm going to ask you a favor. You'll have to do well in order for everything to work out smoothly. Sorry? Oh yes, yes. Zhang Mihai licked her lower lip and looked into my face, her eyes sparkling. She seemed to grow nervous at the fact that I was giving her a mission. I took a deep breath, then began to speak again. You know that there are members of the family in Gangnam, right? Oh, yes. Of course I know. Hyeong-jun and I killed their officers. Now, all there's left is the boss. The odds are in our favor. Oh, yes. Today, we will put an end to the 6-month war. But if Hyeong-jun and I are away, I don't know what kind of nasty plan the boss might come up with when they get cornered. Yes, yes. Zhang Mihai nodded vigorously, her eyes shining. It felt as though her heart was pounding with excitement. Clearly, she found all of the things that I was telling her very interesting. I could already tell that Zhang Mihai had had a taste of how sweet power could be, though it might have been just a small taste as the floor leader. And since I, the ultimate commander of the Survivor Rally organization, was giving her something to do, she would feel several times more anxious than usual. I let some confusion seep into my expression. While I'm away, what do you think will happen if they come here? Of course it'll be dangerous. That's why all of us have to move together. While Hyeong-jun and I hold off the boss, you have to get to Gimpo Airport and board the plane. Oh, then what about you, Mr. Lee Hyun-deok? I'll follow after. Everyone else is more important than me. Zhang Mihai covered her mouth with both hands. The thrill she felt was clearly written on her face. I gave her a slight smile. I need you to bring everyone together so that others don't panic. Can I count on you? Yes, yes. The most important thing about this operation is for everyone to stay calm. Zhang Mihai nodded vigorously with her lips tightly closed. I patted her gently on the shoulder. I believe that you'll do a good job. As the floor leader, could you please lead everyone else? I don't know if I can. Mr. Lee Zhong-uk is here. Zhang Mihai cleared her throat as she looked around at the people around her. She was subtly letting everyone know her role. I continued to smile at her. Lee Zhong-uk has to be with the guards to protect you and everyone else. All the leaders will give their all to fight for you. It's up to you to make sure the survivors move calmly. Do you understand? Okay, just count on me, please. I nodded vigorously, and Zhang Mihai opened her eyes. She looked around and addressed the survivors in a loud voice. Everyone, we will be moving to a safe place from now on. And where is that? Let's first get to Gimpo Airport first. No one panic, no rushing, and act like cultured beings. Everyone, please move calmly. Where are we going after Gimpo Airport? Hey, Ajasi, what are you going to do even if you knew the answer to that? Are you doubting our leaders? No, it's not that. Zhang Mihai's demeanor changed suddenly, and she began to shout furiously. Did any of us die after the leaders took charge? No, right? And has anyone starved? No, there wasn't. How dare you talk back when you should be thankful that you get to live like a human being? All the survivors immediately looked at the person who had expressed his doubts. That person just happened to be a survivor from Gangnam. The survivors from Gangbuk clicked their tongues and began to whisper amongst themselves. How dare he say stuff like that to our leaders? Why is that man talking so much? Just listen to the leaders, geez. It's not like the leaders ever made us do something bad for us. Why is he talking back when he's going to follow the leaders anyway? Perhaps the survivors were too devoted to us. I wondered if their gossiping sessions had increased their unity. Kim Hyeong-jun had made it back alive from his previous mission, and had even brought more survivors. I had also rescued survivors from the medical center and stopped the black creature and the family's forces. And even when we encountered zombie waves, the survivors had been well protected, and did not have to do anything to survive. And this wasn't all. Not a single person had fallen in our march over to Gwangjangdong. All these incidents had built up the faith and trust that the survivors of Gangbuk had in us. I understood all too well that they must have been tired from moving around so frequently. But this time, they were trying their best and following the leaders in order to show their appreciation toward the hard work the leaders had put in. Their faith in us was so strong that it felt as though they were almost worshipping us. It also seemed like the floor leaders felt guilty about the fact that they doubted us for a moment. Zhang Mihai grabbed my hand. We trust Mr. Lee Hyun-deok and the leaders, she said. I will do my best so that no one gets hurt, I answered from the bottom of my heart. I looked at Kim Hyeong-jun as the survivors started boarding. Ready. There's nothing to get ready for, Ajasi. I'll get ready when I have to get ready. Kim Hyeong-jun chuckled and stashed his hands in his pockets. I chuckled back and looked at the survivors. After a moment, Du Han-sol came up and briefed us on what the major had told him. He said that he has room on board for all, except for about 100 people. Okay, the rest of them will have to be carried by your underlings. Do you think they'll be willing to let that happen to them? Yes. Thankfully the guards have stepped up, so we've gotten that part settled. These 100 people, they're all guards. Yes. The soldiers from Gangnam and guards that were originally with us. I looked at Baizhongman and the soldiers from Gangnam, carrying their weapons. Park Shinjong was next to Baizhongman. Park Jiaicheol was also with them, getting the guards into formation and performing a head count. I knew it wouldn't have been easy to volunteer, but thanks to them stepping up, we didn't have to go through another messy situation to sort out who would be allowed on the ships and who would not. I let out a breath and looked over at Du Hansol. Keep an eye on the cruise ship, and proceed to Sogang Bridge via Gangbai and Bukaro. After you get to Gangnam, move to the southern end of Bangaway Bridge. Got it. You want me to move ahead of the cruise ships and clean up the southern end of Bangaway Bridge, right? I nodded and tapped his forearm lightly to let him know that he was all set. After that, Li Zhongyuke came up to me. So-yeon's dad, we've completed our preparations. Did you check to see that we didn't leave anything behind? We got everything. I double-checked. I nodded vigorously and breathed in the cool river air. Li Zhongyuke looked me in the eyes. Don't push yourself, he said. Okay, I'll see you there. Li Zhongyuke patted me on the shoulder and ran toward the cruise ship. We were ready to get going. We were ready to wrap up our long journey here in Seoul and head toward a new home. To a place where we wouldn't have to wander anymore. To our Eden. I massaged my neck and reminded myself of the plan. I had to clean up the members of the family that remained in Gangnam and make my way to Gimhae. Once I got to Gimhae International Airport, I had to clean up the zombies there and find boats to get everyone over to Jeju Island. I could already tell it was going to be a long day. Daddy. I heard So-yeon calling me from the second floor railing of the cruise ship. She smiled brightly and waved her arms excitedly. Maybe it was because it was her first time being on a boat. She seemed happy and thrilled, as if she was looking forward to this journey. I waved back at her with a smile. Sweetheart? Make sure you listen to Uncle Zhongyuke, okay? Aren't you going to get on, Daddy? Daddy is going to go ahead first and wait for So-yeon to come. Why, Daddy? Daddy should go with us. I wanted to go with So-yeon, but I knew I couldn't. I tried to keep my smile on as I spoke. Daddy has to go ahead and take care of the bad zombies first. So-yeon pouted and made a sad face. I tried to tamp down on the pain rising within my heart. Sweetie, make sure you listen to Aunt Sinhui. Don't go around running on the boat and behave yourself. I said. Will Santa give me a present if I'm nice? Her question reminded me that Christmas was right around the corner. I smiled gently. Of course, sweetie. I yelled back in reply. Santa will be bringing you presents since it's Christmas soon. So don't fight with your friends and behave yourself. Her eyes lit up at the word Christmas. My family used to spend time together in our living room while enjoying Christmas cakes. A bitter sadness rose up within me as I recalled the days that I knew would never happen again. My wife hadn't been amongst the survivors of Gangnam. I'd had the feeling that it would be so, and I had prepared myself for it. But I'd be lying if I said I hadn't had my hopes up slightly. After confirming that my wife wasn't one of them, I couldn't help but feel dejected. I couldn't share the feelings I'd had the day I'd met all the survivors of Gangnam with anyone. All I did that day was look out onto the Han River alone, weeping silent tears. It was only natural for my disappointment to be greater as my expectations were high, and the sudden loss of every bit of hope was terrible and indescribable. I looked up at the blue sky and took in a deep breath, then looked back at So-yeon. Listen to your aunts and uncles, I said. Daddy will be back to check on how well So-yeon behaved in a little bit. Okay. So-yeon hesitated a little, then asked in a rather unconfident tone, the other kids said that Santa Claus doesn't exist. That isn't true, is it? Who said that, sweetie? The kids at kindergarten. Kids these days. I couldn't believe they already knew about the true existence or lack of it of Santa. I shook my head vigorously. No, sweetie. Daddy just met Santa last week. Really? Really? I told Santa that So-yeon has been behaving and listening to Aunt Sinhui and Uncle Zhongyuke, and so Santa told me he'd give So-yeon a nice present. Oh, I have something I want. What do you want? Daddy will pass it on to Santa Claus. Pa. With a blast of its horn, the cruise ship departed. Because of that, I couldn't hear what So-yeon wanted for her present. I repeated the question again, but the 3 blasts of the boat horn covered my voice. Promise me. With that, I couldn't hear her anymore. The last words she'd said were full of anticipation, reflected in her bright, shining eyes. I tried my best to keep a bright smile on my face and waved back at her. Ajusi, are you okay? Kim Hyeongjun, who was next to me, asked me cautiously. Why are you crying? Huh. A teardrop rolled down my face, catching me by surprise. I hurriedly wiped it off and looked away. Kim Hyeongjun must have felt a twinge of pity when he looked at me. He smacked his lips and said in a gentle, low voice, my son looks just like my wife. And So-yeon's pretty, maybe because she doesn't look like you. I laughed softly and flashed a shy smile. You're such a joker. Ajusi, why are you acting like you won't ever see her again? Continued Kim Hyeongjun. You know you'll see her again. You shouldn't act like you won't, you know. It's the wind, I swear. Hearing my lousy excuse, Kim Hyeongjun smirked and scratched his sideburns. Here we go again, Ajusi, lying again. He clenched his fists and crouched down. I'm heading off first. Calm yourself down, then follow me. With that, Kim Hyeongjun headed over to his underlings, who were gathered along the riverside. I warmed up by doing some squats and stretching my shoulders and neck. I shook off the thoughts that kept me occupied, allowing me to focus on what I currently had to do with a much clearer mind. Han Sol. Yes. We'll take the lead and clear anything in the way. Keep a reasonable distance from us. Don't forget to match the pace of the cruise ship as you move towards Sogong Bridge. Han Sol nodded calmly. All right. I took a deep breath and let it out. Let's get going. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. I carved a straight path to Sogong Bridge. Kim Hyeong-jun was already dealing with zombies as I passed Mapo Bridge. The underlings of the officers and the dong leaders that we had taken care of earlier in the morning were still in their exact same spots, standing motionless. What we were doing might have seemed like an unnecessary massacre, but considering Han Sol and the guards that were following us, it was the right thing to do. Following Kim Hyeong-jun's lead, I took care of the zombies along Gangbyeon Bukaro. Ajasi, over there. Kim Hyeong-jun stopped what he was doing and pointed. I hadn't noticed earlier, but with the sun now up, I saw some members of the family moving around Building 63. Judging by the fact that they were moving towards Sogong Bridge, it seemed like they had taken notice of us. I thought that their headquarters was in Jamsil, but they were gathered in Udo. It seemed like all of their forces had gathered in Udo when Kim Hyeong-jun attacked Gimpo Airport. I clenched my fists. Let's go. I think they noticed us. Go on first. I'll deal with the remnants here and follow you. I nodded lightly and gritted my teeth. As I accelerated the flow of my blood, steam began to rise from my body. Kaa. I took off towards Sogong Bridge, with steam coming off my body. As soon as I reached the northern end of Sogong Bridge, I noticed that the southern end of the bridge was packed with the family's forces. Taking the lead, I ordered my underlings to annihilate the gang members. I glimpsed Bamsum in between the collapsed bridge, and saw a set of stairs in front of it. It seemed like the family had erected it as a temporary structure. I leaped to the top of the stairs at once and made my way through the gang members. Stop. Stop him, you fools. I heard a dong leader shout from within the crowd. I focused my gaze on him, and I saw the dong leader's terrified face. Whoosh. I leaped into the air and arrowed myself downward in a straight line, aiming for the dong leader's head. I began to accelerate as gravity pulled me down. My senses were more focused than ever. The dong leader stared at me, wide-eyed, then hurriedly threw his body to the side to avoid me. Crash. Dust flew everywhere, and a spider web of cracks radiated outward from where I had landed. I channeled all my strength into my lower body and threw myself toward where I'd last seen the dong leader. As I flew through the thick cloud of dust, I saw the dong leader frozen to the spot, as if too scared to take another step. Without the slightest hesitation, I hurled my fist into his. Crash. The loud crash of the dong leader's body hitting reinforced concrete echoed through the neighborhood. The dong leader collapsed to the ground, their face crushed. One down. I whipped my upper body around to look around, and saw a zombie trying to escape, slipping in between the regular zombies who had lost their chain of command. I rushed toward the zombie like a wave, and the enemy leader looked back. Jesus, he screamed when he noticed my presence. This zombie leader had red eyes. I leaped forward, grabbing his waist and using momentum to knock him down. I smashed his face into the ground, making him vomit out blood. You fucking bastard. He immediately twisted his upper body and tried punching me in the face. I easily sideslipped his punch and clambered onto his upper body like a spider trapping its prey, then hammered my fists into his face. Bang, bam, whack, bang. His skull shattered in two after 4 hits. Slimy liquid oozed out of it, pooling on the ground. The dong leader's trembling fingers slowly stopped moving. Once the 2 dong leaders died, the approximately 1,000 zombies under their control that were defending the southern end of Sogong Bridge became living corpses. Strangely enough, I didn't feel the presence of any other zombies around me. Is the boss buying himself time? Did the boss just throw the dong leaders out as bait and made a run for it? I gently closed my eyes and heightened my senses. I knew that he couldn't have gotten far. No matter how fast the boss could move, he couldn't mask the smell that he gave off. I soon noticed a rather sour smell. Left. My eyes flashed as I looked over to the left. About 400 meters away, I saw an unknown man making his way through the buildings in the city at Novel Bin Adat. Is he heading to Gwanak-san? I had no time to waste. I couldn't wait for Kim Hyeong-jun. I knew that if I waited, the boss would make it out of Seoul. My blue eyes flashed as I channeled strength to my legs. The muscles on my legs grew larger, almost to the point of bursting, and my Achilles tendon tightened. Bang! The asphalt below me cracked as I took off toward the unknown man. The sound of the wind blowing past me awakened my instincts, and the blur of the surroundings whizzing past me heightened my 5 senses. I didn't bother to calm myself down. With my eyes fixed on the man's back, I let the madness within fully engulf me. The unknown man glanced behind as if he had noticed my presence. He saw the madness in my face, and his eyes went wide. In that fleeting moment, I caught a glimpse of his blue eyes. It was the boss. This being had made me and my family go through constant hardship. I was finally able to come face to face with the boss of the family. Steam quickly rose from his body, but what he didn't realize was that it was already too late for him to escape. I was already accelerating, so it was impossible for him to get away. I closed the distance to the boss very quickly. He was within arm's reach. In that fleeting moment, which felt like an eternity, I smirked and stretched out my right hand. I got you. At that moment, I felt a strong killing intent coming from my left, making my hair stand on end. I quickly twisted my upper body out of the way. Bang! something slashed over my head. At first glance, it had the shape of a rock, but I didn't have enough time to figure out what it was. I couldn't withstand the sudden change of direction and tumbled to the ground. I could still sense the killing intent behind me, which made my hamstrings tremble. I spun around and saw a fist centimeters from my eyes. I bent my neck away at a sharp angle and barely avoided it. At that moment, a cold voice whispered in my ears, "Pretty fast, eh?" I quickly dropped into a defensive stance, but I took a blow from the side, sending my body flying sideways and bursting through the wall on my right. Bang, bang, 3 beings were attacking me at once. When my trembling eyes finally refocused, I saw the boss smirking, his blue eyes flashing. The boss looked at me carefully and spoke up. I was wondering who the leader of those dem bastards was. "It's you, huh?" I remained silent as I regenerated my broken ribs. The boss raised his eyebrows and broke the silence. "Oh man, what do we have here? A pair of blue eyes? How dare you eat my men and grow stronger?" Frankly speaking, they weren't that helpful. "Ha ha ha, this guy's got guts." The boss smiled cheerfully and stashed his hands in his pockets. I couldn't help but be surprised. Putting his hands in his pockets while facing me was the last thing I thought he'd do. I wondered if he was mocking me. When I frowned, the boss scratched his head. "You sure have courage, following me. I'll give you that. Did you hunt me down alone? It doesn't take a lot of people to catch a rat, does it?" "A rat? Who's calling who a rat? You're acting like a rat, without the slightest clue what's going to happen to you next." His mouth twitched as though he was trying to stop himself from laughing. Then he snorted and he put his right hand on his face. Between his fingers, I could see his blue eyes flash. Bang! The wall on the left went down and a large figure appeared. My jaws fell to the ground as I fixed my eyes on it. The rock that I'd seen earlier was a mutant. I could tell with one look what its desire was. It was one of the main characters of a foreign fantasy film, the hero whose body was made out of rock. I couldn't help but think that the mutant had a unique taste, as that particular hero was the least popular one among the main characters in that movie. I couldn't help but chuckle. "I see you got yourself a cute underling," I said to the boss. "Those guts of yours, let's see how much longer you can stay that way." Thud. Another mutant appeared next to the boss. From the way it stared at me the moment it landed, I could sense that things were going to get ugly. I swallowed reflexively when I saw its face. It had the face of the being who had wiped out an entire organization just because one of them had killed his dog. The mutant had the face of Keanu Reeves from the movie John Wick. But then I came back to the realization that, despite its appearance, its essence was still that of a zombie. "Don't be afraid and stay focused." I clenched my fists and flashed my blue eyes. After a moment, the boss spoke. "Kill him." The stage 3 mutants rushed toward me at once. I could barely take care of one stage 3 mutant. 2 stage 3 mutants were too much for me to handle. But there was a reason I'd been buying time by chatting with the boss. Now, the moment I gave the order through my mind, the ceiling collapsed, and a thick cloud of dust obscured my view. The stage 3 mutants approaching me covered their faces with their arms and furrowed their brows. "My child." The low, eerie voice drifted through the dust, sending a small tingle through my feet. Next to Jian, the dozens of eyeballs belonging to each of my 39 stage 1 mutants were rolling around as they scanned the surroundings. Jian narrowed her eyes at Keanu in front of her, frowning so hard that her face was covered in wrinkles. Her 10 fingers elongated to almost a meter each. All of my mutants let out throat-rending cries as they got ready to fight. The boss was taken aback by the sudden appearance of my mutants. I could tell he had been focusing solely on me while blocking off all of his other senses. And besides, it would have been difficult for him to notice my mutants, since they hadn't let out their killing intent as they approached. I looked directly into the boss' eyes. "Let's put an end to this." Kiaa. The 39 stage 1 mutants rushed toward the rock mutant while Jian stretched out her hands and closed the distance with Keanu. I gritted my teeth and flashed toward the boss, steam rising from my body. The boss' eyes widened, and he quickly dropped into a defensive posture. Swoosh. I swung my clenched fist towards his face. He blocked with his left arm, steam rising from his body as his own eyes flashed. His right foot came flying toward my side. I knew I had to stay close to him because the tip of his foot would strike with the most force. Since it was too late to avoid his kick, I knew there was only one option for me. Instead of backing away, I moved toward the boss. As I got closer, the boss' eyes widened. He wore a puzzled expression, as if he couldn't figure out my intentions. As his right leg came toward me, I wrapped my left arm around his thigh. Using centrifugal force, I slammed his body to the ground. Bang! The asphalt cracked, sending debris flying. I pressed on, raining punches down on him. Faster, 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 damn it. I attacked non-stop while biting my lower lip. He kept taking my punches as I slowly hammered him down to the earth. Grasp! The boss, who had been defending himself so far, reached out his right arm and grabbed my collar. He pulled on my upper body as hard as he could. I couldn't withstand his power, and my face slammed against the ground. I lost focus for a second, and the brief moment felt like an eternity. The piercing whine ringing through my eardrums strained my consciousness. I shook my head and blinked. Fortunately, the blurriness quickly went away. The boss launched himself up off the ground and came at me with a kick. A kick from a blue-eyed zombie that was letting out steam. The amount of force behind it would be enough to shatter most pillars. Thud. I hurriedly protected my chest with my arms, but the strike shattered my left arm. I flew a couple of meters back, as if I was defying gravity. The impact left a constant ringing in my head, but I snapped myself out of it and focused on the boss again. I glared at him. When I straightened, I saw the boss panting. He was gritting his teeth and holding onto his chest, as though my rain of punches earlier on had injured him. It seemed like the punches that had landed around his ribs and chest, damaging his lungs. I knew better than to give him time to regenerate. I also knew that, if his lungs were damaged, his balance would be off as well. Gwaye. I launched myself off from the ground as I let out more steam. Using my acceleration to increase my momentum, I punched the boss with all my might. He saw my fist coming his way and pulled his right foot back to lower his center of gravity. He twisted at the waist to return the punch. Pow! His fist was crushed, and his upper body rocked backward. Despite all the swaying, he managed to stay on his feet. Unfortunately, the impact had crushed my right arm as well, and my shoulder blade was dislocated. However, I harnessed the momentum and acceleration that I still had and went for the still reeling boss. My eyes were locked on his neck, and I revealed my sharp teeth. The boss quickly twisted his upper body and came at me with a roundhouse kick. Smack! His kick connected squarely with my temple. Thankfully, there wasn't much force behind it because he hadn't been able to generate much momentum, but it had struck me in a weak spot nonetheless. Everything in front me flickered for a second. My mind grew hazy and began to sink into a deep abyss, as if I was on a roller coaster that only went down. To make matters worse, I couldn't even plant my hands on the ground because my arms were broken. However, even though I was rolling on the ground, I continued to accelerate my blood flow. Gwaye! I let out a roar that dragged my mind out from the abyss it had sunk into, and quickly took in the air around me. Boing! A human shadow flew overhead, accompanied by a sonic boom. Above, I could sense him even without seeing him with my own two eyes. My senses were telling me that the boss had jumped into the air and was free-falling straight toward my head. Fighting against the boss sent chills that went down my spine and heightened my senses, so that I could pick up things I would not have normally felt. I could tell where the boss was without having to see him, as if every single cell within me was alive. I quickly rolled my body aside and avoided the boss. Thud! The impact blew out a huge cloud of dust, obscuring my vision as dust drifted into my mouth, eyes, and ears. Although we were both blue-eyed zombies, I could sense the power difference between me and the boss. The maximum number of underlings I could control was 2,300. Given his strength, I assumed that the boss could control more, almost close to 3,000. I realized that I was no match for his strength. The fight was leaning toward one side, but not mine. You fucking bastard. How dare you? Steam rose from the boss body as he slowly regenerated his damaged chest. Steam was rising from me as well, but the boss wasn't willing to wait. He raised his right foot and slammed a heel into my head. Gaa! I reflexively let out a wail. My face, along with the back of my head, was stuck into the ground. To make matters worse, shards of asphalt pierced my left eyeball, making me lose my sense of perspective. I stared at the boss with my one good eye. He frowned and clenched his fists. After a moment, his right arm began to grow bigger. Once his forearm grew to about 1.5 times its usual size, he let out more steam and pronounced my fate. Die, you fucking bastard. His large, strengthened arm came flying toward my skull at Novel bin at. I knew I had to avoid his attack. Getting hit head-on would mean instant death. Despite the thoughts in my mind, the only thing my body did was flop about like a salmon leaping out of the water. My body wasn't moving the way I wanted it to, and I couldn't help but think that my brain wasn't functioning properly because of the damage to my head during this fight. The moment felt like an eternity. My whole life began to flash before my eyes. No. Although I was denying what was happening to me in my head, I couldn't do anything to change the tragic reality. The only thing I could do was to grit my teeth and hope that I could withstand his attack. Bang! The boss in front of me disappeared, and my eardrums rang with the sound of a sonic boom. My eyes could barely focus on the being that had taken the boss place. It was Kim Hyeongjun, his body wrapped in thick clouds of steam. His brow was furrowed in anger. He gave me a sidelong glance, and in the midst of all this, he smirked. Did someone call for a hero? He said. I couldn't believe that I was that happy to see his face. Of course, being the person I was, I hid my feelings and bit my lower lip instead. I merely looked at him. I was wondering when you were going to show up, you latecomer, I said. He snorted. I arrived earlier than I would have when I was still a student, he joked. Clink, clink. Pieces of the fallen wall went flying left and right as the boss freed himself from the rubble. His flesh had been mercilessly torn away. He glared at Kim Hyeongjun with eyes full of anger. There are 2 of you with blue eyes. Kim Hyeongjun sneered and gave the boss the middle finger. Why? Do you have a problem with that? The boss didn't know anything about the Survivors Rally organization. He had regarded us as puny beings, like bugs that were trying their best to break down the impossible. He was soon going to pay the price for his arrogance and lack of information. The boss gritted his teeth and roared, the strain of it making the veins in his neck pop out. Thud, thud, thud. The ground started to rumble, and I saw thousands of zombies making their way toward us from the direction of Gwanak-san. Honestly, I wasn't surprised at all. I knew that he must have had other underlings with him. I could tell that he was planning on preserving his underlings and leaving Seoul, since that would make it much easier for him to become the leader of a different region again. However, now that the unexpected had happened, he was going all in. To match his efforts, I accelerated the flow of my blood, causing more steam to rise from my body. Thankfully, I had regenerated my damaged body, and I could use my arms again. I pushed myself up from the ground with a sigh. As I let out the tension within me, my body which had lost its coordination earlier felt lighter, almost as if I had entered a state of tranquility. Kim Hye-young-jun glanced over at me. "How many underlings do you have left?" he asked. I rubbed my stiff neck and looked around. Moodswinger was still fighting the rock mutant, and the other stage 3 mutant was battling Jian in a deadly contest of individual mobility and flexibility. As for the stage 1 mutants, there were only half of them left. I had brought 39 of them with me in the beginning. The remaining 19 stage 1 mutants were assisting Moodswinger and Jian in their fight. Thanks to their support, the battle between the stage 3 mutants was leaning toward the side of the Survivors Rally organization. I looked over at Kim Hye-young-jun. "I'll have my underlings take out the other ones," I said. "All we need to do is catch him." "Okay." I ordered my 19 stage 1 mutants to block off the zombies that were coming our way. They screamed and ran toward Guanak-san. I crouched down and clenched my fists. Kim Hye-young-jun's eyes were also locked onto the boss as he accelerated the flow of his blood. The boss gritted his teeth as he saw everything leaning toward the side of the Survivors Rally organization. He looked nervous. It seemed like he had implicitly acknowledged that he had no chance of winning. There was only one option left for the boss. Either fight to the bitter and disastrous end, or humbly accept his fate. But it didn't matter what he was going to do. His fate wasn't going to change. "Let's go, hurry up." The 3 cruise ships approached Gangseo Wetland Ecological Park. Once they docked, Lee Zhongyuke looked around as he disembarked the survivors. Far away in the distance, Du Hansol, the guards, and the soldiers from Gangnam were holding off the zombies. When Lee Zhongyuke set foot on dry land, Du Hansol ran over to him. "There are more than we anticipated," he said urgently. "I don't think it'll be possible to get through them." "Are they part of the family?" "No, I don't see any of them as red. They all seem to be street zombies." "Then we have to go through them." As Lee Zhongyuke shouldered his K2 rifle and tried to move forward, he noticed that one of the cruise ships was having trouble anchoring itself. He shouted for Lee Zhonghyuk. "Hey, Zhonghyuk? Check the cruise ship coming in on the right." "Got it." Lee Zhonghyuk got right on it and guided the last cruise ship to dock safely. Choi Dahai, who was beside him, loaded her rifle and provided cover for him. Grr. All the zombies from the city center tried to run toward them. The wetlands made it easier to block them off, preventing them from getting closer. At the same time, though, there wasn't a way out for the survivors as well. After a moment, the principal approached Lee Zhongyuke. "We have to go somewhere else. There are too many zombies here. We can't do that. This is the only place we can dock. There are less places to hide as we get further away from Gimpo Airport. Besides, it's also difficult to get all these people to move elsewhere." "Then what do you have in mind?" Lee Zhongyuke bit his lower lip with a troubled expression. He hadn't thought about the street zombies at all, as his mind had been occupied with the members of the family. Unsure of what to do, Lee Zhongyuke furrowed his brow and took a deep breath. The pressure he was under and the nervousness that he felt was making him more sensitive than usual. He shouted for Park Ji-cheol and Bei Zhongman, who were a distance away. "Mr. Park Ji-cheol? Mr. Bei Zhongman." Lee Zhongyuke gestured with his right hand for them to come closer. Park Ji-cheol and Bei Zhongman led the guards and soldiers back to where the survivors were. "There's a lot more than we anticipated," said Bei Zhongman as he wiped off the zombie bloodstains on his face. "How many are we talking about? I don't see an end to them. I think there are around 4,000. "Did you say 4,000? Lee Zhongyuke knew that they stood no chance against those numbers, even if they were just street zombies. Du Hansol had around 1,000 underlings, but it was impossible to fight against all of those zombies in an open field while trying to protect the survivors at the same time. After all, they weren't merely playing defense, they had to advance to Gimpo Airport. He was well aware of their situation. He surveyed the surrounding terrain as though trying to come up with a way to get past the wetlands. Finally, his eyes locked onto Bei Zhongman. "Mr. Bei Zhongman." "Yes. Do you have a grenade launcher?" Bei Zhongman raised his eyebrows, then smirked and turned to Park Shinjong, who was next to him, to give him orders. The moment Lee Zhongyuke mentioned grenades, he knew what Lee Zhongyuke had on his mind. "Hey, Park Shinjong." "Yes, sir." "No, Hyung Nim. Tell each squad to equip K201 grenade launchers." "1. Got it. And get the 2 K3 shooters to the 2-story pavilion in front." "Got it." Park Shinjong gathered each squad leader and got what they needed. Bei Zhongman looked around the surrounding terrain as he spoke to Lee Zhongyuke. "You should move the survivors to where the K3 shooters and spotters are going to be, and you can make it out yourself." Bei Zhongman's eyes burned with a fiery determination. "You have nothing to be worried about." His eyes betrayed no signs of nervousness or fear. It seemed as though he was going to kill every zombie that came into his sight. In moments, 4 K3 gunners with machine guns weighing 7 kilograms ran up to the 2nd story of the pavilion, with 300 rounds of ammunition slung over their shoulders. The spotters ran together with them, carrying a handful of magazines and even extra barrels. Seeing this, Lee Zhonghyuk went up to Bei Zhongman. "Shouldn't the survivors move in the opposite direction of the K3 shooters?" he asked. "You can only kill so many zombies with grenades. We have to make a way for all of us to escape at once." We're going to use the grenades to change the direction the zombies are headed toward. The K3 gunners will offer us fire support once we clear the road right in front." Li Zhonghyuk scratched his head and let out a sigh. It seemed like a risky plan to him, but he couldn't think of any other plan that could be put into action immediately. Once all the preparations had been completed, Bei Zhongman called out to Du Hansol. I'm going to break through the front. The zombies will move to the side once we fire the grenades. You'll have to protect our flanks for us. Got it. Du Hansol nodded and went toward the survivors. Bei Zhongman shouted at the top of his lungs, fire grenades on the targets 150 meters ahead. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The grenades arced through the air in perfect parabolas. Boom, boom, boom. The survivors crouched down in fear at the thunderous explosions that followed. Bei Zhongman had his eyes glued to the movements of the zombies. After a moment, he nodded at Li Zhongyuke. Li Zhongyuke saw his nod and shouted a single word to the survivors. Run. Almost instantly, all the survivors ran as hard as they could, only looking forward. The adults held the children in their arms, and everyone was running straight ahead as if their lives depended on it, which they did. It was only natural for them to be scared. However, the survivors were willing to risk their lives by putting their trust in the guards, Du Hansol, and each other. The guards were in front of the survivors while Du Hansol had placed his underlings along their flanks. The whole group was moving forward in a cone-shaped formation. There were soldiers interspersed between the survivors, each with 12 grenades strapped to their shoulders. They constantly threw grenades outward, until they ran out. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Boom, boom, boom. Bei Zhongman was overseeing the operation, and noticed that the zombies were taking a detour to the right. He yelled orders at the K3 gunners. First and second squad, get ready. Ready. Grr. When the zombies came within firing distance, Bei Zhongman's eyes flashed. Fire. Bang, bang, bang. The roar of the machine guns filled the air, and the detouring zombies were instantly riddled with bullets. Fire in rounds of 50. Don't burn through all your ammo at once. First and second squad, cease fire. Third and fourth squad, open fire. Even though the K3 could technically handle 300 rounds in one burst, it was also a gun that malfunctioned pretty often. Bei Zhongman was taking into consideration how the barrels would heat up, as well as the possibility of them getting jammed. He had divided the squads into two groups to keep the zombies from getting closer. Meanwhile, Li Zhongyuke was firing bullets non-stop into zombie heads as he pressed forward. The constant grenade explosions that were going off about 100 meters out were preventing the zombies from getting close. And fortunately, most of the zombies approaching from the front had had their limbs blown off, or were pretty much dead already. Du Hansol and his underlings were taking care of the zombies that were going around, while the survivors that were in the center of the cone formation were doing their best to keep up with the group, despite their faces being smeared with tears and snot. Thankfully, none of the survivors were panicking or falling behind. Even though they were scared, they were fully focused and giving their all, as they knew what would happen to them if they didn't. When the survivors finally emerged from Gangseo Wetland Ecological Park, Li Zhongyuke got onto the Olympic Highway and pointed at Chihaiyan-san, which was in front of him. Everyone, let's go that way. There was a narrow road in between Chihaiyan-san and Bangwei Neighborhood Park. Since the zombies were running in from Bangwei to Dong, which was on the right, it seemed a good idea to hide out in Chihaiyan-san, located in Bangwei 3 Dong. Li Zhongyuke knew that they needed to regroup and prepare themselves again before they made their way to Gimpo Airport. Chihaiyan-san seemed to be the perfect place to do so. While Du Hansol and his underlings held off the zombies from the right, the survivors sprinted toward Chihaiyan-san. However, as Li Zhongyuke watched the survivors running, he felt something rather strange. He didn't see Bei Zhongman or the K3 gunners. They had disappeared from his sight. Where are they? They didn't follow us. When Li Zhongyuke tried to turn back to the wetland park, Li Zhonghyuk, who was following him, grabbed his arm. Where are you going? He asked. You told us to go to Chihaiyan-san. Bei Zhongman. I don't see Bei Zhongman. Huh. Li Zhonghyuk belatedly realized what his brother was talking about and began to look around as well, a troubled expression on his face. Just like Li Zhongyuke had said, he didn't see Bei Zhongman, the K3 gunners, or the spotters. A chill ran down Li Zhongyuke's spine. He thought back to when they first reached the Olympic Highway, and he realized that the number of zombies that were following them had decreased, which could only mean that Bei Zhongman had voluntarily let himself become bait. When Li Zhongyuke got to the entrance of the wetland park, he saw Bei Zhongman and the soldiers trapped in the pavilion in the distance, fighting off the zombies as if they were ready to give up their lives. He quickly called out to Du Hansol. Du Hansol? Mr. Du Hansol. Du Hansol dashed over to Li Zhongyuke after hearing his shout. Is there a problem? Over there. Li Zhongyuke pointed at Bei Zhongman, trapped in the pavilion. Seeing this, Du Hansol's eyes went wide, and he looked back at his underlings. They were lined up in a straight line, not allowing anything to get through them. But then he realized that even one underling leaving their formation would render all their efforts up to this point meaningless. Du Hansol gritted his teeth. I can't think of anything I can do. If I move my underlings, the survivors will be in danger. Having heard what Du Hansol had to say, Li Zhongyuke shouted toward Park Jiaicheol, who was a distance away. As Park Jiaicheol came running over, Li Zhongyuke checked the remaining bullets in his K2 rifle and spoke up. Mr. Park Jiaicheol, we have to rescue Bei Zhongman. Come again. Just bring the guards over here, please. Park Jiaicheol shook his head violently as he saw the number of zombies in the wetland park. No, absolutely not. Do you think we can get through that number of zombies? Li Zhongyuke furrowed his brow. Then do we just let them die like that? He yelled back. They can escape as long as we distract the zombies. Park Ji-cheol scratched his eyebrows, and his expression grew bitter and complicated. He bit his lips as he looked back and forth between Bei Zhongman, who was trapped in the pavilion, and the survivors making their way to Chihaiyan-san. He sighed. As of now, there's nothing we can do. Nothing. Park Ji-cheol clicked his tongue vigorously, his face a mask of bitterness. Li Zhongyuke's face fell as he looked at Park Ji-cheol. Li Zhonghyuk also bit his lower lip and let his head sag. Everyone had given up without even trying. Li Zhongyuke had no choice but to look back at Bei Zhongman from a distance away. Why didn't you follow us? Why did you decide to become bait? As Li Zhongyuke kept on asking himself why the major hadn't followed them, he wondered if Bei Zhongman had assumed that the survivors would be in peril if the K3 gunners stopped firing. But then, it hit him. No way. Was he planning to do this from the beginning? Perhaps Bei Zhongman must have realized early on that it'd be impossible for everyone to make it through the zombies. It seemed that he had intended to clear the way for the survivors to escape, then become bait for the zombies. The K3 gunners and spotters had probably understood the gist of what was going to happen when they'd received their orders. The gist of it was that it would be their final order. Li Zhongyuke gritted his teeth and ran toward the wetland park alone. Li Zhonghyuk's eyes went wide, and he grabbed a hold of his clothes to pull him back. Recognizing that Li Zhongyuke was going to do something reckless, Du Hansol and Park Ji-cheol also grabbed him and pinned him to the ground. Li Zhonghyuk pressed a hand against his chest and shouted, "Wake up, Hyungnim. Shut up. We can't leave them behind like this. Is everyone out of their minds? Then what? Do you want everyone to just die? You should be thinking about the survivors over there. Sacrificing others so that we can live? Let go of me, let go. Hyungnim, please." While Li Zhonghyuk begged his brother to calm down, Li Zhongyuke's eyes filled with tears as he got all worked up. Looking up at Li Zhonghyuk, who was holding him down, he couldn't help but recall what had happened just a couple of months ago. Back then, Li Zhonghyuk and Choi Dahai had held him down with all their might when he tried to save his wife and daughter, who were trapped in the apartment they'd been staying in. They told him that he couldn't go, and shouldn't go back. They also told him that there was nothing he could do. All the emotions he'd felt back then welled up inside him. Li Zhongyuke gritted his teeth and punched Li Zhonghyuk in the face. As Li Zhonghyuk fell to the ground, Park Ji-cheol grabbed Li Zhongyuke by the collar and shook him vigorously. "Are you nuts?" he shouted. "Wake up, you bastard. I'll just go by myself. Happy. You're the goddamn leader. If I don't give my all for the survivors as the leader of the Survivors Rally organization, what kind of leader am I? Huh? Goddamn it. At novel bin at. Li Zhongyuke sounded as though he were straining to find justification for his actions. Park Ji-cheol stayed silent. It seemed like Li Zhongyuke had already made up his mind. Park Ji-cheol slowly let go of Li Zhongyuke. Li Zhongyuke didn't let the chance slip by him and slapped Park Ji-cheol away. He dashed toward the wetland park, where Bei Zhongman was. Li Zhonghyuk, who had been lying face down, spat on the ground as he watched him go, then followed his brother. Park Ji-cheol considered all this for a moment, then looked at Du Hansol, who was next to him. "Hansol, you lead the survivors. Pardon. 20 minutes. If we don't come back in 20 minutes, leave first. Mr. Park Ji-cheol." Du Hansol looked at him in surprise, and Park Ji-cheol sighed. "Don't worry, I'll take care of those stupid Li brothers." With that, Park Ji-cheol chased after the Li brothers. Du Hansol's expression soured as he stood there scratching his head, not knowing what to do. If he followed them now, he wouldn't be able to maneuver his underlings accordingly, which would leave a gap in their formation and allow the zombies to get to the survivors in Chihaiyan-san. Du Hansol found himself between a rock and a hard place. The K201 is an underbarrel grenade launcher similar to the American M203 40mm. You attach it to a K2 rifle to use it. Bang, bang, bang. Li Zhongyuke made a big loop to his right as he shot the zombies in their heads. He was moving along the Han River, fully aware that he might get surrounded by zombies if he cut through the middle. After a moment, Li Zhonghyuk caught up and stood shoulder to shoulder with his brother, firing at the approaching zombies. Some of the other zombies that were surrounding the pavilion heard the Li brothers approach and turned to stare at them. In an instant, they charged at the Li brothers. Li Zhongyuke watched them approach, then pulled out a grenade from his belt and threw it at the flat ground. Bang! The explosion created a thick cloud of dust as torn zombie limbs went flying everywhere. However, it was impossible to stop all the zombies with one grenade. The remaining zombies moved into the wetlands and continued to advance on the Li brothers. The moment they stepped into the wetlands, though, their movements slowed significantly. Perhaps it was because their legs were stuck in the mud that covered the wetlands. The Li brothers, realizing that this was their chance, composed themselves and carefully picked off the zombies. Bang, 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 tick, tick, tick. Out of all the things that could have happened, Li Zhongyuke ran out of rounds. He quickly replaced his magazine, but the zombies were already across the stretch of swamp. Things were not going his way. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets whizzed in from the left flank of the approaching zombies, piercing through their temples. "Get down," yelled Park Ji-cheol. Park Ji-cheol pulled the pin out of the grenade he was holding and threw it toward the swamp. The Li brothers threw themselves to the ground at once. Boom, Muddy water shot up into the air, along with an explosion of zombie limbs. The Lee brothers scrambled into a kneeling position and continued firing. Bang, 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 bang. The K3 gunners in the pavilion noticed the Lee brothers and began offering fire support. It seemed like the impossible was slowly becoming possible. A gap began to form between the zombies surrounding the pavilion. If they held on just a bit longer, they'd be able to get to the pavilion. Crack. However, the pavilion wasn't willing to wait for them. Its pillars began to crack, and it didn't take a rocket scientist to figure out that the pavilion wouldn't stay standing for much longer. It was a matter of time before the entire pavilion collapsed, and it would be over for Beizhongman, the K3 gunners and their spotters. Sweat trickled down Li Zhongyu's forehead. He was beginning to think that he wouldn't make it to them in time. Zoom. Just then, a loud drone filled his eardrums. It was so loud that it felt as though the earth was shaking. Through the ringing in his ears, though, he heard a rather familiar noise. He instinctively looked up at the sky. A sound he'd never expected to ever hear again was coming from up in the sky. Zoom. A huge transport plane was descending towards Gimpo Airport. All the zombies in the wetland park stopped moving as the sound of the plane's engines filled their ears. They stared at the plane, then began chasing after the plane at once, as if hypnotized. They were like iron filings being pulled toward an extremely strong magnet. Just like that, they all rushed straight toward Gimpo Airport. Completely disregarding the people who were still in the wetland park, Li Zhongyu stared wide-eyed at the zombies, then looked at Beizhongman. Beizhongman's eyes met his, full of surprise as well. His soldiers quickly ran to safety. Li Zhongyu took care of the remaining zombies and approached Beizhongman. As the two got closer, Beizhongman started swearing at the top of his lungs. Why did you come back, you fucking idiot? I never ordered you to die. The two hurled vulgarities the moment they met, but then exchanged a firm hug, as if they were both relieved that they were alive. Beizhongman regarded the Lee brothers and Park Ji-cheol silently, his face full of emotion. It was easy to see that he was moved by their actions. The K3 gunners and spotters teared up as they realized that they were still alive. After a moment, Li Zhonghyuk, who was standing next to Park Ji-cheol, pointed toward the plane that was flying away. Isn't that a military cargo plane? He asked. Yeah. I wonder where it came from all of a sudden. How should I know? But one thing's for sure. Now we know there are other survivors in this world besides us. Regardless of where the military cargo plane had come from, who was flying it, or how it had come here, Beizhongman and his men were saved because of its sudden appearance. However, since the plane had dragged all the zombies to Gimpo Airport, they had to change their destination. Li Zhongyu took a deep breath and let it out, then spoke up. Let's get back to the survivors first. We can think about what comes next afterward. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Thud. Kim Hye-young-jun coughed out blood and fell to the ground. The boss didn't let the opportunity slip by and charged toward Kim Hye-young-jun. Recognizing what he was going to do, I shot toward him and kicked him in the knee. The boss collapsed to the ground, accompanied by the sound of a log breaking. I pressed forward, twisting my upper body to kick him. He quickly brought his hands up to his chest to protect himself. Pow! His ribs broke and he flew 20 meters to the right. However, he coughed out some blood and immediately got to his feet. Man, just die already. He was clinging on for dear life. Despite the beating he was receiving, he kept on getting up. I looked over at Kim Hye-young-jun. How are you holding up? Ha, that bastard. He's like a cockroach, damn it. I couldn't agree more. Despite our concerted attacks, he kept on getting up over and over again. I wondered if he had more blood than we did, since he was able to constantly get back on his feet. Steam rose from the boss body again as he regenerated his damaged knees and ribs. He glared at the two of us. Why, are you too tired already? Is this all you've got? Nah, I mean, we can't seem to stop. It's fun bullying you, I said with a sneer. The boss clenched his fists and prepared to attack. He was holding on longer than I expected, but he was regenerating more slowly now. When Kim Hye-young-jun saw the boss getting ready to fight, he spat out some phlegm and got up as well. Ah Jussie, don't you think he's pretending to be okay? Like on purpose, he whispered to me. Why, look at his legs. He's shaking. His words prompted me to take a closer look at the boss legs. It seemed like he hadn't been able to completely regenerate his broken legs. I tilted my head. I wonder why he's trying so hard to stand up again. I asked Kim Hye-young-jun at novel bin at. He wants us to feel afraid. That way, we'll expose our weaknesses, and he'll go after them. I snorted. Huh, us, getting afraid. Of what? Him. Kim Hye-young-jun smiled. I mean, it seems like his strategies worked so far. That's ridiculous. Come to think of it, though, what Kim Hye-young-jun was saying was something rather simple. The family operated under a strict hierarchical system. The low-level zombies were afraid of the Dong leaders, while the Dong leaders were afraid of the officers, and the officers were afraid of the boss. Because of this, everyone in the organization probably trembled in fear at the boss' slightest frown, since more of them had probably joined up in order to survive, and not because they genuinely wanted to become part of the family. They were the perfect example of how a vertically structured organization could go wrong. On the one hand, his useless intimidation didn't work on us, since we'd started from the bottom and made our way up by relying on our own efforts to grow stronger. And since we gave our all every time and always believed in the smallest possibilities when going through hardships, his meager threats were meaningless to us. I looked over at Kim Hye-young-jun. Let's finish him already. I thought he was holding on because he had something up his sleeve, but he didn't have anything prepared. All he has is some guts. Okay. Kim Hye-young-jun gritted his teeth and his blue eyes flashed. Steam rose from my body as I accelerated my blood flow as well. Bang! We both launched ourselves toward the boss at the same time, as though we'd made some sort of unspoken agreement. The boss' eyes widened, and he quickly crouched down and jumped into the air. I tracked him with my eyes, then grabbed Kim Hye-young-jun's clothes and spun, launching him at the boss as though throwing a shot put. Kim Hye-young-jun flew toward the boss and crashed a knee into his face with all his might. Gwaye! With a cry, the boss lost control of his body and began falling in a straight line toward the ground. I squatted, my body folding like a frog's as I channeled strength into my legs. At that moment, I only had one goal in mind. The ground beneath me cracked as I launched myself in the air. In a flash, I was in front of the boss. I clenched my right fist tightly and punched him in his crooked face with all my strength. Smack! I pummeled his face continuously as he fell toward the ground like a balloon losing air. As soon as Kim Hye-young-jun landed back on the ground, he positioned himself underneath, where he judged that the boss would land. Just as the boss was about to touch the ground, Kim Hye-young-jun, who had been rushing toward him like a raging wave, kicked him right on the temple, using all the force he had built up on his approach. It was pretty much a one-sided assault. The boss couldn't do anything, not even the guts he had could help him. Moodswinger and Jian had taken care of his stage 3 mutants, and my other underlings had mercilessly swept aside the thousands of underlings that he had. As soon as I landed, I ran to Kim Hye-young-jun. He was looking down at the dying boss. I looked down at him, taking in his crumpled face. Any last words you want to say? I asked. The boss glared at us with eyes full of resentment, not saying a word. I crouched down in front of him. It seems like you can't even talk with that twisted jaw of yours, huh? I asked again. Me. The boss finally opened his mouth and pleaded for help. He spoke extremely slowly, in a tone full of despair. Kim Hye-young-jun stood over him, his fists shaking. This bastard thinks he can blurt anything out of his damn mouth. I cut off Kim Hye-young-jun and glared at the boss. Hey, that's enough, man. With a sigh, I said, you shouldn't have said that if you wanted to live. You should have considered all the people you've killed. Don't you feel any guilt whatsoever? They're, species, evolving. That's all. So humans are just beings that haven't evolved. His body began to give out a faint bit of steam. Even in the midst of all of this, his body was regenerating. I clenched my right hand and smacked him in the jaw. Whack! His jaw shattered to pieces, and steam stopped rising from his body. I looked him directly in the eyes. Everyone you've killed is waiting for you to go to hell. He finally realized how helpless he was, and his eyes began to tremble in fear. I stared down at him, with bitterness, anger, and a million other feelings on my face. You're going to have to go through what they've gone through. When I had said all that I wanted to say, I got up. I looked over at Kim Hye-young-jun, who was glaring at the boss with the same, unmoving expression. I asked him for a favor. Could you take care of him? Happily. I got up and walked over to where my underlings were. Thud, thud, thud. I heard Kim Hye-young-jun stomping on the boss's head a couple of times behind me. He crushed the boss head over and over, as though letting out all the stress he had accumulated. I turned back around. Hey, don't completely destroy his head. You're going to damage his brain, I said. Wait, Ajusi, did you want the brain? No, but I think we should give it to Hansol. Oh. Kim Hye-young-jun stopped stamping on the boss head and retrieved the half-damaged brain. Hansol had yet to eat a black creature's brain, so the speed of his regenerative abilities was pretty slow. It would be good if he could ingest the boss brain and increase his rate of regeneration in the future. Since it was impossible to know what the state of things on Jeju Island was like, it was important to make sure that Hansol got stronger as well. I stared blankly into the blue sky and let out a deep breath. I thought I'd feel comfortable and at peace after taking care of the head of the family. I thought I'd feel relieved that everything was over. However, I still felt uneasy and uncomfortable, and there was an unexplainable tension within me. I felt like I had gained nothing from his death. He didn't feel the slightest remorse for what he had done. His death was futile and pointless. Even though I'd killed him, I still felt as though I wanted to kill him even more. I wanted to kill him over and over again until he broke down and offered a tearful apology. Perhaps only then would I feel better, knowing that he'd gotten what he deserved. Kim Hye-young-jun noticed my bitter expression and walked over to me. Maybe you should have finished him off, Ajusi. Why? Because you don't look satisfied. I burst into laughter. I shook my head, and Kim Hye-young-jun slapped me lightly on my forearm. We did it. There aren't any bastards left in Seoul. Yeah. I nodded and offered him a small smile. Kim Hye-young-jun smiled back. I'm going to check on Moodswinger. You should do the same with your underlings, Ajusi. Okay, yeah, go ahead. As I watched Kim Hye-young-jun walking away, I took a deep breath and let it out. I exhaled forcefully, slowly dispelling the uneasiness within me. He was right. Everything was over. We had to be happy with what we'd achieved. I then recalled the thing I'd wanted the most ever since I'd woken up as a zombie. Above all, I desired for my daughter's safety. I had to be content with the fact that my family was safe now. All we needed to do was to get to Jeju Island and build our own Garden of Eden. I sighed and walked over to where Jian and the Stage 1 mutants were. 3 Stage 1 mutants had died fighting the boss's underlings. I offered thanks for the mutants that died fighting. I then ordered all the surviving mutants to feast on the zombie corpses around them. Jian had been injured in her fight against the stage 3 mutant, so I fed her the brain of the Dong leader we'd encountered at the southern end of Sogong Bridge. I gave the other Dong leader's brain to Moodswinger. Just as I had wrapped things up and was about to leave for Gimpo Airport, Kim Hyeongjun slapped me on the arm. The sudden slap caught me off guard. What was that? I asked him, rubbing my forearm. Why did you hit me all of a sudden? Jussie, what's that? Kim Hyeongjun was pointing at something with a flustered expression. I looked calmly in the direction he was pointing, but quickly rubbed my eyes, as I couldn't believe what I was seeing. There was something floating in the blue sky, like a fly floating in a glass of milk. Something was in the air that shouldn't have been there in that day and age. A plane was descending toward Gimpo Airport. Once the survivors arrived at Gimpo Airport, they headed straight to the passenger terminal, avoiding the zombies that were filling up the runway. Lee Jong-uk, Park Ji-cheol, Bae Jong-man, and Park Shin-jong stood guard at each entrance to prevent zombies from approaching, while Do Han-sol took his underlings to the runway. Hundreds or even thousands of zombies swarmed in front of the military transport plane. The people trapped in the plane could do nothing but watch as death approached them. Do Han-sol saw the zombies swarming the aircraft, and angrily let out the zombie instincts he had been containing within him. It had been a while since he'd been able to unleash his zombie side. It was because he was no longer on defense, he was now the aggressor. Kill them all. When they received Do Han-sol's orders, all 1,000 of his underlings ran toward the runway, growling deep in their throats. Do Han-sol led the charge as he raced toward the street zombies, his red eyes flashing. His underlings swept through the street zombies like a tidal wave and wiped them out, like a tank corps sweeping away infantry soldiers. Tommy, who was watching all of this happen from the aircraft, called the commander. Commander, I think you should look at the situation outside. The commander cupped his face with his palms. What seems to be the problem? He seemed ready to accept his fate, but then realized that Tommy's expression seemed curious. The anxiety that had been present earlier on was gone, and his expression was now completely different. Fear had been replaced by confusion. The commander looked out at the world beyond the glass windows of the plane. His eyes went wide, and he was stunned for a moment. Those. What are those? He finally managed to stutter. What do you mean? They're a new type of zombie. So zombies are attacking zombies. I've told you several times that it was impossible to know how the virus may have mutated in Korea, since there are 4 distinct seasons here. What do you plan on doing now? The commander stared outside the window for a while, then swallowed and clenched his fists. Wait, isn't this better for us? Tommy looked over at the commander, hoping that whatever was going through the commander's mind wasn't what Tommy suspected. No, you're not thinking about going out to fight, are you? This is our chance. We have to get to the terminal and get supplies while the zombies are fighting each other. The ones that just arrived are different from the zombies we've dealt with. They have far superior physical abilities. Going outside is a death sentence. Then what? Are you just going to wait here until you die? The commander glared at Tommy, and he looked down at the floor, his expression growing troubled. Just then, Elisha, who had been peering out the window as well, yelled out like an excited little child. Oh, it's red. Tommy sighed. Elisha, please get back to your senses. Please? I'm begging you? Elisha flashed a broad smile and pointed toward a zombie. It's red? The zombie has red eyes. Tommy tilted his head and followed Elisha's finger. He saw the zombie Elisha was talking about slaughtering other zombies as its red eyes flashed. Just looking at it sent chills down his spine. It was a mutant. A mutant zombie coming out of nowhere starts slaughtering other zombies. At that moment, the zombie with red eyes shouted, the veins in its neck bulging. Protect the aircraft? Make sure it doesn't get damaged. Tommy couldn't help but gasp in shock when he heard it speak. His eyes went wide and his mouth fell open. Elisha, who was next to him, burst into laughter as though he were enjoying the situation. The zombies here make some unusual cries, don't they? It's speaking a language. It's Korean. That zombie is speaking, yelled Tommy in confusion. The commander approached the two of them. What was that? Zombies speaking. That zombie is speaking. Is it speaking Korean? Yes. It just said to protect the aircraft so that it doesn't get damaged. Then, are you saying that it's a zombie that possesses some sort of intellect? Tommy wet his parched lips before answering. I'm not sure, but assuming that it does possess some type of intellect, and judging from the way it's giving orders to other zombies, it seems like it can control other zombies. And I think it's trying to protect us. What if they're just after what we have? Then it wouldn't have said to protect the aircraft from getting damaged. The commander remained silent as Tommy laid out his reasoning. Tommy swallowed, then continued. Let's watch what happens. If we go out now, it'll just make matters worse. The commander frowned. Are you saying we should stay put and rely on this zombie when we don't even know what it is or what it wants? I'm sorry, but I can't accept that. Tommy raised his voice. I'm telling you, you can't go out. The zombie with red eyes has some sort of intellect, it knows how to think. We have to observe the situation from here, and when the situation settles down, we have to talk our way through. And what if it's not willing to talk to us? If conversation doesn't work, then you'll end up just like your men who lost their lives in the lab. Tommy stared unflinchingly at the commander. The commander's eyebrows twitched, and his expression grew dangerous. Say that again, he growled in a low voice. Anyway, I can't let you go out. Tommy backed away, realizing that he had said something he should have not said. However, it was too late. The commander's mind was clouded over. He grabbed Tommy's collar. I told you to say that again. My apologies. My emotions ran high. Without them, you wouldn't even be here on this plane. They're the ones who sacrificed their lives, shivering in the cold, enduring sleepless nights, all so that you and all the other folks in the lab could have a warm place to do your research. Don't act so high and mighty. My sincere apologies. The commander pushed Tommy away and took a deep breath. Elisha, who had been watching the two of them, scratched his head and spoke up. Excuse me, Tommy? Commander. The two looked at Elisha, who was pointing out the window with his thumb. The red-eyed zombie is staring at us. Du Hansol's face was glued to the window. He was trying to figure out what was inside the aircraft. The commander quickly pulled out his pistol and aimed it toward Du Hansol. Don't shoot. Tommy yelled quickly. He knew that if the window shattered, the plane would no longer be useful. The bullet might ricochet around inside the fuselage as well, which could cause serious damage to them. But of course, the commander had no intention of firing his pistol either. He had just reflexively pulled it out in surprise. The commander looked at Du Hansol's face and slowly lowered his gun. Tommy swallowed and took a deep breath, and walked cautiously to the window. He looked at Du Hansol and cautiously opened his mouth. Can you hear me? Huh? Du Hansol's eyes went wide as he looked at Tommy, then a grin spread across his face. Do you speak Korean? He asked Tommy. After hearing his question, Tommy turned slightly and gave the commander a careful look. The commander sucked on his lower lip, pondered for a little bit, then gave the order to the soldier next to him. Open the hatch. Yes, sir. The tightly sealed aircraft finally opened, and the people in the aircraft came face to face with hundreds of zombies right in front of them. The zombies were staring blankly at them. Step by cautious step, Tommy exited the aircraft. Du Hansol walked over to him and began to speak. Thank goodness. I thought I wouldn't be able to communicate with you all because there would only be foreigners on board. What are you? Pardon. Are you a zombie or a human? Du Hansol smiled sheepishly. I have a zombie body, but I have a human mind. His ambiguous answer made Tommy's brow furrow. After a moment, dozens of Russian soldiers piled out of the aircraft, guns at the ready. Du Hansol looked at them and scratched his head at Novel bin at. I'm sorry, but why don't you lower your guns? I mean, I did just save your lives, he said. Tommy looked at the commanding officer behind him and asked him to order his men to lower their guns. The soldiers lowered their guns, but the commander still looked at the zombies around them nervously. After a moment, Tommy and the commander began conversing in Russian. Du Hansol waited for them to finish. A little later, Tommy turned to face Du Hansol again. So, what exactly happened in Korea? Well, as you can see, there are zombies everywhere. What's the situation like in other countries? Are there even any safe countries out there? Tommy remained silent, allowing Du Hansol to infer the answer on his own. So, the other countries. Their situations are as hopeless as ours. Tommy nodded silently, and Du Hansol grimaced. Then why did you evacuate to Korea? We have to get to a lab. Pardon? A lab? The Korean Brain Research Institute, located in Daegu. Tommy's expression was serious. Du Hansol's eyes went wide. Are you saying Daegu is safe? I'm not sure about that. But I was in contact with the lab there until recently. Are you saying that you've been in touch with other research institutes as well? We assume that the labs located in Canada are the safest, but we don't have enough fuel on our aircraft to get there. After hearing the rough rundown of their situation, Du Hansol looked Tommy up and down. Judging by the way you're dressed, I assume you're a vaccine researcher, he said. Yes. I can't tell you the details because it's confidential. I don't think I'd understand what you say anyway. I'm not interested. Do you think there's any potential for the research to be completed? I can't tell you that either. Du Hansol smacked his lips, and a bitter expression flashed across his face. He chuckled and continued to speak. Anyway, consider yourselves lucky. You got here just in time while I was around. Do you have some sort of outpost at Gimpo Airport? No, not at all. But I can't go into the details, because it's confidential, Du Hansol said with a smirk and a laugh. Tommy raised his eyebrows and glared at Du Hansol. But thinking about it, he didn't need to know whether or not Du Hansol was staying at Gimpo Airport. He brushed the matter aside, slicked his hair back, and cut to the chase. We're planning on securing some jet fuel to get to Daegu Airport. If you don't mind, do you think we can get some jet fuel? Well, that's beyond my knowledge. I don't know anything about that either. Pardon. It's not like I'm the manager of this place, nor do I control this place. I just got here, so I don't know. Tommy tilted his head. If you're not the manager. Du Hansol looked back toward the passenger terminal and waved his right hand. Li Zhongyuke and the guards came out, holding K2 rifles. Li Zhongyuke looked nervously at the Russian soldiers and researchers. It was a different kind of nervousness compared to what he felt when he faced zombies. Li Zhongyuke looked at Du Hansol. Who are these people? He asked. They say they have to get to the Korean Brain Research Institute in Daegu. Li Zhongyuke's eyes went wide. Daegu? Is Daegu safe? Tommy replied by smacking his lips. I've already told him about it. Do you think we can go somewhere inside and talk? Nope. It doesn't work that way. Besides, there's no guarantee that you really are researchers. Just tell us what you want, Li Zhongyuke said in a no-nonsense tone. Tommy looked over at Elisha, who was beside him. They conversed in Russian for a brief moment, then Alyosha pulled out a small syringe. It was filled with a bright blue liquid. Tommy pointed at the syringe. Do you know what that is? Li Zhongyuke saw the liquid in the syringe and swallowed. He could tell what it was without Tommy having to explain. It can't be. Is it a vaccine? It's the future of mankind, Tommy replied resolutely. Li Zhongyuke stared at Alyosha for a moment, lost in thought. He realized that, even though he had no clue what was going on, there was nothing to lose by getting some information from them. Besides, there was no point staying outside any longer. There will still be zombies left, it was only a matter of time before they would pick up the scent of humans and come after them again. Li Zhongyuke looked at the Russian soldiers behind Tommy. No one can carry firearms. Tell the soldiers in the back to disarm. Tommy relayed Li Zhongyuke's demands back to the commander and the soldiers behind him. The commander frowned, and shouted furiously in Russian. Du Hansol moved in front of Li Zhongyuke, his red eyes flashing. If violence broke out, he would kill all the soldiers without thinking twice. Tommy noticed Du Hansol, and quickly mediated the situation, doing his best to persuade the commander. The commander spat on the floor with an unsatisfied expression, but then he put the rifle that he was holding down on the floor. He then laid down all of his other weaponry, including his knife and pistol, on the floor. After patting down the new arrivals, Li Zhongyuke guided them to the terminal. As they headed toward the passenger terminal, the commander said to Tommy, Tommy, your decision might cost the lives of every single one of us. What are you talking about? The beings over there, they're too kind. Well, that's not a bad thing, is it? And the person who was addressed as the leader was wary of us and ordered us to disarm. I don't necessarily think that's being too kind. The commander frowned. He only showed kindness after realizing we had a vaccine, he muttered. What if they're just ruthless animals going after our vaccine? And we can't even fight back since we've disarmed ourselves just like they asked us to. Tommy thought for a moment as he scratched his sideburns, then forced a smile. They knew we were stuck on the runway and came to help us. If they were going after what we have, they would have waited until we died. Well, I'm not on board yet. A zombie that can speak? I think this is our one and only chance. Let's attack it from behind. Please, don't be reckless. If we can take down the red-eyed zombie somehow. The commander's eyes were glued to the back of Du Hansol's head. Du Hansol felt a subtle wave of killing intent and looked back. The commanding officer hurriedly averted his gaze and sighed. Noticing that something fishy was going on, Du Hansol tilted his head and addressed Li Zhongyuke, who was next to him. Mr. Li Zhongyuke, do you think we can trust them? He asked. Why? They keep babbling in Russian, and it's bothering me for some reason. In my eyes, they just look like cornered people. It's probably hard for them to accept what is happening. They came all the way to Korea, fleeing for their lives from zombies, and now they/ve just been saved by zombies. Well, if you consider it from that angle, then let's get into the details when Mr. Lee Hyundeok gets back. This isn't something we can decide on our own. As the two were in conversation, a couple of human-shaped shadows flew across them, blocking the sun. Li Zhongyuke and the guards quickly snapped their K2 rifles to the ready position and looked around, but they didn't see any zombies approaching. Oh shit, above. Li Zhongyuke hurriedly raised his gun and looked up to see two men falling from the sky. He squinted, then immediately yelled out to the guards around him, lower your guns. Bang! A thick cloud of dust shot up in front of Li Zhongyuke, and a spider web of cracks appeared on the ground. The guards were still tense, and still had their guns pointed at the two men who had fallen from the sky. Li Zhongyuke and Park Ji-cheol grabbed onto the guns of the guards near them. Did you not hear me say lower your guns? They yelled. We're sorry, replied the guards, their faces filled with puzzlement. A thick palm landed on Li Zhongyuke's shoulder. When he turned around, the man with blue eyes in front of him smiled gently. Don't be too harsh on them. It's natural for them to be wary. So Yeon's dad. Lee Hyundeok was back, holding a mysterious brain in his right hand. Stage 1 mutants, along with Moodswinger and Ji-yeon, were running toward them from the far end of the runway. *****. There was still a large amount of food left in the passenger terminal, and the food that was not yet past their expiration date could still be eaten. Of course, the first thing that caught everyone's eyes was the remayen. The survivors tore open bags of remayen and put the noodles in a clean pot, then added canned tuna for added flavor. They finished off by adding the eggs that the hens had laid, making themselves a luxurious pot of remayen. After such a long time, the survivors could finally enjoy a hearty meal. The savory smell of remayen wafted through the terminal, washing away the anxiety that the survivors felt. They were also able to drink as much clean water as they wanted to, since the terminal was full of bottled water. I sat down and listened to the sounds of everyone having a good time. It felt just like the good old days, when zombies didn't exist. Everyone was enjoying the brief moment of freedom and comfort. After a while, Li Zhongyuke came up to me. What are you doing here? I chuckled. It seems like everyone is having a good time, I replied. But it's just that this feels rather strange. You'll have to get used to this. Think about all the trouble you've been through. Adat novel bin adat. I smiled gently. We all made it through together, not just me. Li Zhongyuke snorted. Well, why don't you join the others and eat remayen? Oh, that's right. I forgot that you can't have remayen, he teased. What should we do? What should we do? Oh please. You're teasing me, aren't you? Haha. How'd you know? Li Zhongyuke smirked and sat down next to me. He looked around to make sure no one else was nearby, then began to whisper. The researchers from Russia, they have a vaccine. Huh? Are you sure? They only had one syringe, so I'm not 100% sure if it's really a vaccine or not. Why did they come all the way here? Did you get to hear anything? The soldiers from Russia were wary of me, Kim Hyeongjun, and Du Han-sol. They told us that they would never talk about what happened in Russia as long as we were around. I knew they were trying to act as though they were strong. In other words, they were arrogant, but I decided to play along with their game. I understood where they were coming from, so I always waited outside. But after Li Zhongyuke gathered the information from them, he came to me right away. Li Zhongyuke sighed. It seems like there were a lot of research laboratories in the beginning, studying the viruses, he said. As time passed, though, they gradually started to collapse. Now, there are only 3 places left, Russia, Korea, and Canada. I nodded slowly with a grimace. Li Zhongyuke scratched his sideburns, then continued. So, yesterday, the Russian Research Institute was attacked by a group of zombies, and they had no choice but to flee to Korea. They said they couldn't go all the way to Canada because they were short on fuel. They came to Gimpo Airport because they needed more jet fuel. Basically, they performed an emergency landing. The Korean Brain Research Institute in Daegu. Do you know if it's safe there? Funny thing is, they're not even sure themselves. They were the last institute that these researchers were in contact with, but they haven't been able to reach them for the past couple of days. I rested my chin on my hands and thought about the situation. The original plan was to head to Jeju Island. But if Daegu was safe, going to Daegu would be the right choice, since it was impossible to tell at that point in time if Jeju Island was safe or not. Besides, if some vestige of civilization remained in Daegu, there was no need to go all the way to Jeju Island. However, there was one thing that bothered me. The fact that the Russians had lost contact with them. Li Zhongyuke smacked his lips and sighed, then scratched his forehead. What do you think we should do? Where are the Russians? They're eating ramen with the survivors. I quietly stroked my chin as my mind began to work. Daegu and Jeju Island. If they really had a vaccine like they claimed, it meant that the future of mankind was in our hands. I sighed. Gather up the leaders, if you can, I said. I'd like to hear everyone's opinion on this. I'll see you at the employee lounge over there in 10 minutes. Li Zhongyuke rose and left. I massaged my temples gently and sighed. I couldn't help the stress that came with this sudden development. If the researchers aren't lying about their vaccine, perhaps I could turn back into a human again. This possibility. It was different from the other ones that I'd come across. This time, it wasn't a possibility for Soyeon or the other survivors, but something that had a bearing solely on my future. *****. We sat around in a circle to have our meeting. Li Zhongyuke brought all the leaders up to speed with his briefing, and they began expressing their opinions. But there's no guarantee that Daegu is safe, said Wang Jihai. All the other leaders nodded. Li Zhongyuke seemed to agree as well. You're right. However, Jeju Island isn't guaranteed to be safe either. If there are zombies on Jeju Island, all we have to do is take them out. Once we take care of all of them, we'll be completely safe. Well, we don't even know why the zombie apocalypse broke out. We cannot guarantee that we would be completely safe under any circumstances. Li Zhongyuke's answer carried a rather definitive tone. Wang Jihai grimaced and looked away. I knew Li Zhongyuke was right. There was no way of knowing if the apocalypse had been caused by an airborne infection, or whether it was spread through a deliberate act of evil. If it was an airborne infection, that meant that the survivors had developed an immunity to it, which would have made it easier for the researchers to develop a vaccine. However, the reality was that the survivors would be infected whenever they were bitten by zombies. If they had developed immunity to the virus, they should not be infected, even if they were bitten by zombies. The possibility of infection via infected droplets couldn't be ruled out, since a survivor would turn into a zombie 100% of the time if they were bitten. I rubbed my hands over my face and spoke up. Everyone, we didn't get together to have a fight. Let's put aside the discussion of the original infection and focus on our destination. Wang Diakrok, who had been listening to everyone silently, raised his right hand. I think it's better to go to our initial destination, Jeju Island, he said. I looked over at Wang Diakrok. May I ask why? I find it highly suspicious that they only have one complete dose of vaccine. Think about it. They claimed that they just happened to complete this one dose of the vaccine while they were escaping their laboratory. That's something you only see in the movies. So you think that their vaccine is a lie? Yes. I think their intention is to head to the research center in Daegu to do additional research. Or, they're just lying to survive. I nodded slowly and sighed. He made complete sense. Park Ji-cheol made a gesture of agreement and backed up Wang Diakrok's position. Now that I think about it, I'm on the same page as Mr. Wang Diakrok. I think it'd be best to keep our distance from them. If we say we're going to Jeju Island, they might follow us. I tilted my head in confusion. Then can't we just tell them about it and see if they actually try to follow us or not? I asked as though it wasn't a big deal. Park Ji-cheol furrowed his brow. And what if they say they want to follow us? He asked. My blue eyes flashed. They don't really have the choice to follow us just because they want to, I answered. Park Ji-cheol quickly understood my meaning and nodded. If the researchers gave up on going to Daegu and chose to come to Jeju Island with us, I was prepared to physically stop them from doing so. The most important thing was to figure out if their goal was actually the research institute or not. I looked at the leaders. I'll tell them that we're going to Jeju Island and observe how they react. What if they ask us to accompany them down to Daegu? Asked Du Han-sol, who was sitting across from me, while scratching his head. Then they're on their own, I answered without hesitation. We're the Survivor Rally organization, not some heroes protecting Earth. But if their vaccine is developed and released to the world, it'll definitely be a benefit to us too. We have over 400 survivors with us. To take all of them to Daegu, I think that's a rather dangerous plan. Don't you think that it'd be much safer for the researchers if just one of us, me, you, or Mr. Kim Hyong-jun accompanied them? Then what do you have in mind if there happens to be a black creature on Jeju Island? Having even one of us missing could put everyone's safety in peril. I explained the worst-case scenario, after which Du Han-sol stopped asking questions. Kim Hyong-jun, who had stayed quiet so far, spoke up. So, as of now, there are two important possibilities we have to discuss, right? The possibility that Daegu still has traces of civilization and the possibility of a black creature on Jeju Island. Am I correct? Everyone nodded at Kim Hyong-jun's statement. He folded his arms. Then I propose an experiment. What experiment? I asked, hoping that he wasn't thinking of some reckless plan. We can test whether or not the drug they have is really a vaccine. I'll take it for the team. Hyong-jun, I said, slightly annoyed. I had no clue how to deal with his overly simplistic thinking. Despite voicing my worry, Kim Hyong-jun shrugged and continued to speak. Am I wrong? I don't think so. If they made their own vaccine, they could probably reproduce it. If I take the vaccine and revert to being a human, it would mean that their vaccine works. What about your underlings? Who's going to stop Moodswinger after the chain of command between you and him is severed? Oh, I didn't think of that, Kim Hyong-jun said with a grimace, scratching the back of his head. I let out a sigh and shook my head, and this time, Du Han-sol spoke up. How about vaccinating one of our underlings? Do you think they'll hand over the vaccine? If it really is a vaccine, they'll probably value it more than their lives. Then, let's do this. I'll run over to Daegu and come back. Isn't it just a matter of checking if there are traces of civilization there and coming back? So, if there are still traces of civilization, you think we should take the survivors to Daegu? Yes. But if it's a civilized place, we probably won't be able to enter. I recognized that, given our current circumstances, this was the surest way forward. Once Du Han-sol was done talking, all eyes were on me and Kim Hyong-jun. The word we was like the elephant in the room. I knew exactly what everyone was thinking. The word we meant me, Kim Hyong-jun, and Du Han-sol. Not being able to enter. That meant that I could no longer see So Yeon. I could tell that the leaders had a lot on their mind, but were trying their best to keep it to themselves. I knew they were thinking exactly what I was thinking as well. Zombies and humans. We'd come together under the firm belief that we could be together forever, but that belief was coming to an end. I let my head sag and clenched my fists. How long will Du Han-sol take to go to Daegu and come back? I quickly came up with the answer. Even if he took his time, it wouldn't even take a day. That meant that I had less than 24 hours to be with So Yeon. I tried to act as nonchalantly as possible. Let's do that then, I said. It seems to be the best way forward. Let's wait here until Du Han-sol comes back. Mr. Lee Hyun-deok. Lee Jong-uk had called my name in a low voice. I chuckled and continued to put my best face forward. Does anyone have a better idea? The rest of us should inspect the aircraft while Mr. Du Han-sol goes to Daegu. We should be ready to go at any time. So Yeon's dad, calm down. If there is some remnant of civilization left in Daegu, that'll be good for the survivors, and also for the researchers from Russia. What else could we possibly ask for? I offered up a gleeful smile. Lee Jong-uk let out a deep sigh and looked at the other leaders. Everyone, let's end today's meeting here. Excuse me, I'm not done talking yet. You, calm down and follow me. I have something I need to speak with you about. Lee Jong-uk frowned and left the meeting room. I put on a bewildered expression, and the leaders looked away with bitter expressions. When I saw their faces, I realized that something wasn't right. Steam was coming off my body. I realized that I'd gotten worked up and had been rattling out words nonstop. The thought of not being able to see So Yeon had taken over me for a second. Realizing how I was the one who was sticking out, I got up with a grimace. I gave the other assembled leaders a slight bow, then followed Lee Jong-uk outside. As I headed toward the main entrance of the terminal, I saw Lee Jong-uk with his hands in his pockets. He looked at me with a frown. Are you okay? Of course I am. I'm glad you didn't become an actor. Your acting is really awful, you know. In fact, I know you've never been alright. Not once. I smacked my lips. I tried to pretend that I was okay, but I'd ended up running my mouth and unwittingly causing my body to heat up and release steam, letting the whole world know how I truly felt about the proposed idea. The other leaders probably caught on to the fact that I was all worked up, just like Lee Jong-uk had. Lee Jong-uk slicked his bangs back and spoke up. Let's go out and take a walk. It's dangerous to go outside. The sun's down. Lee Jong-uk snorted and put his hand on my shoulder. I'm with you, what could possibly be a danger? I had no choice but to follow Lee Jong-uk out of the terminal. I took a deep breath, taking in the cool night air. For some reason, I felt incredibly empty as I walked down the runway with my hands in my pockets. Lee Jong-uk looked up at the dark night sky and spoke up. I can't believe I'm walking on a runway. I never imagined I'd do such a thing. Yeah, So Yeon's dad. I looked over at Lee Zhongyuke, and he continued to speak while looking up at the night sky. Do you know what my daughter's name is? For some reason, I wasn't able to reply. Unlike Lee Zhongyuke, who was looking up, my head was bowed down. Lee Zhongyuke gave me a sidelong glance. Didn't I tell you? Sojin. Huh? How'd you know? I don't remember telling you. When we first met, I heard Zhang Hyuk say her name. Lee Zhongyuke pouted his lower lip and nodded slowly. The events of that day suddenly floated into my mind. There was nothing you could do about that. Sojin had a burning fever. I would have done the same. I clearly remembered Lee Zhonghyuk patting Lee Zhongyuke on the shoulder while the latter sobbed. Lee Sojin. She was Lee Zhongyuke's deceased daughter. Lee Zhongyuke sighed and stayed silent for a while. I actually know, he finally said. Know what? That you tried to save my wife and daughter when they were locked inside. My eyes widened. I stared at Lee Zhongyuke in shock. I couldn't take a single step forward, as if someone had suddenly grabbed both of my legs. Lee Zhongyuke offered a small smirk. What are you so surprised about? He asked. How long have you known? The day my wife died. I saw someone in the apartment across from us reflecting light with a hand mirror. I also saw my wife follow the reflected light and run into another room. My jaws fell open as I stared stupidly at Lee Zhongyuke. Lee Zhongyuke noticed my dumbfounded face and continued to speak. When you went out to get food, I spoke about this with Zhang Hyuk and Dehai, that perhaps we could trust this zombie. Stuff like that? I sometimes think about whether I could have done the same thing as you. Zhang Hyuk and Dehai said that they wouldn't have been able to. My head sagged as my expression grew more confused. Deep inside, I knew that his wife had died in despair, and that their child had died before them because of my arrogance. Getting bitten to death by zombies, or ending one's life through one's own will. I couldn't tell which was worse. But one thing was for sure, they both led to the same ending. Lee Zhongyuke patted my shoulder. When we were stranded at the convenience store, he continued, we hadn't eaten for 2 days. And you came and gave us canned food and water, right? When I nodded silently, Lee Zhongyuke broke into a hearty smile. That's why I decided to trust you, he said. So Yeon's dad, someone who was more human than other humans. At that time, you were a zombie who couldn't speak, but that heart of yours, it was more human than any other humans. Lee Zhongyuke smiled innocently and tapped my shoulder. He looked at me with eyes full of determination. So Yeon, I'll think of her as my daughter and take responsibility for her until the moment I die. Zhongyuke. It's not like I'm trying to replace Sojin with So Yeon. I also want to give you peace of mind, just like you did for us. The belief that So Yeon will be safe no matter what. I bit my lower lip and looked at Lee Zhongyuke. He looked at me and chuckled. Oh geez, why are you tearing up? Me? Do you think I'm crying? Alright. But I knew you had a soft side to you. Maybe this is just the way thoughtful people are. Cut it out, man. I looked away and sniffed once. Lee Zhongyuke patted me on the back. We're not sure if Daegu is safe yet, but if it's really safe there, you should figure out what's best for you too. Stop worrying about us and think about how you'll live your future. Hearing his advice, I realized that I had never once thought about my own future. My mind was fully occupied with the safety and happiness of So-yeon and everyone else that I didn't have room to think about anything else. Lee Zhongyuke scratched his head. Human beings should live in the present while they think about tomorrow. That's why I hope you come up with a new goal in life. Not one for the sake of others, but something for yourself. Like figuring out the meaning of life. The meaning of life, huh? I wondered what would happen to my life after all the people I had to protect finally left me. I looked up at the night sky and let out a sigh. Lee Zhongyuke glanced over at me. It's getting cold, he said. I'm heading inside first. Think about what I said, then come back inside. Yeah. Lee Zhongyuke walked back toward the terminal, but I could tell from his footsteps that he was feeling empty inside. As I watched him go, I couldn't help but wonder how he'd found a meaning to his life after losing his wife and daughter, his everything. Was it making sure that Lee Zhonghyuk and Choi Dehai were safe? Rescuing survivors? I wondered what was on his mind. However, no matter how hard I thought about it, I couldn't figure out the answer. But there was one thing for sure, that Lee Zhongyuke would make it through any hardships that came his way. He was someone that I could trust, and that someone said that he would do everything for my daughter. Lee Zhongyuke probably had no clue how comforting his words were. I felt the remaining shreds of guilt dissolve after speaking with him. The guilt that had been on my mind all this time, not being able to save the woman and child trapped on the balcony, shattered to pieces. I breathed in the cold winter air as I saw him get further and further away. Lee Zhongyuke was right. There was no reason to feel nervous and anxious over something that hadn't happened yet. His comforting words helped to get me back on my feet. I took a calming breath and thought about what I had to focus on at the moment. Let's focus until the end, and only when peace comes, then we'll think about my future. Novel bin at. When I collected myself and returned to the passenger terminal, Kim Hyeong-jun came up to me, rubbing his neck. Jussie. What? I got us 2 extra days. When I tilted my head, Kim Hyeong-jun smiled. Han Sol sleeping. Oh, it seemed like Han Sol had eaten the boss's brain. Eating a black creature's brain would put you to sleep for about a week, but eating the brain of an enemy leader who had eaten a black creature's brain would knock you out for 2 days maximum. After giving me the news, Kim Hyeong-jun walked over to his son and wife. I watched him walk away, lost in thought. I couldn't help but wonder what was on his mind at the moment. He probably didn't want to be separated from his family either. I wondered if he had already accepted the fact that he would have to eventually, and he tried to enjoy these last moments with his family as much as possible, since there was nothing he could do about it. Even though he was pretending that everything was fine, I could tell from his body language that he was feeling down as well. His stride, his shoulders, his back, every part of him showed his reluctance. We were all handling the upcoming separation in our own respective ways. I sighed and went to find So-yeon. Huh? It's Daddy. So-yeon, who was playing gongi with the other children, stopped and ran toward me. I smiled lightly and hugged So-yeon. She smiled and buried her face in my chest. I felt her warmth reach my dead heart, making me feel as if my heart was beating again. I knelt down and looked at So-yeon. So-yeon, I said. Yeah, do you miss the world we used to live in? So-yeon wiggled her upper body. A little, she said. I wondered if she was too shy to tell the truth. Even though everyone had adapted to this fallen world, both adults and children were still longing for the world they'd lived in before. I stroked her head. In a little while, we can go back to the world we used to live in. Really? Yes, really. Do you see the Russian Ajaxes over there? So-yeon looked around. After seeing the Russian soldiers sleeping in the corner, she nodded. I pointed at them and continued. The Ajaxes over there made a cure. Then can Daddy come back? Well, that's something Daddy doesn't know yet. Daddy, you don't have to be Superman. Just stay with me. So-yeon took my arm and smiled brightly. Seeing her grabbing my shirt with her tiny hands made me feel sad inside. She wanted a dad who would be by her side, rather than a dad who was strong like Superman. I didn't know what to say. If she knew that she would have to say goodbye to me in order to go back to the world that we had come from. I wasn't sure if So-yeon would be willing to do that. There were so many things I wanted to say to her, but I tried my best to keep them to myself. Since I couldn't say anything, I smiled and nodded instead. So-yeon looked at me with her big, round eyes while biting her lower lip. It seemed like she wanted a definitive answer from me, but I didn't dare make a promise that I knew I couldn't keep. So, instead of answering, I held her in my arms and closed my eyes gently. I then repeated to myself that it won't be long, and that I'd return to how I used to be. So-yeon's face said that she had no clue what was going on. She didn't look sad, but she also didn't look happy. Rather, she seemed to be questioning my actions. It was often said that children are quick-witted. So-yeon must have sensed the looming separation without even realizing it. As the silence wore on, it felt as though she was beginning to feel some indescribable awkwardness. Her expression hinted that she couldn't figure out what was exactly going on. I took a deep breath. So-yeon, do you want a piggyback ride from Daddy? I asked her. As soon as she heard the word piggyback, she started jumping up and down in excitement. Hihi, yes, I like piggyback rides. I smiled and lifted So-yeon up. I piggybacked her and walked around the passenger terminal. We talked about things we hadn't had the chance to talk about and made memories that we would never be able to make again. As we wandered around, I hid my emotions and hoped that So-yeon would remember these sights that we were seeing together for a long time to come. My daughter, So-yeon. So-yeon, my pretty daughter, who I missed even while we were together. I was afraid that she would catch on to the fact that we would be parting ways if I said I loved her out loud, so instead, I thought to myself. So-yeon, Daddy loves you a lot. One gongi is a Korean children's game that is played with 5 or more small pebbles or plastic stones. It is similar to jackstones. Backhand index pointing left. 2 days later, around dawn, Do Han-sol came back to his senses. While Do Han-sol was sleeping, the survivors had finished inspecting the aircraft. Kim Hye-young-jun mutated his few remaining underlings into Stage 1 mutants. He now had Moodswinger and 10 Stage 1 mutants. After getting caught up with what he had missed, Do Han-sol came up to me. I'll get going right away. I'll leave one of my underlings here just in case. If I don't come back, or if my underling changes color, assume that something's gone wrong with. I already know how everything works, so you don't have to explain everything word by word. Just don't go too deep, just scout out the Daegu airport and come back. Got it. I reminded him again and again to not push himself, and he smiled happily and nodded vigorously. It seemed like he was feeling more confident than ever, now that his physical abilities had increased. When Do Han-sol had left for Daegu, I called for all the survivors to gather. Our food stockpiles were getting low, and we had to begin preparations to leave for our next destination, whether it was Jeju Island or Daegu. Everyone, please get on board the plane now and wait. Can we wait here until Mr. Do Han-sol returns instead? It seemed like the survivors didn't want to wait in the plane. I knew where they were coming from since it would be uncomfortable for them on board, but I thought it was best to be prepared to leave at any time. I thoroughly explained my reasons, and the survivors started nodding in agreement. It seemed like everyone was going along with what I said because I hadn't made any misjudgments so far. Wang Jihai and Zhang Mihai guided the survivors to their respective planes. We were able to utilize several planes thanks to the survivors Kim Hye-young-jun had rescued at Gimpo Airport, and the best part was that there were enough captains and co-pilots. Lee Zhongyuke came up to me. There's nothing we can do now, huh? Everything's going to depend on what Do Han-sol sees. You've done your part. It's about time you get some time to rest and relax. It's not over yet. Don't let your guard down, I said with a rather serious expression. Lee Zhongyuke nodded and patted my back. You should head on board as well, I said to him. Have you thought about the order for takeoff? Yeah, The Russian military transport plane should get on the runway first, then the rest of the planes should line up behind them. We'll take off the moment Du Hansol gets back. Okay. Li Zhongyuke nodded and went to the captains and co-pilots of each aircraft. He went ahead and relayed what I had told him. Tommy, who was acting as the interpreter, translated Li Zhongyuke's words to the commander. Once they had heard the plan, they dispersed quickly. Kim Hyong-jun and I loaded all of our underlings into the last plane. The plan was simple. Once Du Hansol came back and confirmed that Daegu was safe, the survivors here would head to Daegu. Kim Hyong-jun and I would fly to Jeju Island and make sure the island was safe and to find if there were any other survivors spread out around Jeju Island. This was our first goal. After all the survivors got on board, I walked out onto the runway and guided each plane into place. Kim Hyong-jun stood blankly next to me and sniffed. Ajusi, why aren't we getting on? The engine noise at takeoff might attract some zombies. We need to take care of them. So you're saying that the last plane might not be able to take off if zombies attack? Yeah, that's why we're putting our underlings on the last plane. We'll deal with the zombies and then take off. Kim Hyong-jun nodded and kept on sniffling. He sat on the ground. Once we leave, I wonder what's going to happen to the survivors left in Seoul, he said. Survivors. Don't you remember that there are shelters left in Gangbuk? I thought about the map we'd found in the cult leader's study, which had markings that indicated the remaining shelters in Gangbuk. I massaged my neck. The family doesn't pose a threat anymore, I said. If the survivors there haven't lost their humanity, they'll be able to maintain the shelter and protect it. Do you think helping them out would that make us busybodies? Well, it's impossible to do anything now. We don't even know how many of them there are. We don't have enough planes or food. There's no reason to add more things to our to-do list. Once the survivors on the planes get to Daegu, what are you going to do? What would you like to do, Mr. Kim Hyong-jun, the founder of the Survivor Rally organization? I asked with a smirk. Kim Hyong-jun grinned back at me. Of course, we'll have to save more people. I couldn't agree more. Then, I guess we'll still be a team. At least I know I won't be bored, I replied with a light smile. Kim Hyong-jun smiled brightly and sprang up from the ground. He took a deep breath. Let's go, he shouted. I burst out laughing at his vigorous, lively attitude. He was a little rascal who acted up from time to time, but at the same time, he was honest and right-minded. I was glad that Kim Hyong-jun was by my side. At novel bin at. Before we knew it, the sun was already dipping below the horizon when I saw Du Hansol returning to Gimpo Airport. He looked all worn out, and as exhausted as he could be. I ran toward him. What's the matter? Was there a zombie attack? I asked. My feet are burning. Du Hansol breathed heavily and lay spread-eagled on the ground. As he collected himself, he told us what happened. He told us that, while running full speed toward Daegu, his feet were torn up a few times. Each time that happened, he had to regenerate them before running again. Although we did not suffer any physical burdens, we still had physical limitations because the structure of our bodies was still human. It seemed like running a distance of 600 meters at full tilt on our own two legs was too much for us, regardless of how hard our skin was. From what he was telling me, it seemed like the solace of his feet had been ripped up over and over again because of the friction with the ground. Even though Du Hansol had been lying down for a while, he still breathed heavily, lying there as if his damaged solace were no longer regenerating. After a moment, Kim Hyong-jun joined us. What's the situation in Daegu? Is it safe? He asked. That's the thing. I'm not sure. The answer caused Kim Hyong-jun to furrow his brow. Kim Hyong-jun then scratched his head and asked a follow-up question out of confusion with a mixture of frustration. What do you mean you don't know? You went there to check it out. It was too quiet. Strangely quiet. Are you saying it's quiet because there aren't any people, or because there aren't any zombies? Neither. I only scouted Daegu Airport and came back, just as Mr. Lee Hyun-deok told me to. But there was nothing at the airport. Even the surroundings were quiet. Kim Hyong-jun looked at me with a puzzled face. I quietly rubbed my chin and considered the situation. No people and no zombies. There was a possibility that the survivors had moved to a hideout after taking care of the zombies, since no zombies equated to excellent security. Kim Hyong-jun tilted his head back and forth, as though he was thinking along similar lines. Ajusi, should we go too? He proposed. Where? To Daegu. It sounds safe for now, since Hansol said there aren't any zombies. But the fact that there aren't any people kind of gets to me. Shouldn't they at least have someone on lookout duty or something? He was right. I totally forgot about lookouts. I crossed my arms and thought about it some more. After organizing my thoughts, I looked over at Du Hansol. Hansol, were there any artificial walls or barbed wire set up on the borders of Gyeongbuk when you got there? 1. There were a couple of them. I saw some when I entered Chilgok and some when I entered Bukgu, in Daegu. And you didn't see any more than that. I'm not sure because I didn't have a look around the city. I went following the mountains east of Bukgu to get to Daegu International Airport. Feeling troubled, I couldn't help but sigh. I could already sense that the people with us might be treated as zombies if the survivors in Daegu saw us with them. I couldn't see a clear solution to this, and wanted to hear the other leaders' opinions on this. I walked over to their plane and raised my arms high to make an X. The middle door of the plane opened, and Lee Zhongyuke poked his face out. What's going on? So Yeon's dad. There aren't any people or zombies in Daegu. What? What do you mean? Take a step back. I yelled, then crouched down. Li Zhongyuke took a couple of steps back to make space for me. As soon as I entered the aircraft, Wang Jihai and Park Jiaichiol came running over. We went to the back of the aircraft and began to discuss the situation in low whispers. I passed on what I'd heard from Du Hansol. Li Zhongyuke smacked his lower lip. So you're saying that it seems safe since there's nothing there, but you're just not sure, he said. Yeah. Then why don't you come with us? I'm just worried that the survivors there are hiding, and that they might come out of nowhere once our planes land. And if they find me, Hai Yongjun, and Hansol, I'm pretty sure they'll shoot us mercilessly. Well, the plane with your underlings is going to land last anyway. If any survivors emerge, I'll explain the situation to them. I had a bad feeling about it, but I couldn't pinpoint where my unease was coming from. If they had taken care of the zombies, they should have at least posted some guards on lookout duty. The fact that Du Hansol hadn't seen any lookouts only contributed to the number of question marks I had with regards to the whole situation. Wang Jihai leaned against the wall and crossed her arms. I agree with Mr. Li Zhongyuke, she said. Are you sure you'll be okay, even if I go as well? To be honest, leaving you behind bothered me even more, Wang Jihai said with a soft smile. Park Jiaichiol, who was next to her, nodded in agreement with her words. After we made new plans, we headed back to our respective positions again. When I jumped out of the plane, Kim Hai-Yongjun dashed in front of me, eager to hear what we had decided upon. So, we're going to Daegu too. So we're postponing our takeover of Jeju Island. Yeah, we have no other choice. Hehe, so that means you get to spend more time with your Princess So-yeon, huh? Kim Hai-Yongjun teased, laughing out loud. I stashed my hands in my pockets. It's too early to feel relieved. We'll modify our plans once we figure out what's going on in Daegu. Okay. Kim Hai-Yongjun looked over at Du Hansol and told him to get on the last plane. I positioned myself on the runway and signaled the captain of the military cargo plane to take off. The captain started up the plane's engines and began to move off slowly. Once the cargo plane had taken off, the rest of the planes lined up in order and made their way onto the runway. Kim Hai-Yongjun and I remained vigilant until every aircraft had taken off. Fortunately, not that many zombies appeared at Gimpo Airport. I assumed it was because we had taken care of most of them a few days ago. There was no zombie wave, just a few isolated zombies running toward us. I easily smashed their heads as I counted the remaining planes. Once all the planes containing the survivors had taken off, the final remaining plane rolled onto the runway. The plane door opened and I saw an unknown airline employee, Li Zhonghyuk, and Choi Dahai. I boarded the plane at once and looked over at Li Zhonghyuk. Why are you on this plane? The employee here said that being all alone here made him feel anxious. I looked over at the airline employee, who swallowed and flinched. I more than understood why he would feel nervous. He was one of the people who had been hiding at Gimpo Airport until Kim Hai-Yongjun arrived to rescue them. He was probably still wary of zombies. I gave him a gentle nod. Thank you for what you're doing. Pardon? Oh, not a problem. He bowed his head awkwardly and looked away. I looked over at Li Zhonghyuk again and spotted him fooling around with Choi Dahai. I couldn't help but laugh. The two of you, sit down. We're going to take off soon. Yap. As the three of them took their seats, the roar of the aircraft engine began to grow louder. I ordered my underlings to stay still no matter what happened. My Stage 1 mutants used their long limbs to brace themselves against the sides of the fuselage, making an effort to stay still. Kim Hai-Yongjun and Du Hansol sat down and put on their seat belts. Arnal, D. Moodswinger stared blankly at Kim Hai-Yongjun, then sat down next to him and smiled like a little child. Kim Hai-Yongjun then looked over at the mutant. Why are you trying to sit next to me when there are plenty of seats? He complained. You're taking up too much room. Go sit somewhere else. AR-NOL. Moodswinger sulked and moved to another seat. I idly wondered how Moodswinger knew he had to sit down in a chair. I couldn't tell if he knew it instinctively, or if he was just imitating what Kim Hai-Yongjun was doing. It seemed like his intelligence had increased after eating one of the Dong leader's brains. Or not. It was difficult to tell from his behavior. I walked over to Moodswinger and checked if he had fastened his seat belt. He made a puzzled expression when he felt the seat belt wrapping around his waist. It's okay. Stay still. Moodswinger stared blankly at my face, then looked at Kim Hai-Yongjun, a couple of seats away from him. He only stopped moving after Kim Hai-Yongjun ordered him to. After I checked that Jian had taken her seat, I walked over to the window seat on the right and sat down. The whine of the engines grew louder and sharper, indicating that the aircraft was beginning to accelerate down the runway. We were finally leaving the place where we had gone through so much, and heading for a new home. Goodbye, Seoul. Thank you for all this, Arnold. Just as I was about to feel sentimental, I heard Moodswinger scream at the top of his lungs. It seemed like he was surprised by the sudden sinking feeling. Our first flight began with Moodswinger screaming. 1 Gyeongbuk is an abbreviation of Gyeong Sangbukdo, or North Gyeongbuk Province. Provinces in Korea are similar to states in the United States and the provinces in Canada. To my surprise, we arrived at Daegu Airport in the blink of an eye. Du Hansol unfastened his seatbelt. Geez, it only takes this long, he mumbled to himself. He had a clear reason to say this, since he'd left Gimpo Airport for this place at dawn and had only returned at sunset. In contrast, the journey by plane from Gimpo Airport to Daegu only took an hour. Du Hansol walked over to me, scratching his head. Mr. Lee Hyundeok. Huh. I don't have that many underlings left. What should I do? How many do you have left? Most of them died on my way back from Daegu. I think about 300 of them died on my way there. There was no way his underlings would have been okay if his feet had suffered so badly. It seemed like he'd taken care of the ones that got injured, since they couldn't regenerate their bodies like he could. It made sense, since he and his underlings had made the round trip of 1200 kilometers at full speed. In the end, bringing his underlings to Daegu with him in case anything unexpected happened had turned out to be a waste. Of course, ruminating over what had already happened helped nobody. I frowned, then said, "It doesn't seem like there are any zombies in Daegu, so don't worry. I'd be overjoyed if that's the case. How many do you have left?" "I have about 200 left." Du Hansol had a total of 1,050 underlings under his control before. He had wasted 300 of them on the Daegu journey, and it seemed like he had lost the other 550 of them while protecting the survivors during the relocation to Gimpo Airport. "Where are the remaining 200? "I have them loaded in the luggage compartment." I was surprised that he'd mentioned the luggage compartment. I couldn't understand why he'd loaded them in the luggage compartment when there was this much room on board. Perhaps he'd assumed that there wouldn't be enough seats after seeing the planes on the runway. I felt a bit ashamed for not telling him beforehand, now that I realized that his underlings could have come on board with us. I scratched my head and looked away. What's done was done, and there was nothing I could do about it now. Well, let's get off the plane first. Let's get off and sort things out. Got it. I headed to the terminal with my underlings and the others who had been on the plane with me. Lee Zhongyuke, who had landed earlier, came up to me. "It's as still as a grave. Is there any food in the terminals?" "No. There must have been survivors here. The place has nothing." "Are there any other tracks?" "Nothing. No dead zombie bodies, nor any traces of survivors." I noticed that Lee Zhongyuke didn't seem too happy while he was speaking. I couldn't tell if he was disappointed that Daegu was different from what he'd expected, or if he wasn't used to this Daegu, which was quiet and empty. I wouldn't have been surprised if it was the latter, since it was suspiciously calm and untouched. Seoul had been littered with the debris of collapsed buildings and filled with the stench of dead zombie bodies clogging up the city, reminding everyone there of the world we were living in. But Daegu, as I mentioned, was different. Eerie wasn't quite the word to describe Daegu. Instead, it seemed like we were in a distant world, and it was difficult to believe that we were still in the same country. I couldn't hear any zombies, and the external walls of the buildings were clean as well. The interior looked even better. There weren't any overturned display cases or bloodstains on the floors or walls. In addition, not a single zombie appeared when we landed, despite the noise that we made while landing. It was hard to believe that a world like this existed merely an hour's journey away by plane. I looked out the terminal window. "For now, let's spend the night here," I said. "We'll discuss the details tomorrow. I need to have a look around and gather some information. I'll scout around the terminal with the guards and find a place for everyone to get some sleep." With that, I checked every entrance and exit of the terminal. Thankfully the airport wasn't too big, so I only had to place a handful of my underlings on guard duty. Kim Hye-young-jun noticed me running around here and there and came up to me. "How far are you going to go?" There weren't any zombies, even when we landed. "I need to have a look around this town." Kim Hye-young-jun nodded and stationed his underlings around the area. My underlings stood guard indoors, while his underlings stood guard on the outskirts of the airport. Then Du Hansol came over to us. "What should I do in the meantime?" "You stay with the survivors. There might be zombies in the terminal, so make sure you follow the guards." "Got it. And if anything happens, push any one of my underlings. I'll come running right away." Du Hansol nodded vigorously and returned to the terminal. Before we did anything else, Kim Hye-young-jun and I jumped up onto the roof of the passenger terminal to have a look at the surrounding terrain. There was a stream flowing to the north, and a large river wrapped around the airport to the west and south. It was a perfectly defensible place. As I marveled at how advantageous this place would be as a fortress, I noticed a couple of low-rise buildings between the river and the airport. There was a building that looked like a school, but all of its windows were pitch black. As I kept on looking for any signs of life, the only thing I could think of was the phrase, "ghost town." I sighed and turned to Kim Hye-young-jun. "Do you see anything?" I asked. "No, I don't see anything. No people, no zombies, no living things. How is this possible? You wouldn't think that someone set this up on purpose? Like a trap." "Trap," I repeated, raising my eyebrows. Kim Hye-young-jun wet his parched lips. "It feels like the people out here, whoever they are just waiting to catch us off guard. I mean, there are no zombies around, so any outsider would easily let their guard down. And since it's late at night, it's perfect for an ambush." "You mean you think there's people here somewhere?" "Yeah. In fact, they might be watching us at this very moment." I nodded slowly and clenched my fists. I heightened all of my senses with a flash of my blue eyes. I heightened my senses until my hair stood on end, pushing my instinctive ability to detect motion further than ever before. Despite it being pitch black, I could detect movement hundreds of meters out due to my senses. Ugh. Just then, I heard someone grunt, along with the sound of someone tripping over something. I raised my head and looked over to where the sound had come from. My gaze fell on the gap between the low-rise buildings. Just like Kim Hye-young-jun had said, someone was observing us from the darkness. Kim Hye-young-jun frowned. "Ah Jussie, did you hear that too?" he asked me. "It seemed like someone tripped over some rocks or something." It seems like they were so focused on us that they didn't even notice what was on the ground. Are they watching us from a distance, like perverts? I wonder if they have a telescope or something. It's impossible to see us through a telescope right now. It's late at night, so it'll be hard to tell without some form of night vision. So you're saying there's a chance that the person watching us is a soldier? I looked over at Kim Hyong-jun without saying a word. I wasn't sure if it was because we'd been working together as a team for a while, but we were now able to assess the situation and come up with a plan with very few words exchanged. Kim Hyong-jun smirked at our chemistry. I'll break through the front, he said. Do you want to go around and come from the other side? Wait, you want to make the first move? Even if we don't attack, don't you think we should at least see the other party's face? I hate the feeling of being watched. When I nodded, Kim Hyong-jun grabbed onto the railing around the roof and dropped into a crouch. That's when I realized what he meant by breaking through the front. Bang! Kim Hyong-jun flew through the darkness, using the railing as a launch pad. To me, he wasn't breaking through the front. He was creating a new front. I clicked my tongue at his audacity and hurried down to the runway. I made a big loop to the left as I made my way toward the city. Bang dash! A single gunshot rang out. The sound made me regret not going first. I had no clue how I was going to catch up to someone who was flying while running on my own two legs. Regardless, I furrowed my brow and focused on the situation. When I finally got to the place where I'd heard the gunshot, I saw Kim Hyong-jun with an unknown man. The man was on the floor, while Kim Hyong-jun was in front of him, scratching his side. What happened? I heard someone shoot a gun. Oh, you're here. Kim Hyong-jun smacked his lips and pointed to the right. I turned and saw a man holding an iron pipe and a woman holding a pistol about 40 meters away. As I looked at the two of them, the woman with the pistol began pointing at me and Kim Hyong-jun alternately. I could tell she was bewildered by our appearance. After a moment, the man holding the iron pipe spoke up. Who are you? This question was so worn out that it meant nothing to me. It was like just another routine. Instead of answering right away, I remained silent and briefly examined their outward appearance. Their clothes weren't torn. They were a bit yellow from wear, but still relatively clean. Once I'd gotten a general idea of what they were, I spoke in the softest voice possible. Calm down and lower your gun. What are you? The Survivor Rally Organization. We're the rescue team. At the words rescue team, the man holding the iron pipe began to hesitate. On the other hand, the woman holding the pistol frowned, and her arm began to tremble. Stop with the bullshit, she yelled. She squeezed her eyes shut and pulled the trigger. Bang dash! Fortunately, her pistol wasn't very threatening, since all my 5 senses were heightened. I could see the bullet flying toward me with my naked eye. However, I could only follow the bullet's trajectory. It was still impossible for me to avoid them like in the movies. I had to make sure that I didn't get hit in the head at novel bin at. Still, even if I did get hit in the head, it would be impossible for something like a pistol round to pierce my skull. Thankfully, the bullet merely brushed past me. However, I wasn't sure if past was the right word to describe its trajectory, or if it was more accurate to say that it couldn't make it through my flesh. I looked over at Kim Hyong-jun with a puzzled expression, and Kim Hyong-jun pointed at his side with his finger. I then realized that he was scratching his side earlier because he'd been shot as well. The distance between us and the woman was a good 40 meters. When Stage 1 mutants were hit by the rounds fired by K2 rifles at 100 meters, the bullets would tear through their flesh, but that would be all. The K2 rifles couldn't penetrate their bones. And since we were blue-eyed zombies, our bones had no problem dealing with pistol rounds, even from a closer distance. Of course, it depended on the type of pistol as well. As long as it wasn't the 12.7mm round fired by a Desert Eagle, which was known to be able to down elephants, there was no way anyone could take us down, not with the sort of pistols you could get in Korea. The woman looked me up and down, all flustered. I stayed exactly where I was, and she widened her eyes and pulled the trigger again. Bang dash! Despite her efforts, she wasn't able to do much damage to me again. As if Kim Hyong-jun had grown tired of her pointless endeavor, he sighed and spoke up. Hey there lady, we're telling you we're the rescue team. You can't just shoot us. Shut up. You should listen to what people have to say first. What do you mean by people? Are you saying you're a human? Kim Hyong-jun looked silently at me. I scratched my forehead and addressed the woman. We have no intention of hurting you. We're here to help you. Why would someone who's willing to help us knock Hyun out like that? Pardon. As I tilted my head, the woman looked at the man lying in front of Kim Hyong-jun. Kim Hyong-jun's eyes widened. Wait, I've never hit him, he said. He just fainted in front of me. Why are you blaming me for that? Anyway, you're not human. Am I wrong? Can a human jump that high? I mean, who wouldn't be surprised if something suddenly falls down right in front of your eyes? So back to my point, how's it my fault that he fainted after being surprised? Shut up. She wasn't willing to have a rational conversation. It seemed like she had already lost her composure. She was terrified, and the only thing she could think of was to kill us. The man next to her swallowed and spoke up. Minjong, calm down. Ajusi, you head back first. I'll take care of them. These people don't seem to have any ill intentions. Let's just go back and discuss this. These people? Ajusi, do you think they're human? Then how about Jin Young? Is Jin Young a monster too? The woman named Minjong frowned and didn't say a word. From their conversation, I assumed that they had someone like us amongst their group as well. I quickly tried to steer the conversation towards something we had in common. I took a deep breath. If I may, does this person named Jinyoung have red eyes? I asked. The man and woman remained silent, but a moment later, the man holding the iron pipe spoke up. Which group do you belong to? I told you that I come from the Survivor Rally organization. And what's that? We're a group of people who banded together to get away from the zombies. And you? Came via the planes. Yes. When I nodded, the man wet his parched lips. Guide me to where your group is. I'm not willing to discuss anything until I see your people. Ajasi. Minjong, take Hyun and head back. That's an order. Minjong gritted her teeth and glared at me and Kim Hyeongjun. She then looked straight into my eyes. If you do anything to Jungho Ajasi, I won't let you leave in peace, she threatened in a low voice. Kim Hyeongjun looked at me with his eyes half open, as if annoyed by her attitude. I looked back at him, and realized that he was already angry. The man holding the iron pipe went by the name Yoon Jungho. He seemed to be in his late 30s. I noticed that he kept a wary eye on us as we walked. After a moment, he cleared his throat. Where are you guys from? Huh, he asked. We're from Seoul. Leaving Seoul and coming to Daegu. So you're telling me that Seoul's done for? I nodded. Seoul used to be home to about 10 million people. A lot of people loved Seoul for its excellent infrastructure, but after the zombie virus spread, it turned into a living hell. It used to be the most populous city in Korea, and therefore the number of zombies there was second to none. The appearance of the virus had turned the place into a zombie nest. Yoon Jung-ho grimaced. You probably came down with some hope, but as you can see, things aren't that much better here, he said. Just letting you know, just in case you haven't noticed. It doesn't matter. The fact that it's safer than Seoul doesn't change. Is the situation in Seoul really that bad? How bad are we talking about? It can't be that bad. Everything's bad there. Well, it's the same when you go to downtown Daegu. It just so happens that Daegu Airport is one of those places without a lot of people, you know, so it didn't suffer so much damage. I'd assumed that an airport would have been a crowded space, but it seemed like the rural areas of Korea were different from Seoul. I nodded slowly. By the way, I noticed that you guys have a pistol. Where did you get it? I asked him. I nicked it from a police station. Don't you think that we should at least all have weapons to protect ourselves? The pistol which the woman named Minjong was holding was a revolver used by the police. It was a Smith & Wesson revolver, a .38 caliber handgun. I wasn't sure if it was the M10 or M60 model, but I knew it was an extremely practical revolver. Yoon Jung-ho looked me and Kim Hyeongjun up and down, then asked in a rather cautious tone, by the way, the bullets earlier, did you manage to dodge them? No, we both got hit. Then how come you aren't hurt? Huh. Adat novel bin adat. I frowned, unsure of how to answer his question. Kim Hyeongjun, who was next to me, snorted. If we died to those kids' toys, we wouldn't have lasted a day in Seoul. How serious is it in Seoul? Huh. Kim Hyeongjun raised his eyebrows, looking uncomfortable. Well, before that, what's up with the attitude? Why are you talking to us like you've known us for a long time? Yoon Jung-ho puffed out a breath and looked away. I glared at Kim Hyeongjun, who pouted his lower lip and shrugged. That personality of his. He probably won't be able to fix it until the day he dies. Wait, no. He still hasn't been able to fix it even though he's dead. I smacked my lips, and Yoon Jung-ho swallowed. If you don't mind, mister. We'll go over the details when we arrive, he said in a more docile tone. There's a lot of things I want to hear about as well. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. When I arrived at the passenger terminal with Yoon Jung-ho, the leaders approached me, looking serious. I could tell that Yoon Jung-ho was surprised by them. He looked at my face. Are you coexisting with humans as well? He asked. Yes. Perfect. That'll certainly speed things up. It seemed like my prediction about the man named Jinyoung was correct. He seemed to be a zombie fighting for humans, like us. I belatedly realized that Yoon Jung-ho was speaking in a much more formal tone than when we'd first met him. It seemed like Kim Hyeongjun's words had gotten stuck in his mind. We all headed to the waiting room located in the corner of the terminal. We told him what had transpired in Seoul in order to make him feel more comfortable around us. He took in the whole story, then grimaced. I don't know if I should be saying this, but I feel fortunate to be in Daegu, he muttered. I interlaced my fingers. It's more than okay, I assured him. Now, tell us about what happened in Daegu. Yoon Jung-ho sucked on his lower lip as he thought about his response. After a moment, he sighed and began to speak. Daegu was safe until just about a month ago, all thanks to the air base next to Daegu Airport. I finally realized what the metal fence next to the airport was. They were the fences that surrounded the military base right next to the airport. Yoon Jung-ho's expression grew bitter. Everyone could have stayed safe if we stuck together, he continued. Everyone would have stayed safe together. But some people got greedy and caused everything to burn down. Was there some sort of interfaction fighting? Yes. The more our colony grew, the more the core ideals of the group began to fracture, and ultimately, some people became more greedy. I knew exactly what he was talking about. Fortunately, when I was with Shelter Haeyoung, there wasn't trouble amongst the survivors. However, the current state of Survivor Rally Association with all the survivors from Shelter Haeyoung, Silence, and Barrier together was far from that. Fortunately, I'd managed to ease the tension between the survivors before it became an issue, but I knew that if the Survivor Rally organization grew bigger, it'd be difficult to keep everyone under control. Yoon Jung-ho sighed. The soldiers with power started everything, he continued. At first, it was food distribution, and then the labor force. After that, the remaining survivors in Daegu began to band together. You mentioned that Daegu collapsed a month ago. Are you saying it was safe before then? Yes. From Chilgok to Daegu Bukgu, Yunggu, Seogu, Donggu, and Jiayongsan. We built barbed wire fences and defensive lines for each region, and we were able to suppress the virus fairly quickly, and were able to contain its spread. Then why? The survivors' anger continued to simmer and boil over, and a war broke out. It only took a single shot. After that, it was the soldiers with power versus the survivors. Daegu was similar to Seoul in that it followed the law of the jungle, the survival of the fittest, but there were subtle differences. Unlike Seoul, where everyone tried to survive on their own, Daegu had broken out into a civil war. Li Zhongyuke, who had been all ears, spoke up. Even if there were far more survivors, I don't think the survivors would have stood a chance against the firepower of the military. You're absolutely right. It was one-sided, and we were continually pushed back. Yoon Jong-ho bit his lip and frowned, as if remembering the past. I leaned back and crossed my arms. At the crossroads of life and death, the ability for humans to think reasonably was like a bonfire. Once the fire died out and darkness reigned, the only thing left was complete chaos. Yoon Jong-ho closed his eyes gently, took a deep breath, and continued where he had left off. Then about 10 days ago, something happened. What happened? The zombies came. Since Daegu is a natural basin, we all thought that we'd be safe from any big external threat once we got rid of the zombies inside. But if you think about it, being a basin means that, once they get in, there's no way out for us as well. So you're saying that the survivors got into a conflict, and sometime during that the zombies invaded, and it all went downhill from there. Yes. The zombies established themselves in downtown Daegu, and the remaining survivors had no choice but to flee to the outskirts. Yoon Jong-ho's story made me tilt my head in confusion. Something wasn't adding up. I expected that the survivors here would have been run over the moment the zombies came, but they had somehow managed to survive and escape to the outskirts of Daegu. Tell me in detail how you escaped, I asked with a serious expression. There's no way ordinary survivors could have survived even for half a day against a zombie wave. It would have been different if there were military troops, though. The troops abandoned us early on and fled. We fled to the subway and just barely got out. Subway. I believe most of the survivors are staying in the subway. Those who escaped like me are staying at Ansem Station, the last stop on Line 1. When I heard the word subway, I instinctively looked over at Kim Hye-yeongjun. He looked back at me and smirked, as though something had crossed his mind as well. Ajusi, do you remember the incident at Konkuk University Station? I was thinking about the same thing too. Previously, when we visited Konkuk University Station, the dogs were using it as a food warehouse. But in Daegu, the subway station had been repurposed into a safe haven for the survivors. I nodded slowly and turned to Yoon Jong-ho. Then how did you get to know this person named Jin Young? I asked. Jin Young is one of my dongsangs I used to get along with before all of this zombie stuff happened. He was bitten by a zombie while we were escaping. 1. Among the zombies that attacked Daegu, were there any zombies that had red eyes like Jin Young? I was too occupied back then, so I don't remember. Everyone was busy trying to survive. You mean the zombies were just attacking whoever they could? Yes. Since the zombies had attacked indiscriminately, the possibility of it being a zombie wave was high. If the zombies were following orders, they wouldn't have killed all the survivors thoughtlessly. Instead, they would have tried to capture them and store them as food for later. I scratched my eyebrows and asked him a follow-up question. I want to meet this person named Jin Young. What's his last name? Zhang Jin Young. He's leading the survivors at Ansem Station. Could you tell me how many survivors there are over at Ansem Station and what's your role or title there? Yoon Jong-ho looked at me nervously. He seemed to be wary now that I was asking him to provide me with details. It seemed like he was trying to figure out the intention behind my question. I offered him a small smile. I don't have anything nefarious in mind. If you feel uncomfortable with my question, you don't have to answer. The number of people there. I don't feel comfortable sharing that information. And I don't have a role or title. If you really want to push it, I guess I could be considered the enforcer, Yoon Jong-ho replied as he rubbed his neck. Li Zhongyuke, who had kept silent, threw a question at him. Then I'm guessing you aren't aware of the current whereabouts of the soldiers. That's right. We're not exactly sure where they are as well. We evacuated via the subway, but the soldiers managed to get away without using the underground network. If they retreated as soon as the zombie wave started, it's possible that they survived and managed to make it out of the city. But given the number of zombies in the city, I don't know if they could have made it out of the city alive. There were so many of them, as if they'd come from somewhere else. Do you have a rough estimate? I wish I knew, but I honestly have no clue. I couldn't see an end to them. I'm pretty sure that the soldiers were trapped by zombies as well. I rubbed my chin quietly as I considered the situation. Judging from what Yoon Jong-ho was telling me, the survivors at Ansem Station seemed like they still had some humanity left in them. Since it had only been about a month since they'd begun to experience the realities of the zombie world, they wouldn't have fallen apart unless they were mentally weak. However, I still wasn't sure if I should take them in or not. I was sure that I'd have a better idea after I met this man named Zhang Jinyoung to get more details, but I wanted to get a rough estimate of how many people were in their group. At least I finally realized why the woman named Minchong had reacted so sensitively earlier on. She'd probably lost someone special just 10 or so days ago. It was only natural for her to have a hostile, aggressive attitude toward zombies. While I was lost in thought, Kim Hye-young-jun frowned and got up from his seat. Without saying a word, he ran out into the terminal building. It seemed like his underlings had detected movement within their range. I got up and looked at Lee Zhongyuke. Evacuate everyone. What do you mean? There's nowhere to evacuate to. Gather them here so that they aren't scattered all over the place. With that, I followed Kim Hye-young-jun outside. Beyond the jet-black runway, I saw a faint red light. There was a red-eyed zombie, surrounded by Kim Hye-young-jun's underlings. I could already tell who he was. I was pretty sure that the woman named Min Zhong had told Zhang Jinyoung about Yoon Jong-ho's trip to Daegu Airport. The man being beaten up right then had to be him. Kim Hye-young-jun seemed to come to the realization as well, and belatedly stopped his underlings from attacking. However, the man was already lying on the ground, covered in blood. I made my way over to where he was, and Kim Hye-young-jun gave me a troubled look. "Ajusi," he said. "What is it? This person. He hasn't even grown his teeth yet." If his teeth hadn't grown out, it meant that the maximum number of underlings he could control was less than 500. He was covered in blood, just barely breathing. He'd taken a serious beating in that short moment of time. I looked down at the man. "Can you speak?" I asked. The man remained silent as blood dripped from his flesh. He was arching one of his eyebrows. It seemed he was amused that I was talking to him. I looked at him right in the eyes. "Look into my eyes and communicate with your mind." What is this?" "I'll explain later. Let's cut to the chase. Are you Zhang Jinyoung?" Zhang Jinyoung glared at me, all flustered. "How do you know me? You'd better not have done anything to Zhang Ho-hyung." Judging by the fact that he still has the strength to get angry, it didn't seem like there was anything wrong with his brain. Feeling relieved, I brushed his anger aside. "Can you walk?" I asked. "Follow me if you can walk. Just kill me, you son of a bitch. I'll lead you to Mr. Yoon Jong-ho. Just follow me." Zhang Jinyoung pressed his lips tightly together. His expression seemed to suggest that he was itching for a fight. It didn't take him long to limp to his feet. He looked into my eyes. What the fuck are you bastard?" he asked. "I swear, if you curse one more time, you're going to get schooled." Zhang Jinyoung swallowed and stared blankly at my face. He spat a mouthful of blood onto the ground. "If you're lying, I'm going to kill you." I sighed and shook my head. All the people I'd encountered in Daegu. What was this thing about wanting to kill me the first time they met me? The woman named Min Zhong, and now Zhang Jinyoung. Everyone seemed to have a rough mouth. Do I really look like a villain or something? I brushed away the bitterness in my heart and headed back to the airport. One dongsang is a gender-neutral term to refer to someone who is younger than oneself, most commonly one's younger brother/sister. In this case, it is being used for someone who is just younger than the speaker, so the speaker is not referring to a family member. Only after seeing Yoon Jong-ho did Zhang Jinyoung let out a sigh of relief and sit down. On the other hand, Yoon Jong-ho got all flustered when he saw the other man's condition, and started yelling at us. Kim Hye-young-jun scratched his head while he explained what Zhang Jinyoung was, and why he was like this. However, Yoon Jong-ho was at a loss of words even after hearing his explanation. "He'll be alright," I said. "He'll regenerate with time since his head wasn't damaged." "Pardon? A being with red eyes regenerates the physical damage it sustains over time. I'm not sure how long it'll take. But don't worry, it's nothing life-threatening." Yoon Jong-ho looked back and forth between me and Zhang Jinyoung with a doubtful expression. It seemed like Zhang Jinyoung had never sustained such physical damage before. To me, he seemed like he hadn't had to do any dirty work growing up, or perhaps he'd had a sheltered upbringing. Of course, this was all pure speculation. Deep down, I knew they had probably tried their best to survive each day. However, to those of us who had survived Seoul, they were nothing more than weak herbivores. "What the hell are we doing here?" someone suddenly yelled out from behind me. It was none other than Tommy. Tommy glared at us and continued to speak in a raised voice. "How many times have I told you that we have to get to the research center? We have absolutely no time to waste. Tommy, there are survivors here too. We'll go after we check on their safety. This isn't the time to act like some superhero when we don't even know what's happening at the Brain Research Institute." "Then you can go right now," I said calmly. Tommy seemed taken aback. His mouth was open, but not a single word came out. "Pardon," he finally managed. "We'll get going after we check on the survivors. Like I said, if you're in a hurry, you can take the Russian soldiers and go on first." Tommy closed his mouth and stayed silent. I was not going to let anyone give me orders. The Survivor Rally organization considered problems by listening to everyone's opinions and making plans accordingly. If they didn't like the way things were run, they could bugger off. I sighed and walked toward Tommy and outlined the situation with a serious expression. "The reason we came all the way to Daegu with you is because there was a high chance that this place still maintained the trappings of civilization. The vaccine or whatever you're talking about is none of my business." How could you say that, despite knowing that the vaccine is the future of mankind? Stop talking about the future when you can't even predict what's going to happen today. To me, the survivors here are more important than you folks going on about this vaccine. Tommy clenched his fists, his lips trembling. It seemed like he was angry, but he couldn't think of anything to refute my argument. And whether he liked it or not, I could tell that Tommy knew that he and his people couldn't do anything without us. He probably also knew that they had no right to give us orders, and that we had no obligation to cooperate with them. And since we had already saved them once, we had even less reason to feel responsible for them. Tommy clicked his tongue and went back to Elisha and the Russian commander. I let out a deep sigh and made my way back to the leaders. I looked over at Yoon Jong-ho. Is there no zombie threat around here? I asked him. It's suspiciously quiet around here. Do you mind sharing with us where the zombies are gathered? I'm not sure if you are aware, but the Gyeomho River is south of Daegu Airport. A bunch of zombies are gathered to the south of Gyeomho River. There are fewer zombies on the northern bank of the river, where we are. Then is it safe to assume that this part of town is perfectly safe? The threat is minimal. If you take a right, you'll get to Ansam Station, and past that, you'll see Gyeongsan. There are plenty of zombies in Chilgok, Dalzong, and Gyeongsan. The zombies probably came through there. I rubbed my chin silently and looked around at the leaders. It seemed like no one was familiar with Daegu's geography. I scratched my head as well, since I was in the same boat. I asked Yoon Jong-ho for a favor. This is all great, but if you don't mind, do you happen to have a map of Daegu, or do you know how to get one? There should be one in the subway station. Aoyanggyo Station is the closest station from here, but it'll be dangerous since it's south of Gyeomho River. We can go to Dongcheon Station instead, even though it's a bit of a walk from here. Alright, let's go. Lead the way, please, if you don't mind. You want to leave right now? I want to take care of them while we're at it. Yoon Jong-ho's face grew troubled. It's dangerous to go out at this time. It's too deep into the night. Let's go tomorrow. Kim Hye-young-jun snorted. Mr. Yoon Jong-ho, you're talking to the most dangerous person in the world right now, he said. Pardon. There's nobody stronger in this town than this Ajasi. The leaders smiled and nodded as Kim Hye-young-jun pointed at me. I rubbed my neck in embarrassment, and Yoon Jong-ho titled his head in confusion. He doesn't seem that threatening, he muttered to himself. Alright, let's stop playing around and get going. We don't have much time. Oh, yes. If you could follow me, get on my back. That'll be faster. I turned around and gestured to him to get on. Yoon Jong-ho looked around, his embarrassment showing on his face. The leaders gestured to him to hurry up and get on my back, smiling as though they found his actions amusing. Once Yoon Jong-ho got on my back, Kim Hye-young-jun's expression grew playful. Mr. Yoon Jong-ho, hold on tight. And up, keep your head down. You're going to snap your neck if you face me. Yoon Jong-ho still had confusion written all over his face. It seemed like he couldn't tell if Kim Hye-young-jun was joking or not. I chuckled. We just have to go straight over there, right? I asked him. Yes. The buildings here are laid out like a maze, so it might be difficult to find your way around if you're new here. Just follow me as I direct you. Gasp. The rest of his sentence was cut short as he let out a terrified wail. I was already outside the terminal, dashing my way through the pitch-black darkness. I hopped diagonally over the rooftops, and in no time at all, we came upon the main road. As I ran through the city, I felt Yoon Jong-ho grabbing onto me tightly. In fact, he seemed to be holding his breath in fear. After running for about 3 minutes, I saw the subway entrance that Yoon Jong-ho had mentioned earlier. I came to a stop and let Yoon Jong-ho get off. He fell to the ground right away, his entire body trembling. What the hell are you? He said after a moment. His voice was full of fear, as though he was looking at a ghost. Get up. We have no time to waste. Yoon Jong-ho stumbled a couple of times as he just about managed to get to his feet. He swallowed, then asked another question. So in Seoul, there's only people like you. There aren't any more. I finally understand why Seoul collapsed. I smacked him firmly on the back and chuckled. Yoon Jong-ho wet his parched lips and walked stiffly into the subway station. After making our way through the subway station for a while, we finally laid our hands on a small map of Daegu. Yoon Jong-ho insisted that we should walk back to the terminal, but I forced him to get onto my back and took off at full speed back to the terminal. I did not want to face the possibility of being attacked by zombies on the way back at Novel Bin at. Ah, wailed Yoon Jong-ho again. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The leaders who were gathered in the waiting room of the airport terminal stood around the map of Daegu and started making plans. I wasn't sure if it was coincidence or destiny, but the Korea Brain Research Institute was near Ansam Station, where Yoon Jong-ho's people were. The Korea Brain Research Institute was in Daegu Innovation City, just north of Ansam Station. As Tommy studied the map, his face lit up with joy. So we can get going tomorrow, right? We can stop by Ansam Station on the way to save the people there, and then check on the research center as well. No. Unlike Tommy, who was all excited, Lee Jong-UK didn't seem too happy. He closed his eyes gently, considering the situation. After a while, he let out a sigh. What do you think, Mr. Lee Hyun-deok? He asked. There are 400 survivors here alone. It's impossible to move everyone over there at one go. I agree. I think it'll be wiser to have a look at the people at Ansam Station first, to see if they're rational enough to bring over here. Most of the leaders seemed to agree with Lee Jong-UK. Wang Ji-hai, who had remained silent until then, spoke up. What are you planning to do if the survivors at Ansam Station are hostile toward us? Well then, they can't join us, he replied calmly. Yoon Jong-ho frowned. Are you treating us like pariahs? No, that's not what I meant. The survivors here have been through thick and thin together, and in the process, they've built trust and faith toward one another. If it seems like the survivors at Ansem Station aren't able to get along with the survivors here, it'd be best for both parties if we did not join up together. Well, we've gone through our own ups and downs. I find your statement pretty insulting. Like I said, that's not what I meant. I'm just saying that we've had different experiences, and we each have our own way of living. Exactly. So you think you're the heroes here, while we're the burden that you'll be taking care of. It was obvious that the two of them were already on different pages. I massaged my temples gently and let out a sigh. One group was wailing at the top of their lungs that they needed to get to this lab, while another group was getting triggered by the fact that they felt like they were being looked down upon. I knew that if we took in all their opinions, though, it would be difficult to maintain the system that we'd established for running the Survivor Rally organization. Even though the organization had held firm against the impacts of external factors, allowing these two factions to have it their way could jeopardize the whole organization. Things began to turn sour as Lee Zhongyuke and Yoon Jong-ho grew more heated. Yoon Jong-ho got up from his seat and started pointing his finger at Lee Zhongyuke. Their quarrel escalated, and I couldn't hold it in any longer. Everyone stop! I yelled, furrowing my brow. I shouted so loud that the windows shook. All eyes in the meeting room turned toward me. I let out a deep breath and spoke up. Mr. Yoon Jong-ho, yes, we're not ignoring you, but you have to follow our process. What do you mean your process? You came here out of the blue and... Out of the blue, I repeated, frowning. Yoon Jong-ho swallowed and looked away. I let out a bitter sigh. We tried approaching you like gentlemen a couple of times. It seems like you don't remember that you shot at us out of the blue. Min Zhong lost a friend a couple of days ago to some zombies. It's only natural that she would act that way. I'm telling you, that's not natural. I cut him off, letting my eyes widen. Yoon Jong-ho gasped and looked around at the leaders who were gathered in the room. All of the leaders were looking at him with serious expressions. Overwhelmed by the atmosphere, he bit his lip and sat down. After everyone calmed down a little, I let out another sigh, then continued on. We fought zombies before we got to Daegu, and we've all survived until now because we stood back to back through adversity, without losing our senses. Do you really think we'll just welcome you folks if one of you is trigger happy just because she lost a friend? All the survivors here have their own stories and are trying their best to put them in the past. There's not a single person here who hasn't gone through their own trials and tribulations. Our focus as a group is to keep our individual emotions in check while cooperating with the others to make it through together. Yoon Jong-ho didn't say a word. He was taking in all that I had to say. Even the leaders of the Survivor Rally organization and Tommy from Russia were concentrating on what I had to say. I looked around the room. If you can't control your emotions, you cannot join us, I continued. If you're going to let your emotions control you, then I'd ask you to leave right now. I delivered the last sentence in as firm a tone as I could. Tommy and Yoon Jong-ho let their heads sag without saying a word. I furrowed my brow at them. Don't whine if you're going to ask for help. We don't have the time to listen to your whining. Quickly, Tommy figured out what he had done wrong and spoke up. My apologies. Unlike Tommy, though, Yoon Jong-ho remained silent, his fist still shaking as if he was still angry at something. I took in his agitated appearance and raised my eyebrows at him. And you, Mr. Yoon Jong-ho, do you have anything to say? I asked. Why did you come to Daegu? Pardon. You came here out of the blue and started telling us to do this and that. You don't think that's funny? And it's not like we didn't cooperate. Well, in fact, we've never asked for help in the first place. Jin Young got hurt because of you guys. I provided you with a map since you said you needed one, and told you where the research center is because you said you didn't know where it was. So what? His eyes were bloodshot, and welled up with tears. At that moment, I understood where he was coming from. I realized that I'd only been looking at things my way. I didn't consider what Yoon Jong-ho and his people wanted. I just assumed that they would want our help. I nodded. You're absolutely right, I said. It turns out that we are the ones who should be apologizing. Yoon Jong-ho remained silent, still looking at the floor. I rubbed my neck in embarrassment. My apologies, Mr. Yoon Jong-ho, I said softly. It looks like I crossed the line. When the sun comes up, I will escort Mr. Zhang Jinyoung and Mr. Yoon Jong-ho to Ansem Station. After that, we'll continue to survive on our own. Yoon Jong-ho had his fists clenched but didn't say anything. He merely bit his lower lip and frowned. It seemed like he was lost in thought, now that he had let out all the words that he'd been holding back. Lee Zhongyuke's expression seemed slightly confused. He must have sensed it as well. We're going to have a Survivor Rally organization meeting now, he said. Mr. Yoon Jong-ho, Tommy, please leave the waiting room. Tommy nodded and walked out in a good mood. On the other hand, Yoon Jong-ho seemed rather empty inside as he left the waiting room. I felt bad for him for some reason. After they left, the atmosphere in the waiting room was awfully heavy. It was dead silent. Lee Zhongyuke looked around at everyone's faces and broke the silence with a sigh. Let's go ahead and organize our plans. I nodded and put my hands on my face. Lee Zhongyuke took another deep breath. When the sun comes up tomorrow, Mr. Lee Hyundeok, the Russian researchers, and Mr. Yoon Jong-ho will go to Ansem Station. Will it be alright if I don't go? It'd be nice if you could talk about it again with them. I think we got emotional earlier on and weren't thinking straight. In the meantime, we'll inspect the aircrafts and get ready to leave. I looked at him in puzzlement. What do you mean by getting ready to leave? Lee Zhongyuke smiled and replied with a question of his own. Do you remember our initial plan? Are you saying that we'll all go to Jeju Island together? Li Zhongyuke nodded, then continued. Mr. Kim Hye-Yong-jun and Mr. Du Han-sol, I'd like you two to focus on defense in case anything unexpected happens. I will take the facilities management team and security team to try to secure more jet fuel. Kim Hye-Yong-jun and Du Han-sol, who were sitting in the corner, nodded and voiced their acknowledgement, after which Li Zhongyuke continued on with his briefing. Mr. Lee Hyun-deok, please take Yoon Jong-ho and Zhang Jinyoung to Ansim Station, and escort the Russian researchers to the Korea Brain Research Center. And then I'll return afterward. Yes. Depending on the current situation at the Research Institute, certain situations may crop up, but everything that happens after they leave us is up to them to take care of. The sense of bitterness within me made me sigh. I wanted to help the survivors of Daegu somehow, but I also knew that they probably had their own ways and plans for survival. I would be selfishly crossing the line if I tried to step in and take more care of them. I nodded and got up from my seat. Got it. Since it's already late at night, let's end today's meeting here. I'm sure everyone must be tired, so please get some rest before it grows even later. The leaders yawned and stretched as they stood up. I went outside and stared into the pitch-black darkness. Let's just focus on what I can do, making the right choices, and focusing on what I should. These were the things I needed to keep my mind on. *****. The next day, when dawn broke across the dark blue sky, Zhang Jinyoung, whose body had finished regenerating, came up to me at Novel Bin At. I heard through the grapevine that you're heading toward the Brain Research Institute. Yes. Zhang Jinyoung bit his lower lip and looked hesitant for a moment, then looked into my eyes. Take care, sir. Is there anything dangerous there? Zhang Ho-hyung over there and the others don't know this. But the reason we sought shelter at Ansim Station isn't because it's the last stop of the subway. Then what's the reason? Jiayongsan, you see, is beyond hope. The same goes for Innovation City, which is on the border between Jiayongsan and Daegu. It seemed like the reason the Korea Brain Research Institute had lost contact with the other research institute was because of the zombies. Of course, I'd more or less expected this, but I couldn't help but feel a sense of bitterness. Deep down, I was hoping that it was a problem with the power supply, or that they had lost radio reception due to a whole list of different problems. But if they had lost contact because of the zombies, it meant that the place was done for. I nodded, then asked a question. Why are you telling me this when you're keeping it a secret from others? Since you insist on going, sir, I thought you should be aware of the risks. I wasn't sure what kind of person Zhang Jinyoung was, but I could tell he wasn't a bad person. He'd come running to Daegu Airport on his own to save Yoon Jong-ho, and he was now informing us, the Survivor Rally organization, about the dangers in Daegu even though we'd beat him up. I quietly crossed my arms. I'm going to ask one last time, just in case. Would you like to join us? I just had a conversation with Jong-ho a few minutes ago, but I don't think we're ready yet. Do you believe there will ever be a day when you're ready? I'm not sure either. But one thing for sure, we have no intention of leaving right now. I nodded slowly, shaking off the worries that had been on my mind. After that, Zhang Jinyoung asked me a question. Where is the Survivor Rally organization heading to? We're going to Jeju Island. Then Zhang Jinyoung smiled wistfully. Jeju Island, huh? As long as the zombies there are taken care of, it'd be an island where safety is guaranteed. I wondered if he'd said all he'd wanted to say, or if he was muttering to himself. But then, he continued on. But there will be limits as well. How long do you think you can survive there? I'm not sure what to say to that. Jeju Island is an island, after all. Do you think it will remain safe in the next 50 or 100 years? His question made my brow furrow. I looked him in the eye, but to my surprise, his eyes weren't trembling at all. He seemed like he had some sort of firm belief, and he was clearly looking at the current situation from a different perspective than I was. I nodded slowly, then asked him a question. Then what are the chances that the street zombies will survive until then? No one can tell what's going to happen in the future. It's up to humans to change the future. It's also up to humans to destroy it. Humans are the smartest and yet the most stupid creatures in the world. Don't try to deny it. Humans have always been this way. I wasn't sure what I could say to this. I couldn't think of anything to refute his statement. Despite the fact that everyone was trying their best to get along with everyone else now, it was impossible to predict what could happen after 10 or 20 years on Jeju Island. Anything could happen in the span of 10 to 20 years. After all, as the saying went, even the mountains and rivers would change in 10 years. However, there was one fact that Zhang Jinyoung had overlooked. I pressed my lips into a thin smile. I tend to think about those matters after making sure we survive. If we can't make it through today, it's futile to even worry about what could happen tomorrow. That's also true. Then Zhang Jinyoung smiled and offered a small nod. I returned with a bow of my own, after which Zhang Jinyoung walked back to Yoon Jong-ho. I heard Tommy approaching from behind me. As I turned around, I saw him in a rather excited mood. Mr. Lee Hyun-deok, when are we leaving? Are you folks ready? Yes, we're ready to go. There were about 15 Russian soldiers with him, wearing stern, determined faces. It seemed like they'd had a good night's rest in a warm environment, and they had now recovered their stamina. Next to them, I saw Li Zhongyuke and the leaders. Li Zhongyuke was looking straight into my eyes without saying anything. Instead of saying goodbye, he merely nodded. I offered him a bow in return, then walked toward the entrance of the terminal. I then looked over at Yoon Jong-ho and Tommy. Let's go. ****. The Russian soldiers left the terminal as soon as they got their weapons back. I gathered my underlings that had been placed at each entrance and positioned them next to the Russian soldiers, and escorted Tommy and Elisha from behind as we moved. Yoon Jong-ho and Zhang Jinyang were in front, leading the way. When we arrived in front of Dongcheon Station, which was where we'd retrieved the map the night before, Yoon Jong-ho looked back and spoke up. From now on, we'll be moving along the rail tracks. It's dark, so follow me carefully so you don't lose us. Tommy translated his warning to the Russian soldiers. The Russian commander said something I couldn't understand, and a couple of the soldiers took out their flashlights. As we took the stairs down to the railroad tracks, a musty smell and dust particles tickled the tip of my nose. The light emitted by the flashlights illuminated the shadows of the city parts of the city that humans no longer used. Elisha wrinkled his nose and began to speak in Russian, while Tommy tried his best to calm him down. It sounded like the Russian researcher was cursing in Russian at the repulsive, disgusting smell. As we ventured deeper into the railroad tracks, we saw dead zombie bodies scattered here and there. Next to them was a scorched train, leaning halfway off the tracks. When I took a look inside the train, I could see the terror and urgency of the day that the event had happened. The corpses of adults and children, men and women of all ages were preserved in time. It was a sight I couldn't bear to see with my own eyes. Everybody stop. Yoon Jong-ho, who was in the front, stopped walking, raising his right hand to signal to us to stop. We were at a fork in the rail tracks. Yoon Jong-ho swallowed as he looked at the rail tracks on the left and right. I walked over to him. Are we lost? I asked in a low voice. SHH. Yoon Jong-ho covered his lips with his index finger and crouched down. Zhang Jinyang, who was right next to Yoon Jong-ho, looked me in the eyes. This place is different from when I passed by yesterday. What's different? There are signs that someone was here. I had no clue what he was talking about. I couldn't make out what traces he was talking about, since all I saw were dusty railway tracks. Only Yoon Jong-ho and Zhang Jinyang could tell that something was amiss, since they used this path often. Clomp, clomp. Just then, I heard footsteps coming from the end of the tracks. My blue eyes flashed as I quickly peered in the direction from which the sound was coming from. I knew it had come from somewhere in front, but I couldn't tell if it was coming from the tracks on the left or the right. I heightened my senses. Which way is it? I asked Yoon Jong-ho. Pardon. Which way do we have to go to get to where the survivors are? It doesn't matter either way. This is a temporary split, because the next station is Goksan Station. If that's the case, please follow me slowly, and keep a close watch on the surroundings. I clenched my fists and dropped into a crouch. I accelerated the flow of my blood, and steam began to rise from my body. The Russian soldiers and Yoon Jong-ho stared wide-eyed and took a couple of steps back. You have steam coming out from your body right now. I'll go ahead first. Bang! I launched myself forward, kicking up the dust and loose bits of cement that covered the rails. I looked ahead and ran while trying to figure out what the footsteps could be. I knew it wasn't human footsteps. It sounded like it was limping, and it did not seem like the cadence fit those of human footsteps. Perhaps it was someone who was injured, but if it wasn't, then I was sure that it was a zombie. In the blink of an eye, I passed Goksan Station and saw a zombie with a severed arm walking along the rail tracks. The zombie heard my approach and turned around. The moment it turned around, I slammed a fist into its face. Its face caved in as it rolled on the ground several times. With that, I headed to Ansem Station without looking back. According to Yoon Jong-ho, the next station after Goksan Station was Ansem Station, the last stop on Line 1. If there were zombies between Goksan and Ansem Station, it was safe to assume that they had already made it to Ansem Station. I pressed on toward Ansem Station, and just like I had predicted, I saw a couple of dead zombie bodies on a wooden barricade. Some of the zombies were still wiggling around, despite having their bodies pierced through by logs. I took care of them and kept on going. Soon, I saw a bunch of zombies on the tracks that led up to the platform. The survivors were defending the barricade with all their might, trying to prevent the zombies from clambering up onto the platform. Right flank, don't lose ground, hold on. The survivors were moving in unison to stop the zombie attack. They were trying their best, hurling bamboo spears at the zombies on the tracks and swinging baseball bats. However, their makeshift barricade was slowly collapsing as the zombies kept pressing forward. Bang, bang, loud pops echoed along the tracks. The survivors, who were armed with revolvers, started shooting at the zombies that had made their way over their barricade and onto the platform. At this rate, I knew that they wouldn't be able to hold on for long. I crouched down and accelerated my blood flow. I channeled strength into my arms, and my forearms grew bigger, my muscle fibers straining. Like a bullet fired from a gun, I flew forward to meet the zombies. My fist crashed into the back of the head of the zombie in front of me. Its skull caved in and the ones behind it collapsed to the ground like bowling pins. After seeing their fellow zombies go down, the remaining zombies directed their gazes at me. However, all of them seemed to hesitate after noticing my blue eyes, which were shimmering brightly. This wasn't a problem. If they didn't come to me, I just had to make the first move and go to them. I punched the zombies in the face non-stop. I kept up my chain attacks, and soon the zombies that were on the railroad tracks were knocked off their feet. I crushed, trampled, broke, and smashed the zombies, and helped them end their lives. The survivors looked at the zombies and then at me with puzzled faces. After I had easily taken care of the zombies, the survivors let out shouts and sighs of relief. But then one of the survivors who met my eyes screamed in fright. Zombie? That guy is a zombie too. The survivor's cry rekindled the anxiety in the survivors, and some of the survivors started pointing their revolvers at me. However, it seemed like they couldn't pull the triggers. Fear, horror, hesitation. I could tell what they were feeling just by reading their faces. They were probably thinking something along these lines. What if it comes after me if I act out? Instead of making a move toward them, I cleaned up all the zombies on the tracks, my heart full of bitterness. I knew that, even if they did shoot me, the revolvers they had wouldn't be able to hurt me. Just like the ordinary street zombies, their guns posed no threat to me. After I had taken care of the remains of the zombies, I spat on the railroad tracks and looked at the survivors. There were 14 people on each side of the track, staring blankly at my face. Huh? You. I heard a familiar voice amongst them. When I turned toward where the voice was coming from, I saw Minjong. The wounded, I said to her. Huh? Pardon, sir. How many are injured? No one, sir. She answered me using honorifics all of the sudden, and looked back and forth between me and the survivor next to her, as if she had no clue who she should be looking at. After a moment, some of the survivors approached Minjong and began to whisper. Do you know this person? No, I saw him for the first time yesterday. Is he on the same side as us? If you have to ask. He's not an enemy. I didn't mean to eavesdrop, but their whispering was just loud enough for me to hear. I sighed as I wiped away the zombie blood from my face with my hand. Minjong, Kim Minjong. I saw Yoon Jong-ho running along the rail tracks, approaching us. His arrival was a little late. As soon as Yoon Jong-ho arrived at Ansem Station, he looked for Kim Minjong. Kim Minjong came down from the platform onto the tracks, her eyes open wide. The two held each other in their arms and thanked God that they were alive. They weren't thanking me, but God, whose very existence was questionable. I wiped the zombie blood on my hands onto my clothes and looked around. I'd taken care of the zombies on the tracks, but I had to figure out why they had come down to the tracks in the first place. I looked at the survivors on the platform. Did the zombies come from Goksan? I asked. Pardon? Are you talking to me? Anyone? Answer. Oh, yes. They suddenly appeared 30 minutes ago. If they had showed up 30 minutes ago, that would have been around dawn. Unless the zombies were the underlings of a zombie that could control over 1,000 zombies, there was no way they could have been immune to the effects of the sun. And since they were street zombies, this was out of the question. That meant that the street zombies had come underground to avoid the sunlight. Since the people here had told me that Daegu had only fallen to the zombies about a week ago, it seemed like the zombies here had finally realized that there was an underground system, and were now coming here to avoid the sunlight and become part of the eternal darkness down here. I sighed and checked on the weapons that the survivors had. Everyone was pretty much weaponless. This was no different from the early days of Shelter Haeyoung, when everyone risked their lives and wielded stainless steel spears. I knew that, at this rate, Ansem Station shelter would not last long. Only 200 to 300 zombies had attacked Ansem Station. Over time, it was obvious that the zombie numbers would grow. Just like how there had been a zombie wave in the tens of thousands in Gwangjangdong, Seoul, the zombies in Daegu would sooner or later begin to move together in search of food. I had no clue what I was to do with them. The leaders of the Daegu survivors, Zhang Jinyoung and Yoon Jong-ho, had already expressed that they did not wish to join us. My expression grew complicated as I stood there, alone in my thoughts. Zhang Jinyoung, who had been keeping an eye on me, approached me. Is there a reason behind the zombie attacks? He asked cautiously. I knew he was sharp, but I was surprised to see that he had assessed the situation just from the questions I'd asked the survivors. I nodded and told him what I was thinking about. He listened carefully, and immediately asked a follow-up question. Then, what do you suggest we do next? Well, that's up for you folks to figure out. Zhang Jinyoung looked at me silently, seemingly taken aback by my response. His head sagged, as though he were feeling a sense of bitterness. It seemed like a lot was going through his mind at Novel Bin Adat. I could already tell that the survivors here would be overcome with fear every time the sun went down. I couldn't imagine that they would last long if they kept on living like that. When Zhang Jinyoung raised his head again, I looked him straight in the eyes. Listen to what I'm about to say right now. Pardon. I'll tell you about all the abilities that zombies with red eyes have. Zhang Jinyoung nodded with a rather serious expression. Even though I wanted to take them in, I knew that it would be impossible, since I did not wish to do so by force. However, for the sake of the survivors, and to honor what the Survivor Rally organization stood for, I was willing to help them out as much as I could. I sat down with Zhang Jinyoung and taught him everything about red-eyed zombies. He seemed in awe as I listed out their characteristics, and exclaimed several times. It seemed like he was greatly shocked by the fact that he could push zombies and make them into his underlings. The most shocking thing to him, though, was probably the fact that he would be able to speak verbally once he ate a human brain. Does that mean you ate a human brain as well? As you continue to live on as a zombie, you'll come across many crossroads, and face a lot of questions and choices along the way. In each case, think about the survivors first. If you let your emotions sway you, you'll put the ones who trust you in peril. I'll keep that in mind. Zhang Jinyoung nodded vigorously, a determined expression on his face. After a while, Yoon Jong-ho came up to us. Mr. Lee Hyun-deok. Yes, I know I'm late, but I wanted to say thank you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. Yoon Jong-ho bowed deeply from the waist, keeping his pose. I looked at him, then smiled gently. It's all right. Please raise your head. I've been suspicious of you all this time. It's only natural to be wary when people first meet. I also want to apologize for being so forceful. Yoon Jong-ho kept his lips closed and slowly raised his head. I looked around at the survivors. How many survivors are here? I asked. There are 38 in total. Are there children and the elderly as well? Yes. With the exception of the personnel guarding the railroad tracks, they're all children and the elderly. I could already smell danger. I quietly rubbed my chin as I considered the situation. There weren't many zombies around the area, and since I had just taken care of the remaining zombies in Goksan, this place wouldn't be that dangerous as long as the zombies in Daegu Innovation City, the city on the border between Gyeongsan and Daegu, were taken care of. And since the Korea Brain Research Institute was in Daegu Innovation City, it made sense for me to go ahead and take care of the zombies there first. I called Tommy, who was behind me. Tommy, please wait here. Yes. I'll head out first and deal with the zombies in the Innovation City. I'll be back when I'm done taking care of them. In the meantime, please remain with the survivors here. Isn't it better for us to go with you? That'd make it easier to deal with the zombies. I tilted my head, and Tommy flashed a sheepish smile. We need to be there in order for the zombies to gather up, he said. If you go by yourself, you'll have to find them one by one. The risk is too high. I know it's dangerous, but it'll save you time. I knew where he was coming from. However, I was asking him and everyone else to wait at the station because I was afraid that a zombie wave could arise out of nowhere. The possibility of more zombies entering the subway to avoid the sunlight was still there. But since the Russian soldiers were armed with rifles, they'd be able to deal with the zombies even while I was gone. I chuckled. I'll be back after I clear the way to the Brain Research Institute. It's for your safety, so please do as I say. It's really okay. I'm not okay with it. Tommy had no choice but to agree. After ordering Ji-in to protect the survivors, I left the station with my Stage 1 mutants. The once dark city was now brightly lit, with the sun high up in the sky. I took the map out of my pocket, located the Korea Brain Research Institute, and gave orders to my underlings. All of you, spread out to the left and right. Kill any zombies that you see along the way. I don't care if you eat or kill the zombies you find. Just make sure they stop breathing. Kia, go. My Stage 1 mutants let out mighty howls and made their way toward Innovation City like hungry hyenas. I followed them, keeping an eye on the map. *****. The roads in Innovation City were laid out in a large-scale grid, just like the other newer cities in Korea. Thanks to this, it made it a lot easier to take care of the zombies. Each block had a park, so that there was open space in all directions, and the spacing between the buildings was wide enough that I didn't need to rely on my hearing or sense of smell to hunt zombies down. The city was in good condition, just like Daegu Airport, which tracked with what Jong Jin-young had said about most of the zombies coming from Gyeongsan. There weren't that many buildings with broken windows, and the trees and plants were still in good shape. There were traces of several beings within the city, but it was difficult to find traces of fierce fighting within the city itself. As I made my way up north, taking care of zombies along the way, I got to a cluster of government offices. There was a statue in the shape of a brain in the middle of the cluster. Korea Brain Research Institute was engraved at the foot of the statue. I had finally made it to the Korea Brain Research Institute, the place that the Russian researchers had been going on and on about ever since they'd got to Korea. Conveniently, there was a topographical map of the area next to the statue. There were 3 buildings in total. Building A was located in front, Building B to the right, and the animal lab to the left. Just as I had finished patrolling the institution and was about to return to Ansem Station, I heard a throat-rending noise coming from the laboratory. I saw hundreds of zombies in the spacious plaza in front of Building A. In fact, there were so many of them that I had mistaken them for a wall for a second. The zombies had all gathered up, but were standing still as they faced the laboratory, as if someone had ordered them there. However, the zombies there did not look red to me. They were ordinary zombies from the streets, and not under any individual zombie's control. Why are they gathered there? I couldn't help but be suspicious. Since I didn't have any survivors with me, I wanted to get closer to check out what was going on. I looked behind to check on my Stage 1 mutants. Some were licking zombie blood that stained the corner of their mouths. We'd taken care of about 500 zombies on our way here, and I assumed that all of them were full. All of you wait here, I ordered. Come running to me when I call you. Kia. My mutants made throat-rending noises in acknowledgement, but their expressions suddenly changed. It seemed like they had smelled something. I let out a breath and put the map back in my pocket and approached the square. Krrr. The zombies turned their heads in a bizarre manner as I got closer. As soon as I saw their faces, my mouth fell open. The zombies gathered in the plaza had blood vessels that protruded all over their bodies, as if they were suffering from serious varicose veins, and their faces were scrunched up in deep frowns as if they were in intense pain. They were drooling thick saliva, and not a single one of them looked away in fear when they saw me. The zombie in the front let out a thunderous roar from deep inside its throat, and the other zombies around it looked at me and began to make the same growling sound as well. Then, just like mad wild beasts that couldn't control themselves, they all charged toward me at once. Hyenas tend to back down when they see apex predators. The street zombies I'd met so far were like that, which made me assume that the ones I'd meet in the future would be the same. However, the zombies gathered in the plaza charged toward me without the slightest hesitation, as if they did not care about the hierarchy of the food chain. As I saw them get closer, my blue eyes flashed as I hurriedly accelerated my blood flow. While I was still channeling strength into my arms, the mad zombies were right in front of me before I realized it. I urgently twisted my lower body and waist and punched the zombie in front of me. Pow! Their defenses were no different from the ordinary street zombies. I guess the only thing different about them is their appearance. They only seemed to be more violent and hideous looking than the ordinary zombies. Their defenses were weak, so I figured that I could take them out easily if I just strengthened my lower body and core so that they wouldn't be able to bear me down through sheer weight of numbers. I concentrated on keeping my balance as I continuously hurled punches at the incoming zombies. Grr! A zombie running in from the left reached out its hand toward me, spitting out thick saliva. As I twisted my back and tried to kick it, I felt something grab my ankle. I reflexively looked down at the ground and noticed that the zombie I had hit earlier had grabbed onto my lower body. Even though I had caved its face in earlier, even though I had felt its skull disintegrate under my fingers, it was holding onto my ankles like a leech. A disgusting, uneasy feeling sent chills down my spine and through my entire body. The madness within them was out of this world. I've never experienced anything like it. I wondered if another type of mutant had emerged. Chomp! Before I knew it, a zombie from the left bit me on the shoulder. I'd let my guard down for a second and allowed a zombie to get to me. I couldn't believe that this street zombie had left a clear bite mark on my shoulder blade. It had managed to pierce through my flesh, the flesh that pistol rounds couldn't even pierce. Their defenses were weak, but they had incredible vitality, and their attacks were far superior compared to the other zombies. I quickly stepped back and called in my underlings. All of you, gather up. Kaa? The 15 stage 1 mutants who had been waiting for my orders started running toward me at once. I realized that, if the zombies were still alive after their heads got crushed, all I had to do was to completely destroy their bodies. I knew it would take some time, so I called in my mutants to quickly wrap up the situation. I gave my underlings orders as I accelerated my blood circulation. Crush them all. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Yoon Jong-ho told the survivors what had happened at Daegu Airport, and the survivors gathered on the platform began to mutter amongst themselves. It's only right for us to join them. Aren't they too cold-hearted? Let's not think so much about it and follow them to Jeju Island. We'll think about the rest of it after that. I'm sure Jeju Island will be safe. I bet those people won't even blink an eye if their family members die. What? Go to Jeju Island with them? Jeju Island my ass. Do you think they'll protect us? Then what? Do you want to die here? If it hadn't been for the blue-eyed zombie, we'd all be dead. Wake up you fool. As the chaotic atmosphere continued to bubble, Zhang Jinyoung approached the survivors with a sketchbook and a ballpoint pen. He began to write in the sketchbook, and the survivors all grew quiet and paid attention to the sketchbook, as if they had agreed to do so beforehand. I understand where everyone is coming from. It is natural to view the survivors from Gangnam both positively and negatively. Jinyoung, do you have any good ideas? You're the leader, so you have to decide on something so that we can follow. The survivors howled out for Zhang Jinyoung to come up with a plan. He asked for calm amidst the chaotic atmosphere, and wrote some more in the sketchbook he was holding. I also think we should join them. See, Jinyoung says it's right to follow them. No, listen up. How can you trust this man who suddenly shows up and says he's part of this survivor rally organization or whatever nonsense? The survivors began to raise their voices again. Zhang Jinyoung sighed, his expression growing complicated. Yoon Jong-ho, who was next to him, spoke up. Jinyoung, this isn't something that you should take lightly. We shouldn't spend so much time on it either. There's no point in thinking about it some more. The way we've survived and our experience of this zombie apocalypse is too different from theirs. I have no doubt that we'll get into conflicts with them. Even if we do get into a conflict, don't you think we can just let it slide? I don't see a reason to fight with them. What if we get mistreated when we do that? Think about it. Even the soldiers in Daegu weren't like this from the beginning. They weren't this reckless, remember. Zhang Jinyoung hesitated a moment as he listened to Yoon Jong-ho. Zhang Jinyoung remained still, and Yoon Jong-ho grimaced and continued. Daegu is now in this situation, and it all started with a single can of canned food. Once the people of Gangnam start drawing a line between us and them, we'll be inferior in terms of numbers and power. So, Zhang Jinyoung put his hand on Yoon Jong-ho's shoulder to cut him off. He flipped to the back page of the sketchbook and started to write. Hyung Nim, Mr. Lee Hyun-deok saved everyone here. I know, and it's really something we should be thankful for. But there is no guarantee that the survivors at the airport have the same mindset as Mr. Lee Hyun-deok. I honestly don't see any difference between them and Mr. Lee Hyun-deok. The people at the terminal, they all had faces full of hope. Even in this damned world, they didn't seem exhausted or tired. It's also possible that he forced them to follow him using his power. He didn't say or do anything when we told him that we wouldn't join him. That shows that the relationship between the survivors of Gangnam and Mr. Lee Hyun-deok is built on trust, rather than oppression. Yoon Jong-ho could not refute Zhang Jinyoung's observation. He stayed silent as Zhang Jinyoung continued to write in the sketchbook. I think Mr. Lee Hyun-deok's mindset is such that he doesn't care about people who aren't on the same page as him, and that he more than welcomes those who are willing to join him. He probably got all the way here by incorporating what he thought would be useful and helpful, and abandoning whatever was opposite. So, He seems like someone who would seek to weed out the bad early on, and take in those with the same values as him. And if there are any signs of conflict, he would step in to resolve it quickly. Don't you think so? What exactly do you mean by signs of conflict? I think he has a thing against selfish people, and people who have lost their humanity. And I believe the survivors of Gangnam at the terminal share Mr. Lee Hyun-deok's beliefs. Yoon Jong-ho read the letters written in the sketchbook and gently rubbed his chin, lost in thought. As the two fell silent, Kim Min-jong joined them. I also think that it'd be a good idea to join them, she said. Wait, Min-jong. You too. Kim Min-jong frowned. At first I was surprised and got all worked up, but now that I think about it, I think I overreacted, she said, her expression rather downcast. It was hard to tell if she was sad, or if she was feeling bad for what she'd done. Regardless, it seemed like she was still thinking about how she'd shot Lee Hyun-deok and Kim Hye-young-jun without asking the two of them anything, assuming that they were mindless zombies. Kim Min-jong's expression remained troubled, and Yoon Jong-ho sighed and scratched his head. Even Kim Min-jong, who had been against Lee Hyun-deok, had changed her mind. It seemed like the incident that had just happened had changed her mind. Lee Hyun-deok had brought Yoon Jong-ho and Jong Jin-young back from Daegu Airport to Ansim Station in good condition, and had also saved the survivors there as well. His actions may not have been enough for the survivors in Ansim Station to develop full trust toward him and the Survivor Rally organization, but it was enough for them to take an interest and to thank him and the organization. Yoon Jong-ho sighed as he placed his hand on his forehead, and before long, he slicked his bangs back and spoke up. So you're saying following them is the best for our future? Yes, now's not the time to be arrogant. We have to ensure our survival first. Surviving on our own. Do you think that'll be impossible? Mr. Lee Hyun-deok told me earlier that we would have to be wary, even during the day. He said that zombies evolved much faster than humans could adapt. Yoon Jong-ho's expression grew complicated, and he smacked his lips. He then calmed the survivors down and raised his voice. Everyone, please pay attention. When the survivors looked at him, he took a deep breath and continued. We've decided that it would be beneficial to join forces with the Survivor Rally organization. If anyone is against this idea, please speak up now. A man who appeared to be in his early 40s raised his voice. I've been saying this all along. How can we live with such cold-blooded people? It was Kim Min-jong's turn to frown and speak up. Then what do you want to do? We're all going to die to the zombies on our own. What do you suggest we do? Well, that's not what I meant. What do you mean, that's not what you meant? If you're going to speak, don't beat around the bush and especially, don't just blurt out the first thing that comes to your mind. Are you saying it's wrong to even give an opinion? Kim Min-jong's eyes widened in anger. What I'm saying is, stop saying things without thinking them through first. If you just blurt something out without offering another solution, you're just being an idiot. Am I wrong? The man in his 40s snorted but remained silent. Even though she had hurt his pride, he knew he had nothing to refute her with, and so all he could do was snort. Kim Min-jong looked around at the rest of the survivors, then continued to speak. Honestly, there's no hope for us. Jin-young Appa is always the one bringing us food, and there's nothing we can do to help him. What do we do here, besides eat and go to the bathroom? What do you mean, we don't do anything? We defended ourselves when the zombies came, and we fought them off with all our might. You fought for the first time today, stop talking as though you've done something great. At novel bin at. What's that? I saw it all. I shouted to reinforce the barricade on the right, but Ajasi, you stepped back so that you could ensure your own survival. Am I wrong? Kim Min-jong glared at him as she spoke, and everyone's eyes immediately turned to the man in his 40s, their eyes full of hatred and disgust. The man began to yell, almost foaming at the mouth. What is that crazy bitch talking about? Hey, did you fight them off alone? Huh? Why are you going on as if you did something amazing? You're only speaking because that blue-eyed zombie saved you too. Don't you dare speak as though you're different, you little bitch. Yes, Ajasi, you're right. I've lived my entire life like this, justifying myself. Fine, then. I'm going to leave. Although her words were harsh, her fists were shaking. Judging by the redness around her eyes, it seemed as though she was barely holding herself back from crying. Yoon Jong-ho realized what was going on, and his expression grew somber. Min-jong, calm down for a bit. I hate everything. I hate everything about this place. Aren't we just waiting to die here? You know I'm right. What kind of future do we have here? Wake up everyone. Min-jong, I don't want to live in a smelly subway like this, never being able to see sunlight for the rest of my life, waiting for death. Kim Min-jong collapsed to the ground and began to sob. While Yoon Jong-ho comforted Kim Min-jong, the survivors that shared her viewpoint moved to join her. The man in his 40s puffed his cheeks forcefully, as if he thought that whole situation was ridiculous. What? You guys, are you going to follow them, work like dogs, breathe like slaves and die? Yes, if you want to go, go. I won't stop you either. So stop messing around and get out. The survivors of Ansim Station were divided into two groups. 7 men and women joined the man in his 40s, while the rest asked to join up with Yoon Jong-ho. Yoon Jong-ho sighed deeply. I don't see a point in persuading you to join us and go with Mr. Lee Hyun-deok, the man who saved us, he said forcefully. After all, even he said that everyone should live according to what they believe. Huh? There's no use giving me a lecture. Get lost. Go on your way already. The man in his 40s clicked his tongue vigorously. Yoon Jong-ho helped Kim Min-jong up and looked over at Zhang Jinyoung. Zhang Jinyoung nodded and stepped off the platform and onto the tracks. Tommy, who had been watching the survivors of Ansem Station with anxious eyes, hurried over to Yoon Jong-ho. You're going to go right now? Yes. Wait. Then, what about the people over there? They're not our business anymore. But still, I don't think this is going to solve the problem. Didn't you already get off on the wrong foot with the Survivor Rally organization? Tommy seemed restless and nervous. That's why the least we can do is show them our will, Yoon Jong-ho replied in a calm voice. I know I'm shameless for doing this, but the least we can do is get to where they are on our own and beg them to accept us. Tommy scratched his head and smacked his lips. You really do know how to put people in a difficult position. His expression grew bitter. What should I say when Mr. Lee Hyun-deok comes back? If you choose to act like this out of the blue, I won't know what to do either. Think about this from my perspective. I'm sorry, but I've finally realized what he meant. I now understand why Mr. Lee Hyun-deok doesn't cling on to people who wish to leave. Yoon Jong-ho gritted his teeth and glanced at the man in his 40s. Abandoning someone who would become a burden early on. Being a burden had nothing to do with a person's abilities. It was about their mentality. Thanks to this man in his 40s, he was able to understand and sympathize with Lee Hyun-deok and Lee Jong-uk. Yoon Jong-ho gave Tommy a small nod. Your vaccine research. I hope you get good results. Take care, replied Tommy with a bitter smile. With the exception of the 8 survivors, including the man in his 40s, the remaining 30 survivors, along with Zhang Jinyoung, made their way along the dark rail tracks. They walked, hoping that a bright future awaited at the end of the pitch-black tunnel that seemed to continue on forever. They acted as each other's eyes and ears as they moved forward. Their destination was Daegu Airport, where the Survivor Rally organization was. I guess that's it, I said with a sigh. My entire body was covered with zombie blood from taking care of the mad, frenzied zombies. It took more than just crushing their skulls to deal with them completely. Their chopped limbs still wriggled like earthworms. I had to crush every bone in their body to make them stop moving. As I collected myself, I counted the number of zombies I had taken care of. I noticed that I had taken care of about 2,000 or so, and in the process, I'd lost 5 Stage 1 mutants. Most of the Stage 1 mutants had gone down when they let their guard down. Since the zombies didn't die even after their skulls were crushed, there had been many times when the zombies on the ground would grab onto our lower bodies. Once any of my mutants lost their balance and fell to the ground, they would not be able to resist the pressure from the attacking zombies and would eventually succumb. I had only lost 3 Stage 1 mutants while dealing with the 2,000 zombies that were under the control of the boss of the family. This time, though, I'd lost 5 of them merely fighting street zombies. These new zombies possessed a madness that gave them overwhelming strength, stamina, and intelligence. This was a tragedy born from mine and my mutants' carelessness. As the fight dragged on, the remaining 10 mutants began to understand the characteristics of these new zombies, along with what they were capable of. Thanks to their ability to learn, they eventually learned how to take care of them. After that, we managed to pick up our pace, but it still seemed like we'd fought non-stop for about an hour. I wiped the blood of the slain zombies from my face and checked on how my underlings were doing. The surviving Stage 1 mutants were shoving the wriggling zombies into their mouths. As they ate the zombies, they restored their damaged body parts and seemed to get stronger than before. Their muscles thickened, and the color of their skin turned grayish-brown. Just as Ji-Eun had become stronger after eating zombies in Jaengdong when she was still a Stage 1 mutant, the 10 surviving mutants also became stronger. Unfortunately, none of them looked like they would evolve into a Stage 2 mutant. Perhaps there weren't any zombies that shared the same desire as them. I took a deep breath and let it out, then gave orders to my underlings. All of you wait here. Kiaa. The Stage 1 mutants growled from their throats and looked up into the sky. I made my way through the dead zombie bodies and headed for the Brain Research Institute. Given the number of zombies gathered in the plaza, I assumed that the situation inside wouldn't be any better. I'd been thinking of going back to Ansem Station after clearing the area outside, but now that I was here, I had to check the interior as well. Since a new type of zombie had appeared around the Brain Research Institute, there must have been some related research being conducted here. I needed to figure out what kind of research the researchers here were conducting and get to the bottom of it. *****. Just as I expected, the new breed of zombies were present inside as well. I searched every nook and cranny and beat all of them to death, since they mercilessly attacked anyone they saw. All of a sudden, a room that was labeled Researchers' Rest Area caught my eye. I carefully opened the door and saw 2 coats and a desk. Next to that, I saw a coffee maker, and traces that someone had used it rather recently. Until about 15 days ago, Daegu had still been a civilized place. The lab seemed to be littered with objects and items that showed traces of recent use. I went through the desk and the cabinets, pulling out every document that seemed to contain useful information. I picked out a notebook and a thick stack of papers from a half-open drawer. The notebook was so worn out that I couldn't even imagine how many times it had been used. When I sat down in front of the desk and opened the notebook to the front page, I knew at once what this notebook was. It had a name on it. The name was Choi Sung-won. It was his journal. I noticed that his diary contained entries from the past couple of months. Since the stacks of papers that were with the journal contained a lot of medical jargon that I couldn't understand, I decided to put them aside in the meantime and read through the journal first. The first part of the journal went back to May, when the virus first spread. I can tell that something's going on from the conversations the soldiers are having. Word went around that the Central Disease Control's attempt at a quarantine failed. I never thought I would hear that Seoul would fall in my lifetime. I wonder where Korea is headed to. In concise sentences, he wrote out his thoughts for each day. In fact, he had written something every day, and did not miss out on any details of that particular day's situation. I lost contact with my graduate school classmate in Daejeon. He was the guy that teased me a lot when I first got assigned to Daegu. Does this mean that Daejeon has fallen as well? He was a smart guy. Hopefully he's alive. I think Daegu is still safe. Soldiers are checking on the survivors day and night. They've set up barbed wire fences and declared isolation from the outside world. But I'm curious how they'll act once food runs out. No significant progress with the research. I wonder if there's a problem with the conventional approach. I'll try a different approach tomorrow. In the process of obtaining samples, a young soldier got infected with the virus. He took 12 seconds to transform. I cannot forget the look the young man had as he struggled in pain and cried out for help. All I could do was strap his limbs to the lab bed. At the end of the last sentence, the words "I'm sorry" had been erased away, but the marks were still slightly visible. I wet my parched lips and continued reading. The young man who was a human yesterday, but is now a research sample, is glaring at me. I wonder if he resents me or hates me. The longer I stay human, the more sinful I feel. Cells died overnight. It's definitely different from growing cancer cells. They're more contagious than cancer cells, but they die easily without any stimulation. Does this virus have an RT value, effective reproduction number? I can't figure out why it spread in the first place. Nothing's certain, neither the pathogenesis, the host, nor the environment. How are we supposed to measure its propagation capacity? Abnormal symptoms appeared in cells that I thought were dead. They're dead, but they're showing behavioral patterns. I don't know how to assess this situation. The first part of the journal contained more information related to the situation in Daegu than the virus research. Since I wanted to know more about the new zombies, I quickly flipped through the pages to find the part where he actually started talking about the research. According to the dates he had listed, it seemed like the overall research plan had started to come together only in September. The changes in serotonin have been identified as the source of the virus. Serotonin is involved in emotional changes, appetite, sleep, and muscle contraction functions, and is closely related to one's thinking. It affects the memory and learning ability, and is involved in hemostasis and blood clotting reactions. It also acts as an important regulator for one's appetite and food selection. When serotonin levels decrease, one's appetite increases. Serotonin. I had a vague memory of hearing it before. I think the best way to describe it was that it was a happy compound. I remember hearing that serotonin was secreted when humans felt happy. Reading that the zombie apocalypse was caused by serotonin seemed rather contradictory. I scratched my sideburns as I continued to read the journal. An infected individual faces difficulties using their cognitive functions and tends toward violence, and seems to experience endless hunger. In addition, they undergo changes in muscle contraction and have sleep function disorders. I believe this has to do with the change in the levels of serotonin. It's baby steps right now, but there seems to be potential in this. I found another clue besides serotonin. The endogenous opioid peptide produced in the pituitary gland and hypothalamus of vertebrates is an endorphin that acts as a neurotransmitter. Endorphins are released during exercise, excitement, and pain, and exist as neurotransmitters in the pain transmission pathway of the brain. It has the same analgesic effect as morphine, which improves moods and reduces pain. Endorphins are natural opioids produced in the body. In the case of the B endorphin, it travels to the spinal cord and brain, and when it is excessively secreted, it leads to the complete numbing of pain. This is why the infected do not feel pain. All of the infected are secreting excessive amounts of endorphins even when they aren't exercising. I then wondered if the reason why we zombies could accelerate our blood flow was because of the endorphins within us. I also realized that reading about the zombie virus from a scientific perspective was pretty interesting. I quietly rubbed my chin and continued to flip through the pages. As I neared the end of the journal, though, I noticed that the contents had changed. The expected happened. The soldiers have begun distributing the food unequally now that we are facing a shortage. I was given more food than others because I'm a researcher. I wonder if this is morally right. The children are starving. When I handed one of my canned food to a crying child, the military commander dragged me away. He told me this: "Don't feed them. Are you treating people like livestock?" Giving out food to the children became the trigger. The people stood up, protesting that the researchers and soldiers were taking abnormally large portions of food. I don't know what to do. I think this is all because of me. People are fighting because of me. There's been shooting for the past couple of days. The researchers have been divided into two groups. Those that followed the soldiers, and those that side with the common people. I'm being treated as an incompetent researcher, and do not belong anywhere. What's the point of working like a dog? World peace? The future of mankind? After seeing what's been happening outside the laboratory with my own eyes, I'm just more confused. Everyone's crazy. Humans were their own enemy, not the zombies. I'm not sure what virus I'm fighting against anymore. Professor Kong went out of the lab to calm everyone down. We told Professor Kong to not go out, but Professor Kong insisted. I hope Professor Kong comes back safely. I don't know how many days have passed. We've already waited for so long, and it doesn't seem like Professor Kong is going to come back anytime soon. There are only 4 researchers left here now, including myself. What should we do? When I tried to turn to the next page, the pages did not want to separate. They seemed to be stuck together, as though wet. I opened the pages carefully so that I wouldn't tear the journal. The pages were covered in scribbles written in ink. It was also covered with blood stains. I swallowed and read the page with the blood stains. All beings that go against the laws of nature must die. Everyone, whether human or zombie, is evil. They shouldn't exist in the future. They're all bastards at novel bin at. The further into the journal I got, I began to see drawings of demonic figures. He had traced over the drawings multiple times, and ink was splattered all over the page. Vulgarities were scrawled all over the pages, which were stained with blood. The more I flipped through the journal, the more of the same vulgarities I saw, scribbled closer together, word after word. These were the traces of a man who had gone insane, and was engulfed in madness. I closed the journal, feeling bitter and confused. My chest felt abnormally tight. After calming myself down, I opened it to the last page. It was written about 15 days ago. Human emotions are sometimes irrational, so I fear the incomprehensible. I understand everything, and I now have a solid foundation, sound logic. When humans disappear, the zombies will disappear, and when the zombies disappear, a new cycle of nature will begin. Unlike the previous pages, the writing on this page was neat, and the thoughts were laid out in proper sentences. But instead of feeling relieved, I felt chills run down my spine at his sudden change. When someone who had gone half mad came back to their senses, it was reason to worry, rather than to feel relieved. I let out a deep sigh and continued reading. I will not fight against the foolish humans. They are not willing to talk, and those who have lost their ability to reason are no different from zombies. I will go beyond them and give them the rest they need. My colleagues have agreed. The research is done, as Professor Kong is gone. We realized the meaning of this research only after Professor Kang's death. Completed the vaccine. Something else was written beneath the last sentence, something that I couldn't quite understand. It seemed like he had marked out the research process, but I couldn't understand it because of my lack of knowledge. However, I could vaguely tell that the stack of papers I'd put aside earlier was related to this last section of the journal. I took everything with me and left the Brain Research Institute. I planned on showing all of this to Tommy and ask him if he could figure out the work this person had done. If their research had given birth to a new type of zombie, there could still be new types of zombies somewhere in Daegu. And if these symptoms that the new zombies had were contagious to the ordinary zombies, we could not brush it aside. If their madness spread like a virus, it would change not only Korea, but the entire Asian continent. And if that were to happen, the survivors would no longer be able to survive on their own. I hurried back to Ansem Station, hoping that the worst was not ahead of us. After entering Ansem Station, Tommy, who had been sitting around nervously, came up running to me with a smile. When he saw the blood on my clothes, his eyes widened. What's all that blood? Were there that many zombies? I'm done cleaning up the outside area around the Brain Research Institute. Did you get hurt anywhere? Are you okay? I'm all right. Please have a look at this instead. When I handed over the journal and papers I was holding, Tommy looked at them blankly. What's all this? He asked. I found them at the Brain Research Institute. Find out what's written on these documents and let me know. Tommy nodded, and began to go through the documents. As I looked around, I noticed that the number of survivors had decreased significantly. When I asked Tommy about this, he grimaced and told me what had happened half an hour ago. My mind reeled as I got caught up on what had happened. I had no clue why they would act so recklessly when their lives were at stake. I sighed. Where did they go? I asked Tommy. They followed the tracks. Please wait here for a while. I'll check on the survivors, then escort you to the research center. That's all right. Since you cleaned up the area, we can take care of the rest. Wait for me, I'll be back soon. Please go over the documents I gave you. Tommy's expression grew troubled, as if he was unhappy with the fact that I'd asked him to wait again. Is something wrong with the lab? I want to hear why you're holding us back. Can't you tell, given the state I'm in? I haven't been able to take care of all the zombies inside the Brain Research Institute yet. Tommy looked me up and down, swallowed, and nodded. Please come back as soon as possible, he said as he scratched his head. I gave him a small bow and ran to the subway tracks. Tommy said that they'd left 30 minutes ago, so if they hadn't been attacked by any zombies along the way, they should have already arrived at Dongcheon Station. The remaining 8 survivors at Ansem Station were all young adults, except for the man who seemed to be in his 40s. That meant all the children and the elderly had followed Yoon Jong-ho to Daegu Airport. I wasn't sure if they would all be able to make it from Dongcheon Station to Daegu Airport on foot. Even though there weren't as many zombies near the airport, it would be difficult for Yoon Jong-ho and his people to survive if even just 10 zombies ganged up on them, since they weren't properly armed. Ignorance is bold, and knowledge reserved one. They were leaving Ansem Station even though they weren't used to fighting. What a stubborn guy. He should have just begged me to take him in. It wasn't that they were uptight, or had an attitude problem. It was just that they were too upright, and they needed time to adapt to change. My blue eyes flashed as I sprinted down the tracks like an arrow. I assumed that he and his people were walking slowly and keeping a watchful eye on their surroundings. I knew I could catch up if I ran at full speed. After running for a while, I saw a candle shimmering like a mirage at the end of the pitch-black tunnel. The survivors were gathered on the platform of Dongcheon Station. I was relieved to see them. They hadn't left yet. As I got closer, Kim Minjeong drew her pistol from her side and pointed it at me. It seemed like she got extremely nervous as she heard footsteps coming from the tracks. Fortunately, she didn't pull on the trigger this time. Instead, she looked over at Yoon Jong-ho in surprise. Yoon Jong-ho put down the metal pipe he was holding and called out my name. Mr. Lee Hyun-deok. The moment I saw his face, my anger boiled over, and I lashed out at him. Why are you so reckless? I had mistakenly raised my voice. Yoon Jong-ho hesitated for a second as puzzlement flashed across his face, then he looked down at the ground. He was acting as if he had done something terribly wrong, as though he were a criminal. I furrowed my brow. Was it that hard to apologize? What were you planning to do if there were still zombies at Goksan Station? Why did you bring all these people here when you didn't even know if there were zombies at the other stations or not? He wasn't talking back to me like yesterday. Instead, he was now acting like a puppy that knew it had done something wrong, quietly listening to me as I berated him. I let out a deep sigh and continued to nag him. Is it more important to earn brownie points from me? Or do the lives of the survivors here matter more? My apologies. Please think about what comes first. He was the prime example of the saying ignorance is bold, and knowledge reserved. He was underestimating how strong the zombies were. Back at Ansem Station, the damaged train had blocked off more than half of the railroad tracks, leaving only a 6-meter gap. But beyond the safety of the station, things were different. It was their territory everywhere, and to lead the children and the elderly out had been a careless decision. When I sighed and massaged my temples gently, Yoon Jong-ho grimaced. We wanted to fight, he said. What do you mean by fight? If you fight out there, even if 10 zombies rushed toward you, you wouldn't last. I'm not talking about fighting zombies. Then what? I wanted to fight against this damned reality. I frowned at Yoon Jong-ho's unexpected statement, and his expression grew bitter. Do you think we're afraid of zombies, or of the lethargic everyday life that we've been living? We were more afraid of our reality, which had no future. We hated the reality that we couldn't get food for ourselves without Jin Young, and that we couldn't go outside by ourselves. I slicked my hair back as I listened to him. Living day by day, with no future to look toward. The thought that the next day didn't seem to exist, but at the same time, not knowing what to do to change that. I was familiar with that feeling more than anyone, since there was also a time when I'd been stuck in a room with So-yeon as we waited for a rescue team that never showed up. Despite all this, he had made a very reckless decision. It would have been slightly better if he'd had a clearer plan. I sighed. What was your plan? I asked him. Jin Young went outside to scout. Once Jin Young cleared the path ahead, we were planning to follow the path he made. And after that, what were you going to do if my people back at the airport weren't willing to accept you? Yoon Jong-ho remained silent. I had posed the question merely to see if he had any backup plan, but it seemed like my question already felt like a rejection to him. His lips began to tremble. Should I get down on my knees, he said. Or take off my clothes? Or should I pretend to die? Yoon Jong-ho fell to his knees in front of me and looked up into my face. When I stayed silent, he immediately started taking his top off. I grabbed his arm and told him to stop. He got all flustered and tried to take his top no matter what. When I yelled at him to stop, Yoon Jong-ho yelled back at me with bloodshot eyes. Please, I'm begging you to help us. I know you're strong. I know you can protect us. If you don't want to protect me, at least protect the others over there. If you don't want to protect those people either, please, I beg you, at least protect the children for us. Then, even Kim Minjeong, who was next to Yoon Jong-ho, got down to her knees and shouted. Please help us. Get up. Don't do this. When I tried to help Kim Minjeong up, she fell flat on the floor and refused to budge. She beat her forehead against the ground as she pleaded with me in a voice close to weeping. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I must have gone crazy for a second yesterday. I can't believe I just shot you without even trying to speak with you first. I'm really sorry. I said it was fine. Don't do this. Please get up. I'll do whatever you ask me to do. I'll work really hard. Please take us in. Her fists were trembling. Looking at her bowed head and slumped shoulders made me feel sad somehow. The other survivors behind her started getting on their knees as well. The children stared blankly at the grown UPS, and their faces grew tearful. Even the quick-wit children could sense what was going on. I put my head in my hands and let out a sigh. This wasn't my intention, but desperation made people abandon their pride. The fear of not knowing when the zombies would attack, the anxiety from the dwindling food supplies, the worry that each day could be the last, and the sense of utter futility of life had all come together, and had been wearing them down every single day. And I knew that they probably didn't want to lose the one hope that had come their way. I continued to remain silent, and Yoon Jong-ho bit his lip and spoke up. I was arrogant. At first, I couldn't trust the Survivor Rally organization. I wanted to keep my distance from outsiders. But I realized what I'd done wrong only after you had given up on us. Get up, then, and we'll all talk this through. Please get up. What happened yesterday? That has nothing to do with the people here. That was something I did as an individual, not as a leader or representative. So please take the others with you. I realized that they weren't going to listen to anything I had to say right now. Even if I told them they could join us, they still wouldn't believe me. To them, I wasn't a saint that brought everyone together and accepted everyone. I was a being that they had to beg to in order to survive. To them, I was at the top of the food chain. I smacked my lips. If you insist. Please talk to Mr. Li Zhongyuke at the airport, I said. Mr. Li Zhongyuke and Ms. Wang Jihai are in charge of taking in new survivors. Then, does that mean you're willing to accept us? It's not that simple. Once you all come back to your senses and reach the airport, Li Zhongyuke and Wang Jihai will have the ultimate decision. You will need their permission. Only then did Yun Zhongho, Kim Minzhong, and the survivors behind them get to their feet. Once I led the survivors to Daegu Airport, Li Zhongyuke would lead them through the induction process, if and only if he and Wang Jihai were willing to accept them. However, since Li Zhongyuke had told me to speak to the survivors back when I first left for Ansem Station, it was obvious that he'd be more than welcoming to the survivors. If Li Zhongyuke and Wang Jihai accepted them, they would be known as the good ones, and I, since I had denied them, would be remembered as the bad guy. But all that didn't matter, because the people who would live on Jeju Island would be the survivors that made up the Survivor Rally organization, not me. I let out a breath, then continued on. We'll be leaving as soon as Mr. Zhang Jinyang arrives. All of you, collect yourselves, and get ready. Yes, thank you. Thank me later when it's over. All right. Yun Zhongho nodded vigorously, a determined look on his face, and began taking care of the other survivors. I knew it was presumptuous for me to decide what was good and evil, but I could answer one thing with certainty. I could tell that Yun Zhongho was merely clumsy, and that he could never become evil. I was no different. I was also a person full of questions and doubts. In the past, I'd been suspicious of Kim Hyeongjun. Yun Zhongho and I seemed to have a lot in common. *****. Tommy, how much longer do we have to wait? Mr. Lee Hyundeok said he'd be back soon, so let's wait a little longer. Tommy sighed as he calmed Eliash's grumbling. Then, the commander of the Russian troops, who had his arms crossed silently, spoke up. I can't wait any longer. Let's head out on our own. No, Mr. Lee Hyundeok told me to wait. Since when did he become the commander? I'm your guardian. Don't forget that. But, he said there's still zombies left inside the Brain Research Institute. How many do you think there will be? If they're street zombies, we can take care of them as well. And it seems like this man named Lee Hyundeok has already paved the way. Let's just go on our own. The commander picked up his rifle and got to his feet, and the 15 Russian soldiers joined him. Tommy waved his hands vigorously. Please don't. There's no point in going on ahead when he told us to stay put. We don't need his help. We just need to go to the Brain Research Institute and restore the power grid, and then we'd be able to run the centrifuge or whatever. No, am I wrong? But still, we don't have to take the risk. Weren't we going to go our separate ways once we arrived at the Brain Research Institute anyway? We just need to make the vaccine, and those people are going to go to an island called Jeju Island, right? Tommy bit his lower lip and remained silent. The commander was right, but for some reason, he still had an uneasy feeling. It was hard for him to forget the image of Lee Hyundeok when he'd returned, with zombie blood all over his body. And there was something about the documents he had brought back. They had suspicious written all over them. The journal and documents Lee Hyundeok had given him had nothing to do with vaccines. The documents stated something about increasing the kinetic energy of the virus. Tommy couldn't help but wonder if the research had been to drastically increase the activity of the virus and bring about self-destruction. The documents were full of research and data that he couldn't understand at novel bin at. To him, everything would be much clearer if the Brain Research Institute had samples related to this study. As Tommy was pondering all of this, the commander loaded his rifle. Let's go, he ordered. Tommy stood there, not knowing what to do. The commander grabbed his shirt and dragged him outside. As Tommy got further away from the platform, he couldn't help but recall the last time he saw Lee Hyundeok, running along the tracks toward the survivors as he told him to wait there for him. This saying is attributed to Thucydides, an ancient Athenian historian and general. It was dead silent when they emerged from Ansem Station. There wasn't a single soul around. The Russian soldiers kept a close eye on the surroundings as the commander led them to Innovation City, navigating using the map they had. Tommy followed the commander, his expression still bitter. Eliasha, who had been walking beside him, poked him in the shoulder and, Tommy, look behind you. When he turned around, he saw a woman with a sad face following them. She was Lee Hyundeok's underling, the mutant called Ji-Eun. Eliasha looked at Ji-Eun blankly, then grinned at Tommy. Why is she following us? He asked. Maybe Mr. Lee Hyundeok ordered her to protect us? No, he clearly ordered her to protect the survivors. Maybe it's because she's more familiar with us than the people in the subway. He had a point. Lee Hyundeok had ordered Ji-Eun to protect the survivors. But when the Russian group decided to leave, she probably had to make a decision to either protect the people from Russia, or the survivors from Daegu. Since Ji-Eun had seen the people from Russia longer, it only made sense that she would feel a stronger sense of familiarity toward them. Tommy looked over at Ji-Eun again. That mutant. I wonder if she's strong. The Russian group had no information about the mutants whatsoever. The commander who was in the lead broke the silence. Huh? He sure did a good job cleaning up. I knew it. There's nothing dangerous here at all. As they entered Innovation City, they were greeted by dead zombie corpses. They moved forward, avoiding the dead zombies. Thanks to Lee Hyundeok, they were able to reach the Brain Research Institute easily, without any of them having to fire their weapons. When they got to the plaza near the main entrance of the Brain Research Institute, however, the commander stopped in his tracks and pinched his nose. There were thousands of corpses strewn about the ground. Tommy felt sick to his stomach at the unfathomable number of dead bodies. Unable to hold it in, he grabbed onto a utility pole and threw up. Alyosha rubbed him on the back, grimacing. Even the ever-cheerful Russian researcher looked nervous, as he had realized how serious things were. The commander cleared his throat and gave an order to the soldiers. Fix bayonets. Fix bayonets, responded the soldiers in unison as they fixed their bayonets to their rifles. Keep an eye on the ground as we move, the commander said with a frown. If you happen to find one that's alive, don't hesitate. Stab it. Yes, sir. The soldiers moved slowly, glancing down at the ground every now and then. There were so many zombie bodies that it made it difficult to distinguish where the road was. Every now and then, a soldier groaned as they stepped into a puddle of zombie guts. Tommy and Alyosha frowned as they kept up with the soldiers. As they walked, Alyosha studied the dead zombie bodies carefully. After a moment, he looked over at Tommy. Tommy, don't these ones look different? He asked. Don't speak to me. It's already hard enough just trying to breathe. Look at them closely. Their blood vessels are protruding out way too clearly. Alyosha pointed toward one severed zombie limb. Tommy squeezed his nose even harder with his right index finger and thumb and peered at the zombie leg. Just as Alyosha had said, the veins on the zombie limb were protruding excessively. Their veins were twisted about, like the veins of someone suffering from varicose veins. All of the sudden, something bizarre started to happen. Even though this leg was clearly separated from the head and body, blood was still flowing within it. The veins were still moving. Tommy focused on the zombie's leg like a child watching ants. Alyosha, who was next to him, asked with a smirk on his face, should we try touching it? Should we? Repeated Tommy, an uncertain smile playing across his lips. Alyosha touched the zombie's leg with his toes. Like a salmon jumping out of the water, the zombie's leg began to jump up and down. Tommy and Alyosha freaked out and took a couple steps backwards, eventually landing on their bottoms. That one zombie leg seemed to trigger a chain reaction, and all the zombie corpses across the plaza began to jump up and down. Tommy was so confused that he couldn't even move. His mouth fell open and his eyes widened as he took in what was happening in front of him. Alyosha's reaction was no different. What are you doing? Yelled the commander from behind them. He then grabbed the two of them by their collars and dragged them into the Brain Research Institute, then slammed them against the wall. Don't touch anything without my orders. You understand? He yelled. Tommy and Alyosha nodded, still in shock. The commander clicked his tongue vigorously and turned to his soldiers. There are zombies remaining within the lab. Nobody let their guard down, he ordered. Yes, sir. The commander and soldiers continued down the hallway of Building A. Tommy stared at the commander blankly as he walked away, but for some reason, he couldn't move. He was so shocked that he had lost the strength to move. Alyosha, who was next to him, swallowed. Tommy, just now, have you ever seen anything like that? He asked. No. Their limbs were jumping up and down like fish. We shouldn't have come. Then what should we do? Should we just stay here? I think it'd be best to wait until Mr. Lee Hyundeok returns. While the two were lost in their own conversation, the commander, who was in front of the group, looked back. Why aren't you following us? He shouted. Do you want to die there? Tommy wet his parched lips. We'll stay here, he said. What's that? Could you come back for us after you finish cleaning up the zombies? You're kidding me, aren't you? We have the vaccine. Your role is to protect us, isn't it? It makes no sense for us to go with you right now. Tommy's lips trembled as he replied, as if he didn't want to be told what to do anymore. The commander snorted. Huh? All right. We don't want our precious researchers to die. Get some rest with that zombie next to you. When Tommy and Alyosha heard that there was a zombie next to them, their heads snapped around so quickly that audible pops were heard. Ji-eun was sitting right next to Alyosha. The two gasped and fell to the floor, all frightened and scared. Even though they knew she was an ally, she was still a zombie to them. Being this close to a zombie, they couldn't help but feel creeped out. As the Russian soldiers got further away, Tommy gulped and looked at Ji-eun blankly. She was looking back at them with a neutral expression. Tommy cleared his throat lightly. Excuse me. Can you speak as well? He asked Ji-eun. I guess she can't speak. Child. Pardon. My child, Ji-eun croaked in a dry voice. Her low, grim voice sent chills down his spine. Tommy, it seems like you're able to communicate with this zombie? No, asked Alyosha. What do you mean? Didn't you two just speak to each other? She said my child to me? Nothing else. Oh, shit. Alyosha distanced himself from Ji-eun and put his face in his hands. Thud, thud, thud. They heard a sudden knocking noise. It sounded like something was hitting a thin iron plate. Tommy looked around. Alyosha, do you hear that too? He asked. I do. Perhaps it's the soldiers breaking down a door. Well, if that's the case, it should be louder. Where's this noise coming from? Let's go check it out. As Alyosha tried to get up, Tommy's eyes went wide and he tried to yank him back down. He stared at the Russian, his eyes reflecting his own surprise. Are you nuts? Where do you think you're going? It's coming from somewhere nearby. We should check it out, just in case there are zombies that are still alive. No, don't go. I'm scared. And what if it's actually a zombie? In addition to his heightened emotional state, there was another reason why Tommy was acting like this. Tommy was quite the coward. He got frightened very easily. Since he was easily scared, it was easy to think that he would be extremely cautious at all times, but it also meant that he was easily persuaded by others as well. Whether it was following Lee Hyun-deok's instructions and waiting at Ansem Station, or following the commander to the Brain Research Institute, nothing he did was of his own will. Elisha saw Tommy fidgeting, and scratched his head. "Let's just go and check it out," he said. "We don't even have to get close. It must have been the sound of the wind. You hear the same kind of sound when wind hits a glass window, you know. At novel bin at. Well, if that's the case, lucky us. But we still have to check it out." Tommy shook his head violently and begged him to stay. No. You know the ones that are the most curious in the movies? They're the ones who die first? Just stay here, please. Despite that, Elisha got up and offered an unnecessarily benevolent smile. Even though Tommy anxiously called out to Elisha, he didn't look back once as he headed toward where the sound was coming from. Tommy scratched his head furiously, a swirl of emotions on his face, then cursed in Korean and got to his feet. Elisha headed to the cleaning supply closet located in the corner of the lobby of Building A. It sounded like someone was banging on the closet doors from the inside. Tommy saw his gaze fall on the closet, and hurriedly grabbed his arm. "I'm telling you, it's a zombie? I'm 100% sure that it's a zombie. I don't even think it's necessary to open the door to figure this out. It's a zombie, I can tell. They locked a zombie inside the closet. What else would they lock up? Right. Cold sweat trickled down Tommy's forehead. His nervousness was increasing, causing his breathing to grow irregular. Elisha seemed to agree with Tommy. He nodded and took several cautious steps backward. Bang dash! At that moment, the sound of gunshots echoed through Building A. Tommy and Elisha crouched down reflexively and looked around. Bang, bang, bang! The gunfire intensified. It seemed like the Russian soldiers had encountered some zombies. The two of them covered their ears with their hands and closed their eyes as the gunfire continued. Thud, thud, thud. At the same time, the being trapped in the cleaning supply closet started banging on the door even more forcefully. Tommy's eyes went wide and he hurried back to the entrance of Building A. Elisha, on the other hand, ran to the cleaning supply closet and held the door closed with his hands, and then his upper body. In that brief moment, the two of them had made different decisions. Tommy stopped in his tracks and called out to Elisha. "Elisha, just leave. If this opens, we won't be able to make it. Zombies are faster than us. It's okay, just come." It was getting harder for Elisha to hold the door closed. The banging inside was only getting stronger and stronger. The hinges twisted, and Elisha started to stumble. Tommy frowned and ran over to Elisha. Thud, grr. Before Tommy could get to Elisha, the zombie trapped inside the closet had made its way out. The door went down, along with Elisha. Tommy looked the zombie right in the eye. The brief moment felt like an eternity to him. The two of them were only 2 meters apart. Tommy could only think of one thing. I'm fucked. His heart felt like it had stopped beating, like his blood had stopped flowing throughout his entire body. Just like the zombies out in the square, the zombie that had emerged from the closet had bloated blood vessels. Tommy quickly turned around and ran toward the front door without looking back even once. He could tell that the zombie was chasing him down with all its might. Chills went down his spine as he ran as if there was no tomorrow. However, the zombie had caught up, and shoved him down by his neck. As he fell to the floor, he quickly turned his body around. He was out of luck. The mad zombie was right in front of his face. Ah! He instinctively screamed at the top of his lungs. The moment its teeth went for Tommy's face, a long object slashed its head off. However, the zombie didn't stop moving even after its head was sliced off. Ji-eun frowned and started slashing at the zombie with her elongated fingers. Tommy stared blankly at the ceiling, like someone who had just seen a ghost. He was slowly losing his consciousness. He could barely hear the gunshot noises anymore. The fear and shock got the better of him and he fainted on the spot. Tommy. Elisha, who had been squished underneath the door, made his way out, holding onto his throbbing head. For some reason, his chest was wet. Elisha reflexively tried to wipe away the liquid on his clothes with his palm, only to find his hand smeared with blue liquid. When he saw his palm, his mouth fell open, and his eyes flew wide with shock. There was no need to explain what had happened. Anyone could have known it just by looking at his face. The vial of vaccine he'd been carrying had broken. With the sinking feeling in his heart as if he had lost everything, Elisha tried his best to mop up the remaining liquid from the floor. No. There was no use crying over spilled milk. There was no turning back. Elisha clenched his fists and trembled, then punched the floor with all his might. He swore in Russian and blamed himself for his foolish judgment. Ji-eun looked at Tommy and Elisha blankly for a bit, but then she turned to the front and spread her 10 fingers wide. The gunshots were getting closer, and the screams of soldiers echoed throughout the building. A moment later, the commander reached the stairs that connected the first and second floors. He was covered in zombie blood, and was making his way down, his face a mask of terror. A zombie jumped down from the second floor and crushed him from above. Gaa! His scream echoed through the building lobby. Even the soldiers, who had all been full of confidence, hadn't lasted a minute against the crazy, frenzied zombies. It was complete annihilation. Ji-eun swiveled her head continuously as she looked back and forth between the zombies and Elisha. She frowned hard, scrunching up her features and causing her face to wrinkle severely. Steam rose from her body as her 10 fingers began to elongate and sharpen. Ji-Eun rushed toward the zombies, her expression more frenzied than the mad zombies themselves. ******. When I finished escorting the survivors of Daegu safely to the airport, I headed straight for Innovation City with my Stage 1 mutants. I knew something had happened at Ansem Station, since I knew where my underlings were located through my mind. Ji-Eun, who'd been at Ansem Station, was now at the Korea Brain Research Institute, and she had sent me a signal that they had encountered zombies. Even though I'd told the Russians to wait, it seemed like they'd taken matters into their own hands and went ahead to the Brain Research Institute. Time wasn't on my side. The frenzied zombies weren't zombies that the armed Russian personnel could handle. It was impossible to take care of them with guns and knives. Burning them would be the surest way to get rid of them. I ran non-stop and finally reached the Brain Research Institute. Screams and gunfire filled my eardrums and echoed through the air. All this ruckus would surely draw the street zombies. You guys, secure the entrance. KAA? I stationed 10 Stage 1 mutants at the entrance of Building A and went into the research center right away. When I got inside, I saw Ji-Eun slaughtering zombies. Her flexible body bent this way and that as she slashed her way through them with her fingers as if she was dancing. She wasn't just cutting their heads off, she was chopping up their entire bodies. It seemed like she had realized that they didn't die even when their heads were cut off. I looked away from Ji-Eun and saw Elisha and Tommy next to her. Tommy was already on the floor, still as a stone, while Elisha was looking up blankly. I hurried over to Elisha. What happened? Why is Tommy like this? He passed out. I had no clue what he was saying. Without Tommy, there was no way I'd be able to communicate with him or the other Russians. Elisha continued to mutter in Russian that I couldn't understand. He was acting as if his soul had left his body. I clicked my tongue vigorously and checked on Tommy. His shirt was soaked with zombie blood, but I didn't see any bite marks. It seemed like he'd just fainted. I carried Tommy on my back and headed toward the entrance of Building A. No matter how vicious and frantic the frenzied zombies were, they were no match for Ji-Eun. I knew I had to take Tommy and Elisha back to the airport while Ji-Eun bought me time, but the moment I tried to leave via the entrance, one of the Stage 1 mutants at the entrance sent me a signal. Enemy detected. Just as I had expected, the street zombies had come to the institution. Earlier, I'd been able to clear out streets that connected Ansem Station and Innovation City, but not the other streets. I kept receiving signals, and realized that there were hundreds, even thousands of zombies flooding in from the government offices across the street like a tide. The gunshots had set off the silent city, the noise echoing endlessly throughout the city. I knew that I wouldn't be able to protect Tommy and Elisha if I got surrounded by the zombies outside. I figured it would be better to clean up the zombies inside the laboratory and keep the two somewhere safe until the situation outside cleared up. I frowned and headed to the researchers' rest area that I had seen earlier. There were 2 cots there, so I laid Tommy on one of them and spoke to Elisha. Stay here. Why? What? I then spoke in English, hoping that he'd understand. Stay? Wait. Elisha nodded vigorously. Apparently, he understood my poor English. I left the rest area, my blue eyes flashing. I accelerated my blood flow and rushed toward the frenzied zombies. ******. Lee Zhong-uk and Wang Jihai were processing Yoon Jong-ho and his people to let them join the Survivor Rally organization. In the meantime, Park Ji-Cheol and Lee Jong-hyuk were helping the airline employees to inspect the aircraft. As Park Ji-Cheol conversed with the airline employees, though, he began to frown. Park Ji-Cheol looked around as if looking for someone. Once he saw Kim Hye-Young-jun on the roof, he shouted out his name. Hye-Young-jun? You should come down here and see this. Kim Hye-Young-jun jumped down without saying a word. What's going on? He asked. We have a problem. They're saying we're short on jet fuel. Huh? Didn't fuel them up fully back at Gimpo Airport. I guess there wasn't that much fuel at Gimpo Airport. They said they filled every plane evenly so that all of them could make it to Daegu Airport. Then what should we do? Does that mean we can't go to Jeju Island? It seemed like they barely had enough fuel to make it to Jeju Island. Kim Hye-Young-jun scratched his head, his expression growing troubled. He ran over to Lee Zhong-uk, who was a distance away. Mr. Lee Zhong-uk. Lee Zhong-uk stopped midway through Yoon Jong-ho's physical examination and turned around. Is something going on? Ji-Cheol Ajusi said we're low on jet fuel. Jet fuel. Lee Zhong-uk raised his eyebrows and looked out at the planes on the runway. He didn't know how to react. They had already made the decision and moved the planes onto the runway. He couldn't believe that jet fuel would be the thing that was holding them back. Lee Zhong-uk scratched his forehead, a troubled look on his face. Yoon Jong-ho, who had been involuntarily eavesdropping, spoke up cautiously. If you're talking about jet fuel, I know a way to get some. Where? There's a fueling station past Bangchon Station. The moment Lee Zhong-uk heard the words fueling station, he gave a small exclamation and looked over at Kim Hye-Young-jun. Then Kim Hye-Young-jun turned to Yoon Jong-ho. Is Bangchon far from here? He asked. It's nearby. Do you want me to guide you? Answer Yoon Jong-ho excitedly. Kim Hye-Young-jun smirked. Sounds good. Doing something for the Survivor Rally organization right after you join. Yoon Jong-ho smiled awkwardly and rubbed the back of his neck. I need to help somehow too. Lee Zhong-uk nodded and spoke up. Then, Mr. Kim Hye-Young-jun, please decide on who will accompany you to the fueling station. I still have to process more people. There was a long line of survivors waiting in front of Lee Zhong-uk to finish their induction into the organization. Kim Hye-young-jun nodded and ran over to Do Han-sol. He explained the situation to him. Do Han-sol titled his head. Should I go? He asked. No, I'll go. I'll leave one of my stage 1 mutants here just in case. Got it. Please be careful. Do Han-sol nodded happily. Kim Hye-young-jun went around to find members that he could take to the fueling station. After a while, Park Ji-cheol, Yoon Jong-ho, and the airline staff were all gathered together. The airline staff had joined them, since the other three didn't know exactly what kind of fuel the planes used. One thing that bothered Kim Hye-young-jun was that they couldn't move underground, since Moodswinger had to carry around the large fuel tank. He knew that the march over to the fueling station would carry a small risk, but he wasn't too worried because he had 9 Stage 1 mutants and Moodswinger with him. Everyone, protect the survivors at all costs. Kia. The 9 Stage 1 mutants surrounded Park Ji-cheol, Yoon Jong-ho, and the airline staff. Kim Hye-young-jun heightened his senses and spoke to the ones gathered behind him. Now that we've had a good rest, let's get to work. Everyone, stay alert and keep up. Got it. Kim Hye-young-jun let out a breath and stepped into the outside world. The streets were filled with one-story buildings standing right next to one another. He started walking, focusing his concentration on his hearing and vision as he walked 30 meters in front of the group. He led the group safely to their destination. Whenever he saw a zombie, he handled them before the survivors needed to do anything. Yoon Jong-ho, amazed at what was happening in front of his eyes, turned to Park Ji-cheol. Did you folks do this often? He asked softly. It used to be our daily routine. Aren't you scared? Park Ji-cheol burst out laughing. I am. How could I not be? He replied. But still, I had to survive, and this was the only way to do so. After all, it wasn't like I had a choice. Hearing his answer, Yoon Jong-ho nodded with a serious expression, then spoke with his eyes full of passion, as if he had made up his mind at novel bin at. All my respect goes out to you and everyone else here. Please help me to learn your ways from now on. What do you mean by respect? If your colleagues are reliable, you just want to try harder, that's all. Park Ji-cheol gestured toward Kim Hye-young-jun with his chin. Just look at him. He's definitely someone you can rely on. Kim Hye-young-jun was moving forward with purpose as he cleaned up the zombies in front of him. As Yoon Jong-ho watched him leading the way, he began to feel an unknown sense of relief and confidence. It was the first time he had realized that he could feel comfortable just by watching someone do what they do. Yoon Jong-ho looked over at Park Ji-cheol. That person in front. May I ask what his name is? He asked. Hye-young-jun. Kim Hye-young-jun. What kind of relationship does he have with Mr. Lee Hyun-deok? He also seems to have blue eyes. What do you mean? They're colleagues. Have they ever fought over the leadership position? They both seem extremely strong. Park Ji-cheol's eyes twitched when he heard Yoon Jong-ho's question. Noticing Park Ji-cheol's reaction, Yoon Jong-ho quickly apologized, afraid that he had asked something inappropriate. My apologies. I think I just said something I shouldn't have again. No, it's all right. It's just that. I've never thought about that. I was just surprised that you would ask something like that. Oh, why would they think about that when they don't even know if they would be able to survive to see tomorrow? I mean, why would they fight when they know that we can't live without each other? Don't you think so? Yoon Jong-ho nodded continuously at his answer and exclaimed in admiration, as if he had gained some sort of enlightenment. Kim Hye-young-jun, who was in front, looked back. Ji-cheol Ajusi, you're not allowed to chit-chat like that, he shouted. The zombies are going to come if you talk like that. Hye-young-jun, your voice is louder than mine. Park Ji-cheol smiled heartily and put an index finger to his lips. Yoon Jong-ho couldn't help but smile at Park Ji-cheol's cheerful, playful mood. He couldn't help but think how lucky he was to have joined the Survivor Rally organization. It had been such a long time since he could smile so genuinely, even his facial muscles felt awkward doing so. After walking for a while, Yoon Jong-ho finally began to see the silhouette of the fueling station. He called Kim Hye-young-jun and pointed toward the fueling station. Kim Hye-young-jun signaled the others to stay put, then went inside the complex to check on its condition. Bang! Just as Kim Hye-young-jun disappeared from their view, a gunshot rang through the air. The gunshot had come from the fueling station. Park Ji-cheol, Yoon Jong-ho, and the airline staff all crouched down at the sudden gunshot. Park Ji-cheol's eyes widened as he looked at the fueling station. He seemed to sense something fishy, and grabbed Yoon Jong-ho by his collar with eyes full of rage. You didn't say there were people here. Pardon? I didn't know either. Trust me? Are you sure you didn't lure us into some kind of trap? Why would I do that? Do you think I'm crazy? Stop being ridiculous. It's not like I don't know what Mr. Kim Hye-young-jun and Mr. Lee Hyun-deok are capable of. Yoon Jong-ho made a puzzled face and waved his hand vigorously, trying his best to prove his innocence. Park Ji-cheol looked into his eyes for a while, then let go of his collar and clicked his tongue vigorously. He could tell that the other man wasn't lying. Instead, his eyes were full of bewilderment. This meant that other survivors had taken over the fueling station. After a moment, they heard a man's voice coming from the fueling station. Hey, since I killed this bastard, tonight's prize is mine, right? What are you talking about, bitch? I found it, so it's mine. Two men walked out of the complex, exchanging curse words. As soon as they came out, they stuck cigarettes in their mouths, puffed out smoke, and started talking in a vulgar manner. Yoon Jong-ho took a look at their faces and covered his mouth with his hands. Park Ji-cheol noticed his unusual behavior right away. Do you know them? He asked. It's those bastards. How are those bastards? How are they alive? As Yoon Jong-ho became more and more flustered, Park Ji-cheol tried his best to calm him down. Take a deep breath, he said. Come down and tell me who they are. They're soldiers. The soldiers who defended Daegu. At the word soldier, Park Ji-cheol frowned and looked toward the fueling station. Soon after, another man came out, dragging Kim Hye-young-jun's body. He checked Kim Hye-young-jun's condition by kicking him, then put a cigarette in his mouth and began to chat away. Park Ji-cheol bit his lower lip nervously, praying that Kim Hye-young-jun was still alive. At that moment, Kim Hye-young-jun's left arm twitched. Kim Hye-young-jun lifted his head subtly and looked at the three men, then turned his gaze toward Park Ji-cheol. Park Ji-cheol let out a sigh of relief as he saw him moving. He was alive. Kim Hye-young-jun was alive. But what he did next surprised Park Ji-cheol. He gave Park Ji-cheol a thumbs up, then pretended to be dead again. Park Ji-cheol's face went blank. What should we do? Shouldn't we help him? Whispered Yoon Jong-ho. No, he's trying to pull off something again. Park Ji-cheol couldn't help but smirk. He knew Kim Hye-young-jun better than anyone else. It seemed clear to him that Kim Hye-young-jun had found something the moment he'd gone inside, and figured out that there was no point in going on a rampage. So instead, he was pretending to be dead. After throwing their cigarette butts on the ground, the soldiers looked closely at Kim Hye-young-jun. One of the soldiers aimed their K2 rifle at his back. Bang! The loud gunshot rang out, and thick blood splattered from his back. The soldiers laughed when they saw the splatter of blood. Hey, where is the captain now? I don't know, probably in his bedroom. I'm going to claim this bastard. Okay, well, I'm not going to help you. You carry him by yourself. Huh? You salty bastards? If you help me move this bastard, I'll give you some of tonight's prizes. Really? You'd better keep that promise. The three soldiers carried Kim Hye-young-jun and entered the complex. It seemed like they could only get these so-called prizes if they showed the captain that they'd killed a zombie. Little did they know that they were dragging a Trojan horse inside with their own hands. After Yoon Jong-ho witnessed what had happened, he turned to Park Ji-cheol with a restless look. What should we do? He asked. Just wait. Really? Yoon Jong-ho couldn't believe how calm Park Ji-cheol looked. He was surprised that the older man wasn't panicking like he was. Park Ji-cheol scratched his eyebrows. If there's a problem, these mutants would head toward the fueling station, he said. The fact that these guys aren't moving means that Kim Hye-young-jun knows what he's doing. When the mutants here move, we'll move as well. But Kim Hye-young-jun got shot. And it wasn't even a pistol. He took a round from a K2 rifle at close range. Yoon Jong-ho chewed his nails, his expression rather complicated. Park Ji-cheol snorted. As long as he doesn't get shot in the temple or something, it won't do a thing to him. Only certain types of beings that can kill Hye-young-jun and Mr. Lee Hyun-deok. What do you mean? They can't be killed by humans. He did go down after he got shot. He probably found something. He's not someone that'll go down to something like a K2 rifle. Even though Hye-young-jun is rather hasty sometimes, he's a smart guy. Trust me and wait. Park Ji-cheol swept the floor lightly with his hand and took a seat. He saw that Yoon Jong-ho still looked nervous, and patted the ground next to him. You take a seat too. Don't think about doing anything. You'll just ruin Hye-young-jun's plan. Yoon Jong-ho hesitated for a moment, then sighed and sat down next to Park Ji-cheol. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Grr, pow. I punched the zombie that was trying to bite me, then grabbed its arm and slammed it on the ground. Without the slightest hesitation, I ripped off his limbs. Silence descended once I took care of the last zombie in the laboratory. The wriggling zombie limb slowly began to grow still. I let out a deep breath as I wiped away the zombie bloodstains on my face. I'd taken care of most of the zombies that had come swarming in and torn apart every zombie inside the laboratory. I wasn't even sure how many hours had passed while I fought off the formidable zombie attack. Once I finished cleaning up buildings A and B and the animal lab, I headed toward the researchers' rest area. When I entered, I saw Tommy and Elisha sitting on the cots with nervous expressions. Fortunately, they'd come back to their senses. As soon as Tommy saw my face, his eyes widened, and he looked on the verge of tears. Thank you, Mr. Lee Hyun-deok. I really thought I was going to die this time. What happened? Why did you come all the way here when I told you to wait at Ansem Station? About that? Tommy explained everything in detail. I sighed after hearing his side of the story and sat down helplessly. It seemed like all the Russian soldiers had been annihilated. I wasn't sure what led them to their death, their greed, or their arrogance. But I was sure of one thing, their hasty judgment had led them to their demise. After thinking about the Russian soldiers, I rubbed my neck and asked Tommy a question. Did you get anything from the documents I gave you? Was there any helpful information in there? Oh yes, I was just discussing them with Elisha since we were stuck here. What were they about? I would have been able to answer more definitively if I had samples, but just by the documents here, it seems like they've come up with a drug that stimulates the violent side of zombies. Stimulate violence. It's difficult to clearly explain what it is, even for me. I looked at Tommy and tilted my head. He wet his lips before going on. The researchers here had arrived at the final stage of the vaccine. However, just like this person wrote in his journal, I think he and the researchers here made a wrong turn as their distrust toward humans got stronger. What do you mean? The researchers here were the reason zombies came to Daegu. I couldn't help my surprise at Tommy's statement. When I looked at him with a puzzled face, Tommy gulped and continued to speak. It seemed like the researchers here were focused on combining viruses. Combining viruses. Just like how the north and south poles of a magnet are attracted to each other. The new zombies, simply put, are flowers full of nectar. In this analogy, the ordinary zombies would be the bees. And what happens when those bees touch the flowers? They'll pollinate the flowers. In other words, they'll spread the virus. But then, the bee would also become a flower, and another bee that was attracted to that scent would also become a flower. And this process will repeat infinitely many times as long as they are within the nectar sensing radius or range. After hearing his metaphor, I recalled the new zombies I'd seen in the plaza. I remembered them gathered up in the plaza, standing motionless, as if someone had ordered them to gather. This was why my underlings had frowned and begun to sniff the air when we first arrived. It seemed like my underlings had also sensed a strange smell emanating from the new zombies. However, my underlings stayed sane, while I couldn't smell a thing. It seemed like this drug's effectiveness was limited only to ordinary street zombies. I rubbed my chin quietly as I considered my thoughts. I assumed that the range of this thing wasn't that big. Given the number of zombies that had gathered after hearing the gunshot, the radius was probably smaller than the distance that the sound of a gunshot could travel. I scratched my head. Then, how did the researchers summon the zombies here? I asked Tommy. You said that the zombies that attacked Daegu came from Chilgok, Dalzongun, and Gyeongsan, right? These 3 places. Yes. There were 4 researchers here in total. Each person must have carried the virus and spread it at the borders of Chilgok, Dalzongun, and Gyeongsan. How about the remaining one? It looks like they released it within this lab. They must have wanted to cover up this research. At novel bin at. Did that mean that they wanted to cover up their sins? Well, since there were about 2,000 zombies gathered at the entrance of the lab, there would have been no way any survivor could get close. After hearing all this, I realized that these so-called researchers deserved to die. I assumed that, as the soldiers and survivors in Daegu geared up to fight each other, both sides grew lax in their vigilance toward the outer borders of the city. The zombies gathered in Dalzongun, Chilgok, and Gyeongsan must have heard the commotion caused by the divisions in Daegu, and made their way over the barbed wire fences to get to downtown Daegu. I massaged my temples gently. This drug, how harmful is it to humans? I asked. I'm not sure about that either, but seeing how normal me and Elisha are, I don't think there are any major symptoms. Are you sure? I cannot give you a definitive answer. It could have been harmful to humans at the time when the drug was released, but in the end, a virus that can't find itself a host just destroys itself. As long as the drug isn't released in front of humans, it should be okay. I leaned my back against the wall and thought for a moment. A human who cursed other humans. They'd sided with the zombies. I couldn't believe a person could perform such research. I was even more surprised by the fact that they'd been able to achieve something like that scientifically. I looked at Tommy with my eyes half open. This theory you just told me, how valid is it? Zombie viruses grow and multiply by feeding on the serotonin and endorphins secreted by the human body. The virus that gets to the brain first takes control of the host's body and lives and breathes like a living organism. Are you saying that the very first virus that gets to the brain acts as the boss? Yes. The virus that spreads afterward throughout the body is unable to make decisions on its own. You can think of a soldier following their commander's orders. Then how are these new zombies able to move without their heads intact? I looked at him in puzzlement, still unable to understand how these new zombies worked. Tommy scratched his sideburns, then continued. They're beings that exist beyond our conventional concepts. Every part of them lives and breathes as a separate organism. That's what the vaccine in the journal is talking about. They're zombies that don't die even when they aren't connected to their boss, the host's head. This vaccine is not a vaccine for humans, but a vaccine for zombies to make them invincible. Is there any way to kill them? Burn them? There really isn't any other way. I nodded. My prediction was correct. The new zombies had to be burned to death, and couldn't be killed by guns or knives. I slicked my bangs back. Up until now, I thought it had something to do with human desires, I said. Human desires? What's that got to do with it? I thought that being bitten by a zombie would transform most people into an ordinary street zombie, but a being with some kind of desire would transform them into a red-eyed zombie. I grimaced, then continued to lay out my theory. It wasn't a scientific approach, like what the researchers did. Rather, it was purely based on what I'd heard, seen, and experienced throughout my life so far. After Tommy listened to my theory in whole, then quietly rubbed his chin and fell into deep thought. After a moment, he nodded. I believe you're right, he said. Pardon. What are human desires? Aren't they wishes or dreams that humans have? Thinking about these things releases serotonin. Excessive desire means continuous oversecretion of serotonin, so it's more than possible for the virus to mutate after too much serotonin. Are you saying that I was created by this mutated virus? Yes. Basically, he was saying that I'd become a zombie capable of rational thought because I'd excessively thought about the things that made me happy. That was unexpected. I was taken aback by this rather bizarre conclusion. Tommy crossed his arms. I'm amazed, he continued. Or perhaps, the overproduction of serotonin may have killed the virus. What do you mean by that? Well, if serotonin is secreted at a level that the virus cannot handle, it's possible that the virus, which is supposed to dominate the host, would no longer be able to survive, and in the end, destroy itself. And is that possible? All research begins with a question. The virus that absorbed serotonin disappears, and the remaining virus in other parts of the body survives, since they play the role of endorphins. I snorted. So what, you're saying that makes it possible to have the powers of a zombie, but still think like a human? Tommy nodded. It's just a hypothesis, but it's more than possible, since every experiment leaves all possibilities open, and success only comes after repeated failures. After he was done talking, Tommy looked up at the ceiling, momentarily lost in his own thoughts. After a moment, he looked at Elisha and asked him a question. The two of them began to converse in Russian for about 10 minutes. Tommy looked back at me, excitement on his face. Elisha told me that the vaccine he'd developed relied on similar principles. He says that blocking off serotonin and endorphin was the first step in making the vaccine. I'm not as smart as Elisha, but if the principles are similar, his vaccine should work. But then, Elisha said something in a rather gloomy, dejected tone, one filled with futility. What? What did you just say? Tommy freaked out and looked back at me with his mouth wide open. I tilted my head. Why, what's the problem? I asked. The vaccine. What about the vaccine? He said that the vaccine's vial broke. My jaw fell open. What do you mean the vaccine vial broke? The vial of vaccine is literally broken. The syringe containing the vaccine. It must have broken when Elisha got crushed by the door earlier. Tommy's expression grew startled, and he began to converse with Elisha. I could not intervene in their heated discussion. After a moment, Tommy scratched his head, his expression puzzled. Elisha is saying that without the research data, he won't be able to reproduce the vaccine, he said. Didn't Elisha make the vaccine? If the Brain Research Institute has the necessary functioning equipment, can't you make it here too? It's not that easy. We barely succeeded after hundreds and thousands of attempts. It's difficult to recreate those countless cases without any foundations. Then what do we have to do? There's one way. Tommy didn't finish his sentence. Instead, he sighed and bit his lip. I waited patiently, and Tommy sighed once again. We need to go back to the Russian lab, he said. Is that the only way? As of now, yes, that's the best solution I can think of. The best solution, huh? I slicked my bangs back. That vaccine of yours, are you sure about it? I asked Tommy. Were any zombies administered the vaccine and then came back as humans? 1. We're not sure. It works, theoretically, but we've never done any biological experiments. Despite their confidence, they were telling me that they'd never conducted trials with their vaccine before. The absurdity left me speechless. Elisha, who was sitting in the corner, came over to me and held my hand. He started speaking in Russian, so I had no clue what he was saying. Tommy translated what he was trying to tell me. He said he can make it again. He's asking you for a chance. Is he asking me to go with him? To Russia? Yes. It's impossible for me to go to Russia right now. As I said before, the survivors are my priority. When Tommy finished translating my stance to him, Elisha nodded and continued to speak. Tommy scratched his sideburns and translated what he had said. He says that, even if it's not right now, he'd like you to go to Russia with him, and that you're the only person he can rely on at the moment. He usually doesn't ask favors like this. I also want to ask you this favor. Elisha has bet everything on this vaccine research. He witnessed his wife bitten by a zombie in front of his eyes. He's been more passionate about developing this vaccine than anyone else. I couldn't help but feel bitter when I heard the word wife. I also wasn't there to protect my wife in her last moments. I couldn't tell who was more miserable, me, who wasn't able to protect my wife in her last moments, or Elisha, who could do nothing even though he saw his wife being attacked by zombies. But then I questioned if measuring the depths of our misery was even worth it. In the end, we were both just pathetic husbands who couldn't protect their wives. I placed my hand on my forehead as I got lost in my own thoughts. Suddenly, I remembered what Lee Jong-uk had told me back on the runway, before we'd left Gimpo Airport. Human beings should live on while they think about tomorrow. That's why I hope you come up with a new goal in life. Not a goal for the sake of others, but something for yourself. Like figuring out the meaning of life. As I pondered the idea, Tommy continued to speak. His expression grew bleak. I'm serious. Elisha. After his wife died, he stopped eating and drinking, and focused fully on research. Even when those around him called him a maniac, he devoted himself to research until he fainted from overwork. I'm sure he can make the vaccine again. Why are you trying so hard to save the world? I'm not trying to save the world. Just the other day, he'd told me that the future of mankind depended on that vaccine of theirs. Now, he was saying something else. Didn't you say that the vaccine Elisha had held the future of mankind? I asked with a frown. That was an excuse I hastily made up out of fear. I thought you were going to attack us. For some reason, I couldn't figure out why they were so desperate to create this vaccine. In this day and age, it was impossible to predict what was going to happen the next day. Also, if the only other research institute they'd been in contact with was in Canada, that meant that the situation in all the other countries was already hopeless. It'd been 6 months since the virus first began to spread, and Seoul's population of 10 million was probably down to less than 10,000. This probably meant that the world's surviving population would be less than 10% of what it used to be. maybe even just 1%. Of the 7 billion people that existed before the virus, there were probably at most 700,000 people left on the planet. If that was the case, I couldn't figure out why they were still trying to develop a vaccine. Even if they completed the vaccine, I had no clue how they would spread it across the globe without any distribution networks. Then why are you willing to risk your life for this vaccine? I asked with a frown. Tommy's expression grew bitter. When I was at the Russian Research Institute. Well, all the researchers there determined that the current virus was incurable. But Elisha always smiled and said this. Said what? That no one should have to lose their family like he did. That you should reach out when you can. I admire Elisha for that. Everyone said Elisha was crazy and cursed at him. But I believe that people like Elisha should be the ones to survive. People like him, who've been through the pain. Since they know how heartbreaking it can be, I knew that they would try even harder so that others would not have to go through the same pain they did. I sighed in confusion and looked at Elisha. Only then did I notice his white skin and skinny limbs. He was bald and had rather funny-looking glasses, but I could tell that he was a deeply genuine person. I let out a breath and looked at Tommy. If we go back to the Russian lab, will it be possible to recreate the vaccine? Yes, I will help Elisha. I'll make sure we make it. If that's the case, I can't say I won't go. Really. But the survivors come first. We'll go after we get the survivors at Daegu Airport safely to Jeju Island and make sure that Jeju Island is safe. I'm not sure how to thank you. Thank you very much. Tommy smiled and told Elisha the good news. Elisha opened his eyes wide and hugged me, his eyes welling up with tears. I smiled awkwardly and patted him on the back. He was hugging me like a younger brother, even though his face looked a lot older than mine. I knew that when my zombie instincts finally took over, I couldn't be with Soyeon. If I had to leave Jeju Island anyway, it was probably a good idea to go to Russia with them to create the vaccine. The new goal that Lee Jong-UK had talked about, a life for tomorrow. Even though it was like squeezing water from a stone, I was willing to devote myself to this small possibility, to create a vaccine to overcome this damned virus. I got to my feet, and Tommy followed suit. Before we head back, I'd like to take some research data and samples from this place, he said. Would that be okay? Why? I feel like they could come in handy someday. Every drug has its own side effects. A drug that strengthens zombies could be the same drug that kills them. I nodded slowly at his explanation. All right. Let's head back after you get the data that you need. ******. The soldiers who carried Kim Hyong-jun inside threw him into some room. He cracked his eyes half open to check out the room. It seemed like an office, but it had all sorts of things in it, like a couch, a bed, and a desk. The man lying on the bed got up. What the hell is that? He asked. We hunted down a zombie that was trying to get inside the fueling station, sir, the 3 soldiers answered triumphantly. Who got it? I did, sir. Then you should have come alone. Why did you bring those 2 next to you? They were in charge of the quarters. They came to report what happened, sir. The soldiers tactfully praised one another so that the man wouldn't kick them out. The man on the bed scratched his head. Did you check if it's dead? He asked. Yes, sir. I dragged it outside and killed it. Okay, keep in mind that whoever opens fire within the fueling station, I'll kill them myself. Yes, we're aware, sir. The man on the bed stood up and rubbed his sore neck. He walked over to the desk, fully naked, then grabbed a ballpoint pen, and began writing on a piece of paper. Take this and go to the prize manager. Yes, sir. The soldier, who was wearing a hat, smiled broadly and happily took the paper from the naked man. However, when he read the words on the paper, his head began to tilt. He smiled sheepishly and looked at the captain. Excuse me, sir, he said. What? You only wrote down 1 prize. Is this correct, sir? Then what? You wanted 3. There are 3 of us. Then go get me 3 zombies, the captain answered calmly. The soldiers looked at each other, sharing startled expressions. Sir, you know there aren't any zombies left here. You know this place is barren. Then go to Jaeyongsan and hunt them down, said the captain with a smirk. The soldiers seemed to hesitate for a moment, then the one with a shirt on spoke up. Sir, this zombie is no ordinary zombie. So I think you should give us 3 prizes. What's that? The captain's brow furrowed when he heard the soldiers say that Kim Hyong-jun wasn't an ordinary zombie. The soldier noticed the change in the captain's facial expression and swallowed, but continued to speak. This one has blue eyes. Don't you think it'd be a good addition to your zombie collection, sir? It has blue eyes. Yes, sir, and it was really hard to catch, because it didn't go down in one shot. We all worked together and just barely managed to get it. Kim Hyong-jun barely kept himself from bursting into laughter as he listened to the soldiers make up their fake story. He wanted to give them a round of applause for their efforts to somehow secure 3 prizes. And the fact that this captain or whatever had some sort of zombie collection. Kim Hyong-jun couldn't help but think that this man was insane in his own way. The captain contemplated this for a moment, then looked at the soldiers. Dig that bastard's eyes out. Pardon, sir. Dig its damn eyes out so that I can see for myself if they're actually blue. If they're really blue, I'll give you 3 prizes. Yes, sir. The soldier wearing a hat drew the sword that hung from his side and crouched down beside Kim Hyong-jun. Just as he was about to flip Kim Hyong-jun over, the man in the shirt spoke up in a rather dubious tone. Huh? Hey, wait up. The man crouching in front of Kim Hyong-jun looked back at the man who had expressed his doubt. What? Didn't you shoot it in the back earlier? What about that? There's no wound on its back. At his words, the soldiers around him all looked at Kim Hyong-jun's back. There were traces of blood, but his wound had gone away. The man wearing a hat tilted his head and turned Kim Hyong up over anyway. As they turned Kim Hyong-jun face up, they saw his blue eyes shimmering. The man wearing a hat exclaimed in surprise. Hey, did this thing have its eyes open earlier? He asked. I think they were closed. The room fell dead silent, as if time itself had stopped. Kim Hyong-jun rolled his eyes slightly and looked at the man wearing the hat, who was right in front of him. Jesus! The man in the hat freaked out and landed on his bottom. At the same time, the man in the shirt reached for his pistol. Kim Hyong-jun noticed that he was going for his pistol, and with a flash of his blue eyes, he quickly dashed toward the man. In seconds, the silent room was thrown into chaos. But the screaming that filled up the room, it didn't even last 10 seconds. After that brief moment, Kim Hyong-jun stood there, licking the red blood off his hands as he stared at the captain, who was trembling in front of the desk. The captain was staring at Kim Hyong-jun with his eyes wide open. Kim Hyong-jun lowered his gaze slightly and looked at the man's lower body. Not much of a shower, huh? He said with a snort. Or are you scared? Is that it? You. What the hell are you? Are you a zombie? No, are you human? Wait, no, you can't be human. What are you? Kim Hyong-jun sneered at the captain. What the hell are you saying, man? Relax. Chill. He sat down in the captain's chair with a confused expression at novel bin at. Just then, he heard someone on the bed sob and give a low moan. He looked toward where the crying was coming from, and saw a mysterious woman, trembling in fear. Judging by the bruises on her body, it seemed like she'd been physically abused. He sighed and addressed the woman. Don't worry. The rescue team's here for you. Lee Hyun-deok makes the common mistake of regarding a vaccine as a cure that will let him return to his human form. More to come about his confusion on vaccines in later chapters. Kim Hyong-jun stared at the captain. The survivors here, where are you hiding them? He asked. What? Come on now, I saw everything at the entrance. I saw a couple of survivors tied up in rope being dragged away. Kim Hyong-jun slowly approached the captain, who backpedaled, trembling all the way. Hey, wait, how about we both just calm down first and talk this through, he said. You keep avoiding my question, man. If you keep doing that, I'll have no choice but to kill you the hard way. Kim Hyong-jun frowned and tilted his head, and the captain gulped. His eyes swam about. It seemed like he was trying to come up with a way to get himself out of this situation. In an instant, Kim Hyong-jun was in front of the captain. His hands locked around the captain's neck. If you don't answer in 10 seconds, your neck's going to break. Gay? Wait. 10, 9, 8. As Kim Hyong-jun started counting down, the captain squirmed about. Hey, let go. Let's talk this through, he tried to say. 3, 2, 1, 0. You're up. The kitchen. I hid them in the kitchen. The captain shouted as he tapped Kim Hyong-jun's arm. The pain around his neck was causing his eyes to narrow into slits. Kim Hyong-jun grinned. Did you know? He asked. What? Kim Hyong-jun tilted his head and made a cheerful expression. When Koreans give you a 10-second countdown, they always give you extra time by saying you're up after counting down to 0. The captain didn't know how to respond. Instead, he swallowed and stared at his tormentor's face. Kim Hyong-jun smiled and continued to speak. Wait, that means I just gave you 12 seconds, didn't I? At novel bin at. The captain turned pale after he heard that he'd been given 12 seconds, not 10. Then Kim Hyong-jun clenched his teeth to the point that the captain could hear them grinding. You went over 10 seconds, you son of a bitch, he said, furrowing his brow. Pow! The captain's limbs went limp as the bones in his neck shattered. Kim Hyong-jun was furious. He couldn't believe that the captain was keeping the survivors in the kitchen. It could only mean that the people here were using the survivors as food. They were no different from the dogs in Seoul. Kim Hyong-jun clicked his tongue vigorously as he tossed the captain's corpse with its neck broken to the floor. The woman in the bed squirmed. When Kim Hyong-jun's eyes fell on her, she cried her eyes out and began to beg for her life. Please spare me. I don't know anything. Kim Hyong-jun gave the woman a sidelong look, then ruffled through the clothes on the floor. There was torn women's clothing scattered under the desk. Kim Hyong-jun scratched his head and sighed, then walked over to the corpse of the soldier with the shirt and stripped him of his clothes. He tossed the clothes to the woman. Put those on for now so that we can get going. Please spare me. Why do you keep asking me to spare you? I have no intention of killing you. Really? The soldiers here. How many of them are there? Kim Hyong-jun asked her, his voice growing slightly annoyed. The woman looked at him, her eyes full of confusion. Wait, who are you? She asked, her voice tinged with bewilderment. I told you, I'm the rescue team. The rescue team? How in the world did the rescue team? Enough with this. Let's go save the rest first. Get dressed quickly. I don't have all day. The woman hesitated as she looked at Kim Hyong-jun. It seemed like she wanted him to do something. Realizing what it was, Kim Hyong-jun sighed and turned around. Only then did the woman begin to put on the clothes. After she was done, she approached Kim Hyong-jun hesitantly, and repeated her earlier question. Are you really the rescue team? Yes. I'm part of the Survivor Rally Association. I'm from Seoul. Ask your questions later, and answer my questions first. Oh, yes. Tell me everything. How many soldiers are here, where the other survivors are, what are these prizes the soldiers were talking about earlier, and how much food there's left here? The woman seemed to hesitate as Kim Hye-young-jun fired off questions at her, but then began to fold her fingers one by one. She then said that there had been 42 soldiers in total. She gave him other details about the soldiers as well. She added that, among the 42 soldiers, 12 of them had fought on the side of the survivors during the rebellion, so the captain killed them himself later on. That meant that there were 26 soldiers left, since he had just killed 4 of the remaining 30. And since the man, the so-called captain, was an idiot with no future, the guys serving beneath him were probably the same, or even less. The woman then said that there were 22 survivors in the station. They had escaped from the zombies, but ended up running into the soldiers. Since the people and the soldiers were already in a bloody conflict, they were like water and oil, unable to mix together. The men became food, and the women were set aside as prizes for the soldiers. Hearing this, Kim Hye-young-jun closed his eyes and let out a deep sigh. Once again, it was clear that in a world where there were no rules, humans behaved even worse than animals. They fell back to their base instincts, which made him feel nothing but disgust. Kim Hye-young-jun looked at the woman. "What is your name, miss?" he asked. Shin Soo-jong. Shin Soo-jong. From now on, we're heading out there together to find the other people. Got it. From her appearance, she seemed like a woman in her mid to late 20s. Shin Soo-jong nodded vigorously as she wiped away tears from her eyes. Kim Hye-young-jun knew that it would have been perfectly normal for her to have been half insane at this point. After all, she and everyone else in this place had gone through more hardship than should have had. However, Shin Soo-sung seemed confident and strong-spirited. Giving her one more look, Kim Hye-young-jun took a deep breath. "Let's go to the kitchen. Lead me there." Yes. The two of them opened the door and headed to the kitchen. ******. While Tommy and Elisha gathered the documents and samples they needed, I gathered the bodies of the new species of zombies. I retrieved some gasoline from the cars on the streets and burned their bodies. Since I wasn't able to fully understand their characteristics, I couldn't rule out the possibility of zombie infection passing on through their severed limbs. After I burned all the zombies, I went to look for Tommy. Let's get going. Did you get the samples you need? Yes, I have them here. Tommy opened his bag to show me the samples he had obtained. Now that he knew Elisha had broken the syringe containing the vaccine while carrying it on him, Tommy was now handling the samples with more care. Ji-in and my stage 1 mutants escorted Tommy and Elisha while I cleared a straight path back to the airport for us. To my surprise, not many zombies attacked us. Perhaps it was because we'd taken this path earlier on as well. After walking for a while keeping a wary eye on the surroundings, something tickled my ears. I signaled Tommy and Elisha to stop and focused on my hearing. Isn't he taking too long? What's with the hurry? Our job right now is to wait. It was a familiar voice, but since I wasn't 100% sure and that there was nothing wrong with being cautious, I jumped onto the roof of the building on the left. I looked toward where I'd heard the conversation and saw Park Ji-cheol and Yoon Jong-ho conversing. I also saw the airline staff and Kim Hye-young-jun's underlings behind them. When I whistled, Park Ji-cheol hurriedly grabbed his K2 rifle and looked around. When he saw me, he smiled and gestured to me to come down. When I jumped down next to him, he looked at the zombie bloodstains on me. "Looks like you've had quite the fight," he said. "Yes. There were actually a lot of zombies in Innovation City," I answered with a chuckle. Yoon Jong-ho, who was next to Park Ji-cheol, looked away and scratched the back of his head hesitantly. When I looked at him, he glanced down at the ground. I joined the Survivors Rally organization," he mumbled. "Congratulations." It seemed like he was struggling to be comfortable around me. The way he was reacting made sense, since our last encounter hadn't been the best. I then smirked and patted Yoon Jong-ho on the shoulder. He wet his parched lips and looked me in the eyes. "You don't have to act so disheartened. If Lee Jong-uk and Wang Ji-hai have accepted you, I'll consider you as one of my people too. I'm sorry for all the trouble I put you through." I smiled gently and patted him on the back. After I called Tommy and Elisha to join us, I asked Park Ji-cheol why they were here in the first place. When Park Ji-cheol explained everything to me, I clicked my tongue. "Is Hye-young-jun doing something on his own again?" I asked. "It doesn't seem like things have gone wrong yet, since there haven't been any gunshots." I clicked my tongue loudly and sighed. I can't tell if he's good at improvising or he's just reckless. I looked at Park Ji-cheol, then swept my gaze over everyone else. "Everyone, please wait here. I'll go take a look. If anything happens, call in your underlings right away. We'll follow when we see your underlings move." I nodded once and stealthily entered the complex. I heightened my 5 senses by accelerating my blood flow, and heard some faint screaming coming from within the complex. The screams were accompanied by the smell of blood floating through the air. I could tell that a massacre was taking place. It seemed like Kim Hye-young-jun was going at it. I crouched down as I followed the screams. As I made my way through the long passageway, some soldiers with K2 rifles appeared in front of me. It seemed like they hadn't noticed me in the passageway, since they were fixated on their right flank. I approached them swiftly and kicked the first one in the leg. "Gaa!" The man in uniform let out a scream and fell down. I kept on going. I grabbed the man's gun and smacked the other two with the buttstock. Having swiftly taken down the 3 soldiers, I looked over at where they had been aiming their guns. I saw a woman covering herself with a ragged cloth running down the passageway, along with several men. The soldiers had been pointing their guns at survivors. Ajusi. I heard Kim Hyeongjun's voice coming from the direction in which those people were running. When I turned to my right, I saw Kim Hyeongjun, his body covered in red blood. I tossed the K2 rifle I was holding onto the floor. Who are those people? I asked him. The survivors who were trapped here. Suddenly Kim Hyeongjun's blue eyes flashed, and he rushed toward me like a raging wave. I quickly dropped into a defensive stance in response to his unexpected behavior. GAA. Kim Hyeongjun went straight past me and kicked the soldier behind me. It seemed like the soldier whose gun I'd taken had tried to attack me with his sword, aiming for my head. Kim Hyeongjun mercilessly stamped on the other 2 soldiers on the floor, then looked me in the eyes. Kill all the soldiers. They're not considered survivors. What happened? He was telling me to kill people. I needed a reasonable explanation, some sort of justification for why he was saying this. I gave him a serious look, and Kim Hyeongjun smacked his lips. You can think of the soldiers as dogs, he said. Dogs? Are you saying that they ate human flesh? Yeah. The naked ones are the survivors, and the people in uniform are just dogs. That was enough reason to get rid of them. I took a breath and let it out. Did you get a tally of the number of survivors and soldiers? I asked Kim Hyeongjun. We still have to find 4 more survivors, and since we just killed 3 soldiers, we still have 6 left. You haven't checked this area yet, right? I said, pointing to my left. Kim Hyeongjun nodded. My blue eyes flashed. I'll check this area. Go ahead and get the other survivors out first. The remaining survivors are all men. How do you know that? Kim Hyeongjun pointed at the woman behind him. Shin Soo-jung told me. A fair distance behind him, about 20 meters away, a woman in a shirt was staring at me and Kim Hyeongjun. She was looking at us with a rather nervous expression, as if she was still a little afraid of me and Kim Hyeongjun. We were, after all, 2 zombies covered in blood. That was probably how she saw us. My voice took on a tinge of bitterness. See you outside. Go ahead first. According to Shin Soo-jung, the remaining men are most likely in the torture chambers. She said they were at the end of the hallway. Let me know when you're out. With that, Kim Hyeongjun led the survivors out. I focused my mind on sharpening my vision and hearing as I accelerated my blood flow. As I moved along the passageway on the left, I came across several doors. I opened every door and checked to see if any survivors were inside the rooms. When I got to the end of the left passageway, I noticed that the passageway split into 2 directions, left and right. I examined both passageways, and noticed that a door on the right passageway had more handprints than the other doors. It was more worn than the other doors, and there were brown palm prints on the door. They seemed to be made of dried blood. Above the door was a dusty window. I wiped away the dust and carefully peeked through the glass. There were 4 men inside, tied up with rope. I wet my dry lips and cautiously opened the door. The 4 men were in their underwear, and their heads were sagged. I quickly accelerated my blood flow to get them out. By concentrating on my enhanced hearing, I detected the sounds of some people breathing from the closets to the left and right. Even though I had the mind of a human, I still had a zombie body. I couldn't help but feel tempted by the sound of their breathing. Help, help me. One of the 4 men who were tied up was pleading for help. My eyes flashed, and I crouched down in front of them. The men belatedly swallowed in fear when they saw my eyes. They seemed taken aback by the fact that there was a zombie in front of them. I remained still, but their fear still made them try their best to squirm away from here. I stared at them, struggling for a little bit, then headed for the closets on the left. The people hiding in the closet on the left seemed nervous, given their heavy breathing. I opened all 4 closets, and was confronted by 4 men with pistols. Their hands were trembling as they looked at me. However, it seemed like they weren't trembling just out of fear. Their eyes seemed to say that they wanted to live and get out of this place. I carefully lowered my gaze, and saw that their ankles were tied together with thin wires. I couldn't figure out why they hadn't shot me, given that they had pistols in their hands. However, it didn't take me long to find the answer. The reason they didn't pull the trigger on me was because they didn't have any ammunition. Out of all the reasons. Still unable to grasp the absurdity of the situation, I turned around and looked at the men tied up with rope. When I took a closer look at them, I noticed that none of them had any wounds or scars on their bodies. Something didn't feel right. I remembered that this was supposed to be a torture chamber, and that should have meant that the people being detained here should have marks on them showing that they'd been beaten. However, none of the tied-up men had any scars on their bodies, while the 4 men in the closets had bruises all over their faces. I couldn't believe that they'd thought I would fall for this kind of joke. Given how urgent the situation was, they could have ended up with an ordinary rescue team. But I was far from that. I had no reason to be nervous or feel a sense of urgency. I had all the freedom of an apex predator. I looked at the men in the closet again. Tears were rolling down their faces. They continued to cry silently. I couldn't even fathom how frightened they were. They were probably even more frightened than usual because they couldn't figure out if I was on their side or not. I tried to communicate with them through my eyes. When I gestured with my chin toward the men tied up with rope, one of the men in the closets nodded back as if he understood me. At that moment, I remembered what Kim Hyeongjun had told me. We still have to find 4 more survivors, and since we just killed 3 soldiers, there are still 6 left. Since there were 4 survivors in the left row of closets, that meant that there were more soldiers in the closets on the right that I had yet to open. The 4 soldiers tied up with rope had no weapons on them, since they were trying to act as the survivors. This means that the soldiers with weapons are on the right. I clenched my fists and, without hesitation, hurled my fists at the 4 closets on the right. Pow, 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 pow. To someone who could easily break reinforced concrete, these closet doors felt like sponges. Red blood started to ooze out of the smashed-up closets. Only then did the 4 soldiers kneeling on the floor realize the seriousness of the situation, and they looked up at the same time. I looked back at them. You should have done a better job. You motherfucker. They easily untied themselves and charged at me. It seemed they had tied themselves loosely just in case. At least this part of their plan wasn't clumsy. However, coming after me was the same as banging their heads against a brick wall. Their endeavor meant absolutely nothing to me. I crushed the 4 soldiers in the blink of an eye, and the survivors in the left closets collapsed to the ground and started crying. I wiped away the sticky blood from my hands. I'm from the Survivor Rally organization. You're in safe hands, I said to them. Thank you, thank you. When I checked their pistols, just as I had expected, none of them had bullets. On the other hand, when I opened the dented closet doors on the right, I saw 2 dead soldiers helplessly clutching their K2 rifles. Just by their appearance, I could tell what they were about to do once I'd opened the doors. However, it seemed like they hadn't expected me to smash the closets even before opening them. I slicked my hair back and sighed. I removed the wire that tied the survivors together and escorted all 4 of them out of the fueling station. As he saw me come out, Kim Hyeongjun, who had been waiting outside, started walking toward me with Shin Soo-jung in tow. She belatedly saw the men I had escorted out with me, and her eyes widened. She ran toward them, looking as though she might burst into tears at any second. The 4 men and Shin Soo-jung hugged each other and wailed, overcome by the fact they had made it out alive. As he looked at the 5 people crying at the top of their lungs, Kim Hyeongjun smirked and spoke up. And this is why we save people. Right, Ajasi? I smiled faintly and nodded. Park Ji-cheol and the airline staff approached us and said that they would get down to work. Instead of following them, Yoon Jong-ho stopped in his tracks with a look of surprise when he saw the 4 men from the fueling station. Hyung-nim. Are you Jong-ho? It's Jong-ho. Yoon Jong-ho and the 4 men who had just come out from the fueling station exchanged warm embraces while calling each other by their names. It seemed like they had known each other from before. They had probably been separated when the zombies invaded the city. They clearly hadn't expected to see each other in a place like this. While Park Ji-cheol and the airline staff carried on with what they had come to do, Kim Hyeongjun and I continued to converse with the survivors from the fueling station. After we accomplished our task, we returned to Daegu Airport, where I saw dead zombie bodies piled up in front of the airport entrance. I hurried into the passenger terminal. The survivors were all gathered together, and Do Han-sol was wiping off blood from his face. I rushed over to him. What's the matter? What's up with the zombies outside? I asked him. Oh, you're here. Do Han-sol wiped off the remaining blood on his face, then continued to speak. There was a zombie attack. When? About 30 minutes ago. A handful of zombies came over Aoyang Bridge. Did anyone get injured? Is everyone okay? Yes, there weren't that many of them, and there weren't any that were threatening. It seems like there aren't any mutants in Daegu yet. I let out a sigh of relief and put my right hand on my forehead. I was thankful for Do Han-sol's presence. Judging by the amount of dead bodies piled up outside, it seemed like at least 500 zombies had attacked. The fact that zombies had come meant that they had started to pick up the scent of humans, which ultimately meant that Daegu Airport was no longer safe. I looked around, trying to find Lee Jong-UK. Do Han-sol figured out who I was trying to locate. Mr. Lee Jong-UK is at the rear entrance of the terminal, he said. Did you take care of the zombies on that side as well? Yes. He said he'd be back after scouting that side of the airport. I nodded and headed for the back entrance after thanking him for what he had done. When I reached the rear entrance, I saw Lee Jong-UK and the guards coming back with firewood. Lee Jong-UK saw me and smiled brightly. Is anyone hurt? He asked. That's something I was going to ask. Are you okay? You know me, I'm fine. And with Do Han-sol here, what could pose a danger? Lee Jong-UK smiled lightly and said that we should take the conversation inside. It seemed like he and the others had brought firewood for the survivors, who were shivering in the cold. After they distributed the firewood to the survivors, I looked at Lee Jong-UK. Gather the leaders so that we can have a meeting. Okay. Lee Jong-UK left to find the other leaders while massaging his stiff back. Then Kim Hyeongjun stashed his hands in his pockets and asked me a favor. Ajasi, can you let me skip this meeting? Why? Adat novel bin adat. We need someone to be on guard. I think the zombies know that we're here. He was right. If the zombies had come across Aoyang Bridge, it meant that they were picking up the scent of humans from afar. I thanked Kim Hyeongjun for stepping up and went ahead to the meeting room. Soon, all the leaders entered, along with Lee Jong-UK. The waiting room at the passenger terminal had somehow become our meeting room. I'll give you all a quick briefing about what's going on, and we'll get going. Is the situation bad? Asked the principal, his face full of worry and doubt. It seemed like my anxiousness was showing on my face. I gave the principal a quick nod and told the leaders everything I'd seen at Innovation City. When I told them of the existence of the new breed of zombies and the reason why Daegu got occupied, their faces hardened. After a while, Lee Zhongyuke spoke up. So all the Russian soldiers are dead. Yes, everyone's dead except Tommy and Elisha. The leaders' faces fell when they heard the unfortunate news of the Russian soldiers. They remained silent for a while, before Wang Jihai finally broke it. Then, with the vaccine gone, what are we going to do now? It would be best to go ahead with our plan and move to Jeju Island. After I make sure Jeju Island is safe, I'm planning to go to the Russian laboratory with Tommy and Elisha. Pardon? You're going to go to Russia? Wang Jihai repeated, her eyes wide open. I offered her a sad smile in return. There's a limit to how long me, Hai Yongjun, and Hansol can stay around. When our zombie instincts emerge, we'll eventually pose a harm to everyone here. My reply to her was met with silence. It seemed like everyone had a lot on their mind, but they had decided to stay quiet since none of them could think of an alternative. Lee Zhongyuke rubbed the back of his neck and smacked his lips in discomfort. We all knew this was going to happen someday. I said all of this at Gimpo Airport, so everyone, please, there's no need to look so gloomy. Mr. Lee Hyundeok. Wang Jihai couldn't finish her sentence. She could only bite her lips and keep her head down. I looked around at the leaders. I know better than anyone how hard all of you have worked until now, I said. Please stay with me until the end. The leaders furrowed their brows with their lips tightly closed. They seemed overwhelmed, feeling sad, bitter, and regretful about what was going to happen in the future. After a moment, Lee Zhongyuke spoke up, his voice tinged with annoyance. What's up with this? Did someone die or something? Don't put on sad faces, everyone. Lee Zhonghyuk, who was next to him, spoke up as well. He's right. If they succeed in developing the vaccine in the Russian laboratory, Lee Hyundeok, Kim Hye-yongjun, and Du Hansol will be able to return to their original selves. This brightened the leaders' spirits a little. The Survivor Rally organization had been betting on the word possibility up until now. No matter how slim or insignificant the chances were, we as an organization would make it possible this time as well, just as we had done so far. I was sure that I'd be back after developing the vaccine. And at that time, I'll be standing in front of Soyeon as a human being, not as a zombie. I took in a deep breath and addressed the leaders again. When the planes are fueled up, we'll leave for Jeju Island. Please get everything organized. Are we going to stop by Gimhae as we originally planned? Yes, let's do that, I answered with a nod. Bei Zhongman, who was in a corner, raised his hand. All eyes fell on Bei Zhongman at once. He then took a deep breath and spoke up. If we use the military transport plane, we don't have to stop by Gimhae Airport. There's no need to make things more cumbersome than they are. What do you mean? Lee Zhongyuke asked. Bei Zhongman quietly rubbed his chin. Unlike commercial planes, military transport planes can take off and land even if the runway surface isn't perfect, since they have to operate in any sort of condition during wartime. You mean we can land even if there are zombies on the runway? Yes. Why didn't you tell us about this until now? The military transport plane belonged to the Russian army, so it wasn't something that I could just suggest. I leaned back in my chair as I listened to Bei Zhongman. If we had just dropped off the Russian troops in Daegu and headed to Jeju Island by ourselves, there was no way that they would have handed over their plane, since it was their most prized possession, and they valued it perhaps as much as their own lives. Because of this, if we had tried to take it by force, there would have been bloodshed. It seemed like Bei Zhongman hadn't brought up any military transport-related matters to prevent any of that from happening. He must have thought it would have only caused more chaos if he had told us about it earlier on. Now that I understood where Bei Zhongman was coming from, I nodded. Thank you for telling us, even now, I said. So are you saying that there won't be a problem if we go straight to Jeju Airport? Yes. We can land the transport plane down the runway first, then land the other planes after seeing how things are. Bei Zhongman said it as if it wasn't a big deal. Park Ji-cheol, who was across from him, raised a question. What if we can't land the planes? I get that we can land the military transport plane somehow, but what if there are other conditions preventing the other planes from landing? When the military transport plane lands, Mr. Lee Hyundeok, Mr. Kim Hye-yongjun, and Mr. Du Hansol can take care of the zombies on the runway. Well then. Okay, but what if we can't land because of some other problem? There are several methods to land an aircraft. As long as the runway is serviceable, we'll be able to land them somehow. Bei Zhongman turned to Choi Kong-hyun, who was next to him. He was the captain of Airline A. Isn't that right, Mr. Choi Kong-hyun? I suppose it's possible, Choi Kong-hyun answered with his arms crossed. The leaders looked at him doubtfully, as if demanding a further elaboration of what he meant. I verbalized the question to him on behalf of the leaders. Explain to us what you mean. About this method you're talking about. When we fly planes, we prefer soft landings. Just like the name suggests, it means landing softly on the runway. However, when the conditions are bad, we have to switch to a different kind of landing. I interlaced my fingers. And what is this method? I asked. A firm landing or a hard landing? What's the difference? A firm landing is when the aircraft shakes and makes a thump when it lands. It usually happens when the air currents are bad, or the headwind is strong. Think about when passengers complain or feel afraid when an aircraft shakes. And what about a hard landing? For hard landings, the wheels may be damaged, but it's not life-threatening. As long as everyone has their seatbelts on, we should be fine. I remained silent, and Choi Kang-hyun cleared his throat and looked around at the other leaders. Well, some individuals may develop trauma towards landing and taking off after experiencing hard landing, of course, he added. Sorry, but don't worry. Korean pilots are known as being among the best in the world. Being good at taking off and landing, of course. Choi Kang-hyun concluded with a boisterous laugh, but the leaders didn't seem too happy with his answer. After all the planes were inspected, the survivors began to board. In order to arrive before sunset, we decided to give the survivors simple meals while they were on the planes. Kim Hye-young-jun, Do Han-sol, and their underlings boarded the military transport plane. I tasked Kim Hye-young-jun and Do Han-sol with cleaning up Jeju Airport while I decided to get on the last plane so that I could ensure every plane could take off safely. As the survivors were boarding, So Yeon came up to me with Han Sin-hui. Daddy, where are we going now? So Yeon was holding Sok Hui's hand tightly. It seemed like the two had gotten closer since the last time I'd seen the two together. I smiled gently. So Yeon, you've never seen the ocean, have you? I said. The ocean. Daddy will show you a really pretty ocean. So Yeon looked up at me with pure, innocent eyes. Really? I'm going to go see the ocean. I hadn't been able to show her the ocean before. I'd always had some sort of excuse, some reason why I was busy, and always put it off to the next time, which had eventually turned out to be never. I also wasn't sure when the last time I'd seen the ocean. Since it was before So Yeon was born, it must have been over 8 years ago. Sok Hui stared blankly at me as he hid behind So Yeon, as if he was still awkward around me. I got down on one knee and spoke to him. Look at you, Sok Hui. It seems like you've been doing well. Yes. He was Han Sin-hui's son, and So Yeon's age. When I first rescued him from the supermarket, he couldn't even open his eyes properly due to malnutrition. Since then, he'd put on more weight and looked a lot healthier. I stroked his head. Since Sok Hui's a boy, you have to protect So Yeon, okay, I said. Sok Hui hesitated for a second, then slowly nodded. Han Sin-hui, who had been watching the three of us, smiled heartily. So Yeon is more like a son than Sok Hui, she said. Is that so? I burst into laughter at her comment. Han Sin-hui patted So Yeon and Sok Hui as she continued to speak. Among the children, So Yeon's like the king of the hill. Haha, I'm not sure if I should feel happy for her or worried that she's just being fearless. It means that she's growing up properly, so I think you should take it in a positive way. I smiled lightly and nodded slowly. So Yeon grabbed Han Sin-hui's arm and shook it back and forth while giggling. I couldn't imagine So Yeon being the way she was right now if it weren't for Han Sin-hui. I just hoped that she wasn't disappointed in me for being busy all the time, regardless of me being human or zombie. I then looked at Han Sin-hui and gave her a bow of gratitude. Thank you for everything you've done. I thank you from the bottom of my heart. No, I'm more grateful. I wouldn't have been able to come this far without you. As we were thanking each other, I heard someone call me from behind. Uncle Hyundeok. When I looked back, I saw Kang Ji-suk running toward me. Kang Eun-jong was beside him. Kang Eun-jong, who had towed the line between life and death due to tetanus, was now fully recovered, and looked better than she had been the last time I'd seen her. Kang Ji-suk flashed a big smile. I heard we're going to Jeju Island. Are we going to settle down on Jeju Island now? He asked. Yup. Once Jeju Island is safe, there's no reason for us to move anymore. Wow, that's amazing. Jeju Island. Why? Have you never been to Jeju Island? Yes, it'll be my first time. Kang Ji-suk couldn't hide his excitement. Kang Eun-jong came up to him and gave him a nuji. It's not like we're going on a vacation, are we, Kang Ji-suk? Nuna. Kang Ji-suk frowned and rubbed the top of his head with his hand. As I looked at the two of them, memories of them passed through my mind. I remembered the time when we were all in room 505 of Shelter Haeyoung, and Kang Eun-jong had given Kang Ji-suk a nuji when he complained that he didn't like the pink underwear that he got. They'd been through thick and thin, but I was glad that they hadn't lost their positivity along the way. I kept replaying the moments I had with them, and gave Kang Ji-suk a nuji on his forehead. Hey Ji-suk, don't make your sister worry about you and take care of yourself, huh? Uncle, you're going to nag me too, he whined. Kang Ji-suk frowned as if he wasn't expecting me to say something similar to him as well. I smiled brightly for the first time in a while. Are you okay now? You're not sick still? I asked Kang Eun-jong. Yes, thanks to you, I've gotten a lot better. No, I didn't do anything. It's all thanks to Mr. Kim Byung-jin's diligent treatment. I'm always grateful to Dr. Kim. I smiled and addressed Kim Ji-suk, who was beside her at Novel Bin Adat. Ji-suk. Yes, uncle. He still had a sullen look on his face, but he answered quickly. From now on, you have to take good care of your sister and the people of our shelter. Haeyoung, okay? Oh yes, of course. It goes without saying, uncle. I'll always. At that moment, someone came running behind him and put him in a headlock. This guy? Were you causing trouble again? It was Lee Jong-uk. Kang Ji-suk slapped Lee Jong-uk on the butt. Let go of me? This is Uncle Jong-uk again, isn't it? He yelled. Lee Jong-uk laughed cheerfully, loosened his headlock, and tousled his hair. Kang Ji-suk pouted as he smoothed his messed up hair. I burst into laughter at the cheerfulness the people of Shelter Haeyoung possessed. Lee Jong-uk clicked his tongue with a playful expression. I'm always worried about this guy, Ji-suk. I'm always worried, you know. Why? The principal's always worried because Ji-suk doesn't study. What? Ji-suk, is this true? I said, with an overly serious expression. Kang Ji-suk subtly avoided my gaze. Nuna, let's get on board quickly. I think it's our turn, he said. Ha, this guy. This young boy knew when he could make jokes. I smiled happily. Kang Ian-zhong replied with a warm smile of her own and bowed to me and Li Zhongyuke. Then Li Zhongyuke spoke up while we saw the two walk away and board the plane. Pretty nice to see them well, huh? Brings me joy just looking at them. I just hope Jeju Island is safe. Li Zhongyuke seemed to be worried about the situation on Jeju Island. I was no different. I just didn't show others that I was worried. Then again, it wasn't like we had any other choice. The new breed of zombies in downtown Daegu were threatening, and we couldn't return to Seoul. There were still too many areas and neighborhoods in Seoul that we had yet to clean up. On top of that, I couldn't leave the shelter to clean up the other areas because of the threat of wild mutants. I assumed that the situation would be the same in Jeju Island, but I also knew that once we cleaned up the entire island, there wouldn't be any more zombie threats. My expression grew hard to read. Li Zhongyuke noticed that something wasn't right, and frowned. Why? Is there something on your mind? He asked. Of all the things we could encounter, I just hope that there aren't any black creatures. I was thinking the same as well. What if there is a black creature? If you think we can handle it, we'll handle it, and if not, we'll have to move again. I couldn't help but wonder if we could finally end this sickening nomadic lifestyle this time. Jeju Island originally had a population of 670,000 people. Its population was 1/10 of Seoul's and 1/7 of Daegu's. However, since the zombie apocalypse had broken out during peak tourist season, it was likely that there would have been more people on the island than the recorded population. I was curious about how the people on the island were doing. I couldn't know if they had become zombies, or if there was still civilization left. Everything was up in the air, but we had made it all the way through countless uncertainties, just like adventurers exploring the unknown world. As I sighed and slicked my hair back, Li Zhongyuke patted my shoulder. We're almost there. Let's keep doing our best until the end. I nodded vigorously and clenched my fists. After the survivors boarded, I walked out onto the runway and signaled to the captain of the military transport plane to take off. The captain started the engine, and in moments, it thundered down the runway. With that, the remaining planes entered the runway in order. The plane that entered the runway first, the B-737, began moving down the runway, its engines roaring. Suddenly, though, a loud noise pierced its way through the rumble of the engines. Grr! Zombie cries echoed from all around us. Since the zombies had made it over Aoyang Bridge a couple of hours ago, that meant that the zombies were gathering close to us, and could hear us departing. There were still 2 planes waiting to depart. I urgently gave them the signal to take off, then crossed the runway and looked toward Aoyang Bridge. There were hundreds of zombies approaching Daegu Airport. Judging by their speed, it seemed that the 2 planes could just about take off in the nick of time. Kiaa? Then my underlings responded to the zombies by letting out throat-rending noises of their own. At that moment, I thought about abandoning my underlings. But then, I thought it'd be more than possible to get everyone on board without having to leave my underlings as bait. Besides, if some emergency were to occur in Jeju Island, it would be easier to deal with it if I had my underlings with me. I ordered my underlings to get on the board as I checked the runway conditions. Before I knew it, the last remaining aircraft had entered the runway. I dashed in front of the aircraft and raised my hands high, waving them side to side while shouting at them to open the door. Li Zhonghyuk opened the door after seeing me, and I kept a wary eye on the surroundings until all my underlings got on board. Grr! The throat-rending noises were getting closer. Start the engine. Aren't you getting on? I will. Hurry. My Stage 1 mutants were still boarding. As the aircraft engine started, the street zombies began to climb over the walls. Once my underlings had all boarded, I boarded immediately and shouted at the top of my lungs, "Let's go." The airline employee hurriedly closed the hatch, and another airline employee quickly ran to Choi Kung-hyun to update him on the situation and instruct him to take off. Choi Kung-hyun started to move the plane toward the long, straight runway. Once I heard the roar of the engines, I gave orders to my underlings. Everyone, hold tight so you don't fall. Kiaa? The survivors, who firmly belted up in their seats, let out moans and groans at the hundreds of zombies rushing onto the runway. I could feel myself being pushed into my seat as the aircraft began to accelerate down the runway. The roar of the engines reached their peak, and with the momentary feeling of weightlessness, the plane finally took flight. I hadn't managed to sit down in time, so I rolled across the floor of the plane. I gritted my teeth and raised my upper body to look at the situation outside. I saw that the zombies had made it to the runway and were screaming as they watched us departing. Fortunately, there weren't any zombies clinging onto the aircraft. I let out a sigh of relief, made my way to an empty seat, and sat down. Many things had happened during our short stay in Daegu, but we'd made it through all of it, just like we always had, and were now leaving for Jeju Island, hoping that it'd be our last stop. About 30 minutes later, I heard an announcement come on. Our landing has been temporarily delayed due to problems with the runway. When I looked out the window, I saw a couple of planes circling Jeju Airport. I looked down at the ground and saw Kim Hye-young-jun and Do Han-sol fighting zombies on the runway. They looked like dots, but they were a vivid purple to me. Kim Hye-young-jun and Do Han-sol had to deal with the zombies and remove their bodies from the runway. But the sun was setting. If they weren't able to clear the runway in the next 30 minutes, we'd be left in a rather dangerous situation. In a world without any electricity, it would be pitch black when night fell. That meant there'd be no lights on the runway, which would mean that the pilots would have to land using just their instincts and senses. It was virtually impossible. As I looked out the window nervously, Lee Zhonghyuk came up to me. "So Yeon's father, do you think we'll be okay?" he asked. "There's nothing else we can do but have faith and wait. What else can we do? The sun will soon set, and there might be more zombies at night. Do you think we'll be able to land safely?" I didn't know what to say. I was now doubting my decision to leave early. I couldn't help but think that delaying the departure to the next day might have been the wiser decision. However, I'd grown impatient as I considered how the new strain of zombies in Daegu could have attacked the terminal overnight. The fact that I hadn't been able to figure out what kind of threat the new zombies posed toward humans fueled that decision. I sat down in an empty seat and closed my eyes. Lee Zhonghyuk realized that I didn't have an answer to his unanswered questions. He went over to Choi Dahai instead and held her hands tightly. All the survivors on the aircraft seemed to be praying and holding each other's hands. The best and only thing we could do right now was to wait and have faith in Kim Hae-young-jun, and do Hansol. Believing in comrades who had been beside you through life or death situations was the right thing to do. After all, who else would you trust? Ding, dong. Soon, the fasten seatbelt lights came on, and Choi Kang-hyun's voice came across the intercom. "It seems like all the zombies on the runway have been dealt with. Our plane will be landing in Jeju Airport last. Until then, please refrain from moving and keep your seatbelt on." I took another look at the situation through the window. It seemed like Do Han-sol's underlings were defending the sides of the runway while Kim Hae-young-jun's underlings were blocking off the zombies at the terminal. I assumed that the two of them had noticed that we were running out of time. It seemed like they planned to let the planes land first since we didn't have too much fuel, and the sun was setting. I clenched my fists in excitement. I wanted to applaud them for their wise judgment. Soon, the planes that had been circling around began to land on the runway one by one. It seemed like the planes were landing in the same order as they'd taken off from Daegu Airport. The wings of the descending aircraft seemed to flap while they were making their approach, suggesting that the wind was strong. The plane I was on also started to shake violently. Moans and groans began to escape the survivors in the plane. I gripped the armrest with my hands and gritted my teeth. I looked outside the window and saw planes landing on the runway one by one. We were the only plane left. All we needed to do was to land safely. Our aircraft stopped circling and began to descend slowly toward Jeju Island. Rattle, rattle, rattle. My eardrums were filled with the sounds of the plane shaking. The aircraft descended as if it was going to crash down any moment. We were descending against the headwind, and the winds that were being whipped up around the sea seemed very strong. The plane deployed all its flaps and spoilers, and the whole aircraft and its wings began to shake as if they were going to fall apart. The wildly descending aircraft finally began to center toward the runway, and with a crushing impact, its wheels touched the ground. Screech, screech. The aircraft shook violently, leaving skid marks as it screeched down the runway. Rattle, rattle, rattle. My upper body was thrown about as though I had gotten into a car accident, and the force of the wind hitting the windows seemed almost strong enough to shatter them entirely. My entire body tensed up, and the veins in my neck threatened to burst. I was holding my breath before I realized it. It felt like all the air around me had momentarily been sucked away. After we made contact with the ground, the aircraft bounced again. Only then did it start to stabilize and slow down again. The aircraft finally came to a halt, leaving long, dark skid marks on the runway. I didn't need anyone to explain to me that this had been a hard landing. Choi Kang-hyun's voice came over the internal speakers. "Our aircraft has safely landed at Jeju Airport. Please rest easy." I couldn't believe how good it felt to hear Choi Kang-hyun's calm voice. Although he had always been a blunt fellow, all I wanted to do right then was to give him a big hug. Once he finished his announcement, the survivors on board immediately gave him a round of applause. Everyone was cheering at the fact that they had made it out alive. As the cheering continued, I got up and headed to the control room. I saw Choi Kang-hyun covered in cold sweat and breathing deeply. Although he had made the announcement calmly, it was no surprise that this hard landing had taken a toll on him. "Mr. Choi Kang-hyun, are you okay?" "Oh, Mr. Lee Hyun-deok." His face was pale. He hadn't considered hard landing to be a big issue, but it seemed like the bad weather had caused him much anxiety while executing the maneuver. I patted him on the shoulder. "Thank you for all you've done." He then collected himself as much as he could and offered a small, gentle smile. "I'll leave the rest to you, Mr. Lee Hyun-deok." I gave him a sharp nod and turned to the airline staff behind me. "Could you open the door?" I asked them. "Pardon. Adat novel bin adat. I have to clean up the zombies outside." "Ah, yes." The airline staff opened the hatch, and I ordered all of my Stage 1 mutants to disembark. I gave Ji-Ian separate instructions from the ones I gave my Stage 1 mutants. "Ji-Ian, protect the survivors." Ji-Ian nodded without saying a word. I jumped off the plane and immediately took off toward Do Han-sol. The sky had grown much darker than last I'd seen, and I realized that we wouldn't have managed to land on the runway if it had been just a little later. "Han-sol, where's Hae-young-jun?" "He's at the terminal, holding back the zombies. There are a lot more zombies than we expected." "Any mutants?" "We haven't seen any mutants with our own eyes yet. Not even any black creatures." "Did every plane land?" I nodded. "Clear out the zombies near the runway," I instructed him, "and tell the survivors to wait. Make sure they don't get off the planes." "What are you going to do?" "I'll go help Hae-young-jun clear the zombies in the terminal." If you see any zombies approaching any of the planes, don't think twice. Just kill them right away. Got it. Take care, Mr. Lee Hyundeok. With that, we went to take care of our respective responsibilities. When I arrived at the passenger terminal, I saw Kim Hyeongjun's underlings blocking the entrance to the terminal from the runway, but I didn't see Kim Hyeongjun anywhere. Bang! The sound of something being smashed came from inside the terminal. I could tell that Kim Hyeongjun was causing a scene inside. I ordered my Stage 1 mutants to continue to defend the entrance with his underlings, then made my way through the zombies and entered the terminal. After passing through the entrance and moving past the gate, I came across Moodswinger slaughtering zombies. But I still couldn't locate Kim Hyeongjun. Grr! My eyes flashed as I turned to the left, where the zombie cries were coming from. All the zombies seemed to fall back at once. The zombies here were ordinary zombies, like the ones I was used to seeing in Seoul. I crushed their heads and continued my quest to find Kim Hyeongjun. However, even after looking around the entire terminal, I still did not manage to find him. Did he go outside? That wouldn't have made any sense, because there were still zombies inside. There was no reason for him to go outside when he hadn't even taken care of all the zombies inside. I couldn't possibly think of where he could have disappeared to. Shatter? At that moment, two blobs came rolling in through the pane of broken glass. As soon as the two blobs flew into the terminal, they continued to engage in hand-to-hand combat. It was Kim Hyeongjun and an unidentified zombie. However, this unidentified zombie, it looked red to me. It seemed Kim Hyeongjun had found it first and had been chasing it down. Just as Kim Hyeongjun was about to punch the zombie in the face, it fell on the floor and yelled in desperation. Wait, let's talk this out. The moment Kim Hyeongjun heard the zombie speak, he flinched. He knew immediately that the zombie in front of him had eaten a human brain. Kim Hyeongjun's brow furrowed as he ground his teeth. He seemed ready to crush this zombie's skull at any moment. Steam rose from my body as I put myself in between Kim Hyeongjun and the unidentified red zombie, pushing the former aside in the process. Kim Hyeongjun rolled out of the way and quickly got himself back up. What are you doing, Ajasi? He yelled. Calm down. That bastard ate a person. What about us? I replied, keeping my expression neutral. In response, Kim Hyeongjun made a disapproving face and clicked his tongue vigorously, then took out his anger on the zombies around him. When I looked at the red zombie lying on the floor, I saw him glaring at me with red eyes. Judging by the fact that his body wasn't letting out any steam, though, it seemed like he had no intention of attacking me. If this zombie had any hostile intent, it would have resisted or acted out in desperation when I pushed Kim Hyeongjun aside. What are you? I asked, frowning. The zombie turned his head and spat out a mouthful of blood. What are you? He responded, throwing my question back at me. Answer my question if you don't want to die. Where are you from? Wrong answer. Without the slightest hesitation, I pressed my open palm against the zombie's forehead. Ouch. His body began to tremble violently, and he tried to grab my right arm to stop himself from shaking. Judging by the fact that I felt some tingling pain as if I was receiving a static shock, I could tell that this zombie could command around 1,000 underlings. He let out an agonizing scream. Okay, I'll talk. When I slowly removed my hand from his forehead, he coughed and spoke up. It's only natural to be curious when an airplane arrives, given the era we're living in. I just came to see who these people were. What good does that do for you? Were you trying to sneak up on us? A surprise attack? Have you ever seen anyone trying to execute an ambush without bringing their troops? This zombie had a point. He could control about 1,000 underlings, but he was here all alone. I grabbed his collar. What's your name? I demanded. You want to know my name in this situation? I decided that I would cut off his limbs since he wasn't cooperating, and ripped his limbs off. You crazy bastard, he yelled, his eyes going wide. Answer the question. What's your name? Kim Dae-young. Of course, there was another reason why I had torn off his limbs. This was, in fact, the main reason why I did so. I wanted to know Kim Dae-young's regenerative abilities, and see whether he'd eaten a black creature's brain or not. Judging by the fact that his damaged body did not regenerate after waiting for a while, it seemed like he had not eaten a black creature's brain. I wiped the blood from my face and questioned him again. Why were you spying on us? Because I wanted to know what kind of madman would come this far. What do you mean? Kim Dae-young remained silent. I wasn't sure if he was being sarcastic, or if he was literally saying that we were crazy for coming all the way here. If he was being sarcastic, that meant that he had come here to spy on whoever had come to this dangerous place, and if he was being straightforward with his words, it meant that he was wary of us and had decided to attack us. Where are your underlings? Why do you want to know? He still wasn't cooperating. I wondered where his arrogance, his useless confidence, was coming from. I sighed. If you don't want to talk, then don't, I said. But did you know that if you die, your control over your underlings will be severed as well? What? If you have other people with you, they probably know that you came to Jeju Airport. What are you trying to say, you bastard? Kim Dae-young's tone was harsh, but his eyes were trembling. I raised my eyebrows. If you die, the chain of command that you have over your underlings will disappear, I said. Then your people will come here on their own. Meaning, there's no reason for us to keep you alive. Hey, wait. Too late. My fist was mere inches away from Kim Dae-young's face when he closed his eyes and yelled, people are going to get hurt. My fist brushed the tip of Kim Dae-young's nose and stopped. If he'd waited just a tenth of a second more, his skull would have been turned to mush. Elaborate, I said with a frown. People. I. Kim Dae-young trailed off hesitantly. Before long, however, he looked me in the eyes again. Who's on the plane? People? Zombies? He asked me. You don't get to say anything. I don't have to answer. Kim Dae-young smirked. I knew it. Humans, huh? I bet I'm right. If you're looking for prey, there'd be no reason for you to come to Jeju Island. Despite his arrogant expression, his trembling eyes were having trouble focusing, giving away the nervousness he was feeling inside. Kim Dae-young was a quick-wit guy. However, his expression betrayed his anxiety. I grabbed him by the collar and repeated my question. Answer my question. What did you mean when you said someone's going to get hurt? Before that, let me ask you one more question. If you answer my questions properly, I'll tell you everything. Some guts you have there. I'd cut it out if I were you. Now I see. I should have known it when you stopped that guy over there from killing me, and from the fact that you're acting all strong yet keep on listening to me talk. Are you fighting for the sake of people too? My eyebrows twitched at his question. I massaged my temples with my left hand. You're digging your own grave. Huh. Since you've noticed that, now there are fewer reasons to keep you alive. If I told you that I was on the same side as you, would you still kill me? Kim Dae-young looked into my eyes. His expression had grown serious at novel bin at. I frowned. How can I believe what you're saying? You can go and check it out for yourself. And what if it's a trap? I asked, raising my eyebrows. Kim Dae-young shrugged. Well, there's nothing I can do if you won't believe me, he said calmly. But if you want to kill me instead, can you just wait 10 minutes? Why do you need 10 minutes? I have to order my underlings to come here. I've ordered them to protect my people. And if I die now, my chain of command is going to disappear, and they'll probably attack my people. Kim Dae-young had a point. He wasn't an easy opponent, and I couldn't manipulate him the way I wanted to. I couldn't threaten or kill him right now. He wasn't the nervous one, I was. I thought about the situation and considered my priorities. Kim Hye-young-jun could handle the zombies in the terminal alone, and since Do Han-sol was defending the aircraft, the Survivor Rally organization was safe. As I thought all of this through, I wondered if killing Kim Dae-young, a potential threat, was the right thing to do right now. I also questioned if I should be the one deciding if the survivors that he claimed to have were going to die or not, assuming that he was telling me the truth that he was in league with the survivors of Jeju. As I stood there, lost in thought, Kim Dae-young's limbs began to regenerate. Ajasi, what are you doing? Yelled Kim Hye-young-jun from behind me. I closed my eyes and placed my hand on my forehead. I had to make a choice. I never thought that I'd have to make a decision like this the moment I arrived in Jeju Island. I took a breath and looked at Kim Dae-young. Lead me to where your people are. I want to see them for myself. There's no guarantee that you won't attack my people. Shouldn't you be showing me the survivors you brought first? Kim Dae-young's question caused me to clench my fists and gnash my teeth. Don't try to cross the line. You get on my nerves just a bit more and I'll kill you and all those survivors you keep talking about. What? Don't think you have the upper hand. Get your priorities straight. My family is my priority. I couldn't care less about your people. My frown was as deep as it would go, betraying the depth of my anger. Kim Dae-young swallowed and stayed silent. His body had fully regenerated by now, and he picked himself off the floor and looked at me. I shoved him in the back. Now lead me there, I demanded. Hey, calm down a little. Slap. I slapped Kim Dae-young in the face. You say one more goddamn thing, and you'll be dead before you know it. Kim Dae-young placed his hand on his tingling cheeks and ear, looking bewildered. I wondered what kind of being Kim Dae-young saw me as at the moment. Kim Dae-young probably had no clue that I was on the same side as him. However, the more I dilly-dallied, the more danger my people would be in. Whether I liked it or not, I had no choice but to show force. I had to think things through thoroughly, but also had to come to decisions and act quickly. I never hesitated, which was what kept me and my family safe. Kim Dae-young seemed to hesitate for a moment, but then he took a deep breath. Follow me? When I moved to follow Kim Dae-young, Kim Hye-young-jun, who had been taking care of the zombies, hurriedly grabbed my shirt. Ajasi, where are you going? He asked me. Do you actually believe what that bastard's saying? He said that there are survivors. I'll check it out and come back. Just take care of the zombies. Let's just kill this fella, Ajasi. We don't have to take care of everyone. You're right, we don't have to take care of everyone. But we also don't have the right to kill regular human beings. When it came to killing zombies or humans, I wanted to make sure if they were good or evil before I killed them. Kim Hye-young-jun studied my face closely, then finally sighed, his face difficult to read. He looked me straight in the eyes so that Kim Dae-young couldn't overhear us. Take your underlings, just in case. If you don't take your underlings with you, Ajasi, I won't let you go. My underlings and I can handle this area, so take your underlings with you. I'll leave Ji-yeon behind, then. Kim Hye-young-jun nodded and went back to cleaning up the zombies again. I ordered my Stage 1 mutants to follow me at a distance of 300 meters. Kim Dae-young was a step ahead of me, taking the lead. It was now completely dark outside, unlike what it had been when I first entered the terminal. I heightened all my senses as I followed Kim Dae-young. Where are we going? To a rental car company. Kim Dae-young guided me to an area where there weren't that many zombies. I asked him a question as I examined the surroundings. Are you saying that your people are at a rental car company? It's a good place to do defense. It's in a corner, and the car alarms go off when the zombies hit them, making them good guards. What if zombies gather after hearing the cars go off? Have you not thought that through? There's an escape route, of course. And, about the alarms. It's more of a means of guarding against other beings than zombies. Other beings? I asked, with my eyebrows raised. Kim Dae-young frowned. The hounds, he said. The hounds. The slight emphasis that Kim Dae-young placed on that word made it sound like some sort of group. If Kim Dae-young was really a zombie fighting for the sake of other survivors, then this group called the Hounds had to be a group that hunted humans. I wondered if it was similar to Seoul, where there had been the family on one side and the survivor rally organization on the other. Perhaps this was happening on Jeju Island as well. Are these hounds a threat to humans? I asked him, scratching my eyebrows as I did so. That's right. Are they zombies or humans? They're zombies. They can think, just like us. How many of them are there? I haven't figured that out yet. But I'm sure there are quite a few zombies with red eyes among them. It seemed like this group had quite a lot of members. However, more members didn't mean anything to me. Numbers were meaningless to me. They probably had a boss, and it was important to figure out what their boss was capable of. I looked over at Kim Dae-young. Is there a zombie with blue eyes like me in this group called the Hounds? I haven't seen one. By the way, I wanted to ask you that. Why are your eyes blue? You don't need to know. I couldn't and didn't want to explain everything word by word. I still had my doubts regarding Kim Dae-young, so I couldn't give him too much information. Besides, he had yet to eat a black creature's brain, which was another reason not to have to tell him about it. He stopped in his tracks and looked at me, as though this bothered him. I know you're wary of me. But, as I said before, I'm also fighting alongside humans. That's still up for debate. Why are you so suspicious about everything? If I wasn't, I would have died a long time ago, I replied calmly. Kim Dae-young stopped asking questions. After we passed through several narrow alleys and got onto the main street, I saw the zombies on the streets gathered up in one place, crying out and resonating. When they resonated like that, it was a signal that a zombie wave was about to happen. I wondered where they were headed to. We were quite far from Jeju Airport. Kim Dae-young squinted at the zombies and noticed that something wasn't right. Do you mind if we walk a bit faster? He said. Are your people around this area? The first line of defense is around here. First line of defense. There were a lot of rental car companies concentrated around Jeju Airport. It seemed like Kim Dae-young had used the cars from the car rental companies to build layers of defense. Kim Dae-young clicked his tongue vigorously. Since the street zombies were gathered at Jeju Airport, I expected them to be here as well. But there are just too many of them, he said. And this is because of you folks. Kim Dae-young frowned and glared at me. I have one question for you, I asked him, staying calm. What? Do you know anything about black creatures? Kim Dae-young's eyes widened as soon as I mentioned a black creature, and his expression grew puzzled. Judging by his face, it seemed like there was a black creature on Jeju Island as well. It made sense. In fact, it'd be strange for there not to be a black creature, given the 670,000 people who had resided here before the virus spread. Kim Dae-young wet his parched lips before speaking. And what if I told you that I did? What are you going to do about that? What color were they? A black creature is black. Does it come in different colors? Its eyes. Were even its eyes black? Kim Dae-young glanced to the side as though thinking, then answered after a moment. The last time I saw it was a month ago, so I don't remember exactly. But they were the same colors as yours. Are you sure? I am, since I realized that black creatures had blue eyes because of it. But the bad-tempered guy that was with you at the airport also had blue eyes. What's the difference between me and him? What do you mean? It's your strength. Kim Dae-young flinched and asked nervously, you. How many underlings can you control? You don't need to know. Can't you tell me? If the zombie at the airport earlier had considered you as an enemy and gone after you seriously, you would have died without knowing it. Only then did Kim Dae-young finally realize where things stood between the three of us, and closed his mouth. It seemed he had realized just how easy Kim Hye-young-jun and I had been going at him. After a moment, Kim Dae-young cleared his throat and spoke up again. If you're that strong, can you deal with the hounds? Can you fight the hounds on equal footing? I can go toe-to-toe with their officers. If their officers were of the same strength as Kim Dae-young, who controlled 1,000 underlings, they couldn't harm the Survivor Rally organization even if they attacked us with everything they had. Kim Dae-young looked at me cautiously. You, where are you from? He asked. Seoul. Seoul? Did Seoul fall as well? Kim Dae-young didn't know anything about what had happened, or what was going on. Well, to be fair, I also hadn't known anything before meeting Tommy from Russia, so perhaps his reaction was natural. I looked at him in pity and sighed. There's no country in the world where humans are guaranteed to be safe, I replied, except for Canada. The whole world is done for. Why do you think I came all the way to Jeju Island? Kim Dae-young's mouth dropped open, and he seemed lost in thought. After a moment, he flashed a warm smile. You truly are a zombie that lives for humans. You're trying to clean up the zombies on Jeju Island, aren't you? Since it'll become a safe haven as long as you get rid of all the zombies. I said nothing in reply. However, Kim Dae-young continued to speak with a satisfied smile. Can my people join yours? That depends, I answered bluntly. Kim Dae-young looked me right in the eye. Please lend me your strength. I'm actually not too confident. About what? It's been difficult, handling everything alone. The hounds, people's expectations. I frowned at the absurd notion, and tilted my head. You mean you've been fighting the hounds alone? Kim Dae-young replied with a bitter smile. What else was I supposed to do, with no other zombies around to help me? His bitter smile hit me differently, making me reconsider his words. Crowd psychology sure is scary, he continued quietly. It doesn't matter what kind of person someone was before the world was turned upside down. When the world falls into a state like this, any beings that exist in such a world would also go crazy, regardless of whether they're human or zombie. I considered Kim Dae-young with a calm expression. It seemed like he was in his early 30s. I could understand the weight he had been carrying on his shoulders all this time. No matter how hard the people at Shelter Haeyoung had worked and tried, my shoulders were always heavy with all the responsibility. As their expectations grew, there were moments in which I became all that they placed their hope in, which made it harder for me to live every day without worrying. This didn't mean that their expectations toward me were bad. It just made it more difficult to be nice all the time. I just had to be called stupid by people who were messed up and hear criticism that I wasn't doing a good enough job of taking care of my own interests. Despite all this, though, I still had to get the job done. And people like us were oftentimes called heroes. I smacked Kim Dae-young on the back fairly hard, so that the sound of my slap echoed. Kim Dae-young looked at me in bewilderment, and I couldn't help but laugh at his dumbfounded face. Chop, let's go. We don't have time. Huh, really? You really had to hit me? You couldn't say it in words. Kim Dae-young smacked its lips and looked away as though he were feeling slightly miffed, and kept leading the way to his people. As I watched him walk off, I thought to myself that I'd found someone pretty decent. If whatever Kim Dae-young had said was true, he would be welcomed in our organization. I just hoped that his group of people were logical, rational humans, since that was the ultimate factor in joining the Survivor Rally organization. The ability that made people people. I just hoped that they hadn't lost their humanity. I carved a straight line through the gathered zombies. I went through them instead of going around because leaving them alone could result in the size of the zombie horde increasing and triggering a zombie wave, which would cause a problem further down the line. As I cleaned up the zombies, sending zombies flying left and right, I tried to assess Kim Dae-young's strength. He was coasting through the street zombies. If he and Do Han-sol focused on defense, Kim Hye-young-jun and I would be able to attack freely. It took us just 10 minutes to get rid of the zombies in front of the first defense line, during which I considered what the best scenario would be. I wiped away the zombie blood covering my face and considered moving forward past the dust-covered cars that were scattered along the street. Kim Dae-young put his index finger and thumb into his mouth and whistled as hard as he could, and the survivors hiding behind the vehicles appeared one by one. Dae-young, a man who had covered his mouth and nose with a brown handkerchief, ran toward us, calling Kim Dae-young's name. However, when he saw me behind Kim Dae-young, his eyes widened. He tightened his grip on the steel pipe he was holding, and took a swing at me without the slightest hesitation. Grasp! My blue eyes flashed as I grabbed the steel pipe that was coming toward my head. The man holding the steel pipe seemed bewildered. Kim Dae-young hurriedly interposed himself between the man and me, looking at me in surprise. He swallowed. You know it wasn't malicious, he said. Calm down. It's natural for a person to attack when they see a zombie. As Kim Dae-young made his excuses, a thought swam unbidden into my mind. Did Kim Dae-young think I'd get mad at this? I didn't care too much about getting hit with a steel pipe. I just pretended that it didn't happen. It's all right, I said. People have shot at me without saying anything first. Getting attacked by a steel pipe reminded me of what had happened back in Daegu. To other humans, I was nothing more than a zombie. The man wielding the steel pipe seemed surprised. Oh, a talking zombie, he exclaimed. Song-min, calm down. He's not a hound. The man named Song-min stared blankly at my face as if he was still confused about what was going on. I snatched the steel pipe from his hands. Everyone makes mistakes, I said. I understand. I handed him back the steel pipe, adding, but doing the same thing twice is unacceptable. Oh, I'm sorry. The man named Song-min quickly apologized as he took the steel pipe from my hands. The other survivors began to approach us one by one, and Kim Dae-young began to explain to the survivors what had happened. When he was done, the survivors, who had been listening quietly, looked at me in surprise. So you're an ally. Nice? That's good news. God helped us. God surely helped us. I told you, with a positive mindset, even the impossible can happen. They were talking in a very positive manner. I couldn't pinpoint why, but it seemed that despite the fact that the world had turned upside down, they seemed to be surviving rather joyfully. They weren't pretending, and it seemed like they were honest with one another. After a moment, the man named Song-min strode up to me and bowed deeply from the waist. Sorry for what I did earlier, he said. It's okay. Everyone reacts the same way at first. Did you say, everyone? Didn't Kim Dae-young explain earlier that I'm from the Survivor Rally organization? Oh, yes. Song-min smiled in embarrassment and scratched his forehead. I wasn't sure if he was a bit naive, or if it just showed how down-to-earth he was. Either way, he had made a decent first impression. Song-min held out his right hand. I'm Hyo Song-min, the representative or leader of the Jeju Defense Unit, he said. Nice to meet you. I'm Lee Hyun-deok. The representative was defending the first line of defense. He wasn't just hiding behind everyone else and worrying about his own safety, he was risking his life with the rest of the survivors. I shook hands with Hyo Song-min and looked around. There were about 9 men and women staring at me with clumsy, lousy weapons. I turned to Hyo Sung-min in confusion. Are these all the survivors? I asked. No, this is the first line of defense. There are others stationed along the second and third lines of defense. There are also people in the hideout. How many are there? Hyo Sung-min looked at Kim Dae-young as he trailed off. I understood that talking about specific numbers would be somewhat uncomfortable for them. However, when Kim Dae-young nodded, Hyo Sung-min scratched his neck and spoke up. 80 people, including the people here. 80 people? It must be difficult to get food for everyone. Are you doing all right? Oh, it's difficult, of course. We loot supermarkets, go out fishing, and do other stuff like that. We're barely holding on, making ends meet. And do you have any weapons other than maces? That's a rather sensitive question to ask upon meeting for the first time, don't you think? Hyo Sung-min said, avoiding my gaze with a sheepish smile. He had a point. I would have found it difficult to talk about the number of survivors and the food situation as well. But then Hyo Sung-min cleared his throat and continued to speak. But since Dae-young brought you over here, you must be someone that we can trust, right? We have pistols. The people holding the second and third lines of defense have pistols. Why are you folks defending the first line of defense without pistols? We don't have enough pistols, and we only deal with the few zombies that creep in from time to time. When zombie waves hit us, our job is to run to the second line of defense. In other words, they were also in charge of reconnaissance. I nodded slowly. Can you guide me to your hideout? I asked him. Right now, I want to check on your people. This is kind of out of the blue. We don't know you, Mr. Lee Hyun-deok. So that's kind of. Hyo Sung-min stammered as he looked around, gauging everyone else's expressions. I understood where he was coming from. It was definitely something I'd be uncomfortable sharing with someone I'd just met. I was basically asking him to share everything about the Jeju Defense Unit with a complete stranger. Nevertheless, they had shared with me the number of survivors in their group, as well as how they were doing with regard to weapons and food, which meant that the survivors here had a deep bond with Kim Dae-young and trusted him. I knew exactly where they were coming from, and I was pretty satisfied with the fact that they had some suspicion toward me. Kim Dae-young cleared his throat and spoke up. So, you said your name is Lee Hyun-deok. Yeah. We don't know anything about you, shouldn't you share something with us too? I'm not hiding anything. I fight for humans, that's all. I need you to tell us what happened in Seoul, how you became blue-eyed, how many survivors you have, what weapons you have, and something about the Survivor Rally organization. He had a point. Since they had opened up and told me a bit about themselves, it would be a good idea to tell them about me and my people. I took a quick breath and started to speak. We have K2 rifles that were used by the army as weapons. I'll give a brief explanation about what happened in Seoul. Beep, 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 beep. Just then, a car alarm went off, over the hill on the left. Hyo Sung-min, who was next to Kim Dae-young, shouted orders to the survivors behind him. Everybody, get into the rental car building. Hyo Sung-min and the other survivors moved in perfect order. Kim Dae-young's red eyes flashed. When did they get this close? He muttered to himself. His legs were shaking even though the enemies had yet to appear. I looked at him and tilted my head. Are they zombies? No, it's the hounds. How do you know? Because I cleaned up that area already. Kim Dae-young, a zombie with 1,000 underlings, was trembling. He said he was as strong as the officers, but he was clearly nervous. I sighed and stepped forward. Kim Dae-young hurriedly grabbed my clothes. Where are you going? Are you crazy? He demanded. Didn't you say it was a hound? I'm going to kill it. Hounds don't move alone. They move in groups. Are you saying there are a lot of guys with red eyes? Kim Dae-young nodded, a rather concerned expression on his face. I couldn't help but smile at his reaction. Jackpot. This is good news. What? At novel bin at. I was thinking of going out to look for some prey. This is great. Everything's working out perfectly. Kim Hye-young-jun and Do Han-sol and I hadn't been able to eat the brains of red-eyed zombies for a while, and it was likely that one of us might lose control of our zombie instincts at any moment. However, if there were a lot of red-eyed zombies around, I had to be grateful for that, since I wouldn't have to make the effort to go hunting for one. They were conveniently coming to me. Kim Dae-young looked at me as if he couldn't understand why I had a grin on my face. Hyo Sung-min came over to us. What are you doing there? He hissed urgently. Get inside already. Kim Dae-young was torn, unsure what to do. I looked over at him and suggested a course of action. Go protect the people inside, and watch what I do. What? Didn't you say you wanted me to tell you something about the Survivor Rally organization? Yeah, what about it? I'll personally show you whose side I'm on, and how I've made it through up to this point. Pay close attention. Kim Dae-young's eyes widened. You're not saying you're going to deal with them alone, he stammered. By yourself? Right? No, that can't be it. Why, you don't believe me. The hounds travel in groups of 3 minimum. Do you think you can handle them on your own? Grr. I heard zombies howling from the left. Soon after, I saw a red zombie wave making its way here through the hills. I then looked at Kim Dae-young and Hyo Sung-min. Go inside and enjoy the show. Don't get in the way. As I waited, holding my breath for the hounds to appear, I gave orders to my underlings, who were 400 meters away. All of you, gather here. Kiaa? Kim Dae-young and Hyo Sung-min turned to the right as they heard the eerie howl coming from over there, surprise showing on their faces. When they saw the 11 stage 1 mutants that looked like daddy long legs running toward me, they panicked and rushed inside. My blue eyes flashed as I accelerated my blood flow. My 5 senses sharpened, and steam began to rise from my body. I channeled strength into my arms as steam continued to spew from me. Thud, 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 thud. Zombie footsteps echoed in my ears, and the red wave of zombies began to appear in front of me. I felt adrenaline rising in me for the first time in a while. If you find the enemy leader, tear it apart, but leave the head. Kiaa, let's go. I rushed forward to meet the oncoming red wave. 100 meters. 50 meters. Then finally, 10 meters. I hammered my fists into the faces of the zombies in the front row. Each blow sounded like bricks being shattered, and the zombies fell like bowling pins being knocked down. I made my way through the wave like a mad beast. My stage 1 mutants were spread out and were using their long arms to smash through the zombies as well. Zombie limbs were flying about like baseballs being hit for home runs. Faster, even faster. I gritted my teeth and continued to accelerate my blood flow. My zombie instincts were slowly kicking in, and at the same time, I was filled with an overwhelming sense of joy. Grr! A zombie to the left made a throat-rending sound and threw itself toward, its upper body twisting in a grotesque manner. I bent backwards and sent a kick toward its face. It went down in a heap, its back twisted in the opposite direction. Stop that. Stop that guy. In between the zombie screams, my ears picked up an urgent voice. When I turned toward where it was coming from, I saw a red-eyed zombie staring straight at me, giving orders to its underlings. I sliced my way through the zombies in front of me in a straight line as though I was parting the Red Sea and rushed toward the enemy leader. The enemy leader's eyes went wide, and he tried to run away. But little did he know that there was no point in running away. I leaped off the ground and landed right in front of him, noticing his rather tempting neck. With my sharpened teeth, I bit through the hapless creature's neck in one go. Thick blood fountained out, giving off a fishy smell. I spat out the flesh in my mouth, the spicy aftertaste lingering inside, and looked around. Now that one leader had been taken care of, about a quarter of the zombies had lost their commander, or about 600 of them. 600 zombies meant nothing to me. I wiped the blood from the corners of my mouth, and my blue eyes flashed again. I wanted to get this over with. I didn't want to drag this out. Now that one of them was dead, I knew that the other leaders would begin to react as well. I swept my eyes around the area, taking in the overall situation. A few zombies caught my eye. They had red eyes, and they were staring at me with hesitant looks. It seemed like they were deciding whether to fight or run away. They should have known that their hesitation would only bring death. I crouched down, locking onto them. Bang! I pushed myself off the ground, flying like an arrow toward them. Kim Hye-young-joon finished cleaning up the zombies in the passenger terminal, then joined up with Do Han-sol. Do Han-sol looked out at the darkened world. What shall we do? He asked Kim Hye-young-joon. Let's wait until Hyundeok Ajasi comes back. Didn't he tell you to wait with the planes? That's probably the best thing to do, right? You take charge of the defenses around here. And make sure you fill up your number of underlings. I'll take my time to replenish my missing underlings. My body won't be able to take it if I suddenly amass a large number of underlings. Oh, by the way, Mr. Kim Hye-young-joon, where are you going to go? Kim Hye-young-joon looked around, and then pointed to the roof of the passenger terminal. I'll look around the area from above and come back. I'll leave one of my stage 1 mutants here, so if anything happens, give it a shove. All right. Got it. I'll see you soon. Kim Hye-young-joon nodded and headed straight to the terminal. After sealing the entrance with dead zombie bodies, he jumped up to the roof and took a look around. He saw half-broken palm trees, dented airport buses, collapsed buildings, and a damaged signboard that explained the local way of saying hello. Jeju Island was in a state of devastation. After the tourists stopped coming and the existing civilization was destroyed, Jeju Island had become a hell on earth. Kim Hye-young-joon squinted and surveyed the surrounding terrain. Since that is north, the west is to my right, while the east is left. You could generally divide Jeju Island into the north and south, which were Jeju-si and Sogwipo-si. More than 70% of Jeju Island's population lived in urban areas. In order to leave Jeju Airport and find a less habitable area, passing through a city was inevitable. In other words, the Survivor Rally organization was stuck in Jeju Airport until they finished cleaning up Jeju-si, since the airport was located close to Jeju-si. With a flash of his blue eyes, Kim Hye-young-joon heightened his body's senses. He was about to examine the area with his heightened sense of hearing and vision, when he noticed a red dot moving to the right. He quickly hid himself behind a railing and tracked down the red dot with his eyes. He saw 5 red dots walking toward the airport. Enemies. Lee Hyundeok had scolded him earlier for being hasty with Kim Dae-young, so this time, he decided to keep his eye on them before committing to a course of action. He then realized that there weren't any other zombies around them. He decided that it would be wise to check if those red dots were zombies with red eyes, or if they were zombies that were following orders. Kim Hye-young-joon held his breath and waited patiently. Then, he heard them speaking. Hey, are you sure? 100%. Yes, I saw it. I'm not kidding. A plane came from that way. No, I mean, did it actually land on Jeju Island? The zombies probably gathered because it landed, you idiot. They were arguing as they approached Jeju Airport. Hey, if planes are able to fly, doesn't that mean it's safe on the mainland? Safe? Hey, do you think we're human? Do you think we can go to places where people live? I don't know, maybe there's a vaccine. Vaccine my ass. Do you think vaccines just come out from thin air or something? Their conversation had been rather ambiguous so far. There wasn't enough to determine if they were zombies that fought for humans, or whether they were ones that hunted humans. Kim Hye-young-jun chewed his nails as he continued to eavesdrop on them. By the way, did all the zombies from Jeju City gather here or something? There sure are a lot of them. Yeah, you're right. I bet everyone on the plains died when the zombies came to greet them. The red zombie in front turned around and addressed the guys muttering behind it. It doesn't matter if people died or not. Didn't you hear what your Hyungnim said? Focus on the mission, you puny ones. As if you're not puny yourself? I know, you fool. He ordered us to bring the ones that mutated into red-eyed zombies. We need to find live humans and bring them back as well. Hyungnim said that they also help us to keep our sanity. Really? They're not as good as red-eyed zombies, but Hyungnim said that we'll be able to hang on to our sanity even if we eat human brains. Hang on to their sanity? Are they talking about zombie instincts? However, Kim Hye-young-jun quickly realized that it didn't matter what they were talking about. A grin had spread across his face after overhearing their conversation. So I can kill them all, huh? While he was still in the middle of his thoughts, the zombies had made it all the way to the first floor. Shit. Some bastard painted the passenger terminal black. What are you talking about? Look at the windows. They're all black. You're right. Does that stuff come off? One of them ran up to the windows. Kim Hye-young-jun gritted his teeth and accelerated his blood flow. He was getting himself fully prepared so that he could pounce on them at any second. The fellow in front of the windows gave a startled exclamation, as though he'd fallen on his bottom. Zombies? It's not painted. It's a pile of zombies. What gibberish are you uttering? Whoosh. Something cast a long shadow over them as it crossed the moonlight, originating from the roof of the terminal. All 5 of the zombies looked up at once as they noticed another presence, but none of them put up their guards. Pow, smack, pow, smack. Before they even had the chance to observe Kim Hye-young-jun, he had crushed their skulls and torn up their bodies like rags. The zombie sitting in front of the window froze, trying to make sense of what had just happened in front of its eyes. Kim Hye-young-jun had killed 4 zombies in an instant, and was closing in on the last one. Greetings. Spare me. The remaining zombie instinctively asked to be spared. Kim Hye-young-jun flashed him a grin. That depends on how you do. Kim Hye-young-jun cut off the limbs of the last, trembling zombie, then took its body and the heads of the other 4 zombies and returned to the runway. Do Han-sol, who was waiting on the runway, looked at what Kim Hye-young-jun had brought with him, and his eyes went wide. What's this all of a sudden? He asked. They were snooping around the airport. Really? Give these 4 heads to Mr. Zhang Jinyang. He can't even become allies with us because he's so weak. He needs to get stronger just so that we can shake hands. Unlike Kim Hye-young-jun, who was feeling all elated, Do Han-sol was looking at Kim Hye-young-jun with his mouth open, as though he was seeing something ridiculous. Kim Hye-young-jun chuckled, thinking that Do Han-sol was doubting him. Why are you looking at me like that? You don't believe me? I made sure of everything, man. These guys use humans for food. And it seems like they're moving in groups. I heard them say Hyungnim this, Hyungnim that earlier. And what's about the one that's still alive? We have to interrogate this one, since we need to learn about this organization. Then where are their underlings? Kim Hye-young-jun tilted his head and looked at Do Han-sol. After a moment, he gave a start and his mouth fell open, as if he had just realized that he'd acted hastily again. Do Han-sol sighed and placed his hand on his forehead. Didn't you find out the location of their underlings? He asked in a voice close to a sigh. Oh, I didn't think of that. If their underlings are at their main base, and if they're part of an organization, you're basically announcing to them that we killed one of their men. How could you just attack them when we don't even know how strong they are? Do Han-sol let out a deep sigh. What are you going to do now? He asked. Kim Hye-young-jun tossed the body of the living zombie still missing its limbs on the ground. Did you hear everything we just said? He asked the zombie. Pardon? Oh, I'm sorry. There's nothing to apologize for. Where are your underlings? Did you leave them at your main base? At Novel Bin at? Yes. Where's your main base? The remaining zombie looked at Kim Hye-young-jun and Do Han-sol with a puzzled expression, unsure how to answer the question that had come out of the blue. Several expressions flashed across Kim Hye-young-jun's face in quick succession, and he asked the zombie another question. Are there more of you? Oh, When the zombie hesitated, Kim Hye-young-jun pointed at the 4 heads and offered a threat. Okay, said. Your stuttering gave it away. Thanks. From now on, if you don't answer within 5 seconds, you're going to join that pile of heads over there. He seemed about to eat the zombie at any second. Amart at Noyeong Junction, the zombie stuttered loudly. Are you sure? Yes, I'm sure. Where do we have to go to get there? Head south, along the main road. It'll be right there. Kim Hye-young-jun carried the red-eyed zombie's torso and headed for the roof of the passenger terminal. He ordered the zombie to point to where Amart was. The red-eyed zombie, still missing his limbs, looked at Kim Hye-young-jun incredulously. Kim Hye-young-jun belatedly realized that he'd chopped off the zombie's limbs earlier. He let out a yell and flew into a sudden rage. If you don't have arms, use your chin. Yes. The zombie eagerly repeated the phrase over there, gesturing in a particular direction with his chin. Are you absolutely sure about this? Yes. Why would I lie to you when my life is on the line? There we go. Then, Are you going to spare me? What? Me? Kim Hyeongjun tilted his head and furrowed his brow. The zombie's eyes widened, and his mouth fell open in surprise. After a moment, he began to beg for his life again. You said you'd spare me earlier? You have to keep your word. Okay. Since I said I'd spare you, I guess I have no choice but to spare you. Kim Hyeongjun nodded and returned to the runway. Do Han-sol looked at Kim Hyeongjun disapprovingly. He could tell that Kim Hyeongjun was trying to make up for his mistake somehow, but knowing this only made him more anxious. Kim Hyeongjun threw the limbless zombie in front of Do Han-sol. When Do Han-sol raised a questioning eyebrow and tilted his head, Kim Hyeongjun scratched his own head. Han-sol, you killed this zombie. Hey, man. You said you'd let me go. The zombie on the ground was shouting desperately at Kim Hyeongjun. He ignored their desperation. I let you live, he said calmly. Now ask him to let you live. Beg for your dear life. You bastard, the zombie cursed in anger. Crack. Do Han-sol stepped in front of Kim Hyeongjun and crushed the zombie's skull, as though he did not want to hear the zombie cursing. He frowned at Kim Hyeongjun. What are you planning on doing? He asked. I'm going to invade. I don't think you should do anything reckless. I can't just let you go around creating havoc. Then what shall we do? Should we go on the defense? I've already killed all of them. Do you think we can protect the aircraft in this wide open area when we don't even know how many of them there are? We don't even know how large their organization is. What I'm trying to say is, why did you do something this reckless in the first place? Did you really have to kill 5 of them? Kim Hyeongjun smacked his lips and avoided Do Han-sol's question. He had already admitted that he'd made a mistake. He just wanted to make up for what he had done somehow, before the situation got worse. He sighed. Then what should I have done? He asked Do Han-sol. There were 5 of them. Do you think it would have been possible to take down and keep 5 of them captive at the same time? I'm sure I would have missed 1 or 2 of them. You could have lured them to the runway, and we could have taken them down together. They had already noticed what was going on after seeing the pile of dead zombie bodies at the terminal entrance. They wouldn't have even checked the runway. Regardless, there's no changing the fact that you acted out without a proper. Kim Hyeongjun cut him off abruptly. Please? Han-sol. Do Han-sol bit his lower lip, and his expression grew complicated. Kim Hyeongjun's expression grew bitter. Don't you trust me? He asked Do Han-sol. This isn't a matter of trusting you or not. They're probably targeting Jeju Airport at this very moment while we waste our time arguing about this. And that's why you're saying that you're going to barge into their territory without having a plan. All of this is their territory. They probably have a good understanding of the terrain around here. That being said, we should be attacking, not defending. Do Han-sol thought about what Kim Hyeongjun had said. He sighed and slicked his bangs back, then clicked his tongue vigorously. What should we tell Mr. Lee Hyun-deok when he comes back later? He said. We'll tell him the truth. There's nothing else we can do about what happened, or what's going to happen. Sigh. When I see you sometimes. You're really smart sometimes, but sometimes you make me extremely frustrated, you know. People aren't supposed to be consistent, you know? That's my charm. Charm? You just go back and forth all the time. Do Han-sol shook his head and let out a sigh. Kim Hyeongjun smiled. I'll leave one of my stage 1 mutants behind. I know. Just be careful out there. I know you won't even listen to me even if I tried to stop you. Kim Hyeongjun chuckled and gave Do Han-sol a thumbs up. Do Han-sol sighed as if he couldn't stand Kim Hyeongjun, then went off to reorganize his underlings. Do Han-sol knew that Lee Hyun-deok and Kim Hyeongjun both had a stubborn streak. However, their stubbornness had saved everyone so far, so he couldn't say no to them. He did his best to assist them, so that their stubborn decisions would end up being the right ones. Lee Hyun-deok, Kim Hyeongjun, and Do Han-sol. The Survivor Rally organization was in perfect balance because the 3 of them did their best in their given roles. One E-Mart, also known as E-Mart, is the largest retailer in South Korea. It is similar to an H-Mart or a Walmart. I returned to the rental car company with 4 heads. Kim Dae-young and Hyo Sung-min looked at me with dumbfounded expressions. Their jaws were almost to the ground, with no sign of closing anytime soon. Why do you look so surprised? You. What are you? Hyo Sung-min asked while sniffing. I wasn't sure how to answer his question. I'm a zombie, as you can see, I shrugged and said nonchalantly. You're a bit different. From the zombies I know. Are all the zombies from the mainland like you? I scratched my forehead. All you need to know is that the situation on the mainland isn't that good, I replied. Now that this situation has been dealt with, can you guide me to where the rest of the survivors are? Kim Dae-young and Hyo Sung-min were still staring at me with dumbfounded faces. I titled my head. Is there something on my face? I asked in response to their expression. Or do you still have questions about me? Shall I tell you the history of the Survivor Rally organization? At my question, Hyo Sung-min waved his hand violently. Pardon? Oh no. Come this way. He led me to the rear exit of the rental car company. After a moment, Kim Dae-young, who was next to him, cleared his throat and spoke up. If I may. You said you go by Mr. Lee Hyun-deok, right? Why are you being polite all of the sudden? I should watch my manners when I'm addressing someone that I view as a hyungnim. Of course I should be polite and respectful. No, it's awkward. Please speak like you did before. No, hyungnim. Haha. I frowned and looked at Kim Dae-young. He was grinning widely as he scratched the back of his head. It seemed like he wanted something from me. I couldn't help but wonder what he was hiding from me. Just go ahead and tell me what you want. Don't say something else later on. Oh no, what could I possibly ask from you? I just wanted to welcome you to Jeju Island, that's all. When I feel comfortable, I'll go back to how I was earlier. It seemed like watching me tearing the zombies apart had made him view me as a different person. He surely felt differently toward me now. I assumed he was behaving this way because he wanted something, but now it seemed like he was merely trying to flatter me, because I could help steer the Jeju Defense Unit toward a brighter future. This way, called Hyo Sungmin from up ahead. I smacked my lips and went over to him. He examined the surroundings carefully, then began to explain everything to me. If you head slightly north of Hancheon, you'll end up at Yeongnyeon Valley. The 119 Safety Center is right next to it. Is that the second line of defense? Yes. And if you keep going north from there, you'll reach a hotel, which is the third line of defense, I suppose. It's the third line of defense, and the Jeju Defense Unit hideout. At the word hideout, I tilted my head and raised my eyebrows. I recalled them saying that they had a separate hideout. Hyo Sungmin seemed to notice the discrepancy, and offered a sheepish smile. To be honest, I couldn't trust you 100% earlier, he said. I didn't want you to know where our hideout was, at least. So you're saying that the situation has changed? Of course. You saved us from the hounds, so now you're on our side. No, in fact, the Survivors Rally organization is on the same boat as us, the Jeju Defense Unit. These guys were extremely talented at buttering people up. I could clearly see their intentions, but there was no malice to it. So I smiled and headed for the second line of defense. When Hyo Sungmin and Kim Dae-young reached the edge of the second line of defense, the survivors that had been hiding there began to poke their heads out one by one. There were zombies that looked red to me as well, but they were all Kim Dae-young's underlings. I did a rough estimate of the number of red zombies. There aren't as many as I expected, I said to Kim Dae-young. What's the maximum number of underlings you can have? I can control up to 1100 underlings. There are only about 300 of them here. Where are the rest? There's another section to this second line of defense. If you go along the road to the right of the hotel, there's an E-Mart. I have another 300 there, and the rest are at the third line of defense. This meant that there were 500 of them protecting the hotel. The way he had deployed his underlings wasn't too bad, but I still felt that the survivors holding the first line of defense didn't have enough support. They weren't in the best condition. There were about 20 people defending the second line of defense. This also meant that there would be around 20 people defending E-Mart. There was probably another part to the first line of defense, which meant that a total of 60 survivors were guards. Since they had told me that there were a total of 80 survivors in the Jeju Defense Unit, the remaining 20 survivors in the hotel were probably responsible for taking care of everything else, such as tasks related to food, clothing, and shelter. I quietly rubbed my chin and called Hyo Sungmin over. He came over with a smile on his face. Did you have something to say? Mr. Hyo Sungmin, could we take a look at the hotel first? Pardon? I'll briefly go over the second line of defense. I don't have time. Oh, then follow me. I had to take a look at their hideout first because I had to get back to the airport before the four heads lost their potency. As we moved north along the main road, a large hotel came into view at the end of the road. The ocean blocked off the north and west sides, and there were many single-story buildings along the south and east sides, making it easy to spot enemy movements. Sweetie, honey, Hyo Sungmin called out to his wife as soon as he entered the hotel lobby. He's already married. He looked to be in his early 30s at most, but it seemed like he was already married. Four women hiding behind the counter poked their heads out. They were carrying pistols, and had the look of heroines. Appa. When they saw Hyo Sungmin, one of the four women ran out with a smile on her face. Hyo Sungmin and his wife hugged each other in an overtly public show of affection. I cleared my throat and looked away, and Hyo Sungmin looked embarrassed. Honey, can you gather everyone in the hotel? He said. Everybody here. Yes, we've got some very strong support joining us today. I wanted to introduce everyone to him. She nodded vigorously and ran to the people at the counter. After she exchanged a couple of words with them, they scattered to find the others in the hotel. After they left, I chuckled and asked Hyo Sungmin a question. Are you married? Yes, 2 months ago. His answer surprised me. 2 months ago? Then, did you get married after the zombie apocalypse? Hyo Sungmin offered a hearty smile. No matter how the world is, the living must live. No matter how miserable the world may be, I believe that an individual's happiness is still important. We didn't get to have a grand ceremony, but I'm still happy. Happy, huh? I wondered how many people could say that they were happy in this upside-down world. His expression told me that he was speaking honestly, from the bottom of his heart. Despite the harsh reality, I could see his strong will to survive in this world. After a while, the people in the hotel streamed in one by one and started gathering in the lobby. Most of them were children and women. Most of the men and a couple of women were on guard duty, while the rest took care of the things necessary for daily life. Unlike the Survivor Rally organization, the majority of them were younger adults. Also, unlike the Survivor Rally organization, where there were unspoken rules, it felt like the Jeju Defense Unit operated with much more freedom. Everyone was trying their best to help each other out. It might have been because they had a small number of people, but to me, it seemed like they somehow managed to gather people that one couldn't really find elsewhere in this day and age. It made a kind of sense since it had already been 6 months. Someone who had lost their sense of humanity would have become prey to the zombies early on, or kicked out of whatever groups they might have been in. Hyo Sungmin sniffed and asked a question. The Survivor Rally Organization. What kind of group is it? It's a group that you'll blend in perfectly with. What do you mean by that? It's a group where people live like people. It's a group that aims to create a world like that, I replied with a small smile. Kim Dae-young and Hyo Sungmin shared a look. After some hesitation, they asked me, Can we also be part of that group? I'm more than willing to allow that, after seeing everyone here. I know it must have not been easy for you to lead me to your hideout. Thank you for considering my unreasonable request. Then, I nodded vigorously. Let's move forward together, until the day Jeju Island becomes peaceful. Hyo Sungmin clenched his fists and bit his lip. I looked over at Kim Dae-young, who was next to him. Kim Dae-young, you said you can control 1100 underlings, right? Yes. I want to form an alliance with you. Pardon? What do you mean by that? This isn't an alliance between the Survivor Rally Organization and the Jeju Defense Unit. It's an alliance between us zombies. Kim Dae-young tilted his head, looking confused. It seemed like he had no clue about forming alliances, since he mentioned earlier that he'd never teamed up with any other zombies so far. I chuckled and held out my right hand. Then Kim Dae-young hesitated and gulped. He was probably afraid of the paralyzing feeling he had felt earlier on at the airport, when I had touched his forehead with my right hand. His expression soured as he seemed to recall that experience. You want me to hold your hand right now? He asked. This is the most important thing. Oh, despite his words, he kept on hesitating. Deep down, I wanted him to find the courage to put his traumatic experience in the past so that we could form an alliance. This was a necessary step to confirm the beliefs that we each held, that we were zombies that lived for humans. I looked him right in the eyes. Just think of one thing, I said. That you'll fight for humanity, no matter what. That you'll do whatever it takes for the sake of human happiness and peace. Kim Dae-young took a couple of deep breaths, savoring the cool, chilly air, then held my right hand. After arriving at Noyeong Ojori, Kim Hyeongjun stared at the E-Mart with his blue eyes. He saw red glowing figures moving hastily inside. It seemed like the zombie from earlier hadn't been lying when they said that the E-Mart was their main base. Kim Hyeongjun took a look around the surrounding area and gave orders to his underlings. Stage 1 mutant, wait in the first floor of the building opposite where we are. Mood swinger, wait on the first floor of the building across from the E-Mart. Keen. When Kim Hyeongjun's underlings tried to answer with their throat-rending noises, he hurriedly shushed them. No one answer. Keep quiet. His underlings nodded and moved to their respective positions. Kim Hyeongjun stealthily blended in with the darkness. He moved forward like a shadow, and reached the front entrance of the E-Mart without incident. What's everyone doing? Keep moving? You're not moving fast enough, yelled someone from within. Kim Hyeongjun crouched down and listened into what was going on inside. Hyungnim, 5 died. That's not a small number. Shouldn't we be more careful and coordinate with the Northeast gang? You want to join hands with those scums from the Northeast? Are you nuts? Well, I don't think we have a choice. It's only me, Hyungnim, and that dude over there for the Northwest gang. All 5 of our scouts are dead. How do you plan on fighting? Fuck. It's only been a day since we celebrated the fact that we had one more scout than the Northeast bastards. How in the world could we lose all 5 of them in one day? Kim Hyeongjun tilted his head as he listened to their conversation. The Northeast gang, the Northwest gang. They sounded like the names of gangster organizations. There was nothing complicated. In fact, the naming was rather straightforward. The Northeast gang was located in the Northeast, and the Northwest gang was located in the Northwest. This also made it possible that the Southwest gang and Southeast gang existed. But Kim Hyeongjun wasn't sure if they had come up with these names while considering Jeju City as the center of the island itself. If they were talking about the island as a whole, that meant that the Southwest and Southeast gangs were located in Sogwipo-si. One thing was certain, even though they were all on the same side, each region seemed to be jockeying against each other for power at Novel Bin At. And the scouts that they mentioned seemed to be the 5 zombies that Kim Hyeongjun had taken care of earlier at Jeju Airport. Since I killed the 5 scouts of the Northwest gang, does that mean the Northeast gang has 4 scouts? Kim Hyeongjun raised his eyebrows, momentarily lost in thought. Bang! A sudden crash came from within the E-Mart, and the boss of the Northwest gang, unable to contain his anger any further, yelled at the top of his lungs, "Then what do you want us to do? Are we going to let the Northeast bastards take Jeju City away from us? I want all the bastards at Jeju Airport gone this instant. What if the guys at Jeju Airport are stronger than us? Even though they were scouts, 5 of them died at the same time. We can't overlook that." Kim Hyeongjun carefully raised his head and looked inside the E-Mart. There were hundreds, possibly thousands of zombies in red, with a bunch of others standing there with blank faces, having lost their commanders. At the top of the flight of stairs, which spanned 2 floors, stood the red-eyed man who had raised his voice, and 2 other red-eyed individuals stood in front of him, seemingly at a loss as to what to do. It seemed the 3 at the top of the stairs were the officers of the Northwest gang. Kim Hyeongjun assumed that the zombies on the first floor were their underlings, and the underlings of the zombies he had taken out earlier. He tried to formulate a plan. Since they're all together, there's no need to delay things. This was exactly what Kim Hyeongjun had hoped for. He'd thought about sending some of his underlings over to Jeju Airport in case any of the gang members were there. However, judging by the fact that they were still arguing over Jeju Airport, it seemed like the gang members hadn't made a move yet. Fortunately, none of those inside had blue eyes, so even if they did attack at the same time, Kim Hye-young-jun had no fear of getting hurt. Moodswinger, eliminate everything on the first floor. Stage 1 mutants, head to the second floor. Kiaa. As soon as he gave orders, his underlings marched inside, letting loose throat-rending cries. The moment the enemies heard his underlings' cries, they all started to panic. Instead of going in with his underlings, Kim Hye-young-jun stayed outside and tracked the movement of the enemy leaders with his eyes. He knew that they would try to find an escape route once his underlings wrecked the first and second floors. Kim Hye-young-jun was waiting to take advantage of that moment. Bang! Arnold. Moodswinger smashed the front door and went inside. Shards of glass scattered all over the place, and the zombies at the entrance were beaten so badly that their faces were no longer recognizable. Glowing red zombies tried to threaten Moodswinger, letting loose grotesque cries of their own. But to Moodswinger, they were nothing but rascals making death cries, rascals that did not yet know what their fate was going to be. Moodswinger's expression was a blend of mischief and excitement. It looked as if he couldn't wait to enjoy the zombie feast that he'd been missing out on for a long time. Steam rose from his body, and he started massacring the zombies around him. What? What are you all doing? Stop that thing this instant. What? What is that thing? Hyungnim. How the fuck am I supposed to know? Get rid of it already. Let's go upstairs first. Kiaa. The moment the officers tried to head up to the second floor, zombie corpses rolled down the escalator. The Stage 1 mutants were using their long limbs to sweep away the zombies on the second floor like dust. As the officers watched their underlings rolling down, they became frantic. They didn't know how to react to this unexpected ambush. The only thing they could do was watch as their main base was turned upside down. They were on the losing side of a one-sided battle before they knew it. At this rate, it was only a matter of time before they fell. The leader of the Northwest gang looked around desperately, his eyes wide open like a meerkat's, as though his mind had gone blank. He noticed that every time Moodswinger took a step, 5 or 6 of their zombies were horribly disfigured and thrown out of the supermarket. The mutant zombies' speed was incredible, and it seemed like it was a heavily armored vehicle making its way through the supermarket at full speed. The leader realized that his zombies were nothing but a swarm of mosquitoes in their attempts to attack Moodswinger. He finally realized that they had no chance of winning, and used his underlings as sacrifices as he ran for the back door. Kim Hye-young-jun quickly made his way to the back door when he saw the enemy leaders trying to escape. Rattle! As the iron door swung open, 3 zombies with red eyes dashed out like bullets. What was that monster? Were they the ones on the plane? We're not sure ourselves. We've never seen anything like it. Then who piloted the plane? Are you trying to say that those monsters piloted the plane? Do you even think that makes any sense? The leader was clearly dumbfounded by what he had just seen. Frustrated that he did not have the slightest clue on what was happening, he tugged at his hair as he tried his best to understand the situation. One of the other red-eyed zombies spoke up. For now Hyungnim, where do you think we should go? He stuttered. How in the world should I know? Shouldn't we go to Sogwipo and let Senior Hyungnim know about this? Is there any guarantee that Senior Hyungnumber is in Sogwipo? How are we supposed to know where he is when he hasn't shown himself for the past 15 days? Kim Hye-young-jun crept out of the darkness as he listened in on their conversation. He called out to them in a confident, arrogant voice, with both of his hands in his pockets. Hey, thugs. The leader of the Northwest gang looked at Kim Hye-young-jun in surprise. However, it did not take him long to recognize who he was, and he gritted his teeth. It's you, isn't it? You're the one that brought all those monsters. Bingo. Greetings, my Jeju Island friends. Unlike the enemy leader, who was clearly nervous, Kim Hye-young-jun was as laid back as he could be. He spoke with a satisfied smile. Gangcheol, you take care of him, ordered the enemy leader. Yes, Hyungnim. With a battle cry, the zombie with red eyes on the left leaped toward Kim Hye-young-jun. Kim Hye-young-jun locked his gaze on this man named Gangcheol. With a flash of his blue eyes, he swept his right foot out at him. His leg drew a diagonal arc as it rose from the ground and smashed Gangcheol in the face. With the sound of a watermelon being smashed into pieces, Gangcheol collapsed to the ground helplessly. Within a couple of seconds, Gangcheol was down. The leader of the Northwest gang blinked rapidly, his mouth open wide in surprise. He hadn't even seen Kim Hye-young-jun's leg come up. He couldn't keep up with Kim Hye-young-jun's speed. Kim Hye-young-jun took his hands out of his pockets with a smirk. We're going to have a little talk. Heek. The leader of the Northwest gang ran off, not even thinking about looking back. He instinctively knew that he'd met someone he should not have met, and that he had to run for his life if he wanted to make it out alive. Crack. The enemy leader heard the sound of bricks shattering behind him. It seemed like his other subordinate had gone down as well. A chill went down his spine, and he held his breath as he tried even more quickly to get away. However, he soon began to slow down, as if he was wading through a swamp. The fear that had engulfed him was slowing him down. He couldn't seem to get his legs moving. The sheer panic he was feeling seemed to have put them to sleep. At that moment, a flash of blue appeared in front of him. Peekaboo. Fuck. The enemy leader shrieked in fear and landed on his bottom. Kim Hye-young-jun stared at the enemy leader as he held out his right hand. Come on, I'll help you up. Grab my hand. Go away, you fucking monster. A monster calling another monster? What is this? Ick. The enemy leader sprang to his feet and began running in the opposite direction. As Kim Hye-young-jun watched him running away, he sighed. Geez, why are you complicating things? He muttered. Steam rose from his body, and he flashed toward the enemy leader, kicking him in the back. The enemy leader groaned and fell forward. But Kim Hye-young-jun didn't stop there. He twisted the enemy leader's legs and placed his hands on the enemy leader's face. Gaa. The enemy leader screamed at the top of his lungs and his body shook as if he had been zapped. Kim Hye-young-jun frowned at the stinging current that was passing through his fingertips. 1,000. 1,200 at most? Is this guy really an officer? The Dong leaders that had been in charge of the red areas in Seoul commanded 1,500 underlings. Compared to the members of the family that he had faced a couple of months ago, the officer in front of him was nothing. Kim Hye-young-jun slowly took his palms off him and let out a deep breath. A shiver ran through the enemy leader's body as he stared at Kim Hye-young-jun with eyes full of horror. Hey, where's your leader? Asked Kim Hye-young-jun. Pardon, sir. He had lost the air of bravado he'd had a moment ago. He was even referring to Kim Hye-young-jun as sir out of fear. Kim Hye-young-jun smacked his lips and repeated his question. Where's the strongest guy on Jeju Island? I don't know. What? The enemy leader looked away, but his body kept on shaking. Kim Hye-young-jun planted a foot on his chest and tore off his arms. It's going to be your head next. Please spare me? Why are you doing this to me? I haven't done anything wrong. You were going to attack Jeju Airport. Am I wrong? That was just empty words? I had no intention of actually attacking. Kim Hye-young-jun tilted his head. Where's your boss? The enemy leader's expression grew pitiful, and he began to beg for his life. I only joined them because I wanted to live. I'm sick of this life too. I just took part because I wanted to live. So, where is this person that you joined forces with? Sogwipo, you can find him at Sogwipo. Is Sogwipo your backyard or something? Where in Sogwipo? I don't know the exact location either. Senior Hyungnim always moves around. Besides, it's been over 15 days since I lost contact with him. Kim Hye-young-jun scratched his forehead as he considered the zombie's words. It seems like the southwest and southeast gangs are in Sogwipo. Does that mean their boss isn't there? Kim Hye-young-jun snorted. You guys think you're the four symbols or something? Like the black tortoise of the north, azure dragon of the east, vermilion bird of the south, and the white tiger of the west? Are you all trying to model yourselves as the underbosses that sit just below the final boss? 1. That's because Jeju City and Sogwipo City have the most zombies and people. It wasn't intentional. Okay, enough of that. Then your boss should be in the center. Possibly? Like I said, I don't know his exact location either. He's got to be at MT Hala. Does he think he's some mountain god or something? Kim Hye-young-jun said with a smirk, mocking the boss. The enemy leader laughed as well, pretending to play along with Kim Hye-young-jun. He tried to get on Kim Hye-young-jun's good side by parroting his words in a sycophantic tone. Haha, right? He's one foolish guy, thinking he's some mountain god or something. Haha, why are you laughing? Kim Hye-young-jun asked with a frown. The enemy leader quickly shut his mouth and looked away. Kim Hye-young-jun sat on his chest and posed another question. Tell me all about your organization. Pardon. Tell me the name of the organization, the number of officers, and how strong this guy at the top is. The enemy leader sucked on his lower lip and gulped, then looked at Kim Hye-young-jun slyly. If I tell you all of this, will you spare me? He asked cautiously. It depends. Well, if you promise to spare me, there's nothing holding me back from telling you. You know what? Just die. I'll find another guy and ask him. Kim Hye-young-jun clicked his tongue vigorously and flashed him a look of annoyance, as if he was done dealing with him. The enemy leader's eyes went wide. No, wait a second. I'll tell you, he cried out. Kim Hye-young-jun crossed his arms and looked at him calmly. Let's hear it. The enemy leader wet his dry lips and hesitated for a second. However, now that the possibility of making it out alive had materialized, it didn't take him long to clear his throat and speak up. Well, first of all, our organization is called the Hounds. He began to speak. Kim Hye-young-jun was all ears. After determining the current state of the Jeju Defense Unit, I spoke to Hyo Sung-min. There were many empty rooms in the hotel that the Jeju Defense Unit was using as their hideout, but I wasn't sure if there were enough rooms to accommodate everyone from the Survivor Rally organization. When I mentioned the number of people in the Survivor Rally organization, Hyo Sung-min's eyes went wide, and his mouth fell open. Did you say 500 people? Yes. The Survivor Rally organization, which had begun with 4 people in Hangdang-dong, had expanded to Songdong-gu, Gwangjin-gu, Gimpo Airport, and finally Daegu. The survivors from Ansam Station and Bangcheon had joined us during our trip to Daegu, and we now had 500 people with us. Hyo Sung-min rubbed his chin calmly as he collected his thoughts. It wasn't long before he spoke again. Even though we have a lot of empty rooms, it'll be difficult to accommodate 500 people. Are there any other hotels nearby? I'd like our people to be as close to each other as possible. There is another hotel next door, but it hasn't been cleaned up. How far away is it? It's in front of the E-Mart, the one that we're using as the second line of defense on the east side. And it's before the supermarket, right? Hyo Sungmin nodded at my question, then snapped his fingers and got up. He hurried over to the front desk and started rummaging around. After a moment, he came back, holding a large piece of paper that flapped in his hand. It was a map of the entire Jeju Island. Hyo Sungmin dragged his finger along the map as he began to brief me at novel bin at. This is the hotel we're in, the L Hotel. If you go into the alley right next to this place, you'll find Hotel O. This other hotel was extremely close by. It was near enough that it could possibly be seen from the upper floors of the L Hotel. I nodded as I estimated the distance on the map. Then, can I move my people over there? I asked. Right now? To this hotel? Yes. I feel uncomfortable leaving them on the airport runway, because there aren't any surrounding buildings for them to take cover in. I want to bring the survivors in my group over here. Hyo Sungmin pouted his lower lip, organized his thoughts for a moment, then spoke. Why of course. That won't be a problem. It'll be alright since the zombies have already been taken care of. As I got up from my seat, Hyo Sungmin spoke again, his voice full of nervousness. It's just that. I'm just worried about the hounds. What about the hounds? I think the guys who attacked us just now were scouts sent by the hounds. Now that our position has been exposed, there's a high chance that they will attack us here. He had a point. I nodded to acknowledge his worry, and he grimaced. The hounds have never patrolled this far out before, he said bitterly. I think they only came all the way here after seeing the zombies gather at Jeju Airport. My apologies for that? No, not at all. Since you've joined forces with us, we also have reliable allies now. It's just like the saying, in the midst of every crisis, lies great opportunity. Hyo Sungmin smiled happily and wished me a safe journey back. Now that I thought about it again, if I had killed Kim Dae-young at the airport, I would never have been able to get any information about the hounds or the Jeju Defense Unit. I was glad that I had made the right choice earlier. 1. The 4 symbols are 4 mythological creatures that appear in Chinese constellations that are regarded as guardians of each cardinal direction as stated above. The author uses this analogy as there's a gang located in the 4 perpendicular directions of Jeju Island. When I got to Jeju Airport, I found Do Han-sol sitting on the runway, sulking. I ran toward him as I looked around. Han-sol, where's Hai Yongjun? I asked. Oh, you're back. Do Han-sol sighed and smacked his lips, then scratched his head. He went to the enemy base, he said. What? He ran into enemy territory. I had a hard time understanding what he was saying. It all seemed so incoherent. As I titled my head in confusion, Do Han-sol told me in detail what had happened while I'd been away. My jaw fell open once I heard the whole story. He was taking the saying keep your friends close, but your enemies closer literally. But no matter how strong he was, it wasn't smart of him to venture into enemy territory without having any information about their strength. I grimaced. Where's the enemy base? He said it was the E-Mart in Noyeong Ojori. But I don't know exactly where that is either. He just ran over that way. I set down the 4 heads I was holding and ran to the passenger terminal at once. I jumped up onto the roof and looked in the direction where Do Han-sol had pointed. As I did so, I saw a purple figure in the distance, running toward Jeju Airport through the pitch-black darkness. It was Kim Hae-yongjun. I frowned and ran toward him. What were you thinking, running to the enemy base? Kim Hae-yongjun looked at me sullenly. Ajasi, you don't have to raise your voice right away, he said. However, he looked away as he spoke, as though he knew he'd done something wrong. I massaged my temples gently and let out a deep sigh. When I opened my eyes again, I saw 3 heads in his hands. What are those? What do you mean, what are these? I took care of them. You killed all 3 of them by yourself. There weren't even any zombies with blue eyes. They all had red eyes. Oh right, I also learned something about the hounds. How about we speak inside? Kim Hae-yongjun gave a sly smile and strutted over to Jeju Airport. I grabbed his shirt. Don't do something like this again, I said. If you do, I'm not going to forgive you. My bad, he replied, grimacing and hanging his head. But I really couldn't help it. If I hadn't attacked them first, I'm sure they would have surrounded us. I took another deep breath and smacked my lips. Well, let's go back and talk for now. So, you're not mad anymore, right? I'm not in the mood for any more jokes. I clicked my tongue and headed for Jeju Airport. When Kim Hae-yongjun took care of things his way, it always turned out well, but it also always left others worried. Perhaps calling him impulsive would be a better way to explain his actions. I couldn't scold him for what he'd done, but at the same time, I couldn't compliment him about it either. He sure knew how to tire people out. Despite this, Kim Hae-yongjun was walking toward Jeju Airport with a spring in his step. I wondered if he thought I'd forgiven him. I narrowed my eyes and slapped him on the back. Ow, Ajasi, why'd you hit me? Watch how you're walking. Don't bounce around like that and fall down. You could have just said it without hitting me, Ajasi. I gave you a smack because I can't hate you, but I also can't just praise you for what you did, you fool. Huh? You're acting like an Ajasi. You call me Ajasi all the time anyway. I shook my head and kept on walking toward Jeju Airport. Hyungnim, it looks like the scouting party got wiped out. What? In a dimly lit room, a man sitting on a couch frowned at the unexpected report from his subordinate. The subordinate smacked his lips and continued with his report. They were gone for a long time, so I went to check, but all I saw were zombies standing still on the street, looking into the distance. What do you mean? What's wrong with zombies just standing there? It's a problem because those zombies were their underlings. The man on the couch frowned and raised his voice. What kind of nonsense are you saying? They had over 2,000 underlings, are you saying that they're all dead? The subordinate looked back in confusion. I saw them crystal clear. I'm certain that the zombies were their underlings. No doubt about it. And why would zombies be standing still at this time of the day? They should be running around late at night. Where'd you find them? I saw them in front of the rental car company before Yongyeon Valley. Are you sure they're part of our forces? You know we don't control that part of the island. I didn't see our guys within our territory, so I went all the way out there to look for them. The man on the couch gently rubbed his chin as he pondered the situation. A little later, he spoke up. Perhaps it was the Jeju Defense Unit. Personally, I don't think so. Why? Remember how I fought them when I was in Songnanpogu, out in the east? Of course I do. You almost died back then, replied the man on the couch with a smirk. His subordinate flashed a sheepish smile. At that time, if it hadn't been for you, I would really have died. I know they got away because you were trying to save me. I'm forever grateful and sorry when I think about what happened back then. It's okay, man. So what are you trying to say? At that time, the red-eyed zombie from the Jeju Defense Unit was strong. But I don't remember him being strong enough to take down 4 of our people at once. Then, you think someone else intervened? Exactly. The man on the couch scratched his head, momentarily lost in thought. After contemplating for a bit, he spoke up. If he's that strong, it'll be dangerous for us to make a move right now. Pardon? Hyungnim, I'm sure the Northwest gang will try to creep up on us once they find out that we've lost our scouts. I'd rather go to the rental car company right now and take care of him. No, Mungtae, you stay and be on guard. Tell Jae Jangdol to conceal himself near the rental car company at 6 in the morning tomorrow to prepare for an ambush. The man named Mungtae tilted his head. 6 in the morning, Hyungnim, he asked. The boss of the Northeast gang scratched his neck and began to explain why he specifically mentioned 6 in the morning. Think about it. Whoever it was, whether it was the Jeju Defense Unit or someone else who intervened, they'll pass by the same road again. Now, do you think they'll move at night or in the morning? If they fought the scouts, they must be very nervous by now. We'll wait until the sun comes up, and once they get tired, that's when we get them. The boss of the Northeast gang delivered his speech with a smirk on his face. Hyungnim, I knew you had a plan, said Mungtae, his voice full of admiration. I'll do as you say. All right, then go speak to Jae Jangdol now. Make sure that Jae Jangdol finds a place to hide before dawn. Yes, Hyungnim. As Mungtae disappeared, the boss of the Northeast gang scratched his nose and muttered to himself, whoever you are, I've got you in the bag. His confidence was through the roof. *****. All the leaders were gathered inside the military cargo plane. I told them what Hyo Sung-min had said. The leaders looked at one another, then looked at Lee Jong-UK at once. Realizing that all the focus was on him, Lee Jong-UK scratched his forehead. The decision is up to me, I assume, he said. Yes, the leader should make the final call. Wang Ji-hai smiled as she sat down on the ground. Park Ji-cheol, who had been leaning against the window, spoke up. Whatever choice you make, we'll follow. Don't overthink it. Just let us know what you think, just like how you've been doing until now. If I'm being honest, I agree with Lee Hyun-deok's opinion. And besides, they have already expressed their desire to join forces with us. Lee Jong-UK answered as if joining forces with them wasn't a big deal. Bae Jong-man, who had been listening quietly, spoke up. Have you considered the possibility that they're just acting? Don't you think it's more than possible that they're acting considerate, or pretending to be human? I say we just keep an eye on them in the meantime and come to a decision later on. No one spoke up in opposition to Bae Jong-man. They all seemed to be mulling over his words seriously. Lee Jong-UK looked around at the leaders and spoke up. Who do you think chose the people in our group so far? Think about it. Whose judgment have we relied on? Bae Jong-man glanced at me as he cleared his throat. We've mostly followed Lee Hyun-deok's judgment so far? Lee Jong-UK nodded slowly. Yes, exactly, he continued. So far, his judgment hasn't been wrong. If Mr. Lee Hyun-deok made the decision to join forces with the Jeju Defense Unit, I'll wager they are reliable people. At Lee Jong-UK's words, the leaders all took deep breaths, and their body language suggested that they agreed with him. Choi Dahai, who was standing by the hatch of the plane, spoke up. So in short, we go to Hotel L, meet the Jeju Defense Unit there, and stay with them, right? Exactly, Lee Jong-UK said with a nod. Choi Dahai shrugged. Then everything's sorted out. Is there more we have to talk about? No one spoke. Instead of refuting her, Kim Byung-jin nodded and offered words of support. There's only so much we can do when it comes to sleeping on the planes. Also, it'll be difficult to defend against a zombie attack, since there isn't much we can use as cover around here. Everyone seemed to be in agreement. Wang Deokrok, who was standing in the corner, raised his right hand. Well then, the question is, can we move this many people at the moment or not? Lee Jong-UK interlaced his fingers. Is anyone among us sick? If there's anyone who has difficulties moving at the moment, please let me know right now. We can make plans accordingly. Wang Deokrok shook his head. That's not what I mean, he said. Then, Mr. Lee Hyun-deok and Mr. Kim Hye-yong-jun turned all of their underlings into mutants, and Mr. Do Han-sol only has 200 underlings left. But there are 500 survivors here. There's bound to be a gap when we move. After listening to Wang Diakrok, Li Zhongyuke looked over at me. Mr. Li Hyundiak, what are you going to do about this? He asked. I knew this would happen, and so I brought some reinforcements from the Jeju Defense Unit. I told them to wait a second, then opened the hatch and went out onto the runway. Immediately, my eyes fell on Kim Dae-young, who was standing on the runway. I could tell he was waiting for the meeting to end. Kim Dae-young. Ah, yes. Kim Dae-young quickly came to my side when I called him. When I went back into the military transport plane with Kim Dae-young, all the leaders looked at me. Their expressions seemed to demand an explanation. I looked around the room, meeting each person's gaze, then sighed, and began to speak. This is Kim Dae-young. I formed an alliance with him just a while ago. If everyone could please greet him. Oh, hello. My name is Kim Dae-young. Kim Dae-young smiled awkwardly as he stared at the others. He seemed embarrassed to be in the limelight. Kim Hye-young-jun noted his stiffness and raised his eyebrows. It seems like we automatically formed an alliance with him, just like when you formed an alliance with Du Han-sol, Ajasi. Is it because you're the strongest or something? He asked. Hye-young-jun, we're in a meeting. Oh, yes. Kim Hye-young-jun smacked his lips and nodded. Du Han-sol, who was next to him, spoke up. Did the alliance succeed? Does he look purple to you too? Yes. Then yes, it succeeded. The successful alliance meant that Kim Dae-young was on the same team as us. If he had other intentions, he would appear red, not purple. Li Zhongyuke quietly crossed his arms and looked at me. So, Mr. Li Hyundiak, are you saying that Mr. Kim Dae-young will escort us? Yes. Alliances between zombies are not that simple. We have to have the same goals in order to recognize each other as purple beings. Li Zhongyuke nodded at my explanation and addressed the other leaders. Then it seems like we have a plan. Let's go to the L Hotel immediately. Gather the survivors on the runway. Got it. The leaders responded vigorously and opened the hatch of the military transport plane. The cold winter wind, driven by the sea breeze, was blowing strongly. I couldn't tell the difference in temperature, but the survivors' noses quickly turned red. The children blew on each other as they tried to fight off the cold using each other's warmth. As I saw them shivering, I called Du Han-sol and Kim Dae-young over. As the two came to my side, I looked at the survivors. The night wind's chilly, I said. Let's have your underlings carry the survivors on their backs and move. Du Han-sol's eyes widened. Pardon? You want our underlings to carry the survivors on their backs? It seemed like he still didn't trust his underlings. However, despite his worry, we already had successful instances of them carrying survivors safely, and we also knew that we could control them. The pitch-black darkness would also hinder the survivors' movements. I knew it would be better to make the underlings carry the survivors on their backs and be able to move quickly. I nodded. Although the zombies show some aversion, they've never attacked the survivors, I said. You already know that, since you've seen it with your own two eyes in Gwangjangdong. How about heading out tomorrow morning? The hounds must have figured out where the Jeju Defense Unit is already. It's best to move before they come up with a counterattack. There's no good in wasting time. I laid out our current situation calmly, which seemed to convince Du Han-sol. He and Kim Dae-young gathered their underlings together and ordered each of them to carry one survivor. The zombies that displayed any excessive reaction were swapped out. We paid peculiar attention to each zombie as we made them carry the survivors, and finally got each of the 500 survivors onto a zombie. I gave individual orders to Kim Hye-young-jun, Du Han-sol, and Kim Dae-young. Hye-young-jun, you look after the survivors from the rear. If you see any zombie that shows any sort of reaction to carrying the survivors, it's up to you to decide what you want to do with it. Han-sol, you take the right side, and Dae-young, you take the left. The three acknowledged in firm voices, and moved to their respective positions. After checking on the survivors and zombies one more time, I took a deep breath at Novel Bin at. We're leaving, I shouted. When we made the trip from Seoul Forest to Gwangjangdong, the survivors had to walk on their own because we weren't certain what was going to happen. However, as we gradually accumulated information on what worked and didn't, it made it possible to move more efficiently. My blue eyes flashed as I heightened my 5 senses. I had to stay alert, since I was leading the entire group, and because I had to keep an eye out for any potential zombies that could pop out from nowhere. I was going to lead the Survivor Rally organization along the best and safest route. I killed about 300 zombies on the way to Hotel L. To my surprise, there weren't that many zombies along the way. I assumed that it was because we had just experienced a zombie wave. Hyo Sung-min, who had come out to greet me at the front entrance of the hotel, took in the survivors in disbelief. Not only was he shocked by the number of people, but also by the amount of stuff that the survivors had. Boxes of grenades, K2 rifles, solar panels, and other miscellaneous items were piled up in front of the hotel. Hyo Sung-min stared at the boxes in awe as he scratched his head. I'm not sure if we can handle all of this, he said. Don't worry. We'll clean up Hotel O tonight and move the supplies tomorrow. As I conversed with Hyo Sung-min, the leaders of the Survivor Rally organization came up beside me. Li Zhongyuke offered his right hand to Hyo Sung-min. I'm Li Zhongyuke, the leader of the Survivor Rally organization. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Hyo Sung-min, the leader of the Jeju Defense Unit. How about we continue this conversation inside? Yes, please come in. I forgot how cold it is outside. With that, Li Zhongyuke and the leaders followed Hyo Sung-min into the restaurant located to the right of the hotel lobby. In the meantime, Hyo Sungmin's wife led the other survivors into the lobby and took out the room assignment sheet they had made in advance. As she informed the survivors of their room assignments, Kim Hyeongjun, Do Han-sol, and Kim Dae-young moved the boxes outside into a corner of the lobby. As the survivors went to their respective rooms, the crowded, bustling lobby gradually became quieter, until it was as quiet as the first time I'd entered the hotel. Only then did I feel relieved. Hyo Sungmin's wife put the room assignment sheet on the counter and walked over to me, smiling faintly. My apologies, I couldn't even greet you properly earlier. That's all right. She held out her right hand to me and smiled. It's nice to meet you. I'm Park Hyun. She had a genuine smile, the sort of smile that gave her the look of a cheerful, energetic heroine. I could tell she had a frank, open-hearted personality. After we shook hands, we continued to converse. If you ever need anything, feel free to let me know. Thank you. Of course. Then may I ask you to follow me? With that, Park Hyun led me to the restaurant, where the meeting was in full swing. Right before I entered the meeting room, I called out to Jong Jin-young, who was behind me. Jin-young. Yes, Mr. Lee Hyun-deok. Go take care of those zombie heads over there and then come in. Pardon. Jong Jin-young looked at me, dumbfounded. Kim Hyeongjun slapped him on the back. Mr. Jong Jin-young has to get stronger too, he said. Oh. Jong Jin-young rubbed his neck, seemingly unsure of how to react. Kim Hyeongjun looked at me. Ajusi, should we give all 12 of them to Mr. Jong Jin-young? Sure. There seems to be many red-eyed zombies on Jeju Island. And besides, none of us are showing any weird, abnormal symptoms at the moment. I think the most urgent matter is to form an alliance with Mr. Jong Jin-young. Jong Jin-young was still a red-colored zombie to us. It felt uneasy that he was still red, despite the fact that we were on the same team. I knew that if we ever found ourselves in an emergency, there was a chance that we might attack Jong Jin-young by mistake, because we attacked any red zombies without a second thought. I stopped at the card outside with Jong Jin-young and examined the enemy leaders' heads. Jong Jin-young looked extremely nervous as he stared at the heads. It was only natural for him to be anxious and nervous, because he had never eaten a zombie brain before. I looked at Jong Jin-young, who was hesitating to reach out for a head. I've already explained what happens, right? When we eat brains, I said. Yes, I remember you explaining it to me. Okay. Then you're going to eat them one by one, starting now. Eat as many as you can before you fall asleep. When your body reaches its limit, you'll pass out even if you want to eat more. I'll be okay, right? Even if I eat these. I couldn't help but chuckle at his question. Before you ask any more questions, try one first. It'll feel like you're eating pudding. Pudding? Eating a human's brain feels like eating pudding. Remember, our appetites are no longer human. They've turned into zombie appetites as well. Drinking water makes us nauseous, but brains are a delicacy. Jong Jin-young wet his parched lips and stared at the heads. 5 of the heads belonged to the scouts of the Northwest Gang, 4 belonged to the scouts from the Northeast Gang, and the other 3 heads were the ones Kim Hyeongjun had brought and added to the cart later on. I looked at Jong Jin-young carefully. Can't you feel it already? I asked him. I feel something. I feel like I'm strangely drawn to them. That's our zombie instinct. The urge to eat an enemy's brain. When we form alliances, we don't feel that urge toward each other. And that's why it's essential for us to form an alliance. Then Mr. Lee Hyun-deok. Do you want to eat my brain now? I'll tell you one thing, I'm trying my best not to. I answered with a hearty smile, and Jong Jin-young gasped and grabbed the heads of the enemies in the cart in his hands. Without the slightest hesitation, he started stuffing the brains into his mouth. 1, 2, 3, 4. Jong Jin-young opened his eyes wide and tried his best not to fall asleep. However, as soon as he swallowed the 8th one, he was knocked out. When Kim Hyeongjun saw him collapse, he pouted his lips. I'd say he did a pretty good job holding on, he said. He ate 8 brains? I'm amazed by his mental toughness. Someone with a weak mind would not be able to do that. Well, I did say that I was resisting the urge to eat his brain. That probably made him try even harder to shove more into his mouth. But I mean, what can we do about that, Ajusi? It's the truth, you know. I chuckled at his answer, then glanced back at Do Han-sol, who was behind me. I know. Well then, let's move Jong Jin-young to the lobby and let Han-sol have the remaining 4. Do Han-sol pointed at himself with his index finger and made a puzzled face. I snorted at his reaction. Didn't you say you only had 200 underlings left? If you eat the remaining 4, you should be able to recover your losses at once, I replied. Thank you. Do Han-sol couldn't help but smile at the thought that he would get stronger. And since he leaned more toward defense than offense, it was important for him to increase the number of underlings he could have under him. I smiled softly. We need to get stronger to ensure the safety of the survivors, I said. From now on, let's try to take over Jeju Island. Got it. Do Han-sol gave a firm acknowledgement and swallowed the remaining 4 heads on the spot. His eyes went wide for a moment, then he collapsed to the floor next to Jong Jin-young. Kim Hyeongjun and I moved Jong Jin-young and Do Han-sol into the hotel lobby. We laid the 2 of them down on cots and finally went into the meeting room with Park Hyun. When I entered, all eyes turned to me. I nodded slightly. My apologies for the interruption, I said. Hyo Sungmin pointed to an empty seat and smiled lightly. Oh, no worries. Please have a seat. After taking a seat, I listened intently to what was being said in order to catch up. but it seemed like they had only been sharing what each group had gone through up to this point. Only then did I realize why the meeting had been going on for such a long time. Realizing that it was going to take a while to get to the topic I wanted to get to, I quietly folded my arms and waited. Just like the Survivor Rally organization, it seemed like the Jeju Defense Unit had been wandering around for a long time. They had roamed around the outskirts of Jeju Island to avoid the hounds, and it was only recently, about a month ago, that they finally settled down in the L Hotel. Hyo Sung-min pointed at Kim Dae-young, who had joined the meeting with me. I don't know if I've already introduced him, but that fellow over there is Kim Dae-young. The leaders of the Survivor Rally organization looked at Kim Dae-young, who got up from his seat, seemingly rather confused, and greeted each leader one by one. Once he finished, Hyo Sung-min picked up from where he had left off. He directed everyone's attention to a map on the wall. We stayed at a place called Songnam-pogu before we came here. He explained how they had faced several dangerous situations in Songnam-pogu, but were fortunate enough that they managed to avoid the hounds, and eventually made it to the L Hotel. He added that they had headed north, pushing through many sleepless nights in order to avoid the eyes of the hounds. After all of this, they had finally decided to make L Hotel their hideout, and they cleaned up the surrounding zombies and built defensive lines for themselves. It now made sense why Kim Dae-young had been so flustered when the hounds appeared at the rental car company. I remembered him muttering these exact words, looking agitated. When did they get this close? Now that I thought about it, he was probably nervous at the thought of having to move to a different hideout once again. Once he'd given us the history of the Jeju Defense Unit, Kim Hyeong-jun, who had been sitting still and listening to everything, got up from his seat while raising his right hand. Hyo Sung-min gestured for him to speak. Kim Hyeong-jun strode forward to the podium and looked at the map carefully. Mr. Hyo Sung-min. Yes. How much do you know about the hounds? He was basically asking the head of the village how much he knew about his village. His question may have seemed somewhat absurd, but Hyo Sung-min didn't think too much about it. The hounds comprise 4 officers, centered around a captain called Hyung-nim, and they have scouts underneath them. Have you figured out their location, or how many of them there are? The officers are comparable to Mr. Kim Dae-young in terms of strength. We confirmed this when we were in Songnam-pogu, so I'm almost certain about this, unless they've grown stronger within the past month. Kim Hyeong-jun walked over to the map and posed a follow-up question. This person that goes by Hyung-nim, have you ever seen him with your own eyes? Hyo Sung-min scratched his forehead, looking troubled. Kim Hyeong-jun stopped in his tracks and looked him straight in the eyes. Have you ever seen him with your own eyes? No, I haven't. No one is quite sure where the boss is, and not a single person has claimed to have seen the boss with their own eyes. I'm sure only the officers would know where the boss is. Kim Hyeong-jun began to pace in front of the map again. Well, the officers didn't even know that, he said. Hyo Sung-min tilted his head in confusion. Pardon. Kim Hyeong-jun swept his gaze across every person in the meeting room at Novel Bin Adat. It seems like each officer has their own territory or sector that they take care of. If we take Jeju City as the base point, this sector is controlled by the Northwest Gang, and this sector by the Northeast Gang. With Sogwipo City as the base point, this sector is controlled by the Southwest Gang, and this is the Southeast Gang's sector. As Kim Hyeong-jun spoke, he drew circles on the map with his finger. Hyo Sung-min looked at him in puzzlement. Even we haven't been able to figure this out. Where'd you get this information from? I heard this from the boss of the Northwest Gang. He told me all this before I killed him. The meeting room instantly turned dead silent, so silent that you could hear a pin drop. His words had been extremely shocking, and out of the blue. Unable to believe what I'd just heard, I got to my feet. What do you mean by that? I asked. Are you saying that, among the 12 heads that were in the cart just now, one of them belonged to the boss of the Northwest Gang? That's exactly what I'm saying. Didn't Han Sol tell you that I was going to the enemy base? I'd heard that he had headed for the enemy base, but I wasn't aware that he'd gone inside. I burst into laughter at the absurdity of all that I was hearing. So you're saying you killed one of the 4 officers? Yeah. And did you assess how strong the officers were? The boss of the Northwest Gang was able to command between 1,000 and 1,200 underlings. His first and second lieutenants could control about 900 to 1,000 each. Then did you find out where the boss of the Northeast Gang is as well? That, I don't know. It seemed like the two didn't get along. They seemed busy fighting each other over territory. After listening to everything Kim Hyeong-jun had said, Kim Dae-young cleared his throat. But, is it possible for there to be bad blood between the two of them? He asked. I just can't imagine the boss of the hounds just watching and not intervening. Oh, I asked about that too, but it seems like the hounds boss is missing in action at the moment. Pardon, said Kim Dae-young, his eyes wide with surprise. Kim Hyeong-jun shrugged. He said they lost contact with him over a month ago. He also said that if I'm that curious about his whereabouts, I should go to Sogwipo, because the officers over there might know. He said that the boss last showed himself in Sogwipo. Everyone in the meeting room was open-mouthed at all the information Kim Hyeong-jun was spitting out. They couldn't help but stare at Kim Hyeong-jun with surprise in their eyes. Starting from day 1 on Jeju Island, Kim Hyeong-jun had caused quite the scene. Not in a bad way, but in a good way. As everyone stared at him in awe, Kim Hyeong-jun scratched his head with a puzzled face, then forced a smile. Did I make another mistake? No, not at all. Hyo Sung-min grabbed his shoulders and continued in a high-pitched voice, full of excitement. You've given us some really important information. Kim Hye-young-jun gave me a sidelong glance. All I did was beat up the Northwest gang, and they spat out all this, he grumbled. I understood why Hyo Sung-min was full of excitement. In the eyes of the Jeju Defense Unit, this was something they could never have imagined. And it was all because Kim Hye-young-jun had taken care of one of the officers within a couple of hours. I quietly rubbed my chin, lost in thought. We were in the clear, but I couldn't help but think about an unpleasant being. The boss of a gang disappearing, and the black creature in Jeju Island that last showed itself a month ago. The boss of the hounds moved his hideout all the time. He seemed to consider Jeju Island his backyard. But I knew that he wasn't the real boss of Jeju Island. The real boss was the black creature with blue eyes. As I thought about it, it was possible that the boss of the hounds had been eaten by the black creature. And if so, the color of the black creature's pupils might just have changed. After the introductory meeting between the Survivor Rally Organization and Jeju Defense Unit came to an end, Kim Hye-young-jun and I went out into the lobby before everyone else did. After I made sure that no one else was in the lobby, I looked at Kim Hye-young-jun. Hye-young-jun, keep this to yourself for now, I said. Huh? What is it, Jesse? You said that even the officers didn't even know where the boss was, right? Yeah, I think there's a high chance that he's been eaten by a black creature. Kim Hye-young-jun's eyes widened as I mentioned the black creature, and he gave me a look of surprise. He grabbed my sleeve and dragged me out of the hotel. We stepped out from the L Hotel into pitch-black darkness, as if someone had painted the world black. It was impossible to tell the difference between the ocean and the sky. Kim Hye-young-jun looked around to see if there was anyone around before speaking. A black creature? What do you mean? At novel bin at. I heard about this when I first came here with Kim Dae-young. There's a black creature here as well. What color are its eyes? Did you ask what color they were? Blue. As soon as I said blue, he slicked his hair back, and his expression grew serious. I knew how smart he was, and he seemed to have realized what I was trying to get at right away. He wet his parched lips. If the boss of the hounds was eaten by a black creature, its eyes may have turned black. That's what you're trying to say, right? Exactly. That does seem possible, since they hadn't been in touch with the boss for 15 days. But don't you think that the others should know about this as well? Why do you think I'm only telling you this? Kim Hye-young-jun hesitated a little. So that we can keep it a secret, he said with a grave expression. Even the people of the Jeju Defense Unit know the presence of the black creature, which means that it's impossible to keep its existence a secret. Then what should we do? Let's keep the knowledge that the black creature in Jeju Island is not any ordinary black creature to ourselves. Kim Hye-young-jun scratched his forehead and sighed. He was lost in thought for a moment, but then took a deep breath. Are you trying to prevent any unnecessary chaos? He asked. I nodded silently. Kim Hye-young-jun clicked his tongue and avoided my gaze, shaking his head before speaking again. I thought we were cruising, but here we are, having to deal with another black creature. The officers said that their boss was last near Sogwipo. I'm guessing he probably got eaten by the black creature somewhere in that area. And if the black creature hunts down red zombies, it wouldn't be coming here first, since it's too far up north. Instead, it'll go to Sogwipo. But it's already been more than half a month. I would think that Sogwipo has already been cleaned up, if you know what I mean. Just tell me what you want to say, Jesse. Don't beat around the bush. I was trying to skirt around the issue, but Kim Hye-young-jun had asked me directly. I placed my face in my palms. Let's attack first. You want to go to Sogwipo? The two of us. You know how threatening and overwhelming a black creature becomes when its eyes turn black. We'll all die if we fight it here. But Jesse, just because we go to Sogwipo doesn't mean we stand a chance against it. You know we can't beat it. Well, we have Ji-yeon this time. Back then, Ji-yeon wasn't as strong as she was now, nor did she do much. It'll be different this time. Kim Hye-young-jun shook his head. His expression seemed complicated, as if it wasn't buying into my plan. No, this is. Even though we have Ji-yeon, then what do you think we should do? Well, first of all, we're not even certain that its eyes turned black. So what, you want to stay here and wait? Think about who'll benefit if we do that. Kim Hye-young-jun let out a deep sigh. He already knew the answer to my question. He sat down on the floor, scratched his head, then clicked his tongue. Let's finish talking about this when Han Sol and Mr. Jong Jin-young both wake up, he said. For now, let's focus on cleaning up Hotel O. How many Survivor Rally Organization survivors are there per room at the moment? There are 6 people for each 2-bedroom suite. The thing is, there isn't any heating at the moment, so I bet everyone's immune system is going to grow weak, and the whole hotel is going to be full of ill survivors within a week. I nodded slowly. Wait here for a minute. I have something I want to discuss with Mr. Hyo Sung-min. Kim Hye-young-jun closed his eyes and grimaced. Okay. As I headed back inside, the eerie sound of the crashing waves hammered against my eardrums. They seemed to be trying to tell me to feel nervous about what was going to happen in the future. I breathed in the cool night air to relax myself. It helped a little, but not enough to push away the feeling that had grown within me. I went back into the meeting room and called Hyo Sung-min and Kim Dae-young over. They excused themselves from their conversation with Lee Jong-uk and came over to me. After organizing my thoughts in my head, I began to speak. Mr. Hyo Sung-min, please call in the guards who are stationed on the first and second lines of defense. Hyo Sung-min tilted his head in confusion. Pardon. He looked at me as though had no clue what I was trying to do. I slicked my hair back. Since we've wiped out the Northeast Gang's scouts, the officers must have noticed that something isn't right by now, I continued. Then, shouldn't we post more guards? No. The underlings that the scouts controlled are still standing in front of the rental car company. They'll probably start from there and make their way here. Then what do you plan on doing? I knew he had every reason to be taken aback by my sudden request, but he still calmly asked for my opinion. I scratched my eyebrows, then continued. Hyeongjun will hide near the rental car company. The rental car company that's full of zombies that are no longer being controlled by anyone. Yes. Even the hounds probably don't want to leave those zombies stranded. They'll probably drag those zombies back to their hideout so that they can replenish any zombie underlings that they lose. Are you saying that Mr. Kim Hyeongjun is going to attack them when that happens? When I nodded, Hyo Sungmin rubbed his chin, then spoke. Then, what can we do in the meantime? Please focus on defending the hotel. I then pointed to Kim Dae-young. Kim Dae-young, position your underlings around the hotel as well. He nodded in acknowledgement. I looked at Hyo Sungmin and Kim Dae-young in turn. Have you two ever seen mutants? I asked them. When you say mutants, are you referring to the zombies that were with you in front of the rental car company? Yes. Have you ever seen zombies with long, gnat-like limbs, or any that looked different from the others? Hyo Sungmin shook his head and looked over at Kim Dae-young. Kim Dae-young shook his head as well. Clearly, he didn't know what I was speaking of. That seemed both questionable and shocking to me at the same time. It had already been 6 months, yet the two of them were saying that not a single mutant had appeared here. I couldn't help but wonder why that was. Seoul had been overrun by zombies, but there were also countless zombies that had red eyes. Whenever a zombie with red eyes died, the underlings it had under its control would no longer be considered underlings, since they lost the chain of command. Those zombies wouldn't be scared or run away, even when they saw other zombies with red eyes. I wondered if such an incident had yet to happen in Jeju Island. It seemed hard to believe. At the same time, despite my current lack of knowledge, I knew I wouldn't be able to come to a reasonable conclusion by delving into this any further. Instead of asking them more questions, I asked them to accompany me outside. Hyo Sungmin looked back and forth between Kim Dae-young and myself. Are we bringing them in right now? He asked. Yes, and I think it'd be a good idea to shut down the first and second lines of defense for the time being. So you want us to protect just the hotel? Wouldn't that be rather dangerous? It'll be difficult to evacuate if zombies suddenly attack. You can count on us. I'd like the survivors to focus on securing food. It'll be difficult to keep up with the rate of consumption, since there's more people now. Then, how about we reorganize the guards into the supermarket search team? There are a couple of hypermarkets in Jeju City that we haven't checked out yet. I could tell that if I said no to this as well, the people of the Jeju Defense Unit would feel trapped inside the hotel. I knew there'd be a tremendous backlash if their safe haven began to feel to them like a refugee camp. Knowing that I didn't have much of a choice, I nodded. We're going to clean up the zombies in Jeju City starting tomorrow, I replied. I think it should be okay to send out the guards once the area is cleared out. Well, if that's the case, we'd greatly appreciate that. Hyo Sungmin smiled brightly and offered me a small bow. I returned the gesture. Then let's get moving, I said. Let's get things done before it grows too late. Got it. With that, Hyo Sungmin and Kim Dae-young headed to the front gate of El Hotel. Lee Jong-UK came up to me when he noticed the two of them running off. What's going on? Oh, just getting prepared for the hounds in case they attack. After a brief moment of silence, Lee Jong-UK's voice took on a note of calm. So Yeon's dad. When I looked at him, he smiled thinly. I'm pretty sure I've told you before that your acting isn't very good, he said. I remained silent, and he continued in the same, calm tone. I can tell that you have something on your mind. You always grow sensitive when something's up. Despite his composure, I could sense a hint of concern in his tone. I wondered if it would be better to tell him the truth, what was actually on my mind. As I contemplated, I cupped my face with my palms and sighed. I tried my best to smile. I'm just thinking about the possibility of people getting hurt, I said. That's why I wanted to pull back the guards. It isn't going to be the same as it used to be. We have to start fighting the hounds for real. Is that really the only reason? No other reasons. I chuckled and lightly slapped his forearm, hoping that he wouldn't try to dig any further. No, that's all. Despite my reassurance, I could tell that Lee Jong-UK still doubted me. However, it didn't take him long to shrug. Well, if you say so, then what more can I say, he said. I knew he was letting this one slide. I could tell that he knew there were other reasons why I was acting the way I was. I couldn't help but feel bad for not telling him everything. At the same time, though, I didn't want him to have yet another thing on his mind, as I knew how exhausted he was. I was more than aware that everyone who was part of the Survivor Rally organization would be slightly on edge as they adjusted to their new surroundings. Because of this, it was only right for the leaders of the organization to have their minds fully on taking care of the survivors. For them, making sure that everyone felt safe and was settling down here had to be their #1 priority. The whole black creature thing could wait until Kim Hyeongjun and I took care of it. I took a deep breath. You should go and rest, I said. In the meantime, I'll clean up Hotel O next door and come back. Everyone, please go ahead and get some rest. I know how tired everyone must be from the long trip. I smiled heartily as I spoke, and they nodded as if they knew they had no other choice. I could tell that Lee Jong-UK was feeling uncomfortable, but for now, it seemed like he would go along with my suggestion. With that, all the leaders including Li Zhongyuke followed Park Haeun as she led them to the empty rooms that had been prepared for them. As I watched them go, I prayed that the Survivor Rally organization would never have to find out about the black creature. I wanted the black creature to be a being that Kim Hye-young-jun and I could take care of on our own. I organized my thoughts, then walked through the hotel lobby and headed for the front door. Kim Hye-young-jun, who was on the stairs outside, sniffed. "What took you so long?" he asked. I told him about the conversation I had with Hyo Sung-min. Kim Hye-young-jun put on a rather petty expression and smacked his lips. "So, you want me to go to the rental car company?" he asked while scratching his neck. "Stay hidden there. If the hounds show up, you take care of them, however you like." "Oh, interesting. You're letting me be in charge." I chuckled at his response. "I mean, even though your ways are rough and crude, you've never been wrong," I replied. Kim Hye-young-jun flashed a big smile and slapped my forearm. He took a deep breath and stretched. "Alrighty, all the hounds are dead. I know I always say this, but I'm going to say it again. Don't push yourself." Kim Hye-young-jun smiled brightly at me and gave me a thumbs up. "Did you ever see me push myself? Even if it seems like I'm pushing myself, just remember that I always have a plan, a trick up my sleeve." I burst into laughter at his absurdity. I couldn't help but wonder how he could be so ingenuous. But I knew that nothing I did would change the way he was. I gestured to him to get going, and Kim Hye-young-jun gave a big wave with his right hand as he headed off toward the rental car company. "Watch where you're walking. Take care of yourself too, Ajasi," answered Kim Hye-young-jun with a bright smile on his face. With that, he leaped onto the roof of the building in front of him. I watched Kim Hye-young-jun with a gentle smile on my face. He was a rascal who didn't listen to me and acted goofily from time to time, but he was someone that I needed next to me. As Kim Hye-young-jun got further away, I saw Moodswinger trying to catch up to him. I wondered if he'd only called Moodswinger to him. His other Stage 1 mutants were gathered at the front entrance of the hotel. I no longer had to lay out everything step by step for him. He was placing his underlings in the right places on his own. I stretched my body as well, which had grown stiff from the intense cold, and let out a quick breath. I ordered my Stage 1 mutants and Jian to guard the rear entrance of the hotel as I headed to Hotel O, located through the alleyway. I knew that I wouldn't need them to take care of the zombies in the hotel. Going alone would be more than enough. I took a red dry erase marker from the lobby of Hotel O and went through every room in the hotel. I marked a circle on the doors to the rooms that were clean and safe, while I drew a cross on the doors to the rooms that had shattered glass or were stained with zombie blood. It took me around 3 hours to check every pantry, bathroom, supply room, parking lot, and all the nearby buildings. I gathered all the dead zombie bodies in front of Hotel O afterward and counted all of them. There were about 240 of them. In order to protect myself and my family from the black creature, I had to recruit more underlings. I couldn't help but look back on the 4 heads I'd given to Du Hansol earlier. Perhaps I should have given out the enemy leaders' heads only after the meeting was over. At the moment, I could control up to 2,300 underlings. With the 11 Stage 1 mutants and Jian, I had the equivalent of 600 underlings. I knew that I had no time to sit around and relax, and had to replenish my remaining 1,700 underlings. I tried to recruit the zombies in the hotel as my underlings, but there weren't any decent ones there. Most of them were either missing an arm or leg. If they had all their limbs, bits of their flesh had been torn off. I needed underlings that were fit for battle. I wasn't looking for weaklings to make up the numbers. I slicked back my bangs and sighed. Even if I recruited 100 underlings a day, it would still take me more than 15 days. It seemed to me that the fastest way to get more underlings was to get rid of the enemy leader. I breathed in the sea breeze and reminded myself of what I needed to do. I cracked my knuckles. Let's have some fun. From the current moment, everything was a race against time. There were a limited number of red-eyed zombies on Jeju Island. Either I would secure more of them, or the black creature would. I knew I had to get to them first and sweep away these enemies before the black creature's eye color changed. After making up my mind, I telepathically called in 2 of my Stage 1 mutants. After giving them orders to block the front and back entrances of Hotel O so that street zombies couldn't get close, I moved off to scout out the location of the Northeast gang. Since they hadn't made any moves so far, I knew they had to be up to something. I had no clue what they were up to, but if they weren't willing to make the first move, I was willing to get to them first. Since it seemed like none of their officers were blue-eyed zombies, it was probably okay to face them on my own. Having made up my mind, I headed toward the northeast part of Jeju City, hoping that I wouldn't meet the black creature along the way. ******. Kim Hye-young-jun let out a yawn as he sat back in a chair on the roof of the rental car company. He hadn't seen any enemies for the past couple of hours. Arnold, D. Moodswinger, who was sitting on the ground next to him, had been staring at Kim Hye-young-jun blankly for some time. Realizing that he probably felt the same way as him, Kim Hye-young-jun chuckled. "Are you bored too?" he asked Moodswinger. "Arnold, D. I hope something appears soon. I don't care if it's a human or a zombie. Sitting around like this isn't my thing." Kim Hye-young-jun scratched his neck and squinted. All he could see was total darkness. Darkness to his right and left, and in front and behind him. He couldn't see a single thing. Waiting alone in the darkness for hours and hours on end for something to appear in this empty world wasn't as easy as it sounded. Kim Hye-young-jun got up and stretched his body, beginning with his stiff shoulders. Just as he was doing his neck exercises, he suddenly heard a rustle next to him. When he turned to the left, he saw Moodswinger with his eyes wide open, focusing on where the sound had come from. As Kim Hyeongjun looked in the direction where Moodswinger was looking, he saw a bunch of red zombies getting closer. Kim Hyeongjun quickly crouched behind the railing that ran around the roof of the building, and gave Moodswinger an order. "Sit down, Moodswinger." Moodswinger crouched, hunkering his big body close to the ground, and stared blankly at Kim Hyeongjun. The killing intent that had been in his eyes had disappeared instantly. He was looking at Kim Hyeongjun with the eyes of a puppy begging its owner to play with it. Kim Hyeongjun chuckled but kept his eyes on the approaching zombies. There were about 1,000 zombies approaching, with a red-eyed zombie in the lead. However, they were tiptoeing their way over to where Kim Hyeongjun was. Wait, why are they moving like that? If they were planning to attack this place, they should have come running and letting out their throat-rending cries. However, they were moving stealthily, as if they were trying to assassinate someone. Kim Hyeongjun tilted his head. Did I get caught? He thought to himself. He wondered if the red-eyed zombie was moving stealthily because it was wary of him. After examining this thought, though, he realized that it didn't make any sense, because, in a normal situation, the zombie would have run straight for him, or at least tried to talk. He kept his eyes glued to the approaching zombies in confusion, not knowing what their intentions were. After a moment, the 1,000 zombies behind the leader began to behave in an unexpected manner. Completely out of the blue, they began to dig. They dug for about 30 minutes, then proceeded to hide themselves in the ground. He was surprised by the speed at which they dug. It was almost as if the soil in the area was pretty soft. However, they weren't completely hidden, they had to crouch down to hide themselves completely. Interestingly enough, the area they had chosen to dig themselves into was precisely the area where the zombies from earlier had lost their chain of command, when their scout leaders had been killed. After observing them for more than half an hour, Kim Hyeongjun's eyebrows climbed up in disbelief. Are they thinking about ambushing us when we come back for the zombies? Even though it seemed like they were trying to take advantage of the zombies' ability to survive in places with very little air to breathe, their method was too crude. In fact, it merely seemed stupid to Kim Hyeongjun. What an idiot. In addition to all of this, they'd left traces of their digging everywhere. Kim Hyeongjun couldn't possibly think that anyone would fall for something like this. He chuckled at their absurdity and started looking around just in case this silly plan was to trick him into another trap. But no matter how hard he looked, all he saw was the pitch-black darkness and the red-eyed zombie coming his way with their 1,000 underlings. Kim Hyeongjun rubbed his chin gently, then a smirk widened across his face, as if he'd come up with something funny. He couldn't keep his prankster mind in check as he looked at them. Moodswinger, do you want to play whack-a-mole? AR, no, LD. You just need to hammer the zombies that poke their heads out of the ground. Doesn't it seem like fun? Moodswinger beamed at his suggestion and nodded continuously. In an instant, Kim Hyeongjun leaped off the roof, his blue eyes flashing. He ran over to where the enemy leader was hiding and waited for him to make a move. The earth underneath him wriggled slightly, but the enemy leader didn't reveal himself right away. Kim Hyeongjun almost burst into laughter when he saw the enemy leader trying his best. But he managed to keep himself in check. Ugh, Ajusi, how could you ask me to move all these zombies here at night? He muttered to himself instead. Ajusi, you sometimes ask for way too much. Kim Hyeongjun continued to speak, his voice full of disappointment toward Lee Hyundeok, as he tried to bait the enemy leader. Does he think he's the shit or something? How am I supposed to move all of these by myself? At that moment, just as if it was scripted, the enemy leader popped out from the ground. As soon as his upper body broke through the soil, he hurled a fist at Kim Hyeongjun. However, the enemy leader was surprised by his quarry's reaction. Kim Hyeongjun didn't seem to be surprised. He didn't even flinch a little. Instead, Kim Hyeongjun was smirking, his blue eyes fixed on the enemy leader like a bear eyeing salmon in the river. He had the face of a predator seeking prey. A chill went down the enemy leader's spine. His eyes widened, and he yelled at his underlings. Everyone out right now, he cried desperately. All his underlings came out of the ground at once. However, something started smashing them back down at the speed of light, accompanied by the thud of footsteps that shook the ground. Arnold? Arnold? Arnold. Moodswinger smiled brightly as he crushed and trampled the zombies popping out of the ground with his hands. He wasn't just whacking them. He was crushing them to death. The enemy leader's eyes bulged as he saw his underlings being mercilessly trampled. His eyes flickered from side to side, utterly confused at what was happening in front of him. A pair of blue eyes appeared in front of him at Novel bin at. What took you so long? Someone whispered in a low voice, and he gasped. I almost died waiting for you. Kim Hyeongjun grabbed the enemy leader's face in his hands and slammed it against the ground. However, his head didn't burst right away, probably because the ground was soft. Instead of slamming it down once more, Kim Hyeongjun broke both of the leader's arms instead. Where is the Northeast gang based? He asked. The enemy leader already looked like they were knocked out. They were so shocked that it seemed like they were going through a panic disorder. From the enemy leader's perspective, Kim Hyeongjun was already a demon that happened to be on Earth. As the enemy leader stayed silent, Kim Hyeongjun smacked the enemy leader and asked again. The headquarters. Where is it? Hwabuk. Hwabuk? Hwabuk. Huh? Hwabuk. Hwabuk Dong, Hwabuk Industrial Complex. Hwabuk Industrial Complex, sir. Can you lead me there? The enemy leader was trembling violently, like a tree in a vicious rainstorm. His body was all tensed up, as though overcome with fear. Kim Hyeongjun had a unique and rather reckless way of handling situations, which often made his allies nervous, but stirred absolute confusion and terror in his enemies. Kim Hyeongjun forced the enemy leader upright. Guide me to the complex. I'll spare you if you do. Pardon. I'll spare you. I'll let you go. The enemy leader couldn't even formulate a proper reply, merely nodding over and over. Kim Hyeongjun slapped him on the back and told him to get going. The enemy leader's underlings stood still, staring blankly at Moodswinger and Kim Hyeongjun. It seemed like the enemy leader had ordered them to stop moving after recognizing that any resistance was futile and would only get on his adversary's nerves. Moodswinger sucked his finger as he stared at the motionless zombies. It seemed like he was contemplating on whether or not he should continue whacking the moles or not. Kim Hyeongjun flashed him a hearty smile. Moodswinger, keep an eye on them. Catch the ones that move. Those are the moles. Arnold. Moodswinger replied happily, flashing a hearty smile. The enemy leader headed east, and Kim Hyeongjun followed. After a moment, he heard the sound of something collapsing about 500 meters ahead of them. Feeling suspicious, Kim Hyeongjun grabbed the enemy leader by the collar. Are we near the industrial complex? He asked. Oh, no. We still have a long way to go. Then what was that sound? I don't know. I really don't know. Kim Hyeongjun frowned and glared at him, but the enemy leader merely shrugged, looking as though he were about to burst into tears at any moment. Kim Hyeongjun recognized that the enemy leader was clueless as to what that sound had been. He spat on the floor as if unhappy with the unexpected situation, and peered carefully toward where the sound had come from. After a moment, he was able to spot a purple figure slashing through the darkness. Feeling relieved, Kim Hyeongjun finally relaxed. Ajusi, he shouted at the top of his lungs. The figure that was making its way through the zombies stopped. It was Lee Hyundeok. *****. I tilted my head and arched my eyebrows as I noticed Kim Hyeongjun. I was pretty sure that I had told him to conceal himself at the rental car company. I had no clue why he was all the way out here. Grr. A zombie with only its upper body crawled over, letting out a throat-rending cry. After I smashed its skull, I went over to Kim Hyeongjun. Why are you here? What about the rental car company? I asked. I'll explain in a moment. But just like you said, Ajusi, the hounds are planning something against us. I looked at him, waiting for him to explain further, and he filled me in on what had happened a little while ago. After hearing the whole story, I smacked my lips and looked at the red-eyed zombie next to Kim Hyeongjun. So you're saying that this fellow is leading you to the Northeast gang? I asked with a sigh. That's right, Ajusi. The question is, what are you doing here, Ajusi? I was going through the hotel and the surrounding buildings, and I thought I might as well replenish some of my underlings while clearing up some more zombies. And you're creating all this ruckus just to do that. Well, I have to be loud in order to draw the Northeast gang out. But it's been quiet so far. Kim Hyeongjun smiled and slapped my forearm. Ajusi, you're quite the macho man sometimes, you know, he said with a smirk. Huh, I bet you've been wanting to kill zombies for so long. I can tell. I shook my head and let out a sigh. Noting my resigned expression, Kim Hyeongjun cleared his throat. Anyway, how many underlings have you recruited? He asked. 80. And you're recruiting underlings. Because of the black creature, right? It'd be good for you to get more underlings as well. You know, just in case. Kim Hyeongjun didn't really take what I'd said seriously and continued to speak. Well, if we take care of the Northeast Gang's headquarters, we'll get their officers as well as their lieutenants. It'll be a piece of cake to recruit new underlings then. The enemy leader next to Kim Hyeongjun howled at the top of his lungs, his eyes bulging out of his head. I thought you were going to spare me, he yelled. Oh, what the hell? You surprised me? Why'd you scream? Asked Kim Hyeongjun in annoyance. The enemy leader burst into tears. You said you were going to spare me earlier, he cried, sobbing. Why did you just say that you're going to kill everyone? No, I only said that I'd spare you. When did I ever say that I'd spare the officers there as well? Well, I am one of the lieutenants. Kim Hyeongjun scratched his head and frowned in annoyance, then looked over at me. I sighed and addressed the enemy leader. Okay, just shut up and take the lead so we can get going. It would have been better if the enemy leader had stayed quiet. The enemy leader was basically asking to be killed by revealing himself to be one of the lieutenants. Of course, I was still considering killing him, whether he was a lieutenant or not. The enemy leader led us to Hwabook Industrial Complex, and I could immediately sense the presence of other beings in the building 100 meters in front of us. I could hear footsteps as well as the cries of zombies. The world we were in was surprisingly quiet, and so the smallest and tiniest sounds could be detected across long distances. While the two of us had our eyes on the complex, the enemy leader, who had regenerated both arms, took small, quiet steps backward. So can I go now? He asked. Kim Hyeongjun frowned. Where are you going? He asked. You need to tell us where the boss is. The enemy leader's jaw quivered. Everyone should be in the building over there, he replied. Then, if I may, are you breaking your promise right now? Don't tell me you're breaking your promise right now. Pardon? I kept my promise. I led you two all the way here. I told you to lead me to where the boss is. When did I ask you to stop after leading me here? Oh, no. I'll really die if I do that. If Hyungnim finds out, I'm dead meat for sure. Kim Hye-young-jun scratched his sideburns and looked over at me. What do you think we should do, Ajasi? You know, you can be really evil sometimes. Me? How? I grimaced. I feel bad for that guy. You know, you could just kill him so that he can rest in peace. The enemy leader's face turned blue. He knew I'd just proclaimed that he should die immediately, so that we could be on our way without wasting any more time. I looked him in the eye. I'm sorry, but your life ends here. Live your next life well. The enemy leader grabbed Kim Hye-young-jun by the collar. Hey, you fucking bastard. You said you'd spare me. I wondered if he realized that hitting Kim Hye-young-jun would do absolutely nothing. He began to curse and hurl vulgarities, but it was no use. After the enemy leader stopped screaming, Kim Hye-young-jun grimaced. I'm sorry, but I'm sure you understand that when you get orders from above, the people below follow. I hope that rings a bell. You fucking bastards. The enemy leader shoved Kim Hye-young-jun aside, his eyes bulging out of their sockets. He turned toward the North Hwabuk Industrial Complex. Hyungnim, run away, he yelled. Kim Hye-young-jun closed the distance between himself and the enemy leader. Yeah, nope. No one's getting away. He silenced him by breaking his neck. At the same time, I gritted my teeth as steam rose from my body. Gaa. My blue eyes flashed as I accelerated my blood circulation. The muscle fibers all over my body contracted tightly like venoms. In moments, 2 red-eyed zombies came out from Hwabuk Industrial Complex, escorted by some zombies. They'd probably been drawn out by the enemy leader's scream, and had come out to investigate. This was good news for us. Bang! I launched myself from the ground and crashed toward them like a roaring wave. The officers of the Northeast Gang quickly hid themselves behind their underlings. I assumed they knew about the black creature, and that the black creature had blue eyes. Just as Kim Dae-young had been surprised after noticing my eyes, I figured these enemies would also be surprised, and that they would figure out their fate sooner or later. Their fate that seeing a pair of blue eyes meant death. I locked my eyes on the back of the escaping enemy leader's head and pushed my way through the zombies like a bulldozer. You fucking monster, came a voice from my right. I quickly turned, my blue eyes flashing. A red-eyed zombie had thrown a fist at me, but this zombie was too slow. So slow, in fact, that I almost yawned. I shifted, pivoting on my left foot and slipping close to the approaching zombie, and punched him in the solar plexus. Crack! I could feel his ribs shatter beneath my fist. My punch made its way deeper into his flesh, boring a hole through his body and eventually reaching his spine. I grabbed his spine without the slightest hesitation and pulled it out as hard as I could. My eyes bore witness to this cruel and terrifying sight. The smell of iron filled my nose. At that moment, I wondered if I could still consider myself as someone who still possessed a shred of humanity. But I knew one thing for sure, there was no going back for me, nor could I go back. I had already made up my mind that I would become a monster, if that were what it took to ensure the safety of the Survivor Rally organization. A long shadow fell over me, blocking the moonlight for a second. Kim Hye-young-jun had leaped over the zombies that were blocking the road, angling straight for the boss of the Northeast Gang. I swung the spine in my hand like a whip to keep the zombies around me from getting closer as I glanced down at the ground and stomped on the enemy leader's neck. With that, the red light in its eyes disappeared, and the zombies around me stopped moving at once, like robots that had suddenly lost power. Right after that, the underlings of the Northeast Gang's boss also stopped as well. When I looked over at where Kim Hye-young-jun had gone, I saw him walking toward me with the head of the boss of the Northeast Gang in his hands. Once he got closer, he blew his nose. I guess that's it, he asked. I looked around and nodded slowly. I turned my gaze to the sun rising in the distance. Let's go back. *****. When we got back to Hotel L, the members of the Survivor Rally organization had already begun their day, helping out the people of the Jeju Defense Unit to discharge their respective duties in their respective areas. The moment he saw us, Lee Jong-UK put down the documents he was looking at and came running over to me and Kim Hye-young-jun. Did you spend all night cleaning up the hotel? No. We cleaned up Jeju City. Huh. We cleaned up the Northwest and Northeast gangs. Lee Jong-UK's eyes went wide, and he gave us a dumbfounded expression. Then Kim Hye-young-jun smiled and showed him the heads of the enemy leaders. Lee Jong-UK's mouth fell open, and he was silent for a while. After a moment, he pulled himself together and desperately called for Hyo Sung-min, who was at the entrance of Hotel L. Hyo Sung-min, who was busy assigning people to their respective groups, immediately stopped what he was doing and ran over. As he was catching his breath, he noticed the heads that Kim Hye-young-jun was holding, and he looked at us in disbelief. Is that head perhaps? Yeah, it's what you're thinking. These are the heads of the Northeast Gang boss and his lieutenants. Hyo Sung-min swallowed as he stared at the heads of the enemy leaders again in disbelief. It seemed like he knew their faces. Yes, it's them, he stammered in shock. These bastards, it was these bastards. These are the ones we saw in Songnam-pogu. I guess we got the right ones then. What exactly happened last night? All of you here can continue living like nothing happened, I said calmly, reluctant to share the details. Leave the zombies' problems to the zombies. I gave a small nod and headed to the hotel lobby. Hyo Sung-min was still standing where he was, in shock. Lee Jong-UK placed a hand on his shoulder. Leave the zombies to him, he said. Let's do whatever we can do to help. Yes. The two returned to their original tasks, trying their best to hold back their excitement. They could sense that a bright future was just within their grasp. As I entered the lobby of Hotel L, I checked on how Du Han-sol and Zhang Jinyang were doing. However, neither of them showed any signs of regaining consciousness just yet. Of course, the amount of time they'd be sleeping depended on the strength they possessed and the type of brains they had eaten. I knew it would take Zhang Jinyang a while, and since Du Han-sol ate 4 at once, I assumed that we'd have to wait at least another day for him to wake up. Kim Hyeon-jun checked on them as well, then approached me. What should we do, Ajusi? He asked. If we fall asleep, there won't be anyone to defend the survivors. We have Mr. Kim Dae-young. We do, but what if the black creature comes while we're asleep? Right now, we're just assuming that the black creature went to Sogwipo. We both know that that might not be the case. I couldn't help but sigh. I wasn't sure what to do. I couldn't let the enemy leader's head go to waste, but at the same time, I didn't feel comfortable eating it. At that moment, I suddenly remembered the method Wang Diakrok and Choi Soo-hyun had employed in the past. When I came across them at the Konkuk University station, they had covered themselves with perfume. The smell of perfume was effective in keeping the zombies away, which allowed them to mask their presence from the zombies temporarily. As soon as I organized my thoughts, I went over to Wang Diakrok and Choi Soo-hyun. The two of them were checking the supplies with Park Ji-cheol. Mr. Wang Diakrok. Wang Diakrok put down the papers he was holding and looked back at me. Ah, Mr. Lee Hyun Diak. Did you want to ask me something? He seemed busy, so I went straight to the point at novel bin at. Do you happen to have any perfume left? Wang Diakrok tilted his head. Perfume, he answered quickly. I'm not sure. I don't remember having any of it the last time we moved. You don't happen to have any? You didn't see any when you checked the supplies. Unfortunately, I didn't. If I remember correctly, we were already out of perfume when we got together with Shelter Silence. I sighed and nodded. I wondered if I should head to Jeju City to find a perfume shop, or if it would be better to head back to Jeju Airport and check the duty-free stores. At the same time, though, I wondered how long the perfume would last if I sprayed it all over the hotel. On top of that, it was also dangerous for the survivors to go outside every hour to spray perfume. After examining it thoroughly, the only conclusion I could come to was that using perfume would not be that helpful for this many people, and that it was only useful when a small number of people wanted to move stealthily. I knew I had to think of some other way, but at that moment, I just couldn't think of one. As I was lost in thought, I heard Kim Hyeong-jun speak up. Ajusi. What? You should eat all of them, Ajusi. No, that's not an option. I answered without the slightest hesitation. I knew it had been quite a while since he'd eaten any brains. This meant that he might lose control over his zombie instincts at any time. It felt like we could hold on longer when we had red eyes, but after our eyes turned blue, the duration seemed to have gotten shorter. The stronger we became, the more zombie-like we became, and the human side of us was whittling away, little by little. Kim Hyeong-jun grimaced and thought for a brief moment before speaking again. Well, even if you eat all 3 of them, you'll wake up in a day, Ajusi. In fact, it might not even take a day for you. No, and if that's the case, I think I'd rather you eat them. I'm okay, Ajusi. Don't you trust me? Even if the black creature comes, as long as I have Moodswinger and Jian, I'll be able to last for at least an hour or 2. Besides, I can eat the brains of the ones in Sogwipo. What if the black creature had already eaten the ones in Sogwipo? As we traded hypotheticals, Kim Dae-young, who had been listening in quietly, came up to us. He hesitated a little, scratching his sideburns, but he eventually spoke up. Sorry to bother you two, but I've been listening to what the two of you have been saying. I'll do my best to guard this place. Trust me, and go ahead and eat the brains. We can't deal with this black creature, I said in a serious tone. And if its eyes have turned black, it would mean instant death on contact. Kim Dae-young grimaced. Well, I don't think there's any other way. If the black creature shows up, I'll make sure to drag out the fight, even if that costs me my life. I want you two to eat the brains. I stared at his face as I contemplated what he was saying. He was being naive, because he had never experienced how overwhelming the black creature was. I couldn't forget the way it moved, hiding in the dark and hunting down its prey. It was truly traumatic. In addition, even when Kim Hyeong-jun and I had fought it together, we were still no match for it. It was superior in every aspect, mobility, power, and stamina. As I continued to ponder the matter, Kim Hyeong-jun slapped me on the back. When I looked at him in surprise, he smiled. Ajusi, sometimes if you can't come up with an answer, the right thing is to take action, he said. And besides, Kim Dae-young is one of us now. Wouldn't it be better to eat the brains quickly and regain our consciousness more quickly, rather than waste time like this? I couldn't help but sigh because I knew he was right. The Survivor Rally organization had made it this far by taking action first when we didn't have a suitable plan. Perhaps we'd be able to come up with a plan later down the road. With that, I slicked my hair back and looked out the window. In the distance, the morning sun was peeking over the horizon. As I watched the sunrise, I felt reassured to go along with his plan, since the black creature had never shown up in broad daylight before. I nodded. You eat the brain of the boss of the Northeast gang, I said. Okay, then you eat the remaining 2, Ajusi. You'll wake up first. When you wake up, don't make any hasty moves, but work on defense. If the black creature appears, don't fight it. Just work with Moodswinger to distract it. Kim Hyeong-jun nodded and handed me 2 heads. I looked over at Kim Dae-young. Where is the tallest building around here? I asked him. If we're only considering building heights, this one is the tallest. Make sure that nobody goes outside today. As for you, survey the surroundings from the top floor. Don't go outside no matter what, since we are what the black creature wants. Got it? I'll keep that in mind. Kim Dae-young nodded vigorously. With that, I headed to the pantry with Kim Hye-young-jun. I saw a dusty coffee pot and water purifier. It seemed like the Jeju Defense Unit didn't use the pantry. I then took a deep breath and ate the 2 brains in front of me. Even if it were just a nap, I'd at least be able to sleep like a baby for the first time in a while. One Venom is a comic book character by Marvel Comics with superhuman powers. Kim Dae-young followed Lee Hyun-deok's orders, sealing every door and banning the survivors from going out for the day. No one raised an objection to this since Lee Hyun-deok and Kim Hye-young-jun were like saviors to the Jeju Defense Unit, having taken care of the officers of the Northwest Gang and the Northeast Gang as soon as they had arrived on Jeju Island. In fact, the Jeju Defense Unit took the lead in locking all the doors and examining every window. Fortunately, this curfew period became a time for the Survivor Rally Organization and the Jeju Defense Unit to catch up with their families after a long time. The Jeju Defense Unit opened their supplies, which had been thoroughly managed, and handed out a little bit of the ramyeon and canned tuna that they had stocked up. Since they had to feed 600 people, though, it ended up being an enormous amount of food. Park Hyun, who was managing the food, seemed rather disappointed at the amount of food that was disappearing, but Hyo Sung-min held her hand tightly to reassure her. The Survivor Rally Organization brought seeds for planting, she said. Once Mr. Lee Hyun-deok and Mr. Kim Hye-young-jun wake up, we'll be able to start farming. Park Hyun was surprised by this news. She calmed herself down, then asked Hyo Sung-min, Then can we plow our fields, grow rice, and live like we used to? Of course. And they'll clean up all the zombies outside as well. Park Hyun teared up and hugged Hyo Sung-min. His eyes also turned red, and he couldn't help but smile gently. As the two hugged each other, many others comforted them and made jokes to lighten up the atmosphere. Lee Jong-hyuk and Choi Tae-hye joined in as well. Hyo Sung-min sniffed and smiled happily, then stood up. Everyone, let's eat to the point we can't eat anymore and work hard again tomorrow. Let's go. All the survivors cheered and applauded as they began to enjoy the time they had. Both the members of the Survivor Rally Organization and Jeju Defense Unit mingled together as they sat around and enjoyed the food. It seemed like they were growing closer to one another. However, there was one person who couldn't blend in with the rest. Lee Jong-uk leaned against the wall alone as he watched the others, his eyes clouded with emotion. After a moment, his head sagged, and he quietly slipped away to the pantry. He saw Lee Hyun-deok and Kim Hye-young-jun fast asleep. In fact, both of them were in such a deep sleep that they probably wouldn't even wake up if someone had piggybacked them and took them somewhere else. Lee Jong-uk looked around the pantry, but eventually wiped off the dust from a chair in the corner and sat down. He looked at Lee Hyun-deok. I hope you're not having a nightmare, he said in a rather weak voice. He knew he wouldn't get a reply, but he didn't care, and continued to speak. So Yeon's dad, am I the weird one? In contrast to his soft voice and thin smile, his eyes were about to tear up. I don't know why I feel sad when other people have smiles on their faces. Lee Jong-uk let out a deep sigh and took out a crumpled photo from his chest pocket. In the photo, Lee Jong-uk was wearing the brightest smile, standing with his wife and his newborn, who couldn't even walk. He snorted and continued with his monologue. I remember, on days like this, my wife would rush over to me with a can of beer in her hand. Everything else seems hazy, but that can of beer. Geez. Lee Jong-uk wet his parched lips as he ran his finger over the faces of his wife and daughter in the photo. Oh, did I ever tell you that my wife really likes beer? I mean, she really liked it. We'd drink everything while talking about serious stuff, laughing together, and have a good time together. And this one time, Lee Jong-uk sat in the chair in the pantry and continued to share his memories one by one as if flipping through Polaroid photos, despite the fact that no one was listening. He could never reveal his weakness to anyone since he was the leader of the Survivor Rally Organization. That person was someone who had to think about the others constantly and had to be strong in front of the survivors. This applied to Wang Ji-hai, and even to his younger brother, Lee Jong-hyuk. He couldn't and didn't share his feelings with Lee Hyun-deok, the person who probably understood him best. He had always figured out a way to brush off the loneliness and sadness alone, while he kept his eyes on the future that lay ahead for the group. However, seeing Hyo Sung-min and Park Hyun triggered the deep sense of longing he had for his missing loved ones, just like the day when Lee Jong-hyuk and Choi Tae-hye had gotten married. And I almost forgot. This one time, my wife. So my wife was at work, right? Lee Jong-uk couldn't bear to continue, and bit his lower lip instead. After that, he sniffed once, looked up at the ceiling, and sighed. The corners of his mouth trembled. He closed his eyes and furrowed his brow. His aching heart was throbbing beyond his control. He couldn't help but burst into tears because he missed his loved ones, because he couldn't enjoy this time of fellowship, and because nothing in the world could fill up the emptiness within him. He grabbed his bangs with his hands, bit his lips, and sobbed. You know that these days, I can't stop myself from thinking that I feel dead yet happy at the same time. I know how much of a blessing it is that everyone trusts and follows me. I know it's something that I shouldn't take for granted, and that I should be thankful for it. But I just feel dead inside. It's like I'm a happy corpse, or something. Li Zhongyuke cried silently for a long time. The ragged, heaving breaths that he took every now and the way his shoulders trembled pitifully made him seem like the saddest person in the world. His crying was in stark contrast to the people outside laughing. It was a testament to the weight that he bore on his shoulders. Click. At that moment, the tightly shut pantry door swung open and he heard a child's voice. Uncle. It was So-yeon. Li Zhongyuke hurriedly wiped away his tears and sniffed. Ah, So-yeon, why aren't you eating your remayen? Or have you already eaten? Uncle Zhongyuke, are you crying? No? Why would Uncle cry? Uncle didn't cry at all. Uncle, why are you crying? He wondered if she knew he was lying. She looked at him sadly. He put on a bright smile. Uncle wasn't crying, So-yeon. No one was crying here. Don't cry, Uncle. Tears began to brim in So-yeon's eyes, and she burst into tears. She rushed over to Li Zhongyuke and hugged him. He burst into laughter and held So-yeon in his arms. However, unlike the fake smile that he'd put on, he felt a real kind of warmth, and he couldn't stop himself from tearing up as well. Li Zhongyuke remained silent as he held So-yeon in his arms with his eyes closed. When Uncle cries, I want to cry too, said So-yeon, who was sniffling in his arms. Every time she sniffed, Li Zhongyuke patted her on the back as he tried his best to soothe his aching heart. As he patted her, he looked at the photo clutched in his hand. He saw his wife and daughter beaming in it. However, So-yeon's warmth and her sympathetic crying made Li Zhongyuke look away and focus on her instead. Li Zhongyuke put the photo he was holding back into his pocket and silently stroked So-yeon's hair. He then looked up at the ceiling as if he had no other choice. Honey, I'm sorry, but I think you're going to have to wait a bit more. Just until this child is all grown up. Li Zhongyuke lifted So-yeon and held her in his arms. He led them out of the pantry. If you can wait for me until then, I'll make sure to bring all your favorite beers when I go see you, he thought silently. Li Zhongyuke took a deep breath and got himself together, then looked at So-yeon. Is So-yeon crying alone now? He asked. Uncle's completely fine. In fact, I don't feel anything right now. I saw you crying earlier, Uncle. No, Uncle's sure that So-yeon's mistaken. So I guess So-yeon is a crybaby. No, I didn't cry either. At novel bin at. So-yeon wiped her tears away with her right hand and jutted her lower lip out. Li Zhongyuke laughed heartily and pinched her cheek gently. How did you know Uncle was here? He asked. I saw you come this way alone, so I stopped eating and followed you. Oh no, so you didn't even get to finish your remayen because of me? Shall we go and eat together? Yes, she said with a laugh. She immediately beamed at the word remayen as if she had forgotten that she had been crying just a few seconds ago, and wrapped her arms around Li Zhongyuke. Li Zhongyuke cradled So-yeon in his arms as he led her back to the group. It was 9 o'clock. The sun had already set a while back. Kim Hye-young-jun slowly awoke in the pantry, massaging his stiff neck. His nose itched at the smell of remayen that hit him as he exited the pantry. From the hotel lobby and all the way to the restaurant, there were countless people gathered, chatting away. As Kim Hye-young-jun stared blankly at the scene in front of him, his wife waved at him from within the crowd, gesturing to him to go over. He walked toward his wife as he yawned and rubbed his eyes. She was sitting next to the Lee brothers, Choi Tae-hai, and Park Ji-cheol. When Park Ji-cheol saw Kim Hye-young-jun, he burst out laughing. Did someone get a good nap or what? It's been a while since I slept. My mind is still hazy. But apart from that, why is everyone down here on the first floor? Hyo Sung-min and Park Hye-in opened their stockpiles in commemoration of cleaning up Jeju City. Kim Hye-young-jun went blank for a second, but then nodded slowly. Oh, in commemoration of cleaning up Jeju City. He knew that they weren't aware of the black creature's existence. He assumed that, even if they knew its existence, they'd only be thinking about the one in Jeju Island, which had blue eyes. To Kim Hye-young-jun, it seemed like everyone here believed that things were working out in their favor. Kim Hye-young-jun grimaced as his gaze drifted toward the pantry. Lee Hyun-deok was still fast asleep, and Do Han-sol and Jong Jin-young, who were in the corner, showed no signs of waking either. He rotated his stiff shoulders. Is anyone upstairs? He asked. Mr. Kim Dae-young should be on the roof. It seemed like Kim Dae-young was following Lee Hyun-deok's request exactly, keeping an eye on the surroundings of the L Hotel. Lee Jong-yuke, who was beside Park Ji-cheol, spoke up. Mr. Kim Hye-young-jun, feel free to speak informally. You're older than me, and it's not like we're in a meeting right now, right? Haha, you're right, okay then. Kim Hye-young-jun scratched his forehead and smiled softly as he looked at Lee Jong-yuke. Lee Jong-yuke scraped the remaining bits of tuna off his plate, then asked his question. What do you plan on doing after cleaning up the remaining zombies in Jeju City? Are you going to Sogwipo? Well, we haven't set any plans yet. So-yeon's dad didn't tell you either. The question made Kim Hye-young-jun look closely at his face. Lee Jong-yuke looked back at him, his gaze not wavering in the slightest. Kim Hye-young-jun felt like he was pressuring him to spill the tea, as if he knew everything. Kim Hye-young-jun couldn't help but scratch his sideburns and avoid his gaze. It seemed like he was trying to feel him out while Lee Hyun-deok was still asleep. Kim Hye-young-jun realized that Lee Jong-yuke would know what was going on, no matter how well they tried to keep their secret. Based on his experience so far, it seemed like his instincts were telling him that something related to the black creature was probably happening behind the scenes. To be frank, letting Lee Jong-yuke in on what was happening wouldn't be a problem. He wasn't the type of person to go around spreading rumors. However, if it happened to reach one of the survivors, it would completely destroy the harmonious atmosphere that they were currently sharing. If Li Zhongyuke showed any hint of discomfort or deep thought, the leaders around him would start asking questions. Kim Hyeongjun knew better than anyone that there was no such thing as a perfect lie in this world, and that no lie lasted forever. The truth always came out in the wrong place and at the wrong time, contrary to one's intention. But he knew that right now, that moment wasn't and shouldn't be that day. Even Kim Hyeongjun didn't want the harmonious atmosphere to be shattered into pieces. He sighed and smacked his lips, but it didn't take him long to reply. We decided to look for some farmland after cleaning up Jeju City. We assumed that we'd have gone through our stockpile of food by the end of winter. That's all Hyundeok Ajasi told me. Li Zhongyuke nodded. Is that all? He looked at the food on the floor. It seemed like he didn't like the answer Kim Hyeongjun had given him. He started chewing on some peanuts, then looked Kim Hyeongjun straight in the eyes. Kim Hyeongjun had tried to beat his way around the bush, but Li Zhongyuke went straight to the point. What did you decide to do with the black creature? After listening to Li Zhongyuke, Kim Hyeongjun's expression grew serious. Well, of course we'll deal with the black creature. If Hyundeok Ajasi and I move against it at the same time, we're sure we can defeat it. Are you sure? Oh, yes. Of course. I heard that its eyes were blue just a month ago. You don't know if they've changed color or not, do you? Kim Hyeongjun grimaced at the onslaught of questions from Li Zhongyuke. The last black creature we ran across in Seoul had black eyes. Did we lose then? You don't need to worry, said Kim Hyeongjun with a faint smile as he tried to calm Li Zhongyuke down. The people from the Survivor Rally organization thought that Kim Hyeongjun and Lee Hyundeok had taken care of the black creature they had encountered in Seoul. However, that wasn't the truth. They didn't know anything about the second officer of the family and the countless Dong leaders that the black creature had wiped out. Even though Li Zhongyuke sensed something amiss, he didn't follow up with any other questions, since there was nothing concrete to his suspicions. Ugh. At that moment, Du Hansol groaned from his bed as he awoke. Kim Hyeongjun quickly took the chance to get up and walked over to Du Hansol. How are you feeling? He asked. Du Hansol looked around at everyone gathered in the lobby in surprise, then looked at Kim Hyeongjun. Huh? What's this? Why is everyone here? Kim Hyeongjun smiled. Would it be sufficient to say that we're promoting friendship between the Survivor Rally organization and the Jeju Defense Unit? But aside from that, how are you feeling? Do you feel like anything's wrong with your body? Oh, yes. No, there isn't anything wrong with my body. What about your physical abilities? I think they've improved. Can you tell where your underlings are in your head? Du Hansol stared at the ceiling and spaced out for a moment. After a while, he spoke again. The brains I ate. They belong to the Northwest Gang's scouts, right? I don't know. Why? All of my underlings seem to be in the Northwest. It seemed like the 4 brains he had eaten were the brains of the Northwest Gang's scouts. That meant that Zhang Jinyoung had eaten the brains of the Northwest Gang's officers and the Northeast Gang's scouts. That told Kim Hyeongjun that Zhang Jinyoung would be sleeping like the dead for at least the next 3 days. Kim Hyeongjun nodded and called out to Li Zhongyuke, who was behind him. Mr. Li Zhongyuke, Hansol and I are heading outside for a bit. At this time, where are you going? We'll go figure out where his underlings are and do a little patrol of the area outside. Are you sure that's okay? So-yeon's dad told everyone to stay inside. It should be okay. Besides, Hyundeok Ajasi should wake up soon as well. Kim Hyeongjun went outside with Du Hansol, smiling heartily. He knew that, if he'd stayed in the lobby any longer, he'd have had to talk some more about the black creature. As the two of them peered into the darkness, Kim Hyeongjun looked over at Du Hansol. You know where the Northwest Gang is located, right? Yes, I can tell where my underlings are in my head. I think I just have to follow this road. Where are you planning to go, Mr. Kim Hyeongjun? I have to go get my underlings as well. I ate the brain of one of the Northeast Gang officers. Huh? When? This morning. Du Hansol's eyes went wide as he ran his gaze over Kim Hyeongjun from top to bottom. But you're up already, he asked in amazement. Hey, you're the one who woke up after just 1 day after eating 4 brains. That's more amazing. Well, they were just weaklings, Du Hansol said with a sheepish smile. Kim Hyeongjun returned the smile. That's still pretty impressive. Anyway, check on your underlings. See if there are any other movements around the region where the Northwest Gang was and then come back. Got it. What do you want me to do afterward? Come back to the hotel, of course. Oh, shoot. Wait a second. Kim Hyeongjun snapped his fingers as if he'd just remembered something he'd forgotten. How many underlings can you have now? Let's see. I think my limit is 1700. Back in Seoul, his control only extended to 1050 underlings. His control had increased to 1500 after eating the brain of the boss of the family, and now, with the brains of the 4 scouts, it had increased to 1700. He was going through tremendous growth in a short period of time. Kim Hyeongjun quietly rubbed his chin. The Northwest Scouts. Each one of them had 600 to 700 underlings. Does this mean there must be at least 2,400 zombies at their headquarters? Since Du Hansol only had 200 underlings before eating the 4 brains, he must have regained all of his underlings at once. The remaining 900 zombies who didn't become his underlings would have turned into street zombies by now. The remaining 900 underlings. They'd lost their chain of command, and had probably turned into street zombies because of the limit to the number of zombies that Du Hansol could control, which meant that all of them were ready to mutate into stage 1 mutants. The moment he got to this conclusion, Kim Hye-Yong-jun gasped and touched his forehead with his right hand. Du Hansol, who had observed his sudden gasp after a period of contemplation, tilted his head. Why? Is there a problem? I have to go too. Pardon? I can head there on my own. It's not that. Let's just go, said Kim Hye-Yong-jun with a note of urgency. Du Hansol nodded unwillingly and headed off to the Northwest Gang's location. Kim Hye-Yong-jun furrowed his brow and clicked his tongue vigorously. It had belatedly occurred to him that Du Hansol's return to consciousness meant that the zombies that had been standing still would have begun to move again. Among them were 900 that were ready to mutate into stage 1 mutants. The moment they ate each other and left the enemy base, there'd be mutants all over Jeju Island. Kim Hye-Yong-jun couldn't believe that it hadn't occurred to him earlier. He blamed himself for not thinking the situation through as they made their way toward the Northwest Gang's base at Novel Bin Adat. They got to the base as quickly as they could, without stopping along the way. As they reached it, they heard zombies' cries coming from the E-Mart. Kim Hye-Yong-jun felt a weight in his chest. It seemed like the zombies that were ready to mutate had already begun to fight. Kim Hye-Yong-jun pointed to the front entrance of the Northwest Gang's base. Go through the front door, he shouted to Du Hansol. Got it. Steam rose from Du Hansol's body as he charged toward the front door. He ran in, red eyes flashing. The inside situation had already descended into total chaos. His green-colored underlings were fighting tooth and nail against the zombies that had already mutated. There were several zombies that had morphed into spheres as well. Kim Hye-Yong-jun entered through the back door and started mercilessly attacking the zombies that weren't Du Hansol's. When he saw Kim Hye-Yong-jun go on the offensive, Du Hansol quickly snapped back to his senses and gave orders to his underlings as he rushed toward the other zombies. Kill all the zombies here. We can't let a single one of them mutate. Grr! His underlings let out their throat-rending noises at once, and started fighting the zombies with all they had. As Du Hansol moved through the first floor, Kim Hye-Yong-jun locked the back door and headed straight to the second floor. The situation on the second floor was no different from that of the first floor. It was full of zombies all tangled up together, engaged in hand-to-hand combat. Kim Hye-Yong-jun saw 3 spheres that were already wriggling. His blue eyes flashed as he ran toward the spheres. He quickly destroyed the stage 1 mutants before they had the chance to emerge. Kiaa? At that moment, he heard a mutant cry from above. There's more mutants? And there's a third floor. When he'd tackled the base earlier on, he'd only wiped out the first and second floors. He hadn't checked the third floor. Now that he thought about it, it made sense, since they had gathered all of their forces in this place. Kim Hye-Yong-jun made a beeline for the third floor. The stage 1 mutants were gorging themselves on the zombies that weren't moving. These zombies seemed to be the underlings belonging to the Northwest Gang officer and his lieutenants. In other words, they were zombies that were soon to be Zhang Jinyoung's underlings. Kim Hye-Yong-jun channeled strength into his arms and rushed toward the mutants. The stage 1 mutants belatedly noticed his approach, and their dozens of eyes rolled about in their sockets as they rushed toward him. Fortunately, these mutants didn't have any combat experience yet. And since they didn't have any data on combat, they had no fear toward beings with blue eyes. Kim Hye-Yong-jun knew he had to get rid of them before they began to learn. Pow! Kim Hye-Yong-jun punched a mutant with his strengthened right arm, and its head exploded instantly, as if an artillery shell had landed on its face. The other stage 1 mutants quickly transitioned into a defensive stance, curling up by pulling their heads toward their chests. Mutants that had a lot of experience would have chosen to run away after seeing his blue eyes, but since they had no clue as to how strong he was, they chose to continue the fight. Kim Hye-Yong-jun slaughtered the other mutants rapidly before the remaining ones began running away. Even though their bones were stronger compared to those of regular zombies, breaking their bones was nothing more than breaking a couple of pine boards to Kim Hye-Yong-jun, who had blue eyes. He kept on going until he was down to the last one. The last mutant finally realized that it stood no chance and ran toward the window. Grasp! Kim Hye-Yong-jun quickly grabbed its neck from behind, hauling its body back inside and throwing it to the floor. Kiaa! It let out a scream as its dozens of eyes rolled about in their sockets. Crack! Kim Hye-Yong-jun stomped on its face without the slightest hesitation. Once he was done taking care of the third floor, he checked the fourth and fifth floors. Only then did he let out a sigh of relief. Now that he finally had the chance to do so, he sat down, panting. Up until this moment, he had only focused on the hounds and the black creature, and he had almost forgotten about the existence of mutants. He heard someone calling his name from the escalator. Mr. Kim Hye-Yong-jun, Mr. Kim Hye-Yong-jun. He made his way over and saw Du Hansol walking up, drenched in zombie blood. Are you done with the first floor? Yes. Did you clean up all the other floors? Yeah, but I don't think we should leave the zombies here like this. The same thing will happen when Mr. Zhang Jinyoung wakes up. Then, should we build a zombie camp, like we did in Seoul? Kim Hye-Yong-jun nodded as he blew his nose. He used his clothes to wipe away the zombie blood on his face as he continued to speak. How many underlings do you have right now? I've reached my limit. I have 1700 underlings. Okay, so the rest of the zombies that aren't moving are the ones that were under the control of the Northwest Gang officer and his lieutenants, right? That's right. Kim Hye-Yong-jun looked around and then back at Du Hansol. Since this is a hypermarket, there has to be something like rope somewhere. Find some and tie up all the zombies here. We'll clean up again once Mr. Zhang Jinyoung wakes up. Got it. Du Hansol went through the hypermarket to look for rope so that he could tie the zombies up, just as Kim Hyeongjun had told him. In the meantime, Kim Hyeongjun sat on the stairs and organized his thoughts. When Zhang Jinyoung was in Daegu, he didn't have a single underling with him. It was only natural because he didn't even know that he could recruit them. The number of underlings he could initially control was 200. Ever since he had come to Jeju Island, though, he had eaten 8 brains, which meant that he'd be able to control 600 underlings when he woke up. He would be able to control over 500 underlings, which meant that he would grow a set of sharp teeth, and most importantly, be able to form an alliance with the rest of them. The only thing left to consider were the remaining zombies that would no longer be under anyone's control. The remaining zombies at this hypermarket used to be underlings of the Northwest Gang's officer and his lieutenants. Then the remaining 5 brains. Kim Hyeongjun stood. The guys in front of the rental car company, he muttered to himself. When Zhang Jinyoung woke up, there'd be thousands of zombies without any chain of command. It was dawning upon him just how important it would be to set up a zombie camp and get the zombies inside. He knew that they still had about 2 days before Zhang Jinyoung regained consciousness, but he also knew that the unexpected could always happen. When he came to a conclusion, he started combing the hypermarket with Du Hansol. They quickly found the rope they were looking for, and the 2 of them hurriedly tied up the zombies by their waists and arms. Once they were finished, Du Hansol looked over at Kim Hyeongjun. Where would be a good place to set up a camp? He asked Kim Hyeongjun. Apartments are the easiest places to manage. Did you happen to see any apartments nearby? No. The area seems to be dominated by single-story buildings, since the airport is nearby. Then I guess there's only one place we can use as a camp. Where? Kim Hyeongjun smiled as he checked the ropes. What do you mean, where? The notorious kids' prison. A school. Where else? After making sure that the zombies were tightly tied up, Kim Hyeongjun took a deep breath. I saw a place on the way here, he said. Let's head there for now. Got it. With that, the 2 of them led the zombies to the nearby school. This was the name printed on the front gate of the school. It was a rectangular building with 4 floors, and the cafeteria and gym was located next to the main building. After Kim Hyeongjun confirmed that there weren't any survivors in the school, he pushed the zombies into an empty classroom. He put 120 zombies in each classroom, taking up a total of 15 classrooms. In order to keep the zombies under control, Du Hansol placed 4 of his underlings in each classroom as guards. Once they had more or less settled them in, Kim Hyeongjun turned to Du Hansol. We're done here, right? He asked. Yes. What else do we have left to do? We have to go to the rental car company. We have to bring all the zombies that are there back here as well. I'll go with you. Kim Hyeongjun nodded, and the 2 of them headed to the rental car company. Kim Hyeongjun was able to recognize the surroundings and the shapes of the buildings more clearly this time, compared to before. Perhaps it was because the moon was shining more brightly. While Kim Hyeongjun made his way to the rental car company, he tried to identify which of the buildings he passed could be useful in the future. Next to Namnyong High School, which was being used as a zombie camp, was Jeju-Halla Hospital. Perhaps they could get medical supplies or equipment from there if they ran out. One thing Kim Hyeongjun noticed was that Jeju City had a lot of hotels, living up to its reputation as a tourist destination. He could get the survivors extra blankets and pillows from these other hotels when the weather got colder. He also saw a couple of apartments on the way, but he simply decided to ignore them because it would be troublesome to relocate the zombie camp. Also, he was lazy. He saw gas stations almost everywhere, so it seemed like they wouldn't face a problem with gasoline if they ever needed it urgently. He passed at least 10 gas stations from the Northwest Gang's base to the rental car company. Suddenly, Kim Hyeongjun stopped in his tracks and looked back. Wait, gas stations? Du Hansol looked at Kim Hyeongjun, wondering why he had stopped. Why, was there something behind us? He asked. Hansol, go ahead and tie up the zombies first. Where are you going off to again? What if you get caught by the black creature? I'll be back before you know it. I'm just going to go check out the gas station over there and come back, so wait for me. Du Hansol raised his eyebrows and tilted his head when he heard him mention the gas station. Kim Hyeongjun said that he'd explain everything later and headed straight for the gas station. When he got there, he noted that there was plenty of gasoline left. Kim Hyeongjun assumed that, when the zombie virus spread across Jeju Island, the survivors on the island must have been possessed by the idea of having to leave the island. It would have only been natural for them to head straight to the airport or a port to leave the island, and it would not have occurred to them to loot a gas station. His assumption proved to be correct. After Kim Hyeongjun confirmed that there was plenty of gasoline left, he ran back to Du Hansol. Did you find what you needed? Asked Du Hansol. Yeah, just give me 1 second, Kim Hyeongjun answered vaguely. He walked over to the zombies that were now free from their chain of command. The soil they stood on top of was soft and easy to dig into. He didn't have to do any more analysis, since the Northeast Gang lieutenant and his underlings had been able to dig into the ground in 30 minutes and bury themselves in it. Kim Hyeongjun continued to walk around, pressing his feet against the ground. Du Hansol, who had been eyeing him curiously, spoke up. What's this all about? Are you looking for coins or something? Don't be lazy and just help me. Let's start digging here and make a trap. Huh. Kim Hye-youngjun's voice took on a note of confidence. For the black creature, I mean. Let's dig a hole in the ground to trap it, pour oil on it, and finally burn it to ashes. It was a rather simple problem, once he thought about it. The black creature's overwhelming power and mobility was threatening, but more terrifying was its regenerative ability. In other words, it had endurance and stamina like no other. Even if Kim Hye-yeongjun and Lee Hyun-deok took turns fighting, there was no way they could keep up with the regenerative abilities of a black creature with black eyes. Since that was the case, Kim Hye-yeongjun had thought of the possibility of exhausting it, in other words, slowly weakening its limited regenerative power by burning it. That would give them a decent chance of winning, even if their opponent were a black creature with black eyes. All of this went through his head as he began to imagine the scenario in his mind. But Do Han-sol, who had been waiting for him, sighed. Just come on and help me, he said. Let's hurry up and head back. We've been out for so long already. What if we actually run into the black creature? We don't even have Mr. Lee Hyun-deok with us. Okay, Mr. Broken Recorder. I got you, grumbled Kim Hye-yeongjun as he helped Do Han-sol tie up the zombies. In all, they tied up over 2,000 zombies. Kim Hye-yeongjun scratched his head with a troubled expression. He knew that it was a little much to bring all of these zombies back to Namnyong High School. Do Han-sol noted his expression and spoke up. There's a school between the airport and Hotel L. Should we go there? He offered. Between the airport and hotel? Wouldn't that be too close to the hotel? I don't know how I feel about having a zombie camp near the survivors. It's much closer to the airport than the hotel. And besides, these guys are all tied up with rope, and my underlings will be there to watch over them. I'm not sure what you're so worried about. Do Han-sol's voice rang with confidence. Kim Hye-yeongjun scratched his forehead and considered the situation for a moment. After a little while, he let out a sigh and nodded at novel bin at. Okay, let's do that, then. Besides, if we get back too late, Mr. Lee Jong-uk will probably ask us all sorts of questions. Let's wrap things up quickly. Are you uncomfortable around Mr. Lee Jong-uk? No, it's not that I'm not comfortable. I don't know. I prefer fighting zombies to talking to people. Do Han-sol smirked at Kim Hye-yeongjun's half-assed answer. Is it because he hit you with the butt of his rifle back in Gwangjang-dong? Geez, you still remember that. It's not? Oh, never mind. I know you're not someone who dwells on the past like that. Whatever, man. Let's just get going to school already. Do Han-sol led the way with a playful smile. Alrighty, it's this way. One of Kim Hye-yeongjun's charms was that he could make the people around him crack jokes. Not in a bad way, but just harmless mischief. Kim Hye-yeongjun followed Do Han-sol as he made a note of the position of the moon. It had changed a lot from the last time he had seen it, which suggested that a lot of time had already passed. That also meant that Lee Hyun-deok would regain consciousness soon. Kim Hye-yeongjun scratched his head and for a moment, hesitating. He made a mental note of the number of underlings he had. He registered 1,100 underlings at the Northeast Gang's base. After eating the brain of the Northeast Gang officer, he had taken command of 1,100 underlings at once. Kim Hye-yeongjun sent them an order via telepathy. Soon, some zombies that are purple will arrive. Once they show up, kill the rest of the zombies that aren't purple. Lee Hyun-deok had eaten the brains of the Northeast Gang leader and his lieutenants. Assuming that they controlled about 2,000 underlings in total, there would certainly be some that would not come under Lee Hyun-deok's command. The maximum number of underlings Lee Hyun-deok could control was 2,300. He already had 11 Stage 1 mutants and Jian, which meant that he could exert control over another 1,700 underlings. That left roughly 300 zombies that would turn into street zombies without any chain of command. In order to prevent the situation at the E-Mart in Noyeong-ojori from occurring again, Kim Hye-yeongjun chose to order his underlings to get rid of the zombies that did not eventually fall under Lee Hyun-deok's control. The school that Do Han-sol had mentioned was Jeju National University High School. It was located on the east side of Jeju Airport, and there was a large gym across from the main building. Kim Hye-yeongjun went into the gym storage room and came out with a shovel and some jump ropes. Do Han-sol looked at the things Kim Hye-yeongjun brought out with him and tilted his head. I kind of get why you took the shovel, but what's up with the jump ropes? He asked. I want to give them to the kids. They're cooped up in the hotel, so I thought they'd lack exercise. Do Han-sol snorted. You know, you're very meticulous at times. He suggested that they get going, and with that, Do Han-sol and Kim Hye-yeongjun pushed the zombies into the first floor of the school, and placed 4 underlings in each classroom, just like they had done at Namnyong High School. Once they wrapped up and got back to Hotel L, the survivors who had filled up the hotel lobby earlier on were packing up and returning to their rooms. Lee Jong-uk saw Kim Hye-yeongjun and Do Han-sol return. I thought you said you'd be back after some scouting, he said, raising his eyebrows at them. It seems like you got yourselves into something else as well. We had several things to take care of. Do Han-sol and Kim Hye-yeongjun were covered with zombie blood. Lee Jong-uk didn't bother to ask for details, he sighed instead. You two should take a shower first, then let me know what happened. There are showers here. They say that they pump groundwater up, but I don't know how it works either. Are they pumping up Jeju Samdasu? 1. Kim Hye-yeongjun chuckled at his lousy joke, and Do Han-sol sighed. On the other hand, Lee Jong-uk smirked. Don't joke around, he said, and go wash up. Ah, you guys are boring, Kim Hyong-jun grumbled as he headed to the shower room. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. I looked around with bleary eyes. Kim Hyong-jun was nowhere to be seen, and the pantry was as quiet as it could be. I hurriedly got myself up and left the pantry. I saw Lee Jong-UK in the lobby, a distance away. He looked back at me and smiled. Did you have a good night's sleep? He asked. Where's Hyong-jun? He's with Hansol, washing up. Washing up? Did they go somewhere? They went outside to scout, but came back with zombie blood all over themselves. I knew that I never asked them to go scouting. In fact, I had told them to reinforce the defenses while I was gone. Kim Hyong-jun and Do Hansol must have had a valid reason for going out scouting, but I needed to know why they'd come back from fighting zombies this late at night. Where are the showers? There's a beach shower area next to the beach over there. I headed to where Lee Jong-UK pointed. The beach was right on the other side of the hotel, across the 4-lane road. Just like he said, there were beach showers there. When I entered the men's shower room, I heard Kim Hyong-jun and Do Hansol. Oh geez, this feels nice. Don't you think the water's too cold? It's like ice. The two of them were washing themselves by pouring water into wash basins and pouring the cold water on them with scoopers. I took a deep breath. Where did you two go? I said. Huh? Ajusi, when did you wake up? Kim Hyong-jun asked as he put his scoop down. I gave him a rather serious expression, which Kim Hyong-jun took note of. He smiled lightly and explained all they had done that night. Their explanation left me with nothing to say, not because I was dumbfounded, but because they had taken care of everything perfectly while I'd been unconscious. The black creature was a threat, but more mutants would also be annoying and difficult to handle. If even a stage 2 mutant appeared, it would be difficult to leave the hotel and focus on offense. I realized that I had underestimated them, and coughed in embarrassment. Good work, I said. Great job. Whoa Ajusi, are you complimenting us? What's happening? It's not like I nag you and give you a hard time because I want to. It's because you guys make me nag you. Anyway, Ajusi, you can wait at the hotel. I'll wash up and be there right away. Okay, you did a good job too, Hansol. Do Hansol nodded and smiled heartily. With that, I left the two of them and went back to Hotel L. The moment I returned, Lee Jong-UK called my name from the lobby. Hey, So-yeon's dad. What is it? I'm thinking of moving everyone to Hotel O tomorrow morning. That's okay, right? Yeah, let's do that. Where is Kim Dae-young? Still on the rooftop, keeping a watch on the surroundings. Kim Dae-young was still on guard, just as I'd told him to before I'd gone to sleep. He was doing his best to follow me. To be frank, I was worried if we would be able to gel since we'd never done anything all together. As of that moment, though, I was satisfied with the fact that he'd followed my orders and was doing his best to carry out his duties. Relying on each other while in a fight against enemies was a whole different story, but in terms of coordinating as a team on these organizational matters, I was satisfied. I nodded slowly and asked Lee Jong-UK another question. What about So-yeon? She's in her room sleeping. Why? Do you want to see her? I nodded with a faint smile, and Lee Jong-UK smiled in return. She's upstairs. Room 1608. Thanks. As I headed toward the stairs, Lee Jong-UK grabbed my sleeve. Wait. What? You want to meet So-yeon looking like that? I looked down to see what he was talking about, and realized that I had dried zombie blood stains all over my body. I scratched my forehead and asked Lee Jong-UK for a favor. Do you have an extra pair of clothes and a towel? Yeah, wait here. I'll bring them to you. Lee Jong-UK took care of So-yeon more meticulously than I did. Back when I was still working, my wife would slap me on the back and say that I smelled like alcohol every time I tried to hold So-yeon in my arms after a company dinner. She would always yell at me to wash up first. I had no clue why this memory of mine suddenly came into my mind. Perhaps it was because I felt relieved by his family-oriented actions. Seeing him and the way he acted, I was growing more and more certain that he would take good care of So-yeon even if I disappeared one day. He thought of things that I didn't even think of, and every time he showed his attention to detail, my trust in him grew stronger and stronger. Since I'd gotten a good rest after eating the enemy leader's brain, I was going to give it my all until the day came when we could all live in peace. That was the right thing to do for the people here, and it was the only thing I could do for the people who were protecting So-yeon. One Jeju Samdaso is a mineral water brand produced by Jeju Province Development Corporation. It is similar to Fiji water. When everyone was asleep, Kim Hyong-jun and I headed toward the hotel restaurant. Once there, we discussed the black creature in secret. Kim Hyong-jun explained his strategy of digging a hole and then slowly weakening its regenerative power. It sounded like a compelling and effective strategy, but there was one problem with it. Do you think the black creature will just stay in the hole? At novel bin at. Now that I think about it, you do have a point, Ajusi. It's impossible to counter its power with human-made weapons. In the end, we have to be the ones to capture it and prevent it from moving. Trapping the black creature in a hole was pretty much an impossible strategy. Kim Hyong-jun scratched his head and laid out another plan. The idea was to set up a trap that would pour gasoline on the black creature in an instant and then set it on fire to melt the creature. But there was a flaw in this plan as well. Well, you know how fast the black creature is. So do you think it'll be impossible? Do you think the black creature will stand still while it sees gasoline being poured on it? Also, we have no idea how far it can move at once. How are we supposed to make a trap that can cover its entire range of movement? Kim Hye-youngjun's expression fell after listening to my feedback. He crossed his arms and leaned back on his chair. I placed my hands on my face and was lost in thought for a moment. In order to make his plans work, there was only one way. I sighed deeply. Well, there's only one of them, but we're a team, right? Aha. What about that? How about one of us gets beaten up while carrying the gasoline? I said seriously. Kim Hye-youngjun gave me a blank look. After a moment, he swallowed and scratched his forehead. So, what you're saying? Once the black creature comes, somebody pours gasoline on it while getting beaten up, then runs away. Exactly. Don't you think it'd be more realistic for someone else to hold a torch and set the black creature on fire after that person pours gasoline? Well, the problem is, if that somebody gets it wrong, the person who poured the gasoline might catch fire as well. That's why that somebody has to do a good job. Kim Hye-youngjun looked at me as though I was proposing something absurd. I'd brought this option up because it seemed like the most realistic solution for the current situation, but of course, the ability to execute it was limited to zombies with excellent regenerative abilities. Kim Hye-youngjun considered this for a while, then slowly nodded. I'm not entirely on board with it, but it sure would be the most certain course of action, he said. Well, if we can't chase it down or capture it, sacrificing our bodies like this would be the only way, or we could use sound. Sound. I tilted my head, and Kim Hye-youngjun shrugged. Its senses are extremely sharp. Don't you think it'll get distracted if it suddenly hears a loud noise out of the blue while it's fighting? So what, let's distract the black creature by banging drums or something. No, I'm saying that we should make loud noises to lure the black creature in once it comes within the radius of our trap. What if it goes straight to where the sound is coming from? That's why we have to time everything perfectly. We have to pour gasoline on top of it the moment it hears the sound and panics. The more I listened to this plan, the more I thought that it was an idea that only Kim Hye-youngjun could come up with. He had a lot of brilliant, original ideas. However, unless everything worked out perfectly, it would fail completely. One wrong move could also leave the person who was making the loud noises in danger. While I rested my chin on my hands and thought about it, Kim Hye-youngjun scratched the bridge of his nose. Since the person making the sound in our case, the drummer might be in danger, it'll be better for Hansol to be in charge of that. Well, that puts Hansol in danger. Ajasi, if there really is a black creature with black eyes on Jeju Island, we need everyone's help in getting rid of it. Me, you, Moodswinger, and Jian won't be enough to deal with it. If even one of us goes down, its game is over. Jeju Island has no future. Kim Hye-youngjun was right. This wasn't the time to put anyone's safety or comfort first. When I nodded slowly, Kim Hye-youngjun sighed. Hansol, Mr. Kim Dae-young, and Mr. Zhang Jin-young. None of them know if the black creature in Jeju Island is dangerous or not, he said. Don't you think that at least the zombies should know about it, even if the survivors don't? If we're going to go with your plan, then yes, I replied. I took a deep breath and sighed. Go and tell Du Hansol, Kim Dae-young, and Zhang Jin-young about this. Don't forget to tell them to keep it a secret from the others. Okay, since Mr. Zhang Jin-young is still sleeping, I'll let him know later on when he wakes up. Should we get to work, starting tomorrow? I nodded and got up from my seat. Kim Hye-youngjun got up as well and let out a battle cry. Seeing Kim Hye-youngjun's bravado, I burst into laughter right away. *****. The next morning, at dawn, Kim Hye-youngjun left Hotel L to clean up the zombies in Jeju City. Du Hansol was informed of Kim Hye-youngjun's plan, and went around to every gas station to get gasoline. Meanwhile, Kim Dae-young took charge of the hotel's defenses, while Lee Jong-uk moved some of the survivors to Hotel O, which was right next to Hotel L. He gave me a troubled look when I asked him to make a large drum, but he eventually told me that he'd look into it with Hyo Sung-min. While everyone was working on their own thing, I ran to the duty-free shop at Jeju Airport and came back to Hotel L with all sorts of perfume. When I returned with bags full of perfume, Lee Jong-uk grimaced. Are you going to be okay? Going by yourself? He asked. I'll be alright. I'm just going to scout and come back anyway. Do you know your way around? Do you have an exact route of where you'll be going? You don't need to worry. I'll be back before sunset tomorrow. Lee Jong-uk smacked his lips and scratched his head. At least tell me your exact route so that if you don't come back by tomorrow evening, I can send Hye-youngjun, he said reluctantly. I'm going to enter Sogwipo along the eastern coastal road. I'll just have a look to see how many zombies there are, take a peek at the Hound's base, and come back along the west coastal road. Are you saying you're going to make a loop around Jeju Island? If you don't come back before the sunset tomorrow, I'll send Hye-youngjun out to the west. I wanted to tell him not to let Kim Hye-youngjun come looking for me, but it seemed like agreeing with him was the only way I could set him at ease. I nodded slowly and sprayed perfume all over my body. I sprayed myself until all I could smell was perfume. I basically poured perfume over myself. Since I had to nullify the black creature's sense of smell, I packed some spare perfume with me. I also took a map to mark the conditions of the coastal road. When I was done with my preparations, Lee Jong-uk looked me right in the eyes. Take care of yourself. Please take good care of Soyeon and the others. I patted him on the shoulder and headed for the eastern coastal road. In order to fight the black creature, I knew that I needed to have a good understanding of the situation in Sogwipo. There was a good chance that the hounds had moved north to avoid the black creature, or had evacuated to a more mountainous area. In order to protect myself from unexpected attacks, it was necessary for me to figure out where they were located. With a flash of my blue eyes, I headed towards Sogwipo. On the map I brought along with me, I marked the areas that seemed safe, and those that had zombies lurking around. I meticulously marked places that had zombie footsteps, and even marked places that seemed to show tracks of many people moving about. The sandy beaches of Jeju Island, which were once crowded with people on summer vacations, were as cold as they could be. The winter wind that blew across them seemed harsher than usual. The overturned vehicles, collapsed buildings, dust, and glass shards were all traces of previous human habitation. But now, without any traces of life left, Jeju Island looked like a war zone. There were uncollected clothes hanging on clotheslines that had either turned yellow or were stained with zombie blood. As I took in Jeju Island's horrific conditions, I felt like I was stuck in time. Grr. Ka. Just then, I heard zombies crying from the cottage on my right. I looked toward the sound, and saw 5 zombies trapped in the cottage. There was an adult man, a woman, and 3 teenagers inside. They started banging their heads against the glass wall as if they had heard my footsteps from afar. The zombie apocalypse had broken out just as summer had begun. Judging from their attire, it seemed like they were infected as soon as they arrived on Jeju Island to enjoy their vacation. I took a deep breath and walked toward the cottage. Gur, Gaye. As I got closer to the cottage, their throat-rending cries intensified. I brushed the dirt off the window with my palm and took a look inside. I saw a zombie lying on the floor, and a knife plunged into its head. From what I could see, it seemed like the father of this family had been bitten while fighting off an infected person who had barged into their room. Although it seemed like the father had successfully taken care of the infected person, it was probably the father who had infected his family afterward. Grr. The zombie, who seemed to be the father, glared at me while making throat-rending noises. His cry. It seemed like he was screaming in pain at me. Although this wasn't part of my plan, I felt like I had to give them the rest they needed. When I broke the window and entered, the zombies hesitated at the disgusting smell of perfume that came from my body. When they noticed my blue eyes, they began to take several steps backward. Enjoy the rest of your family vacation in your afterlife. I sighed softly and laid the entire family to rest in peace. I carefully closed their eyes for them and continued on with my way, wiping off the bloodstains on my fingertips. I walked for quite a while along the quiet coastal road and past Songnanpoga, the place where the Jeju Defense Unit had stayed before moving over to Hotel L. All I could see around me were regular fields and fields of rice paddy, along with damaged greenhouses. But then, I saw a unique sight to my left that made me stop in my tracks. The stone at the entrance of the village read Shinyang Village. Beyond Shinyang Village, I saw breakwaters and the beach. Past those, I saw some land that was shaped like a rhombus. It seemed like an island, but I wasn't too sure. As I took a closer look, I saw a couple of hotels centered around an enormous hotel called Phoenix Sopjikoji, all built on pretty flat land. There were also oriums, one on the seaside, which I figured would be able to block some of the sea wind. I wondered if this place could be our shelter. There was only one road connecting this rhombus-shaped land to Shinyang Village, and it was surrounded by the ocean in all directions. To me, it seemed like the best place for defense. In addition, there would be no need to go far to get food since there were a lot of rice paddies around Shinyang Village. Let's mark this place for now. I unfolded the map I had in my pocket, marked the place with a circle, and even drew an asterisk next to it. I realized that the smell of perfume had begun to fade from my body. Perhaps it was because of the harsh sea breeze. I knew what I had to do. I put on more perfume and continued moving along the coastal road. I kept going, passing by Dongpogu, Onpyeongri Port, and a couple of other small villages. By the time I reached Haedandong after passing Sinkanri, Pyoseanri, Tihyungri, Namwonri, and many other oriums, my heightened senses began to pick up the cries of zombies. I dropped reflexively into a crouch. I couldn't tell how many zombies there were exactly, but by the sound of their cries, it was more than 500. Their howling echoed through the clear Jeju sky. I took out my map and determined my current location. Once I passed Haedandong, I would be in Sogwipo City. I couldn't believe that I'd stumbled on an obstacle right before my final destination, considering that nothing else had happened along the entire way. I lifted my head slightly to see where the sound was coming from. I saw a group of zombies about 300 meters away. When I took a closer look, though, my mouth fell open. I'd been thinking about recruiting them if they were just a bunch of regular zombies that were gathered together. To my surprise, though, the zombies looked red to me. I couldn't help but wonder if they were part of the Southeast Gang. After all, from my information, taking Sogwipo as the center, the Southwest Gang was to the west, while the Southeast Gang was to the east. At least, this was my initial thought. But then, however, I heard the sound of a door being smashed, accompanied by a barrage of vulgarities. "Hey, you useless bastards! Shut the fuck up!" When the man shouted, the group of zombies slowly fell silent. The man had red eyes. I didn't see any other red-eyed zombies around, except for that one man. I heard that the hounds moved in groups of at least 3, but he was all alone. I couldn't help but wonder if he had been left behind or something. I slowly accelerated my blood flow as I tracked the man's movements with my eyes. I could feel my body tingling, dying to know why he was alone. And I knew exactly how I could get the answers I needed. I was going to ask him directly. Oriums are small rising defunct volcanoes only found in Jeju. The word itself comes from the Jeju dialect. They are commonly understood as hills to outsiders. Bang! I pushed off the ground and rushed toward the enemy leader. He belatedly felt my presence and turned his gaze my way. Before he could react, though, I grabbed him by the collar and threw him to the ground. Gay! The enemy leader gasped and closed his eyes tightly. I pressed my advantage and broke both of his arms, then glared at him with my blue eyes. Where are your other buddies? I asked him. What are you? Answer me, I said, pressuring him further. Where are the hounds? He started looking around. I wondered if he was trying to signal his underlings for help. However, the surrounding zombies didn't seem to move. Unexpectedly, the enemy leader spoke. You stupid bastard. If you want to live, hurry up and hide. My eyebrows twitched reflexively at his unexpected reaction, asking me to hide all of the sudden. Gwaye! Just then, an unpleasant roar echoed through the air, sharpening all my 5 senses at once. I opened my eyes and looked around, trying to determine where the sound was coming from. I realized that it was coming from the north. From the way it was reverberating, I assumed that it was coming from quite far away. I grabbed the enemy leader by the collar and hid in a single-story house right in front of us. I pushed him against the wall. Tell me everything that happened in Soguipo, I demanded. What are you talking about? We're all dead anyway. It's over now. The devil's going to come after me. Where are the bosses of the Southwest and Southeast gangs? I asked through gritted teeth. The enemy leader snorted and shook his head. At this point, he should have been frightened and trembling in fear, but this guy merely twitched his lips silently, as if he had lost his sanity. My threats weren't working on him. I kicked him in his left knee as hard as I could and repeated myself. Answer my question if you don't want to die. Where are the hounds? The enemy leader only sneered at my threat, as if he didn't care about the fact that he was being threatened. Hey, you fucking idiot. I already told you that you and I are already dead meat, so whether you kill me or not, just do whatever you feel like doing, he replied. I was silent for a moment. What happened to the other bastards? I asked. They're all dead, he replied after a moment of silence. The demon that's coming? That demon ate them all. The enemy leader smirked. I knew it, he continued. I fucking knew it. Hyung Nim. I knew it would happen the moment that bastard started walking around alone. I told you, Hyung Nim, that we should have killed the black creature early on. We should have known the moment that bastard started walking around by itself, like it owned the entire town. Are you saying that the Southwest gang and the Southeast gang have all been wiped out? A scout from the Southwest gang came by yesterday. The scout seemed like he had almost lost his mind and was spewing all kinds of crap, begging for his life. When I saw him, I thought, we finally have a crazy one. But that wasn't the case. That fucking bastard? That fucking scout bastard brought the black creature here. It's all because of that bastard. His eyes went wide, and he began to scream at the top of his lungs like a wild animal that had gone insane. I quieted the enemy leader by choking him. I felt a tingling pain through my fingertips, and the enemy leader's entire body began to twitch as if he were being electrocuted. When I let go of him, he fell to the floor and coughed for a while, struggling to get himself upright again. I crouched down in front of the enemy leader. One last question, I said. When was the last time the black creature attacked the Southeast gang? The devil tracks us down using its sense of smell. We can't escape no matter what we do. The devil can smell you, even from 4 kilometers away. You'll eventually get eaten, no matter how hard you try to escape. The enemy leader lost his sanity and was muttering to himself, his limbs trembling uncontrollably. I slapped the enemy leader with all my might and repeated my question. Answer the question. When? This morning. We followed the exact same path the scouts took. Then why is the black creature's cry coming from the north instead of the west? Because the leader of the Northeast gang escaped with me and fled to Mt. Hala. The cry earlier on was the devil cheering after a successful hunt. Now it's my turn. I'll die as well. I'll die, you'll die, we'll all die. Adat novel bin adat. The enemy leader cried at the top of his lungs, as if he had gone insane, then looked me right in the eyes, a wide smile plastered on his face. I wasn't sure how to describe him, he seemed like he was already gone. His eyes had already lost focus. I slicked my hair back as I considered the situation. I knew the enemy leader was right. The black creature must have smelled the enemy leader and realized that the enemy leader was here. I grabbed him by the collar and forced him upright. Without the slightest hesitation, I kicked him out of the house. Open the door, you bastard. It seemed like he wanted to live now, contrary to how he'd been behaving earlier on, as though resigned to being dead meat. With both of his arms broken and his left leg wobbling, he couldn't even break down a door. I ignored the enemy leader and counted the remaining bottles of perfume I had. I still had 5 unopened bottles. I figured that if I sprayed myself with perfume and moved west as fast as I could, the black creature would go after the enemy leader instead of me. Ironic as it sounded, I had to keep the enemy leader alive and use him as bait so that I could survive. I opened the cap of one of the perfume bottles and poured its contents over my head. The strong perfume scent made my nose tingle, and the liquid soon trickled down my face. Just as I was about to open up my next bottle of perfume and spray it on my body, I heard footsteps that sent chills down my spine. Splash, splash. It's already here. I widened my eyes and concentrated on my sense of hearing. When I'd heard its cry earlier on, it seemed pretty far away. I couldn't figure out how it had gotten to us so quickly. I wondered if it had made its way over while I'd been going back and forth with the enemy leader. Perhaps it had caught on to us more quickly because the enemy leader had been shouting the whole time. I tore open 2 more perfume bottles and poured their contents all over my body. It was no longer a fragrance, it had begun to feel more like a stench. I leaned against the wall and carefully peered out the window. I saw the enemy leader limping away. He was about 100 meters away from where I was. Almost instantly, a figure covered in tar flashed toward the enemy leader. Gaa! The enemy leader let out a death cry. He only stopped screaming when his head was lopped off. The black creature tore off his head in an instant and began chewing on it. I gulped and stared at the horrific scene. I knew it was already too late to run away. I knew that going out the front door would only mark me as its next target. I tried my best to keep my composure as I observed the black creature's movements. I tried my best to see its eyes, because its eye color was the most important thing I had to know. I opened my eyes wide and stared straight at its back, hoping to see blue eyes. The black creature licked the fresh blood from the corner of its mouth and sniffed continuously. It turned to look at the building I was hiding in. My eyes went wide, and I crouched down. I have to hide. I couldn't think of anything else other than to hide myself. I tiptoed my way through the house and entered the bedroom, then hid myself underneath the bed. I pulled the comforters from the bed to plug the gaps around me and focused my mind on my hearing as I covered my mouth and nose with my hands. Splash, splash. I heard its footsteps. My limbs were shaking violently, as if I was in the middle of an earthquake. I focused all my strength into them to stop them from trembling and prayed with my eyes tightly closed. Please, please let nothing happen. I knew I had to keep calm in situations like this. I had to calm down and understand what I could do to make the situation better. I took out the remaining 3 perfume bottles in my pocket and poured the contents of each of them onto my chest, stomach, and head. I rubbed my hands against my wet clothes and smeared the perfume over my entire body. Bang! The front door came crashing down, and I heard the creature's eerie footsteps echo loudly against my eardrums. Kwae, ka, gwa, ka. It blew its nose a few times like a sneezing cat, and it started to enter the master bedroom through the living room. Splash! The sound of its footsteps came closer and stopped beside my head. It felt like the air around me had disappeared, and time had stopped. My head was ringing like crazy, my mind screaming at me to get away. However, I felt as though I was drifting in the middle of a vast, endless ocean that stretched out in every direction. I couldn't move. I couldn't move in the face of the almighty, absolute fear. I couldn't move in the face of death. Kwae. Only the comforter was between myself and its eerie cry, which pierced through my eardrums from 30 centimeters away. I held my breath, engulfed in fear that sent chills down my spine and my entire body, and prayed that it would go away without noticing me. Rustle. Contrary to my prayers, the black creature slowly lifted up the comforter. Just like wind that makes its way through the smallest crack in a slightly opened window, death rushed in through the tiny gap, a gap so small that my palm could barely fit through. I bit my lower lip and stared at the small gap. Kwae, ka, gwa, kwaa. To my surprise, the gap closed swiftly, and the black creature started to backtrack while blowing its nose continuously. It seemed like the black creature had backpedaled at the mysterious stench that had oozed out from the cracks as soon as it lifted up the comforter. Perhaps the stench was too strong for it, like the awful stench of rotten fish. The black creature kept blowing its nose repeatedly as it hissed and howled at the bed. I plugged my ears with my hands and prayed that it wouldn't attack the bed. Splash, splash, splash. The black creature seemed to wander around the master bedroom desperately, then broke the window next to the bed and jumped out. I heard the black creature moving further away. After it left, though, I could still hear it blowing its nose and letting out its throat-rending cries. I hid under the bed until the black creature's presence was completely gone. It wasn't because I had a choice. I knew I couldn't fight the black creature, nor could I run away from it. The moment the black creature had fixed its gaze on this house, looking into its eyes was like looking into an abyss. I couldn't fathom the depths of its pupils. Its eyes seemed like endless holes of despair. To make matters worse, the thing I had feared had turned out to be true. The black creature in Jeju Island already had black eyes. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Hyeongjun? Kim Hyeongjun. Lee Jong-uk called out to Kim Hyeongjun, who had just come back from cleaning up the zombies. Kim Hyeongjun walked over to Lee Jong-uk as he wiped away the blood on his face with his sleeve. Yes? Were you looking for me? The drum that So-yeon's dad was talking about. They said that they don't have any big ones, but they do have a lot of small ones. Will a small one be okay? Well, how big are they? Lee Jong-uk titled his head and spread his hands about 60 centimeters apart. Let's say, this big. Kim Hyeongjun scratched his sideburns, but asked almost instantly, how many are there? It seems like there are about 50 of them. 50? Where did they get all those drums from? That's what Mr. Hyo Sungmin told me. He said that they still have the kwangwaris, jangus, and other drums they used for traditional cultural and artistic performances in the past. 1. Kim Hyeongjun's eyes went wide, and he snapped his fingers, nodding vigorously. Could you get me all of them? He asked. Wait, no. In fact, I'll go get them. Where are they? Mr. Hyo Sungmin should know. Should I ask? I'll go ask him. Thank you, though. But why the jangu and the drums? What are you trying to achieve by making loud noises? And why is Do Hansol looking for gasoline? I'll tell you about it when Mr. Lee Hyun-deok gets back. With that, Kim Hyeongjun flashed a sheepish smile and ran off to where Hyo Sungmin was. There's something going on for sure, Li Zhongyuke muttered to himself as he watched Kim Hyeongjun go. He still couldn't help but think that they were hiding something from him. However, since neither Lee Hyun-deok or Kim Hyeongjun were willing to let him in on it, he sighed in resignation and walked over to where the officers were. The leaders of the Survivor Rally organization had a map laid out on a desk. It seemed like they were discussing how they were going to divide Jeju Island. So are you saying that you want to use land starting from here all the way to here as rice fields? The principal asked the white-haired elder as he rubbed his chin. The land there is the most even, and since the waterway there is open, there's no better place. Wouldn't it be too far from the shelter? Once the zombies are cleaned up, distance won't be an issue. Li Zhongyuke rubbed his neck as he listened to their conversation. Since everything about the black creature was based on his assumptions, it seemed unnecessary to share the information about it with the other leaders. Li Zhongyuke moved next to the principal. Mind if I join? He chimed in. Ah, Mr. Li Zhongyuke. Of course. We were just discussing solutions to our food problem. Even if we start planting rice, it'll take a whole year for us to harvest. Don't you think that it'd be better to scrounge around the nearby supermarkets or go out to sea and fish until then? Actually, Mrs. Choi Dahai brought up something regarding that. The principal looked over at Choi Dahai, who was across the table, and gestured for her to speak. Choi Dahai pointed at the right side of the map. Here. Udo has been known for its fish, she said. There are a lot of coral reefs in the area as well, which makes it easy to get different kinds of seafood. Oh really? Yes. And in terms of safety, it's much safer than Jeju Island. In fact, there used to be close to 2,000 people living in Udo. Of course, I don't know the current situation. When Choi Dahai finished, the white-haired elder spoke up. As I said before, over 70% of Udo is specifically used for growing garlic or peanuts. It's very windy, and the land there is barren, making it difficult to grow other crops. But it's also a place where there's plenty of seafood, Choi Dahai countered. Knowing that there might not be an end if they kept on going back and forth like this, Li Zhongyuke calmed the two of them down and posed a question to Choi Dahai. By the way, Dahai, do we have any boats to go to Udo in the first place? One kwangwari and jangus are traditional Korean instruments. Li Zhongyuke smacked his lips. Well, I've heard that it is difficult just finding fishing boats, let alone airplanes, on Jeju Island these days, he continued. Well, we'll have to look around for them later. After the zombies are all cleaned up, we'll be able to roam the entire island, so I'm sure we'll easily find some. I can't imagine that there isn't a single boat on Jeju Island. Okay, let me ask this, then. Why are you obsessed with seafood? For nutrition, of course. Do you know how nutritious seafood is? We should think about the children who need nutrition right now. We should be feeding them blue-backed fish, sea cucumbers, sea squirts, sea anemones, whatever. Li Zhongyuke rubbed his chin as he considered this. Choi Dahai did have a point. The children had been eating ramyeon, spam, and canned food as meals. She was meticulous enough to consider what nutrients the children were getting through their food. Men were not often used to calculating or understanding the amount of calories or nutrients that something had, since most men had the mindset that being full was all that mattered. This is exactly how Li Zhongyuke thought. Let's talk about this when Mr. Lee Hyun-deok gets back, he said with a sigh. It's still dangerous to go around Jeju Island, and just like you said, it would be faster to get seafood. Yes, I'm not in a hurry either. I just wanted to let everyone know this. Li Zhongyuke smiled faintly and nodded. Just then, Tommy called him from behind. Mr. Li Zhongyuke, Mr. Li Zhongyuke. When Li Zhongyuke turned around, Tommy took Li Zhongyuke by the hand and dragged him to the lobby of Hotel L. Where are we going? It's about the black creature. The black creature, Tommy said, his eyes shining. Li Zhongyuke shook his hand free. What do you mean? How do you know about the black creature? I heard about it from Mr. Hyo Sung-min. There seems to be a black creature with blue eyes on Jeju Island, right? I also heard a few things from Lee Hyun-deok a while back, so Elisha and I put some thought into it. Pardon. The sample that we brought from Daegu might be lethal to the black creature. Li Zhongyuke's eyes went wide when he heard what Tommy said, and quickly scanned the surroundings. Thankfully, there was no one around. Li Zhongyuke swallowed and looked at Tommy again. Where is Elisha? Follow me? He followed Tommy to the restaurant in Hotel L, where he saw Elisha playing with yarn and paper. What is he doing? He asked when he saw what Elisha was doing. It's a paperfuge. Huh? A what? Li Zhongyuke tilted his head, and Tommy smirked. Don't you know what a paperfuge is? A paperfuge. It is a centrifuge designed by Manu Prakash. He developed it for people suffering from malaria in Africa, where it's difficult to get electricity. Are you saying this is a centrifuge? Li Zhongyuke asked as he looked at Elisha, his eyebrows raised. The Russian was concentrating on the straight piece of string in his hands, pulling it back and forth while maintaining the tension. Li Zhongyuke couldn't help but wonder why he was so focused on this paperfuge. When Li Zhongyuke tried to catch Elisha's attention, Tommy quickly grabbed his arm to stop him at Novel bin at. Don't touch him. He has to concentrate. On that? See the circular piece of paper in the center of the thread? Yes. If you look at the side of the paper, you can see a thin glass tube. Do you see it? Li Zhongyuke had a hard time seeing it because it was spinning so fast that it seemed invisible. However, Tommy didn't care if Li Zhongyuke understood or saw what he was talking about. He just kept on talking. The sample from Daegu is in that thing. What do you think will happen if the thread breaks, or it's just slightly thrown off balance? Li Zhongyuke swallowed when he heard his question. I beg your pardon. He could feel his mouth getting dry. He knew that if the thread broke off or the thin glass tube attached to the paper broke, no one could predict what would happen next. Now that he realized that they were doing something dangerous, Li Zhongyuke frowned. Why are you doing such a dangerous experiment here? He asked. Everyone here will die if you make even the slightest mistake. Calm down. We've prepared a simple contingency plan. Tommy had collected a bunch of old clothes and wrapped them around everything nearby. In addition, there were layers of towels stacked under Eliasha's feet, so that the samples would not break if they did detach from the thread or paper. Tommy wet his parched lips again. And this? We prepared this for the worst-case scenario. Tommy showed him the revolver that he carried on his belt. It was the revolver that belonged to Kim Minjong in Daegu. There were 2 bullets in it. Tommy pressed his lips into a thin line. Research is life itself for us researchers, he said. We gave up everything we had and immersed ourselves in research, going from lab to lab all over the world. I've been prepared to give up my life a long time ago. Li Zhongyuke grimaced silently. After a moment, he asked another question. Anyway, that paper, what was it? Oh, paperfuge. What does that have to do with the black creature? Mr. Lee Hyundeok told me, back in the Brain Research Institute in Daegu, that the black creatures were beings whose desires had been destroyed. Yes. I'd like to approach that rather absurd theory in a scientific way. As you may know, viruses become powerful when they feed on serotonin. But a black creature doesn't secrete any serotonin. Li Zhongyuke scratched his sideburns and nodded. Tommy scrutinized Li Zhongyuke to judge whether he roughly understood what he was saying, then continued to speak. Well then, how do you think the black creature stays alive? How do you think it sustains itself? I believe that has to do with a mutation of the virus. Perhaps a mutation that makes it possible to stay alive without serotonin. Exactly. What kind of virus do you think is in that sample? A virus that's been overdosed with serotonin. Yes. With this in mind, what do you think will happen if we inject this sample into the black creature? Li Zhongyuke scratched his head and sighed, then he smacked his lips. The virus would go after the other virus. They'd end up fighting each other. No, 2 viruses with the same properties but different behaviors will begin to fight over a single body. What sort of changes do you think will occur within the black creature's body? That, I don't know. And that's exactly what Eliasha is looking into. Li Zhongyuke looked at Eliasha and swallowed. He was concentrating on paperfuge so intensely that he seemed to be on the brink of becoming cross-eyed. Li Zhongyuke looked at Eliasha more closely and noticed that he was holding his breath while delicately adjusting the thin piece of string so that it wouldn't break. After a while, he stopped the paperfuge and began to carefully observe the sample in the glass tube. Eliasha called Tommy over to him, and the 2 of them started conversing in Russian. Li Zhongyuke sat on the floor and waited for the 2 of them to finish their discussion. After Tommy listened to Eliasha explain his findings, he nodded and looked over at Li Zhongyuke. Li Zhongyuke, do you happen to have a sample of the black creature? Does it seem like I would have such a thing? I'm not too sure what kind of state the black creature is in, but you said that its skin turned black, right? Yes. Well, this is all just hypothetical, but I believe that the virus that isn't consuming serotonin is probably consuming other skin tissues in order to continue to survive within the black creature. Li Zhongyuke quietly crossed his arms and pressed his lips together. He wasn't 100% sure of what Tommy was talking about, but his simplified explanations helped. Tommy noted Li Zhongyuke's silence, and continued with his explanation. The viruses in the sample are still exhibiting aggressive traits. If we can inject that sample into the black creature, the black creature's body will reject it, causing a reaction. What do you think will happen then? Death or paralysis would be normal, but if the virus in this sample gets consumed, the black creature might grow even stronger. I'm no expert on this, but how is this different from using AIDS to treat leukemia? Scientists in England actually conducted experiments with regard to that. Even if the world rejects us, it's our job to experiment. Li Zhongyuke nodded, his expression growing serious. He got to his feet and looked at Tommy. First of all, thank you for the information. But, is it really necessary to do experiments with that sample here? If you feel uncomfortable, we'll stop. We also have no intention of disobeying you, the leader. Li Zhongyuke forced a smile. I would appreciate it if you could do that. Despite what I think about it, I don't think I can allow you to carry out an experiment that poses a threat to the survivors here. Tommy nodded. It seemed like he understood to a certain extent where Li Zhongyuke was coming from. Li Zhongyuke sighed and stared blankly at the ceiling and prayed for Li Hyundeok's swift return. ******. Once I could no longer feel the black creature's presence, I carefully removed the comforter and crawled out from under the bed. When I looked out the window, I noticed that the black creature was long gone. I checked every window in every direction and tiptoed my way out the building. When I exited the building, I saw a bunch of zombies that were not under any chain of command staring up into the empty sky. The black creature had taken care of the enemy leader, but not his underlings. It seemed like the black creature had spared the underlings since it had filled its stomach up with their boss. I contemplated on whether I had to kill all the zombies here, or just be on my way. I knew that mutants would begin to appear if I just left them like this. Another thought occurred to me then. If the black creature had left the zombies at the bases of the southwest and southeast gangs like this, I couldn't fathom just how many mutants would begin to appear. However, I knew I didn't have the time to clean up all these zombies. I was in the black creature's territory, and I had to get back to Jeju City before the smell of the perfume wore off. The black creature would surely come back for me if I delayed any further because of these zombies, since that would only weaken my scent or stench, from the creature's perspective. Let's think about the mutants later. The most important thing was that I had seen that its eyes were black. With a sigh, I took the western coastal road back to Jeju City. This time, instead of doing what I'd done on the way over, I stashed the map that I had brought with me deep inside my pocket and headed straight for Jeju City. ******. The sun was about to set over the western sky horizon when I saw Jeju Airport shimmering in the distance. Only after seeing this did I let out a sigh of relief and shorten my stride. I had heightened all my senses just in case the black creature followed me, but I didn't have the courage to look back, so I looked straight ahead as I ran for my life. Now, though, I found the strength to have a look around. I didn't see the black creature. Instead, I saw Kim Hye-young-joon beating up some zombies in the distance. As I plodded toward him, Kim Hye-young-joon felt my presence and looked back. Jussie. Kim Hye-young-joon came over with a big smile on his face. I collapsed to the ground as the worry that I'd been holding onto all this while drained out of me. The ringing inside my head slowly began to go away. Kim Hye-young-joon examined me once over, then quickly covered his nose and frowned. Did you spill the perfume? What the heck is this smell? We need to inform everyone. Huh? About what? We need to tell everyone to be ready. The black creature. It has black eyes. When he heard me confirm the color of the creature's eyes, his mouth fell open. He placed his right hand on his forehead, and his expression grew worried. Are you sure? I saw them for sure. I almost died. Did you make it alive because of the perfume? It might help to put some perfume on when we fight the black creature. No, the perfume is only good for numbing its sense of smell. No matter how much perfume we spray, the moment it locks its gaze with ours, it'll consider us as enemies. I told Kim Hye-young-joon about my terrifying encounter in Sogwipo City, and he trembled and rubbed his arms as if he had goosebumps. Jussie. You know, you're not the person to tell me not to push myself. I encountered it in a totally unexpected place. The leaders of the hounds have already been wiped out and only the underlings with no chain of command remain. So you're saying there's a risk of them becoming mutants. I should have taken care of them, but I just couldn't. I was scared that the black creature might come after me again once the smell of the perfume wore off. Kim Hye-young-joon scratched his head and sighed, his expression growing complicated. Geez, what a pain in the butt. Do you think the black creature will come to Jeju City? No, that's not the right question. When do you think it will get here? It'll probably come here once it figures out that there aren't any more red-eyed zombies in Sogwipo. It'll probably realize it once it's dealt with all the zombies there. Wouldn't you think so? What should we do about the mutants? I let out a deep sigh. Some of them will be killed by the black creature, and some of them will survive and make their way here. Everything is up in the air. Nothing is certain. Kim Hye-young-joon bit his lower lip as worry momentarily clouded his face. Then he scratched his temples. Let's go back to the hotel for now, he said. I think it'd be better to head back and discuss this with the leaders. Let's discuss this with the leaders, and when things are organized, let's recruit more underlings. Haven't you hit your limit, Jussie? 2,300 underlings. I have to make mutants. There's no way normal zombies can stop the black creature. Kim Hye-young-joon nodded vigorously and took off toward Hotel L before me. I got up, took a deep breath, and followed him. We were done gathering information. We were heading toward the final fight to ensure the safety of the Survivor Rally organization. The war that would mark the end, and signal the beginning of everything we had hoped from the start, was just around the corner. All the leaders looked grave as they gathered in the Hotel L restaurant. I'd finished telling them about the black creature, and it seemed most of the leaders could not accept the dire situation that we were in. Lee Jong-uk massaged his temples gently as he looked around the room at the others who sighed or moaned. Mr. Lee Hyun-deok, he said. Yes. Did you know about this from the beginning? That the eyes of the black creature in Jeju Island had changed color. It was all hypothetical to me as well. I had no hard evidence. I never gave anyone a definitive answer because I knew that rushing to a conclusion could put unnecessary mental and physical strain on the survivors, I said, laying it all out honestly. Lee Jong-uk sighed deeply and remained silent. Wang Jihai, who was beside me, crossed her arms and looked at me. If you'd told us in advance, we could have come up with a countermeasure together. By making the judgment alone, I can't say that I'm not disappointed. I wasn't expecting her to actually say that she was disappointed, but I understood where she was coming from. She grimaced and looked away. Kim Hye-young-joon looked at me, then at the leaders, and went up to the podium. When Kim Hye-young-joon took the podium, all the leaders focused their attention on him. Please accept our apology for not being open with everyone. But we just wanted everyone to have one less thing to worry about, especially in a new environment. Wang Jihai raised her eyebrows. Are you saying that you knew about this as well? She asked. Kim Hye-young-joon nodded. The original plan was for myself and Hyun-deok Jussie to take care of the black creature, he said. We were going to tell everyone about it after we got rid of the threat. Then why didn't you carry out the plan? We couldn't move hastily, as we didn't know its whereabouts or the color of its eyes. On top of that, it wasn't possible to stray too far away from the shelter because of the hounds on Jeju Island. Wang Jihai smacked her lips without saying anything. It had been less than 3 days since we'd arrived on Jeju Island. In this short time, however, Kim Hye-young-jun and I had wiped out the hounds in Jeju City, and had even figured out the situation of Sogwipo City. Getting things done any more quickly was utterly impossible, unless we were omnipotent gods. Park Ji-cheol, who had been keeping quiet, raised his right hand and spoke up. I totally understand the position that Mr. Lee Hyun-deok and Mr. Kim Hye-young-jun was in. I know for a fact that you two are far more concerned about the safety of the survivors than anything else, which is why you didn't share the information that you weren't confident about. You didn't want to cause unnecessary confusion amongst the survivors. I looked at Park Ji-cheol and offered him a small bow, thanking him for his understanding. Lee Jong-uk silently covered his face with his hands for a moment, then spoke up. I won't lie that I was also disappointed, but I don't want to get unnecessarily emotional over it. It's foolish for us to delay matters by going on about what happened in the past. Let's hear what you have in mind going forward. In response to his request, I opened the map I had in my pocket. We are currently here, in Hotel L and Hotel O, I said, moving the discussion forward. It's a good place to hide, but it's also difficult to mount a counteroffensive if we're discovered by our enemies. The terrain here also blocks off our escape route. Well, that only makes sense, since the south and east sides are wide open. What is the star on the right side of the map? This is where the Phoenix Jeju Sopshikoji Hotel is located. There's no escape route because it's surrounded by the ocean on all sides, but only one road leads up to it, making it an excellent place for defense. Are you suggesting we move there? I shook my head at his question. That was my initial thought, but I don't think that'll be possible, I replied. We might get caught by the black creature on our way there. Will it be dangerous even if we're carried there by zombies? The zombies are also just food for the black creature. Besides, we don't have enough perfume to spray on every person and every zombie. Lee Jong-uk rubbed his chin quietly, looking troubled. Wang Deokrok raised his hand. So, you're saying that there is no plan? He asked. There is. If everyone could please pay attention over here. I placed my finger on the north side of the map. Port Jeju was about 2 kilometers from where we were. Wang Deokrok squinted as he examined the location of Port Jeju. He tilted his head, a question forming in his mind. Are you saying we should head to Port Jeju? He asked. Is there anywhere to hide there? You'd be able to avoid the sea breeze and the cold inside the Port Jeju passenger terminal. So you're saying we should just wait at Port Jeju even though there's no guarantee when the black creature will appear? Oh no, absolutely not. We have to turn Port Jeju into a fortress. We have a maximum of 3 days to do so. I put my point across rather forcefully, and Wang Deokrok sighed. His expression suggested that he found my idea absurd. Lee Jong-uk noted the expression on his face and decided to speak up. Mr. Wang Deokrok, I hope you haven't forgotten how we've gotten to this point. I also hope you remember the place you've been able to stay in for the past couple of days. I know, but have you gotten used to sleeping in a bed or something? Asked Lee Jong-uk sarcastically. Wang Deokrok frowned at Lee Jong-uk, not appreciating his mockery, but I was certain that he knew where Lee Jong-uk was coming from. The fact that he was offended by his sarcastic tone meant that he acknowledged what Lee Jong-uk had said. He grimaced and let his head sag. Lee Jong-uk got to his feet and continued to speak, meeting the eyes of each of the leaders. These two did not get a single day of rest, while we filled ourselves up and rested comfortably, totally ignoring the situation that we were in. As soon as Mr. Kim Hye-young-jun arrived on Jeju Island, he wiped out the Northwest Gang's base and took care of the Northeast Gang's base with Mr. Lee Hyun-deok. Think about it, what did we do during that time? Asked Lee Jong-uk with a frown. The other leaders didn't dare to speak. In fact, they knew that there was nothing for them to say. When the entire room remained silent, Lee Jong-uk let out a deep sigh. To be frank, the fact that Mr. Lee Hyun-deok and Mr. Kim Hye-young-jun kept quiet about the black creature, it disappointed me a little as well. However, just look at how everyone's reacting right now. I think I know why Mr. Lee Hyun-deok kept quiet about the black creature. On the way from Gimpo Airport to Hotel L in Jeju, none of the leaders had ceased worrying. They also had to be alert at all times. However, all of the fatigue and stress they had accumulated along the way had gone away as soon as they arrived at Hotel L. They had spent the last 2 days going about their business as if everything was over, as if there were no more threats. When Wang Deokrok inadvertently implied that he had gotten used to this lifestyle, it made the other leaders rethink the situation they were in. They realized that, unbeknownst to them, they were in the same boat as Wang Deokrok. It seemed like none of them knew what to say, now that Lee Jong-uk had brought everyone back to earth. Whether they were looking back on their actions or feeling guilty for what they'd done, it was now up to them to take in the bitter feeling they were feeling right now to make a change. Lee Jong-uk looked at me directly. What's the reason for fortifying Port Jeju? He asked. I took a deep breath. There's a high chance that the zombies in Sogwipo City will mutate, I replied. If Kim Hye-young-jun, Do Han-sol, and I are to stop the black creature, we have to throw all of our underlings at the black creature. So you're saying that there won't be any zombies for defense, right? Yes. Kim Dae-young and Jong Jin-young will certainly help with the defense. But if there are mutants with the zombies, they won't be able to stop the zombies by themselves. Everyone has to arm themselves and fortify the base. Lee Jong-uk pursed his lips and nodded, then turned around and looked at the other leaders. What are you all going to do? Pardon. The leaders looked at Lee Jong-uk with dumbfounded expressions. Li Zhongyuke looked at each of them in turn, with steel in his eyes, as he spoke in a low and powerful voice. An enemy that Mr. Li Hyundeok and Mr. Kim Hyeongjun will have trouble dealing with is coming after us. I'm asking if you're going to sit around waiting to die, or if you're going to go out and fight. The leaders began to stand up one by one. Park Ji-cheol smiled as he saw the leaders get to their feet. We have to tell the survivors as well, he said, to get ready for war. When Li Zhongyuke nodded, the leaders left the meeting room and ordered the floor managers of each floor to gather all the survivors in the lobby. Li Zhongyuke looked me straight in the eyes. I want you to give a speech in front of the survivors. What? Me? This news will be out of the blue for everyone. I bet it'd be easier for everyone to accept the news if you told them about it instead of me. Don't you think so? I grimaced and smacked my lips, and Li Zhongyuke smiled. So, we have a deal? He asked. Deal? I couldn't help myself from smiling, as I hadn't heard the word deal in a while. It was such a relief that Li Zhongyuke was the representative of the Survivor Rally organization. In order to get a heavy wagon moving, the person at the front pulling it was naturally important, but to be frank, the person pushing it from behind was as important, and perhaps even more important. Li Zhongyuke had always been a supportive partner, and we as a group had come this far thanks to him. I took a deep breath and left the meeting room with Li Zhongyuke. *****. A little later, the hotel lobby and restaurant were filled with survivors. I let out a small sigh and climbed on top of the concierge desk in the lobby so that I could see all of them. Everyone had their eyes on me. I took another deep breath, then began to speak. I'm Li Hyundeok, and it's nice to meet every single one of you. Thank you everyone who believed in us to lead all of us to where we are now. The survivors returned my greeting, then looked at me blankly. It seemed like they were wondering why I'd summoned them out here at this time, when the sun had already set. I offered a faint smile. Everyone, how is life on Jeju Island? I asked. Very good. It's very comfortable. I'm happy here. There were positive responses left and right. Their voices were full of hope and excitement, conveying their hope for a brighter future. I waited for the crowd to grow quiet, while the survivors started giving me compliments and thanking me for what we had done for them so far. Not a single person brought up something negative. Everyone was invested in a shared vision for a brighter future. But now I had to tell them the bad news and ruin everything they had on their minds. Great. When I look at all of you, all cheerful and positive, I can't help but recall the memories we've had together. I still remember everything, as if it had all happened just yesterday. The moment when everyone gathered at Shelter Silence to repulse the family's attack, the long march that lasted for days as we made our way to Gwangjangdong, and the courage you all showed me as we made our way through the zombies to escape the wetlands and get to Gimpo Airport. I could tell that the survivors shared my feelings as I went over what we had gone through together. I saw heartwarming smiles, eyes full of determination, and expressions that showed that people had been touched by what I'd said. I swept my gaze over the crowd again, then continued to speak. I know that every situation we've gone through was really bad. The guards had to engage in close combat and fierce battles against the family and their forces, and the ambush at the Children's Grand Park at night was desperate and nerve-wracking. And I don't even have to mention the battle in the wetlands, with bullets flying everywhere and zombies howling all around us. I gently closed my eyes and took a deep breath. Every anxious moment from that day flashed through my mind one after another like Polaroid photos. I opened my eyes again and continued. But, everyone, we're still very much alive in this tragic and hopeless reality. Many of you thank me and say that it's because of me, but I've never thought of it that way. I paused, noticing that the lobby had gone dead silent. The only thing I could hear was my own voice. I couldn't even hear a single soul breathing. Everyone was fully focused on what I had to say. You all survived together by becoming each other's eyes and ears, hands, and feet in this damned world. I want to ask the guards a question. When you were fighting the family and its forces, was I there? No. Yes, exactly, I wasn't there. I was at the enemy's base, and never offered you any help on the front lines. The guards nodded vigorously, their gaze locked on mine. I looked around at the other survivors and, let me ask all the survivors who were at the fountain in Children's Grand Park, I continued. Was I there with you while you were all gathered at the fountain? The moment I asked my question, I heard voices here and there, defending my actions. You were holding the front entrance. We totally understand. You came to the fountain later on. Didn't you come back after dealing with the zombies elsewhere with Mr. Kim Hyeongjun? I also heard some survivors giving each other encouragement and compliments for holding off the zombies back at the fountain. I nodded vigorously and continued to speak. And how about in the wetlands? It was you who held the children in your arms and made it to Gimpo Airport, braving your way through the endless wave of zombies. And not a single person gave up. Everyone ran on their own, fighting to the end. Every survivor, from the front of the hotel lobby to the rear of the restaurant, had eyes full of life and energy. None of them showed a hint of fear. I could feel their emotion, their determination. I clenched my fists. This damned world keeps on telling us to die, but we cried out for life to triumph over death, I continued. And just as you can see, we are still very much alive. The survivors shouted in unanimous agreement and applauded. I quieted everyone down and continued with my speech. But, everyone, there's still a threat that's coming after us at this very moment. In fact, it's right here, on this very island. It's here, at our final destination, Jeju Island, which will be the new starting point of human history, This is a being that we have not come across yet, by far the worst being that we'll ever face, and it is coming for our very lives. The survivors swallowed collectively as they took in what I just said. I looked across the crowd of survivors, wondering if anyone would grow scared or terrified now that I'd mentioned that we would now be confronted with the worst thing we could ever face. But to my surprise, none of the survivors, including the ones from the Survivor Rally organization, even flinched. Instead, they all gritted their teeth in determination, standing together with me. I looked at the survivors one by one. No one, not even myself, can predict what will happen in the final battle to come, I continued. Nothing is guaranteed. Not even my life, Hai Yongjun's, Han Sol's, Dae Young's, Jin Young's, or yours. But I can tell you one thing with confidence. My blue eyes flashed. I can tell you with confidence that I won't be afraid of anything while I'm with you. If we work together, we can overcome any adversity, just as we've done so far. Let's survive to the end. We will survive to the end, tenaciously, and make this Jeju Island a paradise. Let's go, let's fight. The survivors clenched their fists and pumped their fists in the air, shouting in unison. I nodded vigorously. Let's fight for our home, for our children's future. I cried at Novel bin at. Let's fight. Let's go. A determined roar echoed around the space like thunder. Lee Zhongyuke saw their energy and gave me a thumbs up, a wide, warm grin on his face. I looked back at Lee Zhongyuke and nodded, then I explained my plan to the survivors. The next morning, the survivors loaded all of their supplies onto carts and made their way to Port Jeju. Once we arrived, all the survivors assigned themselves tasks and moved into action as one. Everyone exercised their own judgment and did whatever work was required on their own, even without the leaders telling them what to do. Since Port Jeju jutted out into the ocean, it was safe from the zombies as long as the southern entrance was blockaded properly. The facilities management team began to reconstruct the iron wall that we'd used back in Gwangjangdong at the intersection of Pier 6, which was located at the southern end, and the guards began to build their encampment between Pier 6 and Pier 9. Kim Dae-young and his underlings helped with the heavy lifting. The team in charge of food, clothing, and shelter moved platforms into position behind the iron wall so that the guards could brace their K2 rifles, and made Molotov cocktails using the gasoline that Du Han Sol had retrieved. Since Port Jeju was large and mostly flat, Park Ji-cheol and Wang Diakrok built a guard post along the first line of defense, made out of objects that people could take cover behind. Bei Zhongman and Park Shin-jung armed the men and constructed a second line of defense at Piers 7 and 8, north of the first line of defense. Because the passenger terminal was located to the right of Pier 7, it was almost impossible for the survivors to stay alive if the second line of defense went down. While Lee Zhongyuke observed everyone at work, he directed a question at Wang Jihai, who was beside him. What's that over there? The thing that's touching the ocean? Is it a breakwater? It looks like a breakwater. There's also a lighthouse at the end. To the north of Pier 8, which was north of the second line of defense, was Jeju Outer Port. There were two narrow bridges in front of Yowang Wharf, and a long diagonal breakwater that looked like a walkway. Lee Zhongyuke quietly rubbed his chin as he scrutinized the breakwater, then he looked at Wang Jihai. How many do you think can fit on that walkway? If we fill it up completely, I think we could fit up to about 1,000. I'm not sure about the width, but the length itself is mind-blowing. In the worst-case scenario, we can use it as the third line of defense. Wang Jihai gave him a confused look, as if he was making no sense. Huh? There's nowhere to take cover. At Novel bin at. Lee Zhongyuke's expression remained serious. If the second line of defense goes down, we're pretty much done for, he replied. We have to hold on until Lee Hyun-deok, Kim Hye-yongjun, and Du Han-sol take care of the black creature and come to our aid. Hold them off from there, when we don't even know how long they're going to take. There's another worst-case scenario to consider as well. If Mr. Lee Hyun-deok, Mr. Kim Hye-yongjun, and Mr. Du Han-sol die, we're going to be trapped on that breakwater. Once the second line of defense goes down and we are forced onto the breakwater, that already means that we're betting everything on them. Going there basically means that we've failed in holding off the zombies on our own. Wang Jihai grimaced, and after a moment, she nodded. Then she called Lee Zhonghyuk, Choi Dahai, and the principal over and asked them to begin to construct a third line of defense along the bridge that would lead to the walkway along the breakwater. Lee Zhongyuke took a deep breath and looked out over Port Jeju. As he observed everyone at work, he couldn't help but wonder if this place was going to be their grave, or if it could be the starting point of the future of mankind. In truth, nobody knew what the future held. *****. While the survivors were building their encampments in Port Jeju, Kim Hye-yongjun and I focused on converting our underlings into mutants. We did our job outside of Jeju City, since we thought that it could pose a danger to the survivors. In order to make a mutant, we had to force our underlings to fight each other, which meant that we would lose one of our underlings on the spot. In other words, once we ordered all our underlings to fight, we would lose half of the number of underlings we currently had. Since we'd be losing a large number of underlings very quickly, Kim Hye-yongjun and I recruited new underlings non-stop, by pushing whatever zombie we saw. The throbbing headache, which I hadn't felt for a while, made me feel like I was still alive. The headache was not accompanied by physical pain, and so it did not cause me much suffering. In fact, it gave me a sense of freshness and vitality. The thing that could possibly count as pain was the pressure of not knowing when the black creature was going to attack. It was extremely nerve-wracking, far outweighing the sensation of the headache. Du Hansol insisted on making mutants, but I explicitly told him not to. Although it was true that mutants were specialized for combat, it was important to overwhelm the black creature with numbers. The black creature would wipe out dozens of underlings, but if enough underlings managed to attach themselves to the black creature, it would be enough to divert the black creature's attention, even for a little bit. On top of that, I wasn't sure if Kim Hyongjun and I would be able to keep the ranks of our underlings full as we made more mutants, since Jeju Island was running out of zombies. We kept on making mutants throughout the night, and after just 2 days, we finally converted all of our underlings into mutants. In the span of just those 2 days, Jeju City was wiped clean of zombies. We had run out of zombies because we'd already gone about cleaning up Jeju City a couple of times beforehand. Kim Hyongjun still had to create 5 more mutants to fill his ranks. We decided to create the remaining mutants when Zhang Jinyang regained consciousness, and moved on to step up the trap for the black creature. On the morning of the 3rd day of our preparations, I heard Kim Dae-young calling me just as I was just about to leave the passenger terminal to patrol the area. Mr. Zhang Jinyang has woken up. When I heard the news, I went to the rest area of the passenger terminal, where I had laid Zhang Jinyang down. His hand was on his throbbing forehead, and it seemed like he wasn't able to get up at the moment. He was fiddling with his gums with his right hand, as if his gums were itchy. I sat down beside Zhang Jinyang and looked at him. Mr. Zhang Jinyang. Mr. Zhang Jinyang. Ah, Mr. Lee Hyundeok, you're here. Are you feeling unwell? My body is too hot. My mouth is itchy too. Then you're okay. Just hold on for a moment. It will go away soon. Zhang Jinyang continued to move his mouth about as he bit his lips. I knew exactly how he was feeling because I also hadn't been able to bear the pain just before my sharp teeth grew out. After waiting for about 30 minutes, Zhang Jinyang, with all of his sharp teeth grown out, slowly raised himself up from the bed. I gave him a once-over. How are you now? I asked. Do you feel any changes in your body? I'm not sure if this is right, but I feel strong, full of energy. Can you tell where your underlings are through your mind? Pardon? Zhang Jinyang asked, looking at me in confusion. Kim Hyongjun, who was next to me, tilted his head. Ajasi, didn't that only happen once we were able to control over 1,000 underlings? He asked. Oh, was that the case? Honestly, it had been such a long time ago that my memory was hazy. After thinking about what Kim Hyongjun had said, it did seem like I could only tell where my underlings were after the number of underlings I could control had hit 1,000. It was only natural for me to feel this way, since it had been a long time since I had taken care of the Dong leader of Meijang Dong. I scratched my sideburns and asked Kim Hyongjun a question. What else was there, besides knowing where your underlings are? Checking how many underlings you have. You're right. Was that also something that happened only after reaching 1,000 underlings? I think so. I scratched my head and looked at Zhang Jinyang. He was still staring at me blankly. I knew he'd be unfamiliar with what was going on and was afraid of everything that was happening, since he didn't know what time it was or how many days had passed since he'd fallen asleep. Zhang Jinyang fiddled with his sharpened teeth with his right hand, and only snapped out of his daydream after cutting himself. Zhang Jinyang swallowed and asked me a question. What's happened to Jeju Island? I'll tell you along the way. Follow me. Where are we going? We're going to go see your underlings. Your first underlings. As I chuckled, Zhang Jinyang looked at me, Kim Hyongjun, and Du Hasol, his eyes trembling. He swallowed again and got to his feet. We headed to Jeju National University High School, which was east of Jeju Airport. When we got there, I saw some zombies, some that I saw as red, and some without any color tied to ropes, trying to squirm their way out. Kim Hyongjun, who had tagged along, offered me a smirk. Ajasi, you form an alliance with Zhang Jinyang first, he said. I'll be recruiting those zombies over there. Okay. With that, Kim Hyongjun started pushing the zombies that weren't governed by a chain of command and recruited them as his underlings. I told Zhang Jinyang exactly what I told Kim Dae-young when the two of us had formed an alliance. He seemed a bit nervous, but he quickly gave me a sharp nod and opened his eyes. I held out my right hand and looked at Zhang Jinyang. It's going to be a little painful. I can't imagine it being worse than the pain after waking up. It depends on the person. For you, it's going to be pretty painful. Jung Jinyang took a big sigh and took my hand. Gay. His scream echoed through the first floor of the school. *****. We began with Jeju National University High School, then we checked Namnyang High School, which was located within the base of the Northwest Gang. Kim Hyongjun created the 5 mutants that he was missing, and we decided that Du Hansol could have 10 Stage 1 mutants, because there were so many zombies left. I had 45 Stage 1 mutants and a Stage 3 mutant, Jian. Kim Hyongjun had 44 Stage 1 mutants and Moodswinger, and finally, Du Hansol had 10 Stage 1 mutants and 1,200 ordinary underlings. With this amount of zombies, I was convinced that we could go up against the black creature. After a moment, Zhang Jinyang, who had just joined our alliance, spoke up. Did you say that I should focus on just defending? Yes, please. You can speak to me informally as well. I think that will help me feel like we're on the same team. Okay, I replied with a smile and a nod. Zhang Jinyang had passed out momentarily at Jeju National University High School. To be honest, I'd felt rather anxious that he might have just died. However, His red body had slowly turned purple, and it hadn't taken him long before he opened his eyes and regained consciousness. Thankfully, Zhang Jinyang had overcome the pain, and we formed an alliance without any issues. He looked at the underlings that were following him, then tilted his head. Then, should I mark my underlings the same way you did? He asked. Mark them? Did you mean painting them blue? Yes. Don't you think it'd be nice for the survivors to distinguish my underlings from the other zombies? Yeah. In that case, let's stop by the supermarket first. Next to the Northwest Gang's base was a hypermarket. We walked over and grabbed some blue dry erase markers, paint, and spray paint, before heading straight toward Port Jeju. While Kim Hye-young-jun and I headed toward the survivors, Du Han-sol and Zhang Jinyang said that they would lead their underlings in front of the first line of defense to paint them blue. I gave them a small nod and went over to where Lee Zhongyuke was, accompanied by Kim Hye-young-jun. Lee Zhongyuke was having an important conversation with the leaders in the passenger terminal. He welcomed me with a bright smile after noticing me. So Yeon's dad, how'd your underling situation go? We're all prepared. How are things here? We're done building the lines of defense, and now I'm considering any other variables or situations that might occur. I'd say that we need to make some countermeasures against the Stage 1 mutants. I think the most likely surprise that could happen would be a mutant appearing. We have plans for Stage 1 mutants. I looked at him quizzically, inviting him to elaborate. Lee Zhongyuke gestured for me to head outside of the passenger terminal. Dozens of drums were lined up in a row between the first and second lines of defense, and there was a basic guard post above one of the drums. Lee Zhongyuke pointed to the rope connected to the drum. Can you guess what would happen if you pulled that? He asked. What? If you pull that rope, the guard post will collapse and the drums are going to fall like dominoes. And of course, all the drums have gasoline in them. If you pull that rope, huh? I took a look around the area surrounding the guard post. I noticed an impressively large pit spanning the distance between Pier 6 and Pier 9. It seemed like the survivors had made it to keep the zombies at bay. Lee Zhongyuke grinned. We also have a steady supply of Molotov cocktails, he continued. I don't think any zombie will be able to withstand the fire. If they do, I'm sure the Stage 1 mutants will. And that's why Mr. Kim Dae-young will be in charge of pulling the rope. I'm confident that any mutants that make it past the flames won't be ordinary. That's when Mr. Kim Dae-young will take care of them. I rubbed my chin quietly, and Lee Zhongyuke gestured to me to follow him. I still have a lot more to show you. We've made enough preparations so that you'll feel comfortable leaving us here, so look forward to what you're about to see. I nodded in response and followed Lee Zhongyuke. Rumble, rumble, rumble. At that moment, I felt a subtle shaking coming from the ground beneath my toes. I remained still, and Lee Zhongyuke turned around. What are you doing? He asked. Why aren't you? SHH. I put my finger on my lips, my blue eyes flashing. I sharpened my hearing and concentrated fully on it, as well as the vibration I sensed beneath my toes. The ground was shaking like a foreshock that heralded an earthquake. Soon, the ground began to rumble even more, and I could hear heavy footsteps coming from afar. This can't be. I hurried to the first line of defense and jumped onto the roof of the tallest building I saw, opening my eyes wide as I did so. Just as I'd expected, I saw an endless zombie wave coming toward us. This many. There were a lot more than I had anticipated. An endless horde of zombies was descending upon us from the northwest. They were like raging waves driven by a storm, rolling in like a fierce tsunami hell-bent on taking down anything that was in its way. No matter how well the survivors had prepared their defenses, it would be like infantry trying to stand up against a legion of cavalry. As I saw them approaching, I yelled with all my might towards Port Jeju, straining so much that the veins on my neck could be seen. Prepare for battle. Lee Zhongyuke dashed back to the passenger terminal, where the survivors were. Soon, the survivors emerged in perfect order. It seemed like they were heading to their respective positions. They seemed to me to be more nervous than ever. Kim Hye-young-jun came over and stood next to me, examining the approaching enemies. How many are there? He asked. How do they know to come here? Did they know that the survivors were here? Or did we make some kind of mistake? I said, slightly confused. Kim Hye-young-jun bit his lower lip, then muttered in a low voice, it's the black creature. What? The zombies over there aren't coming here to attack us. What are you talking about? They're running away from the black creature. A chill ran down my spine and spread throughout my entire body. An event in Gwangjangdong came flooding into my mind. We had faced a zombie wave of about 20,000 zombies. We had never experienced any zombie wave of that size before. And at the end of a massive zombie wave, was the black creature. I frowned and turned to Kim Hye-young-jun. We have to slow them down first, I said. If they crash into the first line of defense at their current speed, they'll sweep past it like a tide. What about the black creature? We'll think about that later, once we stop the zombies. If you do find the black creature, lure it toward the trap. Kim Hye-young-jun gave me a sharp nod, his blue eyes flashing. Du Han-sol, who had belatedly appeared on the roof of the building, quickly grasped what was going on. So, should we start fighting? He asked. Don't forget to look around when you fight. And when the black creature appears, don't forget to inform each other no matter what and lure it to the place where we've set the trap. Got it. With a flash of his blue eyes, Kim Hye-young-jun gradually accelerated his blood flow. I did the same. My pupils narrowed, and the zombie instincts I had been suppressing awoke. Grr. Steam leaked from my mouth as I gave orders to Kim Hye-young-jun and Du Han-sol. Kill all of them. With that, the three of us rushed toward the enemies. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Crack. My fist met the face of the zombie in front of me, crushing its skull instantly, sending it collapsing like a tree going down in a storm. The first wave of zombies running toward Port Jeju began to slow down as Kim Hyeongjun, Do Han-sol, and I appeared. However, due to the pressure behind them, they were swept forward anyway, and continued to rush toward us as if intent on wiping us out. I strengthened my arms and hit them continuously. My legs were slowly crushed into the asphalt, sending cracks spiraling out on the ground, and the zombies spewed out blood like fountains, drenching my entire body with their blood. However, the three of us were not enough to prevent them from getting closer to our base. I knew that if we didn't bring up our underlings, the zombies that made their way beyond us would wipe out Port Jeju. I sent orders to my underlings through my mind. Kill all the zombies that made it into Port Jeju. Make your way here as you clean them up. With that, I focused on the zombies in front of me. Kia, there were stage 1 mutants mixed in amongst the ordinary zombies. It seemed like some of the underlings of the Southwest and Southeast gang members had mutated after being freed from their chain of command. I knew that they were a lot more dangerous, and ignored the ordinary zombies as I quickly oriented myself to where the mutants were. Kim Dae-young and the guards could handle the ordinary zombies, but a significant amount of mutants would be dangerous to them. There was no time to think. I launched myself off the ground, flying toward the mutants. I relentlessly demolished the zombies standing in my way and found myself face to face with a mutant in an instant. The eyes of the stage 1 mutant rolled about as it swung its gigantic arm at me. I grabbed the arm, which was flying toward me like a bat, and used centrifugal force to swing it around as hard as I could. I twirled the mutant that was over 2 meters tall like a hula hoop, knocking out a bunch of zombies as they were hit by the mutant's sturdy bones. This was much more effective than trying to stop the zombies with my own 2 fists. However, the zombie's arm could no longer withstand the centripetal force and the constant impact of hitting the zombies, and it slowly began to separate from the rest of the mutant's body. When I saw that its shoulder blades were getting dislocated, I threw it to the ground with all my might before its muscles tore off completely. Kia, the mutant wailed in pain. I stomped on its face and continued to search for more mutants. I knew I had to do my best to reduce their numbers, even if I couldn't take care of all of them. Grr, a couple of zombies attacked me from behind. However, they were only ordinary street zombies. I spun around from my waist and shook them off like bugs. However, whenever I brushed off a zombie, another would take its place, jumping onto my body and sticking to it like a leech. I was slowly being overwhelmed, and my legs started to feel heavy and stiff, as if I was stuck in a swamp. I knew I had to keep my balance. Even if I couldn't move forward, I couldn't let them make me lose my balance, because it would be almost impossible to get back up again if I did. Chop. A sharp blade appeared in front of me. Ji-in appeared next to me, her long hair fluttering about as she performed her sword dance. She spread her 10 elongated fingers and began slicing up the zombies. Her way of dealing with zombies was quicker and much more effective compared to beating them to death with my fists. Kia, the 45 stage 1 mutants soon made their appearance, spreading out in a fan-shaped formation and sweeping the zombies aside like dust. The mutants that belonged to Kim Hyeongjun and Do Han-sol were next to them. In an instant, the tide turned in our favor. The underlings spread out left and right in a long line and began to push back the endless wave of zombies. The mutant crashed through the zombies with their overwhelming power like bulldozers, and the zombies that had made their way into Port Jeju were swept away like leaves on the streets. We'll be okay now. The underlings were now in perfect formation. Despite the numbers advantage that the oncoming zombies possessed, there was no way that zombies mindlessly pushing their way forward could beat the stage 1 mutants that were pushing them back with a plan. If only we could keep this up, we could bring this to an end. Kwae, the sharp cry pierced my eardrums, and all my hair stood on end. I heard a constant ringing in my head, and my eyes were instinctively drawn toward the source of the sound. In moments, I saw the being that was making its way through the zombies, heading directly for us. It's here. It was a wild beast, running full tilt toward its newly found prey. The black creature was already insane. It seemed like it had lost its mind a while ago. I assumed that Kim Hyeongjun and Do Han-sol had also heard the black creature cry, but I also figured that it would be hard for them to locate it, since they were surrounded by zombies. If the black creature suddenly appeared out of nowhere while the two of them were fighting off zombies, they could suffer fatal injury. I had to let them know where the black creature was, then move toward the place where we'd set our trap. Since the black creature's eyes were on me, I assumed that leaping into the air would be enough to lure it toward me. I got ready to jump, hoping that Kim Hyeongjun and Do Han-sol would be able to see where the black creature was with their own eyes. Bang! I launched myself off the ground and into the air. Kim Hyeongjun's flashing blue eyes and Do Han-sol's flashing red eyes turned skyward as a long shadow fell over them. Thank goodness. The two of them saw me. Ajasi, behind you. Kim Hyeongjun's cry pierced through the cacophony. I sensed a pair of eyes focused on me, full of murderous intent, sending chills down my spine and eventually settling on my neck. I twisted my body sharply and covered my face with my arms. A thick fist hurtled through the air in front of me, and a heavy blow slammed against my arms. I coughed, my eyes going wide. If I had been even a second late, the black creature's blow would have landed on my neck, not my arms. In that brief moment, I was able to glimpse its face. It had a completely different aura from the ones that I had come across before. Unlike the previous black creatures that smirked as they cornered their prey, the one in front of me seemed terribly anxious for some reason. Its eyes were full of obsession and madness, as if it had been starving for a long time. It desperately wanted more prey to eat, and that it was going to consume me no matter what. It was determined to eat me. It craved desperately for more prey, like a beast that had suffered from hunger for a long time. Madness and obsession swirled in its eyes. Swoosh. After our brief exchange, a sharp whistling filled my ears as gravity pulled me the last couple of meters down toward the ground. Bang! Gaa! The impact pinned me to the ground, sending large cracks radiating through the asphalt. The black creature's attack had prevented me from landing safely, and I found that I couldn't feel any strength in my legs. I couldn't help but suspect that my spine had been damaged. Is my lower body paralyzed? I frowned and stared into the sky. The black creature was descending toward me. I had to avoid it somehow, even if that meant crawling along the ground. I knew that my chances of survival were terribly slim if I took its attack head-on. My eyes widened and I clenched my teeth, straining to lift my upper body. Gaa! Unfortunately, I had landed right in the middle of all the other zombies, who began to surround me once they saw me falling from the sky. My mind went blank for a moment as the zombies came flying at me from all directions. I could not find a way to get out of this situation. Cold sweat dripped down my forehead, and the constant ringing in my eardrums began to intensify. I couldn't help but wonder why, of all the days, had my spine decided to shatter right then, leaving me unable to even dodge the zombies' attacks. That fleeting moment felt like an eternity. Whoosh. At that moment, a streak of blue light passed above my head, helping me get back to my senses. Just before the black creature got to me, Kim Hye-young-jun used all the momentum he'd built up on his run to kick the black creature with all his might. Pow! Clank! The blow landed accompanied by the sound of steel bending. The black creature was launched into the horde of zombies like a bowling ball, knocking over an endless number of pins. I heard Kim Hye-young-jun's voice. Can you walk, Ajasi? He asked me. My spine is broken. Han-sol? Carry Ajasi on your back and go ahead. At Kim Hye-young-jun's shout, the surrounding zombies separated like the parting of the Red Sea, and Du Han-sol came running through them. He didn't even take the time to answer. He just grabbed me by the collar and instantly ran in the direction of our trap. Move your underlings to the trap, I said as I looked at him. Since we've slowed down the zombies, we'll leave the remaining ordinary zombies to the survivors. What about my ordinary underlings? Did you get all the instruments? Yes. Should I order all of my mutants and zombies to come? I nodded as steam rose from my body. My broken spine regenerated, and my blue eyes flashed again. Du Han-sol let go of my collar and looked behind us. Kim Hye-young-jun was running for his life, with the black creature chasing him down. I got to my feet and looked at Du Han-sol. Listen carefully to what I say from now on. If the black creature attacks you, don't think about fighting it, just run away no matter what. Just distract it and lure it toward our trap. Got it? The moment Du Han-sol nodded, Kim Hye-young-jun flew past me, gritting his teeth as hard as he could. Run, he yelled. Du Han-sol and I dashed toward our trap, running for our dear lives. Quiet! I heard the black creature screaming behind me. I turned my head slightly to look behind us. The black creature was already so close to us. It almost seemed like it was teleporting its way to us, instead of running along the same ground as we were. As soon as the black creature's right foot touched the ground to propel it forward, I stopped in my tracks and threw my right elbow at it. Pow! My elbow landed a solid blow on its face. I wondered if the thought that we would retaliate hadn't crossed its mind. My unexpected attack had landed what seemed like a fatal blow. The speed that it was running at, combined with the power from my elbow, crushed its face in. For a second, it seemed like the black creature was going to fall onto its back, but it righted itself instantly as it slammed the ground with its arms. I kept running, but my eyes widened instinctively at what they had just seen. I couldn't believe that such movements were possible. They were utterly absurd. It seemed to defy gravity completely. I sent out orders to my underlings. All of you, come to me. From now on, focus on wiping out the black creature. I turned my head to track the creature's movements. The black creature was chasing me, its face a mask of anger. Its crushed nose had already regenerated, and this time, it began to scrutinize my movements. It wasn't going to suffer another blow from me at novel bin at. The black creature was hunting me down, its eyes locked onto the back of my head. I exchanged looks with Kim Hye-young-jun, then crouched and turned to the left. Kim Hye-young-jun didn't miss his chance and kicked the black creature in the face. It seemed like the black creature's eyes were fully on me, but when it noticed Kim Hye-young-jun's shin flying its way, it quickly leaned backward. Its movements were almost divine. The flexibility, sense of balance, situational awareness, and instantaneous reaction speed it possessed were close to neither human nor zombie. It seemed even more focused than earlier after getting hit in the face. The moment it leaned back, I took a series of quick, small steps, going around and trying to land a blow on its forehead. Its eyes suddenly flicked to the left, and it lay flat on the ground to avoid my punch. With a twist of its waist and lower body, it aimed a kick at Kim Hye-young-jun's left leg, which was supporting all of his weight. Kim Hye-young-jun lost his balance and fell backward, but he quickly rolled across the ground and used his hands to regain his balance. I could feel the murderous intent through its eyes. The black creature took its time as it considered both me and Kim Hye-young-jun. It didn't move hastily, it was thinking about what to do next. Quiet. A red dot appeared within its black eyeballs. It fixed its eyes on Kim Hyong-jun as it let out a throat-rending cry. The black creature, which had been fully focused on me, was now conscious of Kim Hyong-jun as well. It no longer considered me or Kim Hyong-jun as easy targets. I could tell that the creature was surprised, since we were superior in terms of strength, speed, and basically in every aspect when compared to the enemy leaders it had faced so far. However, it showed no sign of being afraid, as if it knew that it was physically superior to us. Rather, it seemed as though it was contemplating the best way to hunt us down. I wet my parched lips as steam rose from my body. Steam was rising from Kim Hyong-jun as well, and he gestured with his head. He was signaling to me not to fight but to lead the creature to where the trap was since we were almost there. At his signal, I channeled strength into my lower body and rushed toward the black creature. Its eyes widened, and it raised its right foot. Is it aiming for my left side, my right side, or my head? Its stance made it possible for it to attack and defend itself at the same time, but that was something that would only work against ordinary humans. Besides, I had other things in mind. Bang! I launched myself off the ground and leaped over it, only to keep on running after landing. The black creature followed my movements, but its face contorted into a frown when it saw Kim Hyong-jun already far, far away. It seemed as though it had believed that we were seriously going to go head-to-head with it. Quiet. I wondered if it realized that it had been tricked. The black creature let out a ferocious roar and rushed toward me like a raging wave. When we finally reached the place where we had dug our trap, Kim Hyong-jun grabbed the rope that was on the ground and ran even harder. I felt the murderous intent intensify, and I turned around to see where the black creature was. Its jaws were wide open, and it was aiming for my neck. Ajasi, now. At his signal, I jumped onto the roof of the building right next to me. When I pulled the rope that had been installed on the roof, the temporary wooden plank that we'd put up fell down, and gasoline began pouring out. The black creature stared up at the sky. When it saw the gasoline come pouring down over his head, it quickly folded its body into a crouch. Crack, crack. The ground beneath it broke apart, and it sank into the ground in an instant. The rope that Kim Hyong-jun was pulling triggered the wooden plank under the creature to break apart. We had covered the wooden plank with soil in order to fool it. The black creature sank 6 meters into the ground, as more gasoline poured over it. Du Han-sol, who had been waiting, grabbed the torch he had prepared and threw it into the pit where the black creature was. Kim Hyong-jun and I grabbed long iron rebars used in construction sites and stabbed them as deeply into the creature as we could to keep it from climbing up the hole. The black creature could have easily snapped the rebars if they were the only things it had to deal with, but at that moment, it was losing its mind as its entire body was on fire. Quiet. The black creature wailed as flames engulfed it. Kim Hyong-jun and I stabbed at it, forcing it back down into the hole every time it tried to climb its way out, and whenever it tried to crouch down to jump, its melting skin prevented its muscles from moving in the proper way. Du Han-sol grabbed a length of rebar that was on the ground to stab the black creature. This is easier than I thought, he said. Don't let your guard down. There's no way it's going to die like this. The black creature squirmed about like a cat thrown into a body of water. The unrelenting fire made its skin melt and regenerate continuously, and with time, it eventually slowed down. Soon, it stopped moving, and its skin no longer regenerated. Kim Hyong-jun frowned at me after noticing the change in the black creature. Ajasi, it's not regenerating anymore, he said. There's no way. So attacking it with chemicals was the way, huh? There's no way it's already done. This has to be something else. Since it had the ability to learn from its battles, I was sure that it was thinking of something. At that moment, just when I thought it was going to fall over helplessly, it submerged itself in the gasoline totally and disappeared from my sight. The flames made it impossible to see where the black creature was. Soon, though, I noticed that the amount of gasoline in the hole was slowly decreasing. Oh shit, this can't be. My eyes went wide, and I started poking the rebar into the pit randomly. Kim Hyong-jun copied me as well, perhaps sensing that he had underestimated the black creature. However, Du Han-sol didn't understand what was going on and turned to me with a puzzled face. What's happening? He asked. Why is the gasoline disappearing? I thought we'd waterproofed the hole and had prepared it thoroughly. Just keep stabbing. I yelled at him. Du Han-sol nodded continuously and started to stab at the hole, just like the two of us were doing. No matter how many times I stabbed the rebar toward the flames, though, I only felt as though I was hitting the ground. It did not feel like I was making any contact with the black creature, as I had been earlier. Then, unexpectedly, my rebar sank deep into the ground. I let go of the rebar in an instant in order to keep my balance. I had almost fallen into the pit of fire. The rebar, which was more than 6 meters long, kept sinking further into the ground. Is it digging a tunnel? Get back. I yelled at Kim Hyong-jun and Du Han-sol. The two of them stepped away from the hole. I stepped back as well and heightened all of my senses. This sly bastard. Since it couldn't go up, it had decided to go down instead. I couldn't help but wonder if it would be able to hold its breath as it dug a tunnel for itself. However, what perplexed me the most was how it was going to come back up again. Despite it being a black creature, it was already 6 meters underground. I couldn't predict where or how it would come back up. Kim Hyong-jun swallowed, his eyes fixed on the hole. It seemed like he was thinking along the same lines as me. Ajasi, can you tell where the black creature is? He asked, his eyes wide. No, I can't tell at all. There's no way to tell what's happening underground. No matter how heightened my senses were, there was no way for me to sense what was happening 6 meters underground. Right at that moment, the black creature came flying out from the trap that we had dug, its entire body on fire. My jaw fell open as I saw it above us. It hadn't come out from somewhere else, it had come out from the same hole. It seemed like it had chosen to dig deeper in order to drain the gasoline before jumping back out. Kim Hyeongjun looked at the black creature, a smirk on his face. It's trying to be a smart aleck, huh? He said with a sigh. I, for some reason, had assumed that it would come out from a different location. It managed to throw me off guard, even though its skin was melting and it was having trouble breathing. Perhaps this feat was only possible because it was a black creature. Quiet. Its skin slowly began to regenerate as the fire that engulfed it slowly died out. Steam was now slowly rising from its body. Of course, I never expected that our first trap would be enough to kill the black creature. The trap was only meant to reduce its regenerative capacity. I accelerated my blood flow, just like what the black creature was doing, and looked at Kim Hyeongjun. Let's move on to our next plan. Kim Hyeongjun loosened up his stiff shoulders and gritted his teeth. Alrighty, let's have some fun until then. I looked over at Do Han-sol, who nodded and went ahead to the next location. Arnold. At that moment, Moodswinger, Ji-in, and the Stage 1 mutants arrived. They were a little late, but at least they had arrived. The black creature scrutinized the mutants, then flashed toward us in an instant as it channeled strength into its muscles. Kill it. Kim Hyeongjun and I rushed toward the black creature with our underlings, our blue eyes flashing. *****. Rat-a-tat-tat. The survivors at the intersection of Pier 6 were firing away. Lee Zhongyuke and Wang Jihai had their eyes fixed on the zombies approaching the first line of defense as they fired non-stop. The facilities management team pushed shovels and bamboo spears into the holes at the bottom of the iron wall to prevent the zombies from getting closer. The food, clothing, and shelter teams behind the defense line threw Molotov cocktails over the iron wall to prevent the zombies from grouping up. As time wore on, however, mounds of zombie corpses began to form on the other side of the iron wall. Kwok Dong-won, the head of the facilities management team, shouted orders to the people at the bottom of the iron wall. Don't stab em, push em, we can't let any more zombies pile up on each other. The facilities management team did their best to break apart the mounds of zombie corpses by pushing long, thick, and round tree trunks through the holes. However, the mounds were growing faster than the survivors could push the corpses aside. Lee Zhongyuke pulled the safety pin of a grenade and threw it into an area where the flames were dying out. Molotov cocktails? Keep throwing the Molotov cocktails, he yelled toward the survivors behind him. Lee Zhongyuke, Kim Hyeongjun, and Do Han-sol had taken care of countless zombies, but there were still thousands of zombies trying to claw their way into Port Jeju. Kim Dae-young, who was fighting alongside the survivors at the first line of defense, noticed that the iron wall was on the brink of collapsing and shouted toward Lee Zhongyuke. Mr. Lee Zhongyuke, I'm going down to buy us some time. Get everyone to replenish their ammunition? We also need to make more Molotov cocktails. At Novel Bin at. Lee Zhongyuke listened to what Kim Dae-young said, then turned to see what they had left. They'd started out with boxes of Molotov cocktails, but now they were almost out, and there were empty magazines everywhere, piling up as the zombie mounds grew. They hadn't had that many grenades to begin with, and the K3 gunners that were providing cover were replacing their barrels. Lee Zhongyuke clicked his tongue and looked at Kim Dae-young. I'm counting on you. Kim Dae-young nodded sharply and led his underlings around the mound of zombie corpses and toward the approaching enemies. Some of his underlings held the approaching zombies at bay, while others helped Kim Dae-young clear out the corpses that had piled up in front of the iron wall. Mr. Kim Dae-young, Zhang Jinyoung and his underlings came to provide support as well. When Kim Dae-young saw Zhang Jinyoung, his eyes went wide. Why did you come all the way here? He shouted. I told you to stay at the second line of defense. How could I just stand by and watch, knowing that all this is happening? I need to help as well. Kim Dae-young stared at Zhang Jinyoung for a bit, then clicked his tongue vigorously. Then move these bodies aside. Hurry. Got it. Zhang Jinyoung and Kim Dae-young kept an eye on their underlings, who were fighting the street zombies as they cleared away the piles of corpses. Kiaa? At that moment, 2 Stage 1 mutants forced their way through Kim Dae-young's underlings. When Kim Dae-young saw the two of them charging their way, he seemed taken aback, but quickly got back to his senses and looked over at Zhang Jinyoung. I'll get the one on the left, you take the one on the right. Without waiting, Zhang Jinyoung rushed toward the Stage 1 mutant on the right. The eyes of that Stage 1 mutant swam about as it searched for suitable prey, and then it swung its right arm as hard as it could when it noticed Zhang Jinyoung charging at it. Zhang Jinyoung's eyes went wide, and he dropped into a defensive stance as he saw the huge arm flying toward him. Whack! The impact shattered the bones in his left arm, and he was sent flying as he experienced a strange feeling of weightlessness. Zhang Jinyoung landed on the mound of corpses, and the Stage 1 mutant rushed forward to continue its attack. A Stage 1 mutant posed a difficult challenge for Zhang Jinyoung. Kim Dae-young was barely holding on. He could not spare any energy to give Zhang Jinyoung a hand. Kiaa! The mutant howled and threw itself in front of Zhang Jinyoung. Thud, thud, thud. Just as the Stage 1 mutant jumped on top of Zhang Jinyoung to punch him, a series of gunshots came from the iron wall. Die, you fucking monster. Yoon Jong-ho fired at the Stage 1 mutant in a state of frenzy. The other guards nearby belatedly noticed what was going on with Zhang Jinyang, and started firing toward the mutant at once. The stage 1 mutant screamed and curled up. Zhang Jinyang didn't let his chance slip away. He bit his lips and punched the mutant. Pow! His fist connected squarely with the mutant's temple. However, some of the bullets fired by the guards raked down his left arm and side. The guard's eyes went wide. Are you okay? They yelled down at Zhang Jinyang. Zhang Jinyang didn't answer, kicking the mutant in the head instead. He kept kicking it until it was almost mush. Kim Dae-young saw Zhang Jinyang going berserk and yelled at him to stop him. Stop? It's already dead. Only then did Zhang Jinyang come back to his senses, panting heavily. His left side was a mess from shoulder to hip. Kim Dae-young looked him up and down, then asked, "Can you walk?" Zhang Jinyang placed his trembling right hand on his forehead, and after a moment, he nodded. It seemed like he'd come face to face with the fear of death. He looked around the battlefield, breathing heavily as he managed to hold on to his consciousness, which threatened to slip away at any moment. Stomp, stomp, stomp. Heavy footsteps came from the direction of the massive zombies. A 3-meter-tall giant was pushing its way through the zombies that were rushing into Jejuport like a bulldozer. Thinking that it might be Moodswinger, Zhang Jinyang took a closer look at the giant that was approaching him, but it didn't take long for his hope to turn into despair. Zhang Jinyang went blank, and Kim Dae-young grabbed him by the collar and jumped behind the first line of defense. Li Zhongyuke also spotted the giant rushing towards their way, and he shouted to all the guards, "Evacuate to the second line of defense." The guards' eyes, full of fear, were locked on the gigantic figure. The leaders of the Survivor Rally organization hurriedly evacuated to the second line of defense, grabbing every blank-faced guard that they could as they did so. Li Zhongyuke's face was a mask of terror. His eyes had lost focus, as if he had seen a ghost. Han Sinhui, who was with the food, clothing, and shelter team, put down the Molotov cocktail in her hand and shook him. "Where are you going? The first line of defense is still up. Ms. Han Sinhui, go to the second line of defense right now." "Huh? I can't. We're still short on Molotov cocktails." Thud. Clank. The crash of something heavy hitting the iron wall echoed through Port Jeju. Han Sinhui looked at the first line of defense in surprise, but Li Zhongyuke grabbed her hand and started running to the second line of defense. The K3 gunners manning the guard post saw the guards evacuating and hurriedly gathered their weapons and clambered down. What's happening? Are we abandoning the first line of defense? Yes. Park Ji-cheol shouted to the K3 gunners as headed toward the second line of defense. We're moving on to our next plan. The K3 gunners seemed surprised by his words, but they quickly gathered their wits about them and grabbed onto the ropes that were connected to the lower section of the guard post, then ran along each side of the base toward the second line of defense. They exchanged looks, then pulled the ropes as hard as they could. The ropes were connected to the safety pins of the grenades that they had installed on the underside of the guard post. Bang! The guard post went down with a roar. The guard post collapsed onto the power line in front of it, and the wooden planks connected to the power line between Pier 6 and Pier 9 popped open. Bang! 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 The moment the planks were opened, barrels full of gasoline started pouring out left and right. Clank! The iron wall crumbled, and zombies poured in through the first line of defense. The 3-meter-tall figure from earlier, the Stage 2 mutant, was in the center. It looked just like Moodswinger when he was a Stage 2 mutant. It had huge arms that looked like baobab trees, and it had abnormally developed trapezius muscles. However, it had a strange body. It wasn't balanced at all. Its lower body had almost no muscle when compared to its upper body. Grrrrrrrrrr. Li Zhongyuke reached the second line of defense as the zombies poured in. "Throw the Molotov cocktails," he yelled. The guards holding the Molotov cocktails began throwing them toward the barrels in unison. The sound of the explosions was enough to rattle the survivors' skulls, and the heat from the first line of defense made it all the way to the second line of defense. The survivors frowned and coughed as cement and dust rained down upon them. Even before the smell of gasoline and gunpowder had the chance to dissipate, Li Zhongyuke had taken up a ready position, pointing his gun toward the zombies. "Open fire," he yelled towards the survivors. "Open fire." The guards repeated his order and began to pepper the approaching zombies with bullets. Krrr. The muscular Stage 2 mutant waved its arms as it roared at the flames wrapping around its body. Due to its weak lower body, it struggled to make its way through the flames and kept on falling down. However, unlike the ordinary zombies around it, it kept on getting up every time it fell down, screaming at the top of its lungs as it slowly approached the second line of defense. "It's just a matter of time before it comes," thought Kim Dae-young as he watched the mutant. It would have been nice if the flames got the better of the mutant, but judging by the way it was moving, it seemed like it would eventually reach the second line of defense. Kim Dae-young wet his parched lips and looked at the guards. They were all trembling with fear. Even though they were firing non-stop, it didn't seem like they would be able to shake off their fear anytime soon. Kim Dae-young called out to Choi Dahai, who was next to him. "Mrs. Choi Dahai, can you tell Mr. Zhang Jinyang to stay still until he recovers?" "Pardon? Where are you going off to, Mr. Kim Dae-young?" Kim Dae-young got up and smiled gently at her. Only a monster can take down a monster. He knew that he stood no chance against the Stage 2 mutant, but he knew that if he didn't do anything, some of the survivors might lose their minds and start running. He could hardly fault them if they did. Running would merely be following their instincts, their human instinct to survive. But if the survivors fled one by one, only utter chaos would remain. Kim Dae-young clenched his fists, and with a flash of his red eyes, he leaped over the second line of defense and dashed toward the blazing battlefield where the Stage 2 mutant was. As Lee Zhongyuke saw him go, he shouted at the guards, "Hold fire! Don't shoot Kim Dae-young." The Stage 2 mutant eventually made its way through the flames but suddenly seemed to hesitate. Its eyes had been damaged while it escaped the flames, but it seemed to grow nervous after sensing Kim Dae-young's presence. With a flash of his red eyes, Kim Dae-young launched himself off the ground without hesitation and punched the Stage 2 mutant in the face. Pow! A large fist-shaped scar formed on the Stage 2 mutant's burnt face, and it fell into the flames again. Kiaaaaaaaa! Stage 1 mutants poured out from the flames and ran straight ahead, spinning their arms around, not caring what was happening around them. Kim Dae-young let loose a scream loud enough to make the veins in his neck pop, to alert the mutants to his presence. Grrrrrrrrr. His roar was enough to grab their attention. They stopped in their tracks and started looking sideways. Interestingly enough, they weren't curling into their defensive stances even though they were being shot at. It seemed like they'd only stopped because they'd heard Kim Dae-young. Perhaps their senses had grown dull now that their skin had been burnt to a crisp. It seemed like most of the mutants had already lost their sense of smell, touch, and even sight. All they were left with was their hearing and their instinct to kill. With the guards providing cover for Kim Dae-young, he gritted his teeth and jumped into the battlefield. Soon after, the few remaining underlings he had started running toward the mutants, and Zhang Jinyang ordered his underlings to help Kim Dae-young as well. A battle between the survivors who longed for peace and the zombies who desired slaughter continued, and the air around Port Jeju was filled with wails and screams. Gay. I went down, groaning as my skull rang from the impact. As the black creature landed its punch, Moodswinger hurriedly grabbed the monster by its waist and lifted it up. Jian didn't miss her chance and began slashing at its legs and waist at Novel Bin at. "Are you okay, Ajasi? How about you?" Kim Hyeongjun came next to me while he regenerated his missing arms. I tried to buy us time somehow, but I'd let it land a solid blow. I placed my hand on my throbbing head and pushed myself up. "Arnal, D." I heard Moodswinger gasp and saw him falling backward with Jian in the air. The black creature had its eyes locked on me and Kim Hyeongjun as it regenerated its missing lower body. The parts Jian had sliced off had regenerated swiftly, and the black creature was dashing toward us in a frenzy. The ringing inside my head became a steady, high-pitched whine, and the constant banging in my eardrums grew louder and clearer. I took a deep breath and brought my arms up to defend my face. Crack! My arm bones shattered, and its blow landed on my face. Just as the black creature was about to launch into a combo, Kim Hyeongjun hurriedly twisted from his waist and kicked it in the neck. However, the black creature sensed his threatening intent beforehand and avoided his roundhouse kick. Kim Hyeongjun had yet to regain his sense of balance because he was still regenerating his arms. The black creature turned its head all the way around and looked at him. Fuck. Kim Hyeongjun frowned and desperately tried to find his balance again. However, before he could even touch the ground again, the black creature had already sunk its teeth deep into his side. I knew that if Kim Hyeongjun went down like this, the black creature's next bite would not be aimed at his side. It would sink its teeth into his neck. I barely managed to gather my focus and threw myself at the black creature again. When I climbed onto its back and tried to bite its neck with my sharpened teeth, it bent its left arm behind itself to protect its neck. I bit its arm while my blue eyes flashed. I felt it trying to push me away forcefully, but I also knew that if I were shoved aside, Kim Hyeongjun's lower body would be sliced clean off, and he would soon die. No matter what happened, I couldn't let it straighten its back. I wrapped my legs around its waist and pulled its center of gravity backward. The three of us were all tangled up as we continued to battle fiercely. I knew we had to get to the place where Du Hansol was waiting for us, but no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't shake off the black creature. Half of my stage 1 mutants were already gone, and the ones left weren't in the best state either. I had to use the remaining stage 1 mutants as bait to buy Kim Hyeongjun and me time when we needed to regenerate. Kim Hyeongjun and I had almost died twice already, and we had lost a lot of underlings in the process. Finding an answer to a problem that had no answer. That was what surviving meant to us. Kim Hyeongjun let out a battle cry as he glared at the black creature. His arms had fully regenerated in the nick of time, and he stabbed the black creature in the eyes with his regenerated arms. It seemed he wanted to pierce all the way into its brain. The black creature let go of his side and landed a right hook onto his jaw. The three of us all flew apart instantly and rolled on the ground. Quiet. The black creature was rolling around on the floor, blood streaming from its eyes. Both of my arms were already shattered, and it seemed like Kim Hyeongjun had lost consciousness after getting hit. I knew this was our chance to run. We had to get going if we wanted to execute the next part of our plan, but Kim Hyeongjun showed no signs of regaining consciousness. But there was no time to waste. Even if it was going to cost us all of our underlings, Kim Hyeongjun and I had to buy time to regenerate our bodies. Kill it. Kiaaaaaaaa. I still had 23 stage 1 mutants left. But they were either missing an arm or a leg, so I figured that this order might be the last order I gave them. After ordering my few remaining underlings to kill the black creature, I carried Kim Hyeongjun by his shoulder blades like a dog would carry its child, and headed to where Du Hansol was. Jian and Moodswinger were also helping the stage 1 mutants attack the black creature, whose sight was still impaired. However, even though the black creature had lost its sight, it used its other senses to deal with the mutants. The black creature was a being that did not belong in this world where the law of the jungle was supposed to be everything. It was a transcendent being that almost seemed almighty. At that moment, Kim Hyeongjun let out a groan. Ugh. Fortunately, Kim Hyeongjun had taken less than a minute to get back to his senses. Are you okay? You good? I asked as I let him go. Did I pass out? Yeah, I thought you were dead. I guess we can pass out even without eating brains. Geez, is that important right now? Get up, now. Kim Hyeongjun frowned and massaged his temples, and barely got himself upright on shaky legs. We made our way to where Do Han-sol was, with Kim Hyeongjun following me and shaking his head violently. He kept on stumbling from side to side and falling to the ground, as if he couldn't focus. Whoosh! Something flew toward us, casting a long shadow over us. I was still in a heightened state of paranoia, and quickly twisted from my waist and kicked out. Whoa, it's me, shouted Do Han-sol as he barely dodged my kick. I thought you two were dead because you hadn't come after all this time. Get Hyeongjun, hurry, I said urgently. Do Han-sol grabbed Kim Hyeongjun by the collar and carried him on his back. My agitated tone was enough for him. With that, we immediately headed to our next destination. We were so close to our next destination. For some strange reason, though, it felt as though I was wading through a muddy swamp. My hair stood on end, and a sudden wave of murderous intent sent chills down my spine. I ducked instinctively without looking backward. Whoosh! The black creature's fist passed right above my head. I placed my palms on the ground, raised my legs, and kicked it in the lower abdomen as hard as I could. I landed a solid hit on its belly. A thick wad of saliva flew out of its mouth as it was launched about 10 meters off the ground. I accelerated my blood flow and continued to follow Kim Hyeongjun and Do Han-sol. When we finally reached our next destination, I saw Do Han-sol staring straight ahead with a futile expression as if something had gone wrong. What are you doing? Why aren't you making the preparations? Mr. Lee Hyun-deok. Look over there. When I turned to look at where he was pointing, my jaw dropped to the ground at the absurd sight in front of me. All of the traps we had prepared were broken. Instead of empty, ready-to-use traps, the traps that we had prepared were filled with hundreds, even thousands of zombies, squirming and struggling to get out. Zombies were caught in the tunnels and the nets we had prepared. To make matters worse, the rocks we were planning to drop on top of the black creature had already fallen to the ground. Now that I thought about it, if the zombies running from the northwest side of Jeju had rushed to Port Jeju to avoid the black creature, it only made sense for the zombies from the northeast to do the same as well. Perhaps why the northeast front had been quiet so far was because of the traps in front of us, the traps that we'd prepared in advance to catch the black creature. I couldn't believe I hadn't thought this through. Do Han-sol spoke up in a bewildered tone. No, they weren't here earlier. It was quiet when I was here earlier. Do Han-sol had been standing by in this area previously, but he'd come back to help when we didn't appear like we were supposed to. In that brief moment, the street zombies had sent our plan down the drain. I took a moment to clear the confusion from my mind, then looked behind me. The black creature was racing towards us, steam rising from its entire body. Behind it, I saw Moodswinger and Jian trying their best to catch up. However, I didn't see any stage 1 mutants. I could tell that all of them had died. All 45 of them were dead. At that moment, Kim Hyeongjun, who was still on Do Han-sol's back, spoke up. I'm done recovering. Put me down, please. When Do Han-sol put Kim Hyeongjun down, he stood on his own 2 feet and took a deep breath. Ajasi, the rocks are blocking the escape route, he said as he looked at me. We can get over them. It shouldn't be a problem. What if there are zombies on the other side of the rocks? Do you think we'll be able to take down the black creature while we're busy handling them? I remained silent, and Kim Hyeongjun looked at Do Han-sol. Han-sol, how many underlings do you have left? He asked him. I have 6 stage 1 mutants and 900 ordinary zombies left. Wait, then. Ajasi only has Jian, and I only have Moodswinger. So I think there's only one way to get through this. I frowned after listening to Kim Hyeongjun. So you want to go the distance? Can you think of any other way? I'm pretty sure that the black creature's regenerative abilities are already at their limit. It's already killed 89 stage 1 mutants by itself. And think about the damage it's already taken. The damage that Moodswinger, Jian, and you and I have dealt to it. I remained quiet, and Do Han-sol broke the silence. It must have taken a lot of damage while in that hole earlier. It probably pushed itself to its limit to regenerate its melting skin. I'll fight alongside you two as well. There's another way to fight it rather than attacking it impulsively, I said with a grimace. Kim Hyeongjun and Do Han-sol titled their heads and looked at me, as if wanting me to elaborate. I slicked my bangs back and continued to speak. We could inject it with the sample that Lee Jong-UK spoke about. I thought we weren't going to use that method. Kim Hyeongjun frowned, objecting to my suggestion. It made sense for him to say that since injecting it with the sample could make the already difficult to kill black creature immortal. It was also the reason why we'd gone for the plan of making traps instead of using the samples in the first place. Given the situation we were in, however, it was the only way for us to increase our odds, even by a little. I knew that my regenerative ability was at its limit, and the same could probably be said for Kim Hyeongjun. I guessed that I'd be able to regenerate about 2 to 3 more times, and that would be it. Du Hansol was still pretty functional, but since he was a zombie with red eyes, I wouldn't have been surprised if the black creature wiped him out in one blow. I continued to keep an eye on the black creature that was making its way toward us. We have to decide now, I said. I'd rather take a leap of faith than die without giving it a shot. Kim Hyeongjun bit his lower lip and hesitated a little, but it didn't take him long to speak up. Well, if you say so, Ajusi, then I guess that's what we're going to do. I mean, I can't think of anything else. Du Hansol grimaced. I'm assuming you don't think we stand a chance of taking it down in a head-on fight. I'd say we roll the dice. When I nodded, Du Hansol's red eyes flashed. I'll go get us a sample, he said. Hold it off until I get back. Don't die. Du Hansol took off toward Port Jeju. 6 Stage 1 mutants approached us, coming over the hill. I knew they were Du Hansol's underlings, since they looked purple to me. My blue eyes flashed as I accelerated my blood flow, and I looked over at Kim Hyeongjun while heat and steam rose from my body. You ready? Kim Hyeongjun nodded, and his blue eyes flashed as well. I pushed myself off the ground and rushed toward the black creature, an odd mix of nervousness, nausea, and unexplainable joy welling up within me. Covering fire. Lee Zhongyuke leaped over the second line of defense and started running toward the soaring flames. As he made his way through the fire, Wang Jihai, Park Ji-cheol, Bei Zhongman, and Park Shinzhong took out the zombies approaching him as they kept their eye on the dying flames. When the flames died completely, the hesitant zombies began to rush at them, letting out throat-rending noises. Bang, 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 bang. Lee Zhongyuke fired, his bullets piercing their heads as he approached Kim Dae-young. Mr. Kim Dae-young, Mr. Kim Dae-young. Kim Dae-young's entire body was an utter wreck. His cheekbones were sunken in, making it difficult to tell if he was even alive or not. Lee Zhongyuke slung his K2 over his shoulder, lifted Kim Dae-young's body, and ran with all his might toward the second line of defense. Grr! The stage 2 mutant that everyone assumed was dead suddenly let out a roar and raised itself up. Even though its left foot had been shattered to pieces and it no longer had a right arm, it had still managed to survive. Lee Zhongyuke looked back and gasped, and without the slightest hesitation, ran toward the second line of defense with all his might. Thud, 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 thud. The second stage mutant slowly found its balance and began chasing Lee Zhongyuke by using its right foot and left arm. The survivors could not keep despair from their faces as they observed the mutant's unusual movements and tenacious vitality. Zhang Jinyang gave Lee Zhongyuke a sidelong glance as he fought off the stage 1 mutants. There was no way for him to help the man since he was still fighting the zombies in front of him. It wasn't that he didn't want to. He just couldn't, because the stage 1 mutants were already overwhelming him, and he wasn't even sure that he would be able to survive their onslaught. The guards began to grow nervous as they realized that they were quickly running out of bullets and Molotov cocktails. However, no one dared to leave the battlefield. Despite their fear, they were willing to fight until the end, their thoughts firmly on the families and children that were counting on them. Get your bayonets ready. Wang Jihai shouted as she stepped up to the second line of defense. Bayonets ready. The guards repeated her command and quickly got their bayonets ready. Stab every zombie that tries to make their way up. Wang Jihai continued, shouting so loudly that the veins on her neck stood out. Don't let even a single ant get through. Yes, ma'am, replied the guards, their voices full of vigor. Wang Jihai hopped over the second line of defense and started running toward Lee Zhongyuke. She crossed over to the other side even though she knew she was risking her life, because she knew it was only a matter of time before Lee Zhongyuke and Kim Dae-young were finished off if no one helped them. Bang, bang, bang. Wang Jihai fired 3 round bursts at the stage 2 mutant's face to draw its attention so that Lee Zhongyuke and Kim Dae-young could escape safely. The sudden attack made the mutant cover its face with its left arm, and it quickly lost its balance and fell to the ground. However, a gun wasn't enough to bring a being like this stage 2 mutant down. Wang Jihai slid in a fresh magazine and shot the stage 2 mutant in its right foot. It didn't seem like she was trying to take it down in a serious fight. Rather, it seemed like she was desperately trying to buy time for the other two. As she fired away, the stage 2 mutant hesitated a little, but it didn't take it long before it started screaming and charging toward Wang Jihai. Her eyes widened, and she began to run for her life. She knew that one punch from that creature would kill her instantly. She kept running, believing that she could get away since the creature had lost its ability to see. Unfortunately, she'd miscalculated. She had overlooked the fact that such logic only worked on humans or beings close to humans. The stage 2 mutant focused all its attention on her footsteps and began chasing her down mercilessly. Despite the fact that the mutant was missing a leg, she was not fast enough to shake it off. Grr! Before she knew it, the stage 2 mutant was an arm's length from her. It roared and swung its fist. She heard its roar from behind her and instinctively threw herself to the ground without looking back. Pow! The mutant barely missed Wang Jihai, and struck the ground instead at Novel bin Adat. Kiaa! A stage 1 mutant next to her on the ground let out a cry. Her eyes went wide, and she turned around, only to find a stage 1 mutant in front of her, its mouth wide open, aiming for her neck. This is it. She decided that if this were going to be her end, she would at least make sure that her last moments would not be a waste. Just like the saying that even a worm will turn, she was going to fight like hell before her life was taken away from her. She desperately raised the gun she had put down. Click click. She was out of bullets. In her mind, the cold, empty clicking heralded her death. A A short sigh unwittingly escaped her half-open mouth. A strange sensation came over her, and all the noise around her seemed to disappear. The brief moment felt like an eternity to her. She even pictured her own head getting cut off. Appa. She recalled the face of her boyfriend, who had passed away a while back. He had tried his best to save others, even when he was being eaten alive by zombies. He was the person who had cleaned up all the zombies in shelter silence and even shot himself in the head while smiling gently right in front of Wang Jihai. To her, he was the man who was in charge of the Survivor Rally organization. He was her everything. The thought that she could finally meet him flashed through her mind. She looked up at the stage 1 mutant, close enough that she could reach an arm out to touch it, and thought to herself, I'll get to see you soon, Appa. Wang Jihai smiled gently and closed her eyes. Wham! Hot, musty blood splattered over her face. She slowly opened her eyes to see what was going on in front of her. When she finally processed what she was seeing, her mouth fell open. The face of the stage 1 mutant was sunken in as far as it could go, and a man was standing on top of it. He had glowing red eyes, and steam was coming off his body. Du Hansol looked back at her. Are you okay? He asked her. She stared blankly at Du Hansol, like a person who had just seen a ghost. The moment that had felt like an eternity passed. Time began to tick again, and the cacophony of the battlefield quickly filled her ears again. At the same time, she felt her heart beating like crazy. Wang Jihai had humbly accepted death, but only at the last moment did she feel her heartbeat, her longing for survival. She bit her lower lip, and tears welled up in her eyes, threatening to leak out at any second. Mixed feelings warred within her, regret about the fact that she had not been able to die, and relief that she was alive. Wang Jihai sniffed once and got to her feet. As she turned around, she saw red blood gushing out like a fountain from the nape of the stage 2 mutant. Du Hansol had taken care of the stage 2 mutant within a matter of seconds and had saved her as well. Grr! Du Hansol's underlings threw aside the jangies and gongs that they were carrying and came rushing in like a violent wave. The survivors manning the second line of defense began to cheer at the top of their lungs when they saw them. They couldn't control the adrenaline that rushed into their systems when they realized that reinforcements had arrived. The survivors started jumping up and down and hugging each other, feeling relieved that they had survived and thinking that they'd won. However, there was one person, just one person, who did not share the same feelings. Where's So-yeon's dad and Kim Hye-young-jun? Lee Jong-uk looked around as he wiped the zombie blood off his face. As Du Hansol passed through the second line of defense with Wang Jihai in his arms, Lee Jong-uk approached him. What happened? He asked. Did you take down the black creature? Where are the samples? Samples? Lee Jong-uk asked, tilting his head. I'm talking about the samples from Daegu, shouted Du Hansol in desperation. Only then did Lee Jong-uk grasp the situation, and he led Du Hansol to the passenger terminal. Tommy and Elisha were in the waiting room of the passenger terminal. Some of the elders were soothing the children that were crying, while others were praying. When Lee Jong-uk and Du Hansol entered the terminal, everyone's attention fell on them. Tommy, who had been sitting in the corner, rushed over to Lee Jong-uk. What happened? Is everything over? Where are the samples? Asked Lee Jong-uk urgently. Tommy gestured to him to follow and headed for the tool cabinet in the passenger terminal. He opened the tool cabinet to reveal a briefcase inside. Tommy punched in the code for the lock and showed him the samples inside. Lee Jong-uk checked the status of the samples and turned to Du Hansol. Is So-yeon's dad and Kim Hye-young-jun okay? He asked him. Instead of answering, Du Hansol held out his right hand. Tommy gave him one of the samples. Lee Jong-uk fixed his eyes on Du Hansol. Is there anything we can do to help? I'll leave my underlings here. Evacuate to Jeju Airport once the situation in Port Jeju is resolved. What do you mean, go to Jeju Airport? Asked Lee Jong-uk, looking confused. Du Hansol looked out the window, a bitter expression on his face. He realized that the world was turning darker, dusk was falling in front of his eyes. It was as if the world was informing them of their fate. Du Hansol kept staring into the darkness as he let out a small sigh. If we don't come back within the next 4 hours, you have to leave Jeju Island, he said. What? Lee Jong-uk repeated, his eyes going wide. It doesn't matter if you return to Seoul or Daegu, replied Du Hansol calmly. The decision is yours. What are you saying? Did So-yeon's dad and Kim Hye-young-jun fall? Not yet. But we're not in the best situation, and there's not much we can do. Lee Jong-uk didn't bother to ask any more questions. He knew that using the samples they had was their last resort. And the fact that Du Hansol came all the way back to get the samples. It meant that Lee Hyun-deok and Kim Hye-young-jun were cornered by the black creature. Du Hansol held Lee Jong-uk's arm and broke the silence. Do you understand what I just said? Lee Jong-uk remained still, and Du Hansol had no choice but to leave the passenger terminal feeling bitter. When he returned to the front of the second line of defense, he noticed that his underlings had taken care of most of the zombies in Port Jeju. First platoon, second platoon, follow me. The rest of you, protect the survivors. Grr. His underlings, who were beyond the second line of defense, let out their throat-rending noises at once, showing that they understood what they had to do. With that, Du Hansol made his way back to where the black creature was. As he dashed back through the forest, he couldn't help but feel nervous. He had already lost his connection to his 6 stage 1 mutants already. It was obvious that the black creature had already taken down all 6 of his underlings. However, that also meant that Lee Hyun-deok and Kim Hye-young-jun had used their lives to buy themselves time to regenerate their damaged body parts. I hope the two of them are still alive. They have to be. Do Han Sol picked up the pace, his red eyes flashing. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Catch it. I shouted to Kim Hye-young-jun, just as the black creature was about to lose balance. Kim Hye-young-jun charged toward the black creature like a raging wave, his blue eyes flashing. Our fight continued in the pitch-black darkness, devoid of even the slightest bit of moonlight. Kim Hye-young-jun quickly choked the black creature and knocked it to the ground by stepping on its other leg. But the black creature wasn't going to wait around for Kim Hye-young-jun to finish it off. It opened its jaws wide and bit off Kim Hye-young-jun's left arm while twisting its right arm around to pull at his hair. The head was one of the places where we still felt pain, so Kim Hye-young-jun's face couldn't help but twist as the creature continued to pull, and he eventually let go of the black creature. The black creature twisted its upper body almost parallel to the ground. Then it launched itself up from the ground using its left arm, its jaws yawning wide as it went for Kim Hye-young-jun's face. Kim Hye-young-jun desperately raised his right arm and grabbed its face. Gnash, 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 gnash. Its sharp teeth ground violently as Kim Hye-young-jun maintained his grip. SSSS. Once my severed lower body regenerated, I dropped to all fours and charged toward the black creature like a bullet fired from a muzzle. Just as I was about to kick it in the stomach, it noticed my presence and scuttled aside like a cockroach. Bang! The black creature just barely avoided my attack. As it tried to regroup, Kim Hye-young-jun took the chance to create some distance between himself and the creature. I glanced back at him. Are you okay? I asked him. How about you, Ajasi? Don't worry about me. Do you think you can regenerate? Kim Hye-young-jun couldn't keep a frown off his face. I think this is going to be the last time I can, he replied. Steam gushed from his left arm, and it reformed into its usual shape. He moved next to me. How about you, Ajasi? How many more times can you regenerate? Just once? Where are we with Han Sol's underlings? Are all of them dead? The one that died earlier was the last one. Oh, shoot. Even Moodswinger's knocked out. I looked over to where the large rock had fallen. Moodswinger was flat on the ground, missing both of his arms. Ji-yeon was limping her way over to us. I turned to look at where the black creature was, and it let out a frenzied, rage-filled scream into the pitch-black darkness. I could tell that the speed of its regeneration was also slowing down. I wanted to believe that it had reached its limit. Kim Hye-young-jun glared at it. That fucking bastard. It's about time it dies, he muttered to himself. I think it's almost there. How many times do you think it can continue to regenerate? Given its hesitation, I'm guessing less than 10 times. The black creature, which used to attack us recklessly when it didn't have to worry about the number of times it could regenerate itself, was now wary of us. Since it had the ability to learn, I assumed that it was assessing its physical limits along with ours. Back when Kim Hye-young-jun and I had fought another black creature in Gangbei in Bukaro, we had no information about them, so we had no choice but to go for an all-out attack. Because of that, we were put at a disadvantage, as our limbs were torn off and we suffered multiple attacks to our vulnerable stomachs. This time, we'd come up with a thorough plan to make up for our mistakes, but the traps we had set up in the second area had been destroyed, and we had no choice but to go on an all-out offensive again. Thankfully, due to the sacrifices of the Stage 1 mutants and the trap that we'd set up in the first area, we were on par with this black creature. I wet my parched lips. When I run toward the black creature, cover my flank, I said. What nonsense are you talking about? You already know that the two of us running at it isn't enough. Well, you did say that you can't regenerate anymore. If you fall, it's only a matter of time before I fall as well. And you know that we can't rely on Moodswinger or Ji-yeon to help us right now. Kim Hye-young-jun flashed a disapproving expression as he clicked his tongue vigorously. It seemed like he was going to go with my plan, since he couldn't think of another plan. Oh, Ajasi. Just one thing, be careful with your arms and legs. If they break, or something gets chopped off, there's no going back. Quiet. Just as I was about to nod, the black creature roared and dashed toward us. I clenched my fists and accelerated my blood flow yet again. My pupils constricted as I channeled strength into my arms. Go for the legs, I said to Kim Hye-young-jun. Kim Hye-young-jun gave me a sharp nod, strengthened the muscles in his lower body, and took a couple steps back. The moment he stepped back, the black creature came straight for my face, swinging its fist. I ducked immediately, but it seemed to have expected this, and brought its knee up to crush my face. The catch was that I had also anticipated its movements. Having gone up against its ridiculous physical abilities tens, even hundreds of thousands of times, I knew what to do. Instead of protecting my face, I backpedaled. The black creature twisted its upper body and waist, using the momentum it had gained from the attempted knee to my face to swing its leg around in a kick aimed at my temple. I knew better than anyone to give it space when it made such big moves. Since the force would be stronger at its toe compared to its thigh, I leaped off the ground and closed the distance with the black creature. I used my left arm to block its thigh and landed a punch on its jaw. It twisted its neck in an impossible way to avoid my attack, but it quickly lost its balance and wobbled from side to side. Kim Hye-young-jun took notice and dashed toward the black creature, closing in on its lower body in a flash. Before it even had the chance to place its left foot on the ground, Kim Hye-young-jun tackled its right leg. Even in the process of falling down, though, the black creature sent its fist flying toward his skull. Ajasi, cried out to me, his eyes wide open. I knew what I had to do even before he called me. I bit off the black creature's right arm and rained punches on its face. The back of its head began to sink into the ground, and its face began to cave inward. I punched it in the face continuously, trying to turn it into mush. I was biting down on its right arm so hard that I sliced clean through it, and the metallic taste of blood filled my mouth. I can kill it, I can kill it, I can kill it. My eyes grew wider as I continued to hammer its face with my fists, until my arms felt like they were about to fall off. Crack. Blood began to spout out like a fountain from where my left wrist was. I assumed that my left hand was covered with its blood, but it was actually the other way around. I realized that my left hand was no longer there. My fist, which was supposed to be connected to my wrist, was nowhere to be seen, and red blood was gushing out from the stump. As I tried to comprehend what was going on, the black creature used its left hand to choke me and pressed deeply against my vocal cords. Gaye. Ajasi. Kim Hyeongjun quickly grabbed its left arm to aid me. Once he let go of the creature's lower body, though, it realized that nothing was holding it down anymore, and it started to struggle. Kim Hyeongjun chewed off its left arm with his sharpened teeth, then yanked me away by the collar, dumping us both on our bottoms. Ajasi, are you okay? He asked, his voice full of urgent desperation. Gah. I gasped, unable to say anything. The black creature had pierced my throat with its thumb, so I could only make hissing sounds. I hurriedly regenerated my body, stopping the bleeding from my neck. Kim Hyeongjun looked at me worriedly, trying to assess how I was doing. Is your neck okay? Did it snap? How about your bones? I coughed and nodded. He seemed shaken by the fact that my neck had been attacked, since he knew that the neck was a particularly vulnerable spot that could determine life or death. SSSS. Soon after, hot steam began to rise from the black creature's upper body. Its severed arms regenerated, and its face, which was an unrecognizable mess, slowly reformed. Despite hitting it continuously, its skull hadn't broken. I knew it would have died if we were on asphalt ground, but the relatively soft dirt here had helped it survive. It sure was one lucky bastard. Kim Hyeongjun stood in front of me and stared straight at the black creature. The moment it recovered, it tried to dash toward Kim Hyeongjun, but then it seemed to hesitate at the sound of footsteps coming from its left. Thud, 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 thud at novel bin at. Grr. It was Du Hansol's underlings making their way over. The black creature looked back and forth between Kim Hyeongjun and Du Hansol. It frowned and channeled strength to the muscles of its entire body. I knew that it wasn't trying to put up a fight, though. The murderous intent that it had been exuding earlier was long gone. It was strengthening its body in order to get away. Don't let it get away. I yelled as loudly as I could, once my vocal cords were regenerated. Kim Hyeongjun rushed toward the black creature, his blue eyes flashing. It leaped, but it didn't even manage to make it 1 meter into the air. Kim Hyeongjun had caught it right before it could make a full jump. Kim Hyeongjun's eyes bulged as he slammed the black creature to the ground. Kwae! The black creature let out a wail. It had started out as a predator, but it was now the prey. The tables had turned in our favor. As it approached the limits of its regenerative abilities, it seemed to attack emotionally rather than rationally. I could tell that it was nervous and that it wanted to get out of the situation it was in as soon as possible. It clearly wasn't thinking straight, which meant that this would be our chance to take it down. As we pinned it to the ground, Du Hansol's underlings leaped onto its upper body, smothering it. The creature, outraged, tore them to pieces. Du Hansol was hiding among his underlings, trying to inject the sample he was holding into the black creature's back. However, even while it was being bitten by Du Hansol's underlings, the black creature sensed his murderous intent and quickly twisted its body to grab his arm. At the same time, it opened its jaws wide, going for his face. Du Hansol's eyes went wide and he quickly avoided the attack, allowing the black creature to tear off his shoulder blades in an instant. His arm was neatly sliced off as well, like a slab of meat sliced up at a butcher shop. Du Hansol ignored the blood gushing out from the stump of his right arm like a fountain and shouted at Kim Hyeongjun instead. Grab the sample? It can't break. Kim Hyeongjun leaped toward the sample with his eyes wide open. Grasp! He barely managed to grab Du Hansol's flying arm, and retrieved the sample out of it. At the same time, he plunged the needle toward the black creature's neck. Just as it tried to avoid the needle, 5 sharpened fingers pierced through its chest. My child. Red blood was gushing from Ji-Eun's mouth, but she was nowhere near death. In fact, she was glaring at the black creature with eyes full of murderous intent. Even with half of her body malfunctioning, Ji-Eun had followed my orders to kill the black creature. Kim Hyeongjun didn't let the opportunity slip away, and jabbed the needle into the black creature's neck. Kwae! The black creature trembled and let out a death cry. Both of its arms waved about wildly as it continued to struggle. The underlings that had glued themselves onto the black creature were sent flying left and right, while Ji-Eun took a blow right to the face and rolled a couple of meters across the ground. Kim Hyeongjun raised his arms to defend himself against its kicks, but the creature was cornered, and its kicks were packed with desperate strength. Both of Kim Hyeongjun's arms were crushed, and he stumbled once before falling to the ground. KW. Kwae. The blood vessels all throughout the black creature's body began to bulge. It dropped to its knees, scratching at its neck with its hands and screaming continuously. The sounds it made became hoarse and irregular as if it had trouble breathing. I wondered if it was confused by what was going on. It trembled non-stop, like a leaf in the wind. It seemed unable to understand what was going on in its body, or how it was reacting to being stabbed. Two viruses with different properties were fighting each other inside its body, which eventually paralyzed its movements. I knew that we had to finish it off the moment that it stopped struggling. I got up and channeled all my strength on my right arm. My right arm bulged as if it was about to burst, and hot steam gushed from it. Go to hell, where you belong. My eyes bulged and I gnashed my teeth as I punched the black creature in the face. Crack. Its face caved in and it fell to the ground. With the sample inside it, its bones had softened as if it was suffering from osteoporosis, and its previous iron-like defenses were nowhere to be seen. Instead of stopping, I decided to hit the black creature in the face non-stop until its skull was smashed to pieces. Smack, pow, whack, squish. I finally managed to crush its brain. As soon as I felt the cerebral fluid coating my fingers, I collapsed to the ground, breathing heavily. As I slowly collected myself, I looked around, licking my dry lips. Kim Hye-young-jun and Do Han-sol were staring straight at the black creature, which was finally immobile. They seemed to be focused on it completely. In fact, it seemed like they were so focused that they had forgotten about the blood leaking out of their own bodies. I could tell that they were nervous, unsure whether it was truly dead, afraid that it could start moving again any second. But I knew that it wasn't coming back. I had destroyed its brain with my very own hands. Unless it was some manner of god, there was no way it was going to move again. A strange stillness came over the black creature, which had now turned into a cold corpse. No one dared to move or be the first to speak. There was no celebration, no roars of joy, nor any tears of elation. Nothing but silence floating around, reminding us of the death that awaited all living things. In that moment, we were all keenly attuned to the silence of death. After being immersed in that silence for a long time, I finally realized it. This bloody, devastating war was over. Kim Hye-young-jun double-checked that the black creature was dead before laying down spread-eagled on the ground with a deep sigh. Do Han-sol hobbled over as he regenerated his missing right arm. Mr. Lee Hyun-deok, that bastard. It's dead for sure, right? Yeah, it's dead. It's finally over. I joined Kim Hye-young-jun, lying down on the ground. It was over. Everything was over. This damned, bloody fight, the constant worrying over what the future would hold, all of it was over. I sighed in relief as I looked up at the night sky, which was adorned with stars. Do Han-sol scratched his head as he looked at the underlings around us. Wow, look at the number of underlings we have left. I can't think of any other word but devastation. I can't believe it took us this many underlings to take down one black creature. I nodded in response and pointed up to the sky. Let's burn some incense for the dead and the underlings we lost once we clean up Jeju Island completely. Hopefully, when that's done, they'll be able to rest peacefully up there. Of course. Do Han-sol nodded slowly and fell silent. The cold winter wind, drifting in with the smell of nature, washed away the tension in our hearts. I gently closed my eyes, enjoying the peace in the moment. The sound of the leaves rustling and waves crashing had never sounded so sweet. We'd made it past the darkness of despair and reached the end of the tunnel, where hope had been waiting for us. I only began to recognize the beauty of life after having that hope in my grasp. Thud, thud, thud. The sudden sound of footsteps tickled my ears, bringing back the sense of dread. I hurriedly got to my feet, my blue eyes flashing. I looked in the direction from which the sound was coming from, and saw a sea of people making their way to us. These were people running toward us, not zombies. I squinted to get a better look, and saw Lee Jong-uk in the very front. He was running as hard as he could, a bayonet affixed to his K2 rifle, his face full of determination. Ah! Lee Jong-uk let out a yell, and the guards behind him joined in as well. I waved both of my arms vigorously at them. Stop, stop, stop everyone, I cried. The people from the Survivor Rally organization heard my voice and came to an uncertain halt, all looking bewildered. Lee Jong-uk looked at me with surprise in his eyes, clearly unsure of what was going on. What happened? What about the black creature? Are you okay? He asked. First, calm down. Take a deep breath. It seemed like Lee Jong-uk and the guards had run non-stop. Everyone was gasping for air. Do Han-sol interpose himself between Lee Jong-uk and me. He seemed annoyed by the fact that Lee Jong-uk was here instead of at Jeju Airport. I thought I told you to go to Jeju Airport earlier. Why'd you come here? How are we supposed to leave you three behind? Cried Lee Jong-uk. Come on. Do Han-sol flinched as Lee Jong-uk looked around, panting. Kim Hye-young-jun was on the ground, resting his chin on one arm as he watched Lee Jong-uk and the guards. In contrast to the guards, who had risked their lives and run all the way here, Kim Hye-young-jun was in a state of utter peace. Only then did Lee Jong-uk gently press a hand against his temples and let out a sigh of relief. I thought you were dead, man, he wailed at me, sorrow on his face. I was taken aback at his reaction, unsure of why he was acting this way. I shifted my gaze slightly, looking at Do Han-sol. He scratched his head with a puzzled look, then explained what had happened at Port Jeju, sounding as though he was trying to come up with an excuse. Oh about what happened earlier. Well, since the sample could have made the black creature stronger, I told Lee Jong-uk to take everyone to the airport. Well, you told him the right thing. I turned back to Lee Jong-uk. Han-sol did say the right thing. Why are you here? What? Where do you think we'd go, man? It would probably be quicker if we took down the black creature together. Lee Jong-uk looked at me up and down with his red, bloodshot eyes. Are you okay? You're not dead, are you? You don't think you're talking to a ghost right now, do you? Haha, very funny. He bit his lower lip and hugged me tightly. I was taken aback by his unexpected behavior. I always guessed that he had a soft spot on the inside. I forced a smile and patted him on the back. The guards then noticed the black creature's corpse and threw me, Kim Hye-young-jun, and Do Han-sol up into the air to celebrate. It finally sank in that we had won and were done with this devastating war. *****. We cleaned up the surrounding area, and then finally returned to Port Jeju. Everyone who was there cheered in unison and welcomed us back. Hyo Sung-min came up to me, shedding tears of joy. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for all you've done. I smiled lightly and held his hand tightly. All the people around were either crying tears of joy or smiling at the fact that we had regained peace for ourselves once and for all. My heart grew warm as I looked around at all of them. Daddy. While I was still in awe of the moment, I spotted So-yeon running to me through the crowd. I got on one knee, spread my arms wide, and held So-yeon in my arms. She cried and laughed at the same time, letting out the mixed feelings within her. Her expression and her gestures betrayed every single feeling that was running through her body. I gently closed my eyes as I felt her warmth. She was as warm as could be. Her pounding heartbeat sent an indescribable shock of thrill and joy through my dead heart. My sweetheart, were you a good girl to your aunts and uncles? So-yeon wiped her tears away and nodded vigorously. She was acting all pretty and cute, and I couldn't help but smile. As we kept on hugging each other, the folks of Shelter Haeyoung, the principal and the elder, Han Sun-hui and Sok-hui, Lee Jonghyuk and Choi Dahai, Kang Eun-jong and Kang Ji-suk, Bai Ian Hyokjin and Woo Ji-aeon, Bae Jae-won and Shin Ji-hai all stopped by to congratulate me and celebrate my safe return. I'd finally made it back to where So-yeon and my people were, after crawling through what seemed to be a long, never-ending tunnel. I was back home. I turned my head slightly and looked at Kim Hye-young-jun and Do Han-sol. They were no different from me. Kim Hye-young-jun was holding his wife and son in his arms, while Do Han-sol was laughing together with Wang Deok-rok and Choi Soo-hyun. The three of us, who had been fighting on the front lines, were finally reunited with our families. Lee Jong-uk swept his gaze across me and everyone else with a gentle, satisfied smile. His eyes quickly found Hyo Sung-min. Mr. Hyo Sung-min, shouldn't we be celebrating this victory in a grand way today? He said. Of course, no doubt about it. Please wait here. I'll soon have everything prepared. Hyo Sung-min sniffled and smiled brightly, then headed to the food storage area with Park Hyun. As we took in the peace that we'd finally obtained, the discussion quickly turned toward what we would do with the bright future ahead of us. Some expressed their desire to do some farming on Jeju Island, while others talked about looking for houses with solar panels installed on them. Others even brought up the idea of wind and hydroelectric power generation facilities. So many were in deep discussion, brainstorming on how to return this ruined, dimmed world back to how it used to be. I left them to talk amongst themselves and took a step back to spend some free time with So-yeon at the Red Lighthouse, located to the north. We both sat down to enjoy the view of the vast, endless ocean. As I looked out into the ocean, So-yeon buried her face in my arms. Are you cold, sweetheart? No, I'm okay. So-yeon giggled as she buried her face in my chest. I smiled gently as I wordlessly looked out at the calm sea. I couldn't help but think how much time I'd have with So-yeon from now on. I knew I had to clean the streets of Jeju Island of the remaining zombies and leave for Russia before my zombie instincts awakened. All this would take just over a month at most, or so I thought. However, it was all just speculation. In fact, I wasn't sure how much time I actually had left. However, I knew that even if I could spend the rest of my life here with So-yeon, it wouldn't be enough. So, in order to not look back on this moment with regret, I planned on spending all the time I had with So-yeon, until the others and I had to clean up Jeju Island. What are you doing here? Lee Jong-uk's voice came from behind us. He was walking over Han Sun-hui. So-yeon smiled brightly and waved at them. He looked at us and scratched his sideburns. I think I'll come back later. Don't want to disturb your moment, you know, he said. Why, what's up? Lee Jong-uk smiled lightly as he drew closer. Oh, nothing. I just thought I'd stop by, you know. I didn't have anything else to do, so, yeah. He then pinched So-yeon's chubby cheek. Sweetie So-yeon, are you happy that you're with daddy? Yeah, it's great. So-yeon looked up at me and smiled, her eyes shining bright. Right then, she was the cutest thing to me. Every single word she said, every face she made, they were all so precious to me. I couldn't help but smile gently and pat her head. With that, Lee Jong-uk and Han Sun-hui waved goodbye and walked away. I looked back at So-yeon. So, does my sweetheart have anything she wanted to say to daddy? Any complaints? I asked gently. Huh? No. Oh, really? Well, daddy thinks So-yeon has something on her mind. No. I tickled her sides with a big smile on my face, and So-yeon wriggled about, smiling cheerfully. Sweetheart, you can let it out today. I'll listen to whatever you have to say today. Really? Of course. Have you ever seen daddy lie to you? Then. So-yeon touched her lips and mumbled under her breath. After a moment, she finally found the courage to speak up. I want a dog. Huh? A puppy. Yeah, I want the three of us to live here together. I didn't know what to say to her. I had no idea where I would be able to get a puppy. And besides, I knew that I couldn't stay on Jeju Island forever. However, I wasn't sure if it would be better to tell her a white lie, or to be straight with her. So-yeon's expression slowly grew serious, and her tone of voice grew cautious. The other uncles said that we don't have to go anywhere anymore and that we'll be safe here from now on. Can we get a dog, please? Of course we can. Daddy was just wondering where we'd be able to find a puppy, that's all. In reality, though, I knew that I couldn't live with So-yeon anymore and that there was no way I could get her a puppy. Putting the puppy aside, I urgently needed a cure in order to be with So-yeon. However, since I didn't have a good enough answer to give her, I pointed to the stars that filled the night sky instead. So-yeon, look up in the sky. Look at all those stars up there. Aren't they amazing? I said. So-yeon didn't reply. Kids these days caught on to what was happening right away. It seemed she'd noticed that I was trying to move on to another topic. The slight part in her lips, as she stared up into the night sky, showed her true feelings. I could tell that she didn't like the fact that I hadn't answered her question, but at the same time, she was awed by the tens, even hundreds of thousands of stars glittering away in the dark night sky. I was grateful and proud of So-yeon, since I knew she was just pretending not to know what was going on. I looked into So-yeon's eyes. So-yeon. Huh. Do you remember what I used to look like? So-yeon looked away without completing her sentence. I wondered if she was used to seeing me as a zombie with sharp teeth and blue eyes. It seemed like she had a hard time remembering how I used to look as a human being. I pressed my lips together into a thin smile, then continued. You know Uncle Tommy and Uncle Elisha from Russia, right? Yeah. Well, they said they can change me back, so that I can look the way I used to, in the past. At novel bin at. Really? I pointed toward the horizon. But to do so, I'd have to travel across the ocean, to a place far, far away. Her expression grew puzzled. Can't you just transform here? There's a machine that will transform Daddy, but it's somewhere far, far away. Can So-yeon wait for Daddy for a little while, until he's done transforming and comes back? So-yeon seemed to contemplate this, and after a while, she replied with a question of her own. How many nights do I have to wait? How long did I, have to wait? That really was the important question. I wondered if So-yeon would be able to understand. So, instead of answering, I patted her head and held her in my arms. So-yeon knows how much Daddy loves you, right? I said quietly after a while. So-yeon didn't say a single word. An 8-year-old wouldn't have trouble understanding what I was trying to say. I was certain she understood what I was trying to tell her. That I was saying goodbye to her. *****. The next day, the survivors at Port Jeju returned to Hotel L and Hotel O, while Kim Hye-young-jun, Do Han-sol, Kim Dae-young, Jong Jin-young and I began cleaning up the remaining zombies on Jeju Island. Kim Hye-young-jun and Do Han-sol took charge of the east, while Kim Dae-young, Jong Jin-young and I dealt with the west. Cleaning up Jeju Island wasn't too difficult, because there weren't any other big cities apart from Jejuasai and Sogwipoasai. The other cities were more akin to small villages. Compared to what we had to go through in Seoul, combing through the concrete jungle full of high-rise apartments, Jeju Island was a lot easier to handle. As we took care of the zombies, I was able to replenish some of the underlings I'd lost during the fight. Since there were also zombies in Russia, I recruited the bare minimum number of troops that I thought I needed in order to fight them. Mood Swinger and Ji-eun mercilessly chewed through and swallowed the street zombies like beasts that had been starving for a long time. Thanks to the zombie fodder, the two of them quickly regenerated their damaged body parts. The zombies were no threat, but because we had to clean up the entire island, it took us the better part of half a month to get most of the cleanup done. During this time, we took care of the main streets, coastal roads, and buildings in the cities. It took us another half a month to thoroughly comb through Mt. Hala and the countless forest trails, hills, caves, and other places that were not frequented by people. Finally, after a month of constant hard work, Jeju Island became a perfectly safe island, free of zombies. As the sun crawled toward the horizon far, far away, all the remaining zombies on Jeju Island, including myself, gathered at Songsan Ilhilbong and congratulated each other for all our efforts and the hard work we had put in. Kim Hye-young-jun stretched his sore shoulders as he looked at me. Ajasi, did you see the meadow in front of Bangnokdam Lake? What about it? I saw some horses there. Horses. His random comment took me off guard, but the fact that there were animals here made the wheels in my mind start to turn. If there were horses, there could be pigs around as well. Before the world had turned upside down, Jeju Island had been known for its horses and black pigs. Pigs could be a good source of meat for the survivors, while the horses could help plow the fields since horses were the first animals humans used to plow fields when cows weren't available. In contrast to me, who was all serious about what to do next, Kim Hye-young-jun flashed a hearty grin. You should at least see Soyeon Bangnokdam Lake before we leave. It'd be nice to see some horses and trees together, wouldn't you say? He had a point. Perhaps it was time to let go of all the responsibilities I'd been carrying all this time. Even though it had been a month, whenever I heard some new information, I automatically thought of it through the lens of how the survivors could use the information to improve their survival. As the saying went, old habits die hard. I smiled lightly and nodded. So, when are we leaving? Asked Do Han-sol. Tomorrow evening. The flight's already been arranged. Choi Kung-hyun said he'd be joining us. Choi Kung-hyun was the pilot who had been part of the survivors from Gangnam that had come over to Gwangjang-dong. He told us that he would join us willingly, even if it cost him the comfortable life on Jeju that was in front of him. Well, it's not like I have a family to take care of, and I'd be more than happy to contribute to saving this world with this rather insignificant ability of mine. That was what he told me when I asked him about it. I was really grateful that he'd made such a decision. I knew how much courage it took to make such a decision. Du Han-sol looked at me and hesitated as if there was something he wanted to say. I chuckled and met his gaze. What is it? I asked. If there's something you want to say it now. Oh, did you tell So-yeon about this? That you'll be leaving tomorrow? Not yet. So-yeon looked very happy over this past month. Watching you spend time with her whenever you had the chance. Now that you're leaving, I just feel a little bit. His head sagged, and he grimaced. I knew where he was coming from, and gazed toward the sunset, my lips pressed together in a thin line. I didn't feel the need to add on to what he'd said, because I was feeling the same way. I also didn't want the time I had with So-yeon to end, but it was something that had to be done. Kim Hye-young-jun wiggled his eyebrows up and down. Hey, what is this? He said. It's not like we're going off to die or something, right? We're going to save people, you know. Well, I can say the same to you too. Aren't you worried about your wife and son? Why are you worried about my wife and son? Kim Hye-young-jun replied with a smirk. Let me ask you this, why are you not telling Ms. Soo-hyun regarding how you really feel about her? He continued, teasing Du Han-sol. Du Han-sol blushed and slapped him on the forearm, probably feeling embarrassed. Kim Hye-young-jun rubbed his stinging arm and looked at me. Jussie, did you see that? Even Han-sol's hitting me these days. I think there's an issue with the hierarchy among us, don't you think? Since when did we have a hierarchy? It seems to me like you got slapped because you deserve to get slapped. Wow. There's no one on my side. Absolutely no one. Kim Hye-young-jun clicked his tongue and looked at Kim Dae-young and Jong Jin-young, who merely shrugged. Whatever, let's move on, grumbled Kim Hye-young-jun as he kicked a rock on the ground. If we're going to bring down the mood by talking about this sad stuff, I'd suggest that every one of you go back and spend more time with the ones you wish to before it's too late. I'm going to go see my handsome son and my pretty wife. With that, Kim Hye-young-jun headed back to Hotel L. The others hurriedly got to their feet to cheer Kim Hye-young-jun up while I looked up at the red, glowing sky, letting myself feel the full weight of the sadness that I couldn't possibly share with the others. To be honest, I didn't want to leave, just like the others. The last thing I wanted to do was to leave my baby behind. However, if my existence itself was a nuisance, a burden to my child, and to the people I loved so much, then perhaps leaving was the right thing to do. The next day, I climbed Mt. Hala with So-yeon. We walked through the forest, surrounded by trees, climbed Bangnokdam together, and made memories that would forever stay with us as we took in the scenery of Jeju Island. Just as Kim Hye-young-jun mentioned, we saw horses grazing in the meadow on our way down. So-yeon smiled more cheerfully than ever, commenting that it seemed like we were at the zoo. I took in her innocent smile, trying to engrave it into my memories, and tried all the more to keep the unknown sadness from getting the best of me. I knew I should be laughing at her having a good time, but I couldn't keep my brow from furrowing. I hoped that my pretty daughter So-yeon, my daughter whom I never got sick and tired of, would not end up crying because her father wasn't with her, and that she would listen to her uncles and aunts, and grow up to her full potential. I couldn't bear to say goodbye to So-yeon. The two of us sat on a wooden bench, talking and spending time together until dust darkened the once bright blue sky. She eventually fell asleep as we looked into the sunset. I assumed it was because of all the walking we had done throughout the day. I carried So-yeon on my back and headed back to Hotel L with a feeling of emptiness as I tried to store everything that had happened that day in my memories. As I approached Hotel L, Lee Jong-uk and Han Sun-hui were there to welcome me back. Did you get to tell her about it? I shook my head without saying a word. My face was terrible, and Lee Jong-uk's expression grew sorrowful as well. I passed So-yeon over to Han Sun-hui, who had been standing behind Lee Jong-uk. Please take good care of her for me. I'll raise her as if she was my own daughter. Han Sun-hui teared up, as she bit her lower lip and held So-yeon in her arms. Daddy. So-yeon called me in her sleep. I clamped down on my trembling heart and gently caressed her cheeks. I brushed her bangs and gave her a kiss on the forehead. With that, I closed my eyes and walked toward Jeju Airport. I knew that if I stayed any longer, I would lose the courage to leave, and be overtaken by the desire not to be separated from her even more. Lee Jong-uk followed me to the airport. You have to make her wish come true, he said. What wish? Her Christmas present. When I raised my eyebrows and tilted my head, Lee Jong-uk's expression grew puzzled. Didn't you hear what So-yeon said in Seoul, when we were on the cruise ship? No, I didn't. She said that you didn't have to be Superman, and that she wanted you to come back as the old you and spend time with her. She said this a couple of times. You really didn't hear her. I remembered that I hadn't been able to hear her properly because of the boat horn. I looked at him in bewilderment, and Lee Jong-uk patted my shoulder. Please come back, he said. The day you return, I'll make sure you receive a very warm welcome. I'll light up all the street lights and roll out a carpet for you as a way of congratulating you. I bit my lower lip and nodded slowly. Once I got to Jeju Airport, I saw Kim Hye-young-jun, Du Han-sol, Kim Dae-young, and Jong Jin-young in front of the military transport plane. They all seemed rather calm on the outside. However, I knew that they were bottling up their emotions just like I was. I took a deep breath and spoke up. You've done a fantastic job so far. For our children, our friends, and our families. I'm proud of each and every single one of you for trying your best. Thank you. Ajusi, we're not getting deployed, you know, said Kim Hye-young-jun with a grin, finding a joke for the moment. Come back down to earth, Ajusi. Literally. Everyone around him coughed dry coughs, trying their best not to laugh. I couldn't keep a grin from spreading across my face. We'd been through long, hellish days together, and there really wasn't any need to say much more. I cleared my throat and continued where I had left off. From now on, we won't be fighting for our families, but for ourselves. Let's survive until the end, to reach the day that we can live like human beings again. We exchanged sharp nods and boarded the military transport plane. I was the last one to board, and exchanged a final glance with Lee Zhongyuke. He nodded back, his lips tightly closed. Without saying a single word, we both knew how the other was feeling, and could understand and sympathize with the other. I let out a deep breath and made it into the plane, knowing that if I had stopped to say something, it would have been followed by something else, and something after that as well. A moment later, the plane's hatch closed, and the roar of the engines started to pick up. I sat down in my seat and took a deep breath. Let's not be sad. Let's not look back. I'm not leaving So-yeon behind. I'm leaving for So-yeon's sake, and I'm leaving for my own good. For me, this was all part of the journey, one that led to the day that I would be able to see So-yeon face to face as a proud human being again, and to be able to experience my end as a human being someday. The only way to accomplish these things was to move forward. I spent all my life chasing what was waiting for me because I couldn't look back. And since I couldn't look back, I knew I had lived a life with no regrets. All of us, myself included, had been like that up to this point, and I knew we would continue to live the same way, because that was the only thing that this zombie life had taught me, ever since I'd been trapped in my apartment, all those months ago. Everything I'd done, and all that I would be doing, was for the sake of a better tomorrow, for a day where we could once again dream about the future. Just like any other day, I prepared myself for the next day that lay ahead of me. Walking Daddy, the end.